Jin'an, lost in the vastness of the stars and stricken with amnesia, possesses nothing but an exquisite visage. In his quest to reclaim his memories, he forges a pact with his system, agreeing to traverse various worlds as a mere pawn, leading a tragic existence destined for untimely demise. In his current incarnation as a heart-sick, malevolent supporting character, he harbors disdain for the protagonist's younger brother while coveting his healthy heart. He bullies the protagonist who has been abandoned and severs ties with his childhood friend, the malevolent counterpart, once they fall from grace. Content in his corner, Jin'an eagerly anticipates the inevitable conclusion of his woeful tale. Chapter 1. The heartsick, malevolent supporting character. As dawn broke, the silent city began to stir once more. Upon a hospital bed lay a pallid youth, eyes shut tight, his face weakly turned to one side, breathing shallowly. His delicate features and petite countenance resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by divine hands. Stunningly beautiful, yet marred by the pallor of his lips and the frailty of his form, revealing an unfortunate plight. Beside the bed, a boy clad in a gray hoodie leaned over. This boy, seemingly younger, yet exuding a spirited aura, stood taller and more robust than the one lying down. As the youth on the bed stirred slightly, Jin'an, who had been dozing by the bedside, jolted awake. He glanced at the still sleeping figure before checking his phone and turning to fetch water from the kettle on the table. Just as the door clicked shut, the youth's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. In the corridor, footsteps echoed anew. Jin'an thought, "So soon with the water? What becomes of my narrative?" System prompt. Main storyline has commenced. Please complete your tasks diligently. System C917 interjected, "Fear not. It is not Jin'an returning, but your mother. Prepare yourself, host, for the mission has begun." Once a wanderer of the stars, Jin'an remembered nothing in his pursuit of truth and memory. He entered into an agreement with the system, applying for the role of a time-traveling agent at the Temporal Management Bureau. He would assist the system in completing missions, and in return, the system would help him regain his memories. This was merely his first task, still within an observation phase, assigned to a system also in a trial period. He had yet to acquire his own identification number, which he would receive upon the system's confirmation. He had entered this world for the second time, having been set up to ensure he did not lose his character integrity. Thus, he had already existed in this realm for 2 decades. This narrative belonged to a wealthy and sweet romance, primarily detailing the redemptive love story between the protagonist, Jin'an, and the male lead, Wonjo, while Jin'an served as the malevolent supporting character. Jin'an was born with a congenital heart condition. To safeguard their elder son's future, Lu's parents chose to adopt the healthy Jin'an, who could serve as Jin'an's mobile heart. Whenever Jin'an needed it, he could exchange for it at will. Due to Jin'an's frailty, his parents often felt guilty, showering him with affection while neglecting Jin'an, who became the target of Jin'an's arrogance and tyranny. Jin'an was well aware that Jin'an existed merely as his heart's substitute, thus never treating him as a brother and frequently tormenting him. He not only bullied his younger brother, but also harassed others at school, including Wonjo, who had once been an orphan raised in a children's home. After gaining admission to a prestigious high school, Wonjo encountered Jin'an, who wielded his status against him, compelling Wonjo to endure silently until he was recognized by the He family and sent abroad for further studies, thereby escaping Jin'an's grasp. Their first meeting transpired when Jin'an uncovered the truth of his existence as a mobile heart and chose to leave the Lu family. He subsequently crossed paths with Wonjo, who mistakenly believed Jin'an was the individual who had once tormented him. Seizing the opportunity, Wonjo approached him, intoxicating Jin'an with alcohol and leading him away. Jin'an, a rising star, found himself subjected to Wonjo's vengeance, as Wonjo severed all his business ties and orchestrated smear campaigns against him, forcing Jin'an into a position of servitude. Reluctant as he was, Jin'an's stubbornness only ignited Wonjo's desire for dominance, resulting in Jin'an being imprisoned until he finally managed to escape. Yet, fate intervened as Jin'an, after his escape, was unwittingly led by his agent to the banquet hosted for Wonjo's return, where their paths intertwined once more. Each time Jin'an read about this, he would click his tongue in sympathy. Oh, my poor brother. System C917 scoffed. Spare your pity. Your fate will be far worse. Time would prove the system correct that at the banquet. Upon encountering Jin'an, He-Won-Jo realized his prior vendetta had been misdirected, prompting him to seek out Liu Chang'an for an apology. Jin'an had approached with the intent of ingratiating himself with He-Won-Jo, a scion of a prominent family with a keen business acumen, making him an ideal ally. However, after an exhaustive search, Jin'an discovered He-Won-Jo and Liu Chang'an in a close embrace, igniting his fury. He berated Liu Chang'an and sought to curry favor with He-Won-Jo, having conveniently forgotten his previous transgressions against He-Won-Jo. This encounter only deepened He-Won-Jo's disdain for Jin'an and his guilt towards Liu Chang'an, leading to a fervent pursuit of Liu Chang'an, ultimately resulting in their romantic entanglement. Subsequently, Jin'an's malevolence was unveiled, prompting Liu Chang'an to sever ties with the Liu family. The Liu family stock plummeted, edging towards bankruptcy. In a desperate bid to salvage the family name, Jin'an sought to seduce He-Won-Jo, only to be humiliated publicly, his disgrace captured and disseminated online. On his way home, Jin'an suffered a tragic accident, his mother pressing his younger brother to donate his heart, only for her to be imprisoned by He-Won-Jo and perish. The Liu family faced total ruin, and Jin'an's heart condition flared up, leading to his demise in solitude, forgotten by all. Alas, the narrative has now reached its pivotal juncture, where Liu Chang'an is destined to uncover the truth. Sighing upon his hospital bed, Jin'an lamented the fading of his fortunate days. The door swung open, and Liu's mother, panicked, cradled Jin'an's face, her tone laced with concern. My darling, what have you done to end up in the hospital again? Was it that wretched Liu Chang'an who angered you? Shaking his head, Jin'an was about to deny it when System C917 chimed in. Liu Chang'an has returned and is currently eavesdropping at the door. Subtly glancing towards the entrance, Jin'an's demeanor shifted, and he declared with feigned ire, why mention him? His name irks me. Mother, when do you plan to replace my heart with his? Though his words were harsh, his tone was soft, almost endearing. Liu's mother gently stroked Jin'an's hair, soothing him. You must wait until you are a bit healthier. Rest assured, Mama will ensure you regain your vitality. Internally, Jin'an sobbed, oh, my mother is so kind to me, even remembering my brother's name. System C917 was left speechless. Your demeanor increasingly mirrors that of a malevolent supporting character. Jin'an, feeling a swell of pride, retorted, this is merely my skill and performance. It seems I might have been an actor before my memory loss. Outside, Liu Chang'an gazed with a complex expression at the tender scene within, his fists clenched at his sides, unaware that his existence was merely a vessel for his brothers. Part point 1. The protagonist is an enchanting figure, captivating at first glance, serving the narrative without delving into logical inconsistencies. This is a light read devoid of substantial depth. Those seeking eloquence and coherence may wish to abstain. 2. The protagonist displays emotional insensitivity, a trait that will be elucidated later. There will be no overwhelming affection for any particular vignette, as everything adheres to the storyline. Point 3. The protagonist will retreat as necessary, without lingering in any specific world or vignette. 4. There are no secondary pairings. Please refrain from shipping arbitrarily. 5. Certain worlds contain personal interpretations. Feel free to bypass them if they do not appeal to you. Writing guidance is not accepted. 6. The initial world has undergone minor revisions. If any logical inconsistencies arise, I kindly ask for your understanding, as they do not significantly detract from the reading. Experience. Point 7. Each vignette featuring the protagonist has been meticulously crafted with no favoritism. However, the distribution of scenes may not be uniform due to the constraints of word count in quick transmigration, adhering strictly to the narrative. Point 8. I cannot guarantee that every world will resonate with everyone. If it does not appeal to you, simply skip it. There is no need to impose upon yourself, nor should you impose upon me. 9. The protagonist remains dedicated, maintaining their character even amidst narrative chaos, with each world presenting an alternate reality. 10. A fragile protagonist, prone to tears, reminiscent of the archetype of the foolish beauty. Some worlds contain elements of frailty. The protagonist is pure in both mind and body, though may engage in morally ambiguous actions dictated by the storyline. Those with high moral expectations may wish to refrain from. Reading point 11, the protagonist is devoted to their partner, exhibiting madness in the world, but not towards their beloved. Coercive tactics are largely absent, making it less suitable for those who enjoy tales of forcible conquest. Point 12. This is a repository for thoughts. Remember to claim your number. I apologize if any content triggers you. Wishing all readers a delightful day. Your presence is cherished. I have entered a period of significant revision for this chapter and the subsequent ones. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause in your reading experience. For additional context, the AI subtitles for the audiobook may provide the original content. A small tip. Some readers may be unsure how to listen to the audiobook. The author may not be able to see this. I will clarify in the text. If you encounter deleted content, there's no need to search for the audiobook or concern yourself with the episode number. Simply long press the deleted line. There's an option to listen from this segment that will allow you to jump directly to the omitted content. This is quite convenient, but be sure to select the audiobook option rather than the smart reading feature, as the latter does not include the content prior to deletion. If you hear deleted material, please check if the system defaulted to smart reading. Switching to the audiobook will resolve this. Chapter 2. The malevolent supporting character with a heart condition. It is no wonder that throughout his life, as long as Jin'an was present, he was rendered invisible to his parents. It is no wonder that regardless of the gravity of Jin'an's transgressions, he was perpetually forgiven, while he himself faced reprimand and punishment for the slightest disappointment. He had once believed that his own health necessitated higher expectations, yet he had never anticipated that the truth would unfold in such a manner. Moreover, what astonished him further was the revelation that all of this had been tacitly approved by Jin'an. Jin'an lowered his gaze towards the strikingly beautiful youth lying in the hospital bed. Indeed, he was captivating, but beneath such a lovely exterior lurked a heart so malevolent. He had once cherished his brother above all else. Jin'an quietly opened the door, nonchalantly pouring a glass of water and offering it to Jin'an. "You slept all day? You should drink some water." Jin'an stared blankly at Jin'an standing beside him. Why hasn't he left? Isn't the plot supposed to have him run away upon discovering the truth? Could it be that my voice was too soft for him to hear? In response to Jin'an's 3 consecutive questions, the system C917 scratched its head indifferently. Perhaps the burden of the pot was too heavy for him to flee. Just wait a bit. This segment of the plot is not particularly detailed. As long as he eventually escapes, that suffices. Jin'an nodded, finding the system's reasoning quite sound. Thus, without further suspicion, he accepted the water from Jin'an, playfully kicking him and imperiously gesturing towards the luggage on the floor. "I am discharging myself today. Please tidy up." Jin'an glanced down at the slender ankle and delicate fingertips, pressing his lips together. "All right." Jin'an reclined in bed, casually conversing with the system. With this personality, he shows no inclination to resist. It is no wonder he is bullied by the protagonist and the wicked older brother. System C917 replied, "It is quite normal. This is a growth-oriented personality." Jin'an's mother, witnessing her eldest son commanding his younger brother, felt no discontent, but instead looked at Jin'an with concern. "Jin'an, is it not too early for you to be discharged? Should we not observe for another couple of days?" Upon hearing this, Jin'an picked up his phone, furrowing his brow. "No, I want to be discharged. I am utterly tired of the smell of disinfectant in the hospital." Initially, Jin'an intended to maintain his haughty demeanor, but upon opening his phone, he was taken aback. Jin'an was a star. Though not at the pinnacle, he was an existence that others could only admire from afar. However, the Liu family did not support his career, fearing that once he entered this industry, it would be troublesome to make Jin'an disappear without a trace. Thus, they had never provided him with any resources. Everything he had achieved was through his own efforts, and due to the family's disapproval, Jin'an had skillfully concealed his lineage. He had never appeared in public alongside his family, and even those within the industry were scarcely aware that Jin'an was a member of the Liu family. Yet now, the trending topics were filled with news about Jin'an. Is top star Jin'an in a relationship? And top star Lu Chang'an rushes someone to the hospital in the middle of the night. Lu Jin'an clicked on the articles, revealing photos from 2 days prior of himself, having suffered a heart condition after drinking, with Lu Chang'an carrying him hastily to the hospital. In the photograph, Lu Jin'an is barely discernible, with only Lu Chang'an clearly identifiable. It must be said, the quality of the shot is commendable. He is cradled in Lu Chang'an's embrace, a black coat draped over him. The image is captured from a side angle, and although Lu Chang'an is 2 years his junior, his stature envelopes Lu Jin'an entirely. However, this seems incongruous. In the original narrative, it was his raucous companions who had escorted him to the hospital, and he had called Lu Chang'an. How could it now be that Lu Chang'an personally brought him here? Furthermore, this photograph could lead He Wenzhou to discover that the Lu family has 2 children, prompting him to seek revenge on Lu Jin'an instead of avoiding Lu Chang'an. Wouldn't that unravel the plot entirely? As Lu Jin'an pondered, he coughed violently. Hearing the commotion, Lu Chang'an immediately set down what he was holding and rushed to pat Lu Jin'an's back, urgently pressing the emergency button beside the bed. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or have you burned yourself?" Lu Jin'an grasped Lu Chang'an's hand that was soothing him and tossed his phone to him. "Take a look at the mess you've created." Upon seeing the phone, Lu Chang'an appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Brother, don't be upset. I had no idea about this. If you dislike it, I can have it taken down in a couple of days." Lu Mu, upon noticing the trending topic, glared menacingly at Lu Chang'an. "Are you unaware that your brother dislikes being in the limelight? Your actions have caused more harm than good. You should leave him be for now. I will take your brother home." The smile that had just graced Lu Chang'an's lips faded, his eyes reflecting a measure of hurt. Lu Jin'an shot him a fierce glare, feeling aggrieved. Thankfully, he noticed this in time. Otherwise, Lu Chang'an's reputation would have been tarnished irreparably. Lu Chang'an silently watched Lu Jin'an's retreating figure. After Lu Jin'an departed, Lu Chang'an called his manager, Sin Shi. "Sin, please find a way to have the trending topic retracted." Sin sounded quite busy on the other end, voices mingling in a chaotic cacophony. After a moment, it seemed he had stepped away to a quieter place. "Goodness, you truly come up with new ideas every day. Just yesterday, before this topic even blew up, I asked if you wanted it taken down, and you said to wait. Why the sudden change today?" Lu Chang'an sighed, bracing for scolding. "My brother dislikes it." Sin chuckled heartily at this. "Are you buttering him up while stepping on his toes? The moment you heard your brother was out drinking, you rushed over and abandoned all negotiations. You have no idea how terrifying Mr. Ma's gaze was that day. I cleaned up this mess for you. You owe me a favor." Lu Chang'an responded, "What favor?" Sin contemplated for a moment. "Are you aware of He Wenzhou? The He family is about to welcome back their son, who was just recognized. The old man will likely host a banquet for his return, and many prominent directors will be in attendance. You must accompany me." Lu Chang'an furrowed his brow, reluctant to go. "Let us consider alternatives." Sin, unfazed, gently coaxed. The He family has a long-standing business tradition and wields considerable influence. Your father will probably encourage your brother to attend. Lu Chang'an remained silent, deciding to revisit the matter later. The words are spoken thus. Yet what reached Sin Shi was merely a phrase. It's settled. Who is Sin Shi? From the moment Lu Chang'an embarked on his journey, he has been by his side, understanding him better than he understands himself. This child possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is somewhat overly devoted to his brother. However, this is not the most outrageous aspect. What is truly absurd is that anyone with discernment can see that Lu Jin'an treats Lu Chang'an poorly, except for Lu Chang'an himself. Every time Lu Jin'an is mentioned, Lu Chang'an behaves as if he has no principles. Since she has been left speechless countless times, thinking, "Chang'an, your brother does not treat you well. Why must you cling to him so desperately?" Frankly, Lu Chang'an, if it weren't for the Lu family allowing you to grow up, I would almost believe you were born solely for your brother's heart. Lu Chang'an's gaze darkened once more, and since she realized that his words had been rather reckless, he quickly attempted to rectify his statement, exclaiming, No, I was just rambling. Don't take it to heart. Your parents would never treat you that way." Chapter 3. The malicious male, supporting character with a heart condition. Lu Chang'an sat in his study, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. In the hospital, The conversation between Lu Jin'an and their mother echoed incessantly in his ears. It was impossible for him to donate his heart to Lu Jin'an, yet he could find a heart for him. System C917. Host. It appears that Lu Chang'an has left the Lu residence. At that moment, Lu Jin'an was in his room, contemplating the plot, and his eyes brightened at the sound of the system's voice. Has Lu Chang'an really left the Lu family? In truth, this was merely the system's conjecture, uncertain whether it aligned with the original plot. However, seeing his host so elated, the system hesitated to dampen his spirits and replied emphatically. Indeed, Lu Jin'an believed it, although his system seemed rather lackluster. Besides relaying the plot, it possessed no other capabilities, no progress bar nor key plot points. Yet, he had no alternative to rely upon. He had previously complained about it, and the system explained that it was due to its low level, functioning as an intern system, promising improvement upon promotion. During dinner, Lu's father returned home. The family gathered around the dining table, with only Lu Chang'an's seat conspicuously empty. Lu's mother had called Lu Chang'an several times, but there was no response. Where could that child have gone? She wondered aloud. It's all right, Jin'an. Let us eat without waiting for Lu Chang'an. Who knows where he is off gallivanting? Lu Jin'an nodded, yet his mind was calculating. According to the plot, Lu Chang'an should be heartbroken and have retreated to a bar for solace, and he was soon to encounter He-Won-Jo, who was returning from abroad. This clarified the situation. No wonder he couldn't reach Lu Chang'an on the phone. Good. It seems the plot has yet to deviate. After finishing his meal, Lu's father summoned Lu Jin'an to his study. The study was adorned in black and white, a fitting reflection of Lu's father's character. In contrast to Lu's mother's indulgent affection for Lu Jin'an, Lu's father maintained a stricter demeanor. The eldest son of the He family, He-Won-Jo, was soon to return home, and the elder he would hold a welcoming banquet for him. You shall accompany me to this gathering. He-Won-Jo possesses a certain cunning. Strive to establish a rapport with him at the banquet. In the script, Lu's father harbors little affection for the original protagonist, and the same applies to Lu Chang'an. What he desires is merely an heir capable of aiding him in managing the company. It is only due to the original protagonist's modest aptitude for corporate management that Lu's father tacitly permitted the absurdity of his second son exchanging hearts with his elder brother. Naturally, should it later be confirmed that Lu Chang'an performs better, it is highly probable that Lu Jin'an would become the one deemed unnecessary by the Lu family. This explains why, on the day of the banquet, he bore such animosity towards Lu Chang'an and He-Won-Jo. Even though he had neither fallen in love with nor even met He-Won-Jo at that time, he merely feared the potential loss of his standing within the Lu family. Perhaps it is this awareness that has caused Lu Jin'an to maintain a certain distance from his father throughout his life. Upon hearing that Lu's father had a task for him, Lu Jin'an immediately nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, father." Lu's father glanced at him, his tone betraying a subtle warmth. "Your health is not at its best. Do what you can and do not overexert yourself." Lu Jin'an, without much thought, nodded and exited the study. Lu's father sighed in resignation as he watched Lu Jin'an's retreating figure. Perhaps it was due to his own youth being consumed by work that had led to his son's emotional distance from him. This time, he had intended to engage Lu Jin'an in some casual conversation, but unexpectedly, his words emerged in an imperative tone. Most of the family's enterprises are still under Lu's father's control, with only a fraction entrusted to Lu Jin'an, who, in truth, lacks a natural aptitude for management. Upon returning to his bedroom, Lu Jin'an found himself at a loss, yearning for a restful slumber when his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Puzzled, he answered the call, and a cacophony erupted from the other end. "Hello, is this young Master Lu? I am Tsinshi, Lu Chang'an's agent. He is inebriated and refuses to leave, insisting that you come to fetch him. Could you possibly make your way here?" Lu Jin'an was taken aback. The system provided a reasonable explanation during his journey to the bar. Leaving home does not equate to severing ties with family. The script does not stipulate that the protagonist must meet tonight. Thus, this is entirely normal. Lu Jin'an found this reasoning quite acceptable and readily embraced it. At the bar, Lu Chang'an, with flushed cheeks and dazed eyes, sat obediently on the sofa, his hand grasping Lu Jin'an's wrist in a feeble hold. "Are you my brother?" "I only go home with my brother. Lu Jin'an inwardly rolled his eyes, thinking, I am your elder. Now you call me brother. Yet you did not utter a word when your old flame was about to do me in. He roughly seized Lu Chang'an by the collar, lifting him with annoyance. Quit being a nuisance. Let's go. No more chatter. Lu Chang'an, already taller than Lu Jin'an, had to bend slightly as he stood up under the forceful grip. Though the position was uncomfortable, he did not resist and allowed himself to be led into the car by Lu Jin'an. Since she stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how the previously unmovable Lu Chang'an could now exhibit such compliance. In the dead of night, He Wenzhou emerged from the airport, clad in a black trench coat and pulling a suitcase behind him, tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His deep-set eyes and austere expression exuded an air of authority, a stark contrast to the man he had been just a few years prior. As soon as he appeared, a throng of people surrounded him, eagerly taking his luggage and opening the car door. "Young master, please get in," they urged. Once seated in the vehicle, He Wenzhou perused several documents, rubbing his temples in contemplation, when suddenly, with a loud thud, his car was rear-ended. The driver promptly exited the vehicle, only to be met by a striking young man stepping out of the other car. Lu Jin'an, on the verge of tears, cursed under his breath. It's all Lu Chang'an's fault for dragging me out for drinks, leading to this mess. Just as Lu Jin'an contemplated a confrontation with the driver, another figure emerged from the rear seat. This individual, exuding an air of nobility with sharp brows and bright eyes, bore an unusually frigid demeanor, causing Lu Jin'an to shiver involuntarily. The system's voice chimed in, "This is the protagonist, He Wenzhou." Lu Jin'an felt a wave of despair wash over him. Casting a glance at Lu Chang'an in the car, an idea struck him. He quickly slipped inside the vehicle, scribbling an IOU, and signed it with his name, Lu Jin'an, handing it to He Wenzhou's driver. "I have urgent matters to attend to. You may fill in the compensation amount. Here is my contact number." Having completed this task, Lu Jin'an hastily drove away, feeling quite clever. The contact number belonged to Lu Chang'an, thus entwining the protagonist and the antagonist once more. Confidently, Lu Jin'an reveled in his cunning. Meanwhile, the driver, sputtering from the exhaust fumes, turned to He Wenzhou. "Young master, shall we look into this individual?" He Wenzhou took the note, glanced at the name, and after a moment of silence, let out a soft chuckle. "No need. I am acquainted with him." Chapter 4. The malicious male supporting character with a heart condition. After helping Lu Chang'an onto the bed, Lu Jin'an felt utterly drained. The latter was surprisingly heavy. As Lu Jin'an sat on the edge of the bed, still recovering from the exertion, Lu Chang'an wrapped his arms around his waist and nuzzled against his neck. "Brother, I am not a nuisance," he protested, his words slightly slurred from intoxication. After a moment of silence, receiving no response, Lu Chang'an lifted his head in confusion. "Brother?" Lu Jin'an weakly replied. Lu Chang'an persisted, "Brother?" Assuming his voice was too soft to be heard, Lu Jin'an raised the volume. Amused, Lu Chang'an's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he raised his voice a notch. "Brother." Unable to tolerate it any longer, Lu Jin'an shot him a fierce look, his round eyes feigning menace. "Be quiet." Taken aback, Lu Chang'an stilled for a moment, then cautiously reached out, gently cupping Lu Jin'an's delicate face, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a new world. "Brother, you are so adorable." Lu Jin'an was utterly flabbergasted. The following morning, Lu Jin'an awoke with aches coursing through his body, his hair a disheveled mess, resembling someone who had been through a tumultuous night. Internally, he vowed never to tend to drunken individuals again. Descending the stairs, he found the villa nearly deserted. His parents, perpetually busy, rarely returned home. Since the dawn of Lu Jin'an's memories, apart from the servants, the household has predominantly consisted of only him and Lu Chang'an. Lu's mother has always been exceptionally kind to him, making occasional visits when he falls ill, while his father's visits are even rarer. Upon noticing Lu Jin'an's awakening, Aunt Wu hurriedly brought the meals from the kitchen to the dining table. She inquired if the young master had seen Lu Chang'an, who had returned home unexpectedly the previous day. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Jin'an realized she must be referring to Lu Chang'an. It had been quite late when he had brought Lu Chang'an home, and the rest of the family was already asleep, leaving no one aware of Lu Chang'an's return. Pretending to be oblivious, Lu Jin'an shook his head and asked, "Where is he?" Aunt Wu replied, "The young master received a call during breakfast this morning, which seemed to involve a financial matter. He appeared quite upset and left in haste." At this, Lu Jin'an felt a pang of guilt, realizing she must be speaking of Yuanzhou. Would their relationship become strained due to this? However, he quickly reassured himself, recognizing that these two had never been particularly harmonious to begin with. After finishing his meal, Lu Jin'an proceeded to his company. As he entered the office, he was immediately engulfed by a torrent of gossip. Why has Lu Bao been photographed so frequently these days? Ha 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 ha. Last time it was someone unknown, but this time it's the He family's president who just returned to the country. I can't believe you saw it too. Isn't that picture incredibly captivating? I'm utterly taken. Lu Bao is a term of endearment for Lu Chang'an among his fans, hence they were referring to him. Upon entering his office, Lu Jin'an quickly grabbed his phone and discovered that Lu Chang'an had indeed, once again, made it to the trending topics. He couldn't help but click his tongue. This was too overwhelming, being in the limelight every few days. The most sensational post read, Lu Chang'an suspected of juggling two relationships? Accompanying it was a photograph of Lu Chang'an and He Yuanzhou in a cafe, captured from an unusual angle that made it appear as though they were kissing. Lu Chang'an donned a casual outfit, exuding youthful vigor, while He Yuanzhou was impeccably dressed in a well-tailored suit, radiating an air of restraint. The commentary beneath the post was astutely analytical. The top-tier star Lu Chang'an and the formidable He family president have seemingly had their romantic entanglement exposed. It is highly likely that He Yuanzhou returned for Lu Chang'an. Analysis follows. Their meeting upon He Yuanzhou's return suggests an extremely close relationship, and it is evident that they maintained contact during He Yuanzhou's time abroad, indicating a bond that could be defined as lovers or childhood companions. Recently, Lu Chang'an was rumored to have had physical contact with an unidentified individual, and shortly thereafter, He Yuanzhou returned unexpectedly. Prior to this, Lu Chang'an had never been involved in any scandals, and there had been no news of He Yuanzhou's return, suggesting a potential conflict between them. Lu Chang'an may have stirred the pot with rumors of an affair to provoke He Yuanzhou, who, unable to withstand the pressure, promptly returned to soothe his beloved. Thus, upon learning of this, the young wife hastily removed all trending topics related to the unidentified person, and the two resolved their misunderstandings with a passionate kiss. Upon reading this, Lu Jin'an, the so-called unidentified individual, felt somewhat disoriented. The reasoning was alarmingly plausible. If he weren't already aware of the script, he might have believed it himself. Even if he possesses a script, he cannot contain himself. And with a quavering voice, the system speaks, brother system. Do you think it is possible that our script is flawed, and this is, in fact, the correct version? The system, exuding confidence, replies, impossible. Lu Jin'an counters. Then why are the two of them so ambiguous with each other? Could it be too soon? The misunderstandings at this stage have yet to be resolved, haven't they? The system falls into silence, unable to provide a rationale, and thus adopts a contrarian approach. Do you believe there were issues with your portrayal in the past 20 years? Lu Jin'an responds with unwavering confidence. Of course not. The system persists. Do you think the main system's judgment could possibly be erroneous? Lu Jin'an, in his innocence, replies, certainly not. Consequently, both the individual and the system arrive at the conclusion that, given the current situation, everything is perfectly fine. Thus, there is no need for concern. Meanwhile, Lu Chang'an and He Yuanzhou are on the verge of a confrontation. Lu Chang'an sits in a cafe, his expression laden with anger, entirely devoid of the usual obedient demeanor he exhibits when facing Lu Jin'an. 1 million has already been settled. Do not provoke him again. Opposite him, He Yuanzhou, clad in a black suit, sits with his long legs crossed, one hand cradling a cup of coffee, a cryptic smile adorning his face. After all these years, how was I unaware that he has a brother? It appears the Lu family scarcely requires your presence. Lu Chang'an's expression darkens. Whether the Lu family needs me is none of your concern, and their matters do not pertain to you. Hence, I warn you to cease your covert investigations into my brother. He Yuanzhou, unfazed, rubs his forehead. Why should I not investigate him? He bullied me during our school years. Should I not seek retribution? Lu Chang'an's countenance grows even more somber. Oh, bullied? Who is unaware of President He's prowess? I heard that when you were bullied in the orphanage, you avenged yourself on the spot. Why is it that you cower when my brother is the one who bullies you, only to wait until you have achieved success to retaliate? It is illogical, President He. At this, He Wenzhou chuckles softly, seemingly in high spirits. As a young master, I lack experience in avenging against other young masters. Thus, I must devise a long-term strategy. He Wenzhou disregards Lu Chang'an's threatening demeanor and exits. Lu Chang'an watches He Wenzhou's retreating figure before redirecting his attention to the chat interface with a cardiac surgeon in City C, dialing Tsen Shi's number. Hello, Brother Tsen. Please assist me in postponing our collaborations for the next few days. I shall be heading to City C. Chapter 5. The malicious male supporting character with heart disease system C917. I am here. All of Lu Chang'an's collaborations have been terminated. I told you there would be no issues. Lu Jin'an, seated in a genuine leather office chair, is genuinely taken aback. Is this what they call a love-hate relationship? One moment they are kissing, and the next they retract all their resources? My goodness, this world is far too dramatic. A knock resonates at the office door as Assistant Sue enters, bearing a stack of documents. Young Master Lu, here is the invitation to the He family's homecoming banquet, scheduled for 3 days from now. Director Lu asked me to deliver it to you. Lu Jin'an, unwavering in his focus on the computer, gestures towards the corner of the desk. Just place it there. From now until the commencement of the banquet, the script scarcely elaborates on Lu Jin'an, predominantly focusing on the intricate entanglements of love and hate between the protagonists. This signifies that Lu Jin'an can afford to relax for a while. In the evening, his group of raucous companions invites him to a bar, and with nothing pressing on his agenda, Lu Jin'an decides to join them. In truth, he is a rather contradictory figure. He is acutely aware that his father could replace him at any moment. Yet he feels compelled to exert every effort to earn his father's favor. He recognizes that his friends do not genuinely care for him. Yet he must assimilate into their circle to gain his father's approval. He harbors resentment towards Lu Chang'an, not solely because Lu Chang'an represents a threat, but also due to the ease with which he attracts admiration from others. Although he has received a measure of maternal affection that Lu Chang'an has not, his childhood, much like Lu Chang'an's, was marked by prolonged separations. Life, in its fairness, bestowed upon him an imperfect heart, which he later found to be tainted. Inside the bar's private room, the cacophony of music envelopes him, the volume so overwhelming that it causes his heart to race. The mingling scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume assault his senses, causing him to furrow his brow. He truly detests this place, yet he feels obliged to maintain his persona. As he pushes open the door to the private room, a lively group greets him with enthusiastic salutes, exclaiming how wonderful it is to finally see the young Master Lu again. Jin'an has arrived. Come, take a seat. Little Jin'an, come sit over here. We've saved you a spot. Suddenly, a jarring voice calls out, the young Master Lu is late. He must drink 3 shots as punishment. Instantly, the room falls silent. All eyes fixated on the speaker. Lu Jin'an turns his gaze in that direction and notices a new face, unfamiliar to their circle, yet seated beside Chun Rang, clearly brought along by him. The young man seems to realize his faux pas, tugging at Chun Rang's sleeve. Brother Chun. Aye, but Chun Rang dismisses him with a smile towards Lu Jin'an. Ignore his nonsense. You're not late and needn't drink. Lu Jin'an scoffs, donning once more his usual arrogant facade. He strides past the group, taking a seat in the center of the sofa, nonchalantly raising his glass. I'll drink if I wish. I never said I wouldn't tea. With a huff, he downs 3 shots of liquor, leaving the room's occupants speechless and hesitant to voice any further remarks. Chun Rang's grip on his glass tightens, knuckles whitening, his heaving chest betraying the simmering anger within. He casts a glance at the young man beside him, silently instructing him to leave. The young man's face pales at once, having recently begun courting Chun Rang. He recalls how Chun Rang had previously shown him considerable affection. Confused, he turns to Lu Jin'an, only to be met with a pair of eyes strikingly reminiscent of his own. No, those eyes surpass his in beauty. The eyes he had always prided himself on pale in comparison to their brilliance. Lu Jin'an, illuminated by a halo of light. sits there with his porcelain-like complexion flushed from the drink, his lustrous dark hair framing his delicate features, his slender fingers delicately clutching the glass. He resembles a finely crafted doll, and his captivating gaze enchants all who dare to meet it. The young boy suddenly realized the gravity of his mistake. He had committed a colossal error. Chun Rang's indulgence had nearly allowed him to forget that the very individuals who willingly awaited him were not to be trifled with. Lu Jin'an remained oblivious to the situation around him, engrossed in his drink. After uttering a particular remark, Chun Rang disregarded the boy entirely, striding directly to Lu Jin'an's side, suppressing his wine glass, urging him to drink less. Lu Jin'an glared at him, petulantly questioning why he was meddling once more. In his inebriated state, it sounded almost like a playful complaint. Chun Rang sighed. Lu Jin'an's fragile health made it impossible to be harsh with him. And with the added constraint of not being able to intervene, he felt utterly at a loss, save for coaxing him. Initially, this group had no intention of including Lu Jin'an in their revelries. Most of them were only children in their families, and regardless of their household's influence, the family enterprises would ultimately fall into their hands. From a young age, they had been taught to discern whom they should associate with and whom they should not. However, Lu Jin'an was indeed an exception. Everyone in their circle was aware of his frail health and the existence of a younger brother. Although Lu's father had consistently guided Lu Jin'an, he had never explicitly stated that all assets would be entrusted solely to him. Moreover, it was evident to astute observers that Lu Chang'an was not only robust, but also equally capable as Lu Jin'an. Furthermore, the Lu family did not hold a particularly esteemed position in their eyes. Consequently, they initially rejected Lu Jin'an, for who would invest effort in someone whose life could be at risk at any moment. That said, who could withstand the presence of a delicate porcelain doll-like individual trailing closely behind them? Ultimately, they found themselves, almost unconsciously, investing considerable effort in the life of this person, constantly facing the specter of death. Lu Jin'an, despite his poor health, possessed a strong sense of pride, subscribing to a peculiar rationale that any attempt to prevent him from drinking was a slight against him. Thus, their efforts transitioned from coaxing him to drink juice to devising means to limit his alcohol consumption. Though Lu Jin'an was easily frightened, he paradoxically enjoyed the vibrant atmosphere of such lively venues. Consequently, even if they seldom frequented these places, they reserved the VIP rooms of every upscale bar for the past 20 years, ensuring that when Lu Jin'an decided to visit, he would not find the rooms fully booked and himself without a place to go. Lu Jin'an had indeed been spoiled by this little group, yet he still felt undervalued. As he felt a slight headache from drinking, he raised his gaze to Chun Rang, his round, glistening eyes resembling those of an irresistible little kitten, oblivious to his own predicament. "I need to use the restroom," he announced. Chun Rang swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "I'll accompany you," he began, but before he could finish his thought, his brows furrowed in concern. "Who asked you to accompany me? Step aside. I can go alone." Chun Rang wished to say more, but he saw Lu Jin'an suddenly lean forward, his voice teasing, "Let me go, let me go." This tactic had always proven effective throughout their lives, and those few words seemed to ensnare Chun Rang, compelling him to concede, then be swift and return promptly. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the wake of Lu Jin'an's departure, a silent figure discreetly followed in his footsteps. Chapter 6. The malicious male lead with heart disease in the restroom. Lu Jin'an splashed water on his face to regain his composure. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling his heart race. Before he could fully grasp the sensation, he was unexpectedly embraced by someone, a mocking smile gracing the stranger's lips. "Little Lu, have you had too much to drink?" Turning his head, Lu Jin'an recognized a somewhat familiar face. The individual was Wei Lin, a recent addition to their small circle, yet he had never garnered much attention. Much like Lu Jin'an himself, with an unremarkable background and appearance, Lu Jin'an had hardly paid him any mind. Irritated, Lu Jin'an frowned. "Get lost, don't touch me." Wei Lin's expression darkened behind him. Just as Lu Jin'an attempted to leave, Wei Lin stepped closer, grabbing him by the waist. "Little Lu, you're intoxicated." Lu Jin'an shrugged him off, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In disbelief, He looked up at Wei Lin. Did you drug me? Wei Lin chuckled mockingly, his voice languid. It's merely a touch of aphrodisiac. Don't worry, little Lu. I'll help you out. Lu Jin'an sensed his consciousness slipping away. System, can you block this? The system hesitated. The only way to interrupt this is by severing your soul. But that would cause your physical body to lose all vital signs until you return. Do you wish to proceed? That's too crude. Lu Jin'an gritted his teeth. Not yet. Wait until I'm completely unconscious, then bring me back if things seem off. Lu Jin'an shoved Wei Lin away and stumbled towards the exit. His vision blurred, and he could hardly see anything. As he turned a corner, he collided with a solid chest, stumbling backward. Lu Jin'an? A familiar voice echoed, causing Lu Jin'an's blood to run cold. It was He Wenzhou. Today marked the second day since He Wenzhou returned to the country, and he had gathered a few friends for a reunion. Little did he expect to encounter Lu Jin'an while stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. He Wenzhou reached out to steady Lu Jin'an, noticing his unusually high body temperature, and furrowed his brows slightly. What is wrong? Seeing Lu Jin'an frozen at the corner, Wei Lin assumed the drug was taking effect and approached leisurely. How does it feel, little Lu? Not so pleasant, is it? However, as he neared Lu Jin'an, he was met with He Wenzhou's murderous glare and the words caught in his throat. He, why are you here? He Wenzhou, unlike the others, belonged to a prominent family. He was genuinely capable, earning the respect of even the elder He. Not only Wei Lin, but even his parents would not dare to offend He Wenzhou. The atmosphere around He Wenzhou grew tense, his expression darkening as he spoke coldly. Did you drug him? Wei Lin panicked, stammering his explanation. In an instant, He Wenzhou seized Wei Lin by the throat, his tone laced with fury. Is this how the Wei family raises their sons? Wei Lin's face turned crimson as he struggled for breath, believing he would be choked to death. Just then, Lu Jin'an stirred, prompting He Wenzhou to release Wei Lin and reach out to steady him. Are you feeling unwell? Lu Jin'an nuzzled against He Wenzhou, a soft hum escaping his lips. He was still somewhat aware, yet unable to control himself. It felt so refreshing. He Wenzhou stiffened at the contact, hurriedly lifting him into his arms. I'll take you to the hospital. Wei Lin, who had collapsed on the ground, witnessed the scene and realized his predicament. Had he known Lu Jin'an was acquainted with He Wenzhou, he wouldn't have dared to drug him, even with 10 times the courage. Once inside the car, Lu Jin'an felt unbearably hot, and his phone incessantly buzzed in his pocket. In a daze, he answered the call, and Lu Chang'an's voice came through. Hey, are you all right? Why did it take you so long to pick up? Lu Jin'an nearly forgot that Lu Chang'an called him every night. This habit had been formed 5 years ago when Lu Jin'an fell ill at home and, in a fog, dialed Lu Chang'an. At that time, Lu Chang'an was in school and missed the call, which almost cost Lu Jin'an his life. That day, Lu Chang'an cried at the emergency room entrance for a long time, and ever since, he had made it a routine to call Lu Jin'an daily to check on his well-being. It suddenly dawned on Lu Jin'an why it was Lu Chang'an who had taken him to the hospital the last time he drank. He must have discovered him through one of those calls. Lu Jin'an murmured softly, Chang'an, and immediately, Lu Chang'an sensed something was amiss. Did you go drinking again? Who are you with? Didn't we agree you wouldn't drink? Are you feeling unwell? Just tell me where you are. I'll come to you. Unable to comprehend anything clearly, Lu Jin'an simply wished for silence. Chang'an, the tenderness in his voice rendered Lu Chang'an momentarily speechless. It was rare for Lu Jin'an to speak so affectionately, sending a delightful shiver through his ears. Good, gee, you impatient. He Wenzhou seized the phone from the driver's seat. Hello, young Master Lu. Don't you think you're rather loud? The moment Lu Chang'an recognized the voice, he erupted. He Wenzhou, why are you with my brother? I warn you, stay away from him. He Wenzhou raised an eyebrow, intending to provoke Lu Chang'an. However, upon glancing at the passenger seat, he saw Lu Jin'an suddenly slump weakly to the side, causing his heart to race. Lu Jin'an? Hey, wake up. The call was abruptly disconnected. Lu Chang'an jumped up from the sofa, startling Sen Shi beside him. This is bad. My brother is in trouble. I must hurry back. Meanwhile, within the system space, Lu Jin'an sat across from the system, both staring at each other. Lu Jin'an's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you bring me here for? The system blinked innocently, Its dark, round eyes filled with confusion. Didn't you say that if your consciousness faded and something was off, you wanted to be pulled in? Lu Jin'an retorted, I'm in a different kind of situation. The system, still bewildered, asked, what kind? Lu Jin'an sighed, rubbing his face in frustration, unable to communicate effectively. He rephrased his inquiry. Then why did you pull me in? Is the situation not off now? The system nodded slightly. The protagonist, Lu Jin'an, had a quarrel with his counterpart. Was it not an unsettling circumstance? Lu Jin'an. That makes sense. He found himself unable to refute. Sighing, he patted the system's round head. Forget it. Please return me swiftly. A good person has suddenly lost consciousness. Who are you trying to frighten? Chapter 7. The malevolent supporting character with heart disease, He Wen-zhou, was indeed terrified. He had always been aware of Lu Jin'an's frail health. Yet he never imagined it could deteriorate to such an extent. Holding the lifeless Lu Jin'an in his arms, he trembled uncontrollably as he rushed into the hospital, allowing the medical staff to place Lu Jin'an onto a care bed, commencing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Cardiac arrest, dilated pupils, vital signs declining. Prepare the defibrillator. Chest compressions. The ventilator at the ready. After several rounds of resuscitation, Lu Jin'an finally regained vital signs. He Wen-zhou stood outside the window, observing Lu Jin'an in the intensive care unit, connected to numerous tubes, barely clinging to life, a dull ache blossoming in his heart. He first noticed Lu Jin'an during high school when he had excelled academically and enrolled in an elite institution. He was well aware of the demeanor of that elite circle and had braced himself for 3 years of oppression. Yet he had not anticipated encountering Lu Jin'an. Lu Jin'an had bullied him, making him run great distances to fetch breakfast, allowing others to tarnish his reputation with slander. Initially, he harbored resentment towards Lu Jin'an, until the moment he offended a classmate of considerable stature, resulting in the school imposing a suspension. He believed his fate was sealed. However, at that juncture, Lu Jin'an emerged. Secretly, he made several trips to plead with the teachers to overturn the decision and voluntarily shouldered part of the blame. When the teachers refused, he stood resolutely on the rooftop, tears brimming in his eyes, yet his tone unwavering. I could be expelled, but he cannot. That is my bottom line. In that moment, He Wen-zhou acknowledged that he had been moved. Throughout his life, he had faced relentless bullying, and for the first time, someone had stood up for him. Subsequently, He Wen-zhou was not expelled. Lu Jin'an continued to torment him, yet he never mentioned that incident again. They maintained a facade of their previous relationship. But He Wen-zhou knew that his mindset could never revert to its former state. From that point onward, whenever Lu Jin'an issued commands, He Wen-zhou thought of how such a delicate individual deserved to be cherished. Later, he was taken by the He family, groomed as their heir, enduring hardships known only to himself. The memory of Lu Jin'an's resolute declaration on the rooftop, I can be expelled, but he cannot. That is my bottom line, accompanied him through those trying times. This memory, under the weight of relentless torment, grew increasingly luminous, ultimately transforming into a light he dared not reach for. Lu Jin'an had become the first priceless treasure in his life as a businessman. Over the years, although he had not ceased to keep an eye on Lu Jin'an, each time he was tormented to the brink of despair, he would repeat that name countless times. Yet he never once reached out to Lu Jin'an. In the passage of time, he sought his sword by carving a boat, lingering in reality without progress. Too fearful to touch and unable to do so. Old master, he was a madman. He had to ensure absolute safety to avoid implicating Lu Jin'an. He did not seek to grasp the bright moon, but willingly gazed upon the mountains and rivers. When Lu Chang'an arrived, Lu Jin'an had largely escaped danger and had been transferred to a general ward, yet Lu Chang'an remained engulfed in fear. He sat before the hospital room, watching Lu Jin'an, who lay in a deep coma, tears cascading down his cheeks as he wept quietly on the blanket covering Lu Jin'an. It felt as though he had been transported back 5 years, to the moment he knelt before the emergency room door. Witnessing the helplessness of his mother signing one critical condition notice after another, while tucking in the corners of Lu Jin'an's blanket, he wiped away his tears, saying, "Brother, why won't you wake up? I'm so scared." When Lu Jin'an finally returned to consciousness, his head felt as if it might explode. leaving him in a state of dizziness for an extended period. Upon finally opening his eyes, he saw Lu Chang'an at his bedside, mouth agape, wiping his tears. His eyes reddened from crying. "Why are you so sad? Have I been dead for a long time?" Lu Chang'an, lost in his sorrow, suddenly looked up to find Lu Jin'an awake. He hastily dried his tears and broke into a foolish grin. "Brother, brother." Lu Jin'an, overwhelmed, shut his eyes again, thinking it was too frightening and perhaps it would be better if you were truly dead. Once Lu Chang'an composed himself, he quickly rose to consult with the attending physician. The doctor, glancing at the report before him, appeared troubled. Lu Jin'an's heart was indeed in poor condition. However, it had not yet reached the critical point of sudden failure, and the specific cause remained elusive. He could only cautiously inform Lu Chang'an, the patient's health has always been poor. The combination of alcohol and that potent medication has severely harmed him. Family members must be vigilant moving forward. Lu Chang'an's expression darkened. What medication? After leaving the office, his mood plummeted. He had always known his brother's circle of friends was unreliable, but he had not anticipated their interference would extend this far. A notification pinged on Lu Chang'an's phone. It was a simple message from He Wan Zhou, Wei Lin. In that instant, Lu Chang'an grasped He Wan Zhou's implication. He repeated the name in his mind, then let out a cold laugh, his gaze fierce, seeking death. Seeing Lu Chang'an approach, He Wan Zhou retreated to Zhou Wen's office, never once entering Lu Jin'an's ward. Zhou Wen was a physician at the hospital and a friend of He Wan Zhou's, having met abroad. Upon returning to China, he was assigned to this hospital. Leaning against the corner of the desk, Zhou Wen remarked, "You could go see him now. The He family is growing ever more powerful in your hands. The old master has relinquished control. So what is it that you truly fear?" He Wan Zhou shook his head. "Will the He family genuinely be in my grasp? Only then can I meet him." After Lu Chang'an left, he promptly contacted Sen Shi. "Sen, is there a partnership between Sheng'an Group and the Wei family?" Sen Shi hesitated. "There is one project." "Why?" Lu Chang'an replied, "Cancel it, and inform all subsidiaries and partners to commence an investigation into the Wei family." Upon hearing the words, Sen Shi hesitated, unsure how to begin. "What exactly is going on between you and He Wan Zhou?" Lu Chang'an frowned, puzzled. "What?" Sen Shi cleared her throat. "Are you two truly in a romantic relationship?" Lu Chang'an's expression remained impassive. "Are you out of your mind?" Sen Shi scratched her head. "Then how come you all suddenly started involving yourselves with the Wei family?" Lu Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow, acknowledging her insight. Sen Shi was baffled. Before she could respond, Lu Chang'an spoke again. "Tsenge, do you think if I were to give my heart to my brother, he would be a bit happier?" Sen Shi was startled. "What on earth are you saying? Listen carefully. Don't be insane. Your family is wealthy, and your parents treat your brother well. You needn't worry about his heart. Stop overthinking things. Do you hear me?" Lu Chang'an softly murmured an acknowledgement before ending the call. Chapter 8. The heart disease of the malicious male supporting character Sen Shi was utterly stunned. Lu Chang'an, a composed and capable young man, seemed to be under some spell, going mad whenever matters concerning his brother arose. Sheng'an was a company founded by Lu Chang'an himself. Without support from the Lu family, he pursued a career in stardom, enduring numerous hardships to earn his keep. No one knew that Sheng'an belonged to Lu Chang'an, except for Sen Shi, who had witnessed his journey every step of the way. Thus, Sen Shi understood best the lengths to which Lu Chang'an would go for Lu Jin'an. His previous words were not mere rhetoric. He was genuinely contemplating serious matters, sighing as he stared at the disconnected call. Lu Chang'an recalled the time before he established the company, when Sen Shi had inquired why he felt the need to do so. His response had been that his father often used the company to pressure his brother, who had a fondness for it. After the company was established, Sen Shi had asked why he continued to pursue a career in entertainment. Lu Chang'an had replied that his brother would listen to his songs while sleeping. However, as Lu Chang'an matured, he came to realize that his brother merely sought their father's approval and that the day in question had simply been a coincidental replay of his song. It seemed his brother did not harbor any particular affection for him. Eventually, he discovered that his brother was a deceiver, coveting his heart. Yet it mattered not. He only wished for his brother's health. After all, without Jin'an, there could be no Chang'an. His very existence was meant for his brother. After Jin'an regained consciousness in the hospital room, he found himself utterly alone, a fitting treatment for a malicious male supporting character. Not even a breath was spared for his care. By the way, System, didn't you mention the protagonists were arguing? What is the situation now? System C917 replied. Data indicates that they are currently in sync, united against external challenges. There should be no issues. Jin'an scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable distrust towards the system. Just as he was debating with the system, Jin'an entered, momentarily startled upon seeing Jin'an awake. He appeared like a frostbitten eggplant, his expression weary yet solemn as he fixed his gaze on Jin'an. Brother, you should cease all interactions with that group from now on. Jin'an let out a cold snort. What concern is it of yours whom I associate with? Are you trying to control me now? Jin'an replied, I am not. But next time you gather with them, be sure to invite me as well. I wish to befriend them too. Upon hearing this, Jin'an, who had braced himself for a verbal duel with Jin'an, was suddenly caught off guard. No way. After being rebuffed, Jin'an pouted in silence. Jin'an looked at him incredulously, wondering why the earlier confrontation had shifted to a posture of grievance. Jin'an spent a day in the hospital and was discharged the following day, only to unexpectedly encounter Wei Lin at the entrance. Wei Lin looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing Jin'an, he rushed over, exclaiming, Young Master Liu, I realize my mistakes. I truly regret my actions. Please, I beg you, persuade President He and Young Master Liu Heir to back off. I implore you. Jin'an felt utterly perplexed. What do they have to do with me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? As he attempted to leave, he found it impossible to shake off Wei Lin's grasp. Just as he prepared to call for security, a sharp rebuke sounded from behind, causing Wei Lin to flinch and instantly release his hold. Jin'an, having gathered his belongings and descended from the upper floor, spotted Jin'an being restrained by Wei Lin. Panic surged within him as he hurried down the stairs, shouting at Wei Lin, fearing for Jin'an's safety. Twice now, the brother he had protected for 18 years had faced peril right before his eyes. His hands trembled at the sight of Wei Lin, a wave of PTSD threatening to overwhelm him. Jin'an swiftly reached Jin'an's side, inspecting him anxiously. Brother, are you all right? Did he touch you? Do you feel unwell? Jin'an found the scene surreal. I'm fine. Are you cold? Why are you shivering? Upon hearing this, Jin'an embraced Jin'an tightly. I'm scared. At last, Jin'an comprehended that Jin'an had been frightened. Ah, it's all the system's fault for being incomprehensible. He mused as he struggled briefly against Jin'an's embrace, ultimately resigning to it. Wei Lin was taken away by the bodyguard summoned by Jin'an, still crying out for mercy. Before long, the day of the homecoming banquet arrived. Jin'an had anticipated a joyous reprieve during his absence from the limelight, yet inadvertently spent it in the confines of the hospital. After meticulously preparing himself, he donned a pristine white suit, complete with tailored cufflinks, and adorned his right ear with a silver stud. With his red lips and white teeth, he resembled an angel descended to earth. Even the family chauffeur couldn't help but praise him, remarking on his striking beauty. Jin'an entered the car alone. The invitation bore only his name. Jin'an was not at home, and even if he had been, Jin'an would not have chosen to bring him along. However, Jin'an was aware that this banquet would seat she bringing along Jin'an. Thus he felt no apprehension. He merely needed to follow the storyline diligently. Indeed, upon his arrival, Jin'an beheld Jin'an, who was surrounded like a moon among the stars, though he appeared somewhat disinterested, with Shi whispering something to him. As Jin'an pushed open the door, the banquet hall fell into an immediate hush. Jin'an's eyes brightened upon spotting him. Shi, noticing this, let out a soft laugh at Jin'an, as if to say, see, I told you I wasn't deceiving you. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, having heard tales of the Liu family's handsome young master, but they were unprepared for such breathtaking beauty. He was simply exquisite. As the banquet commenced, he descended from the second floor with Wenzhou, whose gaze remained fixed on Jin'an, causing the latter to feel somewhat uneasy. Why does he keep staring at me? Jin'an pondered. The system C917, responded, "You see, psychology suggests that when one encounters a person they dislike, they may unconsciously fixate on them." Jin'an fell silent. "Where did you learn that?" The system replied, "I concluded it myself." Chapter 9. The malevolent supporting character with heart disease elder, he publicly announced that He Wonjo would take over the He family affairs from now on. A family of considerable stature that many sought to associate with. He Wonjo, already astute, would surely attract even more individuals eager to befriend him. This aligned with the original narrative, where He Wonjo was also a highly sought-after acquaintance, and Jin'an had intended to approach him. However, he was taken aback when Chang'an's presence immediately drew He Wonjo's attention away. Pursuing them, Jin'an witnessed their entangled interaction and felt a surge of resentment. Confronting Chang'an, harboring his own grievances towards his brother, was incensed, leading to a physical altercation. Ultimately, realizing he could not best Jin'an devised a scheme, feigning weakness and leaning into He Wonjo's embrace. Aware of his own beauty, he sought to entice He Wonjo, only to find that the latter was unimpressed, casting him directly into the pool. As a result of this spectacle, Jin'an became the laughingstock of the capital, and his father was deeply disappointed, sowing the seeds of his tragic fate. Yet, Jin'an found himself momentarily entranced by Chang'an, who had just returned with a couple of small cakes, a beaming smile lighting his face as he approached. "Brother, these two are incredibly delicious. You must try them." While internally criticizing his brother, Jin'an lifted his glass and glanced towards He Wonjo, dismissing the cakes Chang'an offered. "I do not care for these. Do not bother me." Chang'an pressed his lips together, setting the cakes down and blocking Jin'an's path as he attempted to leave. "You just got out of the hospital. You shouldn't drink." Chang'an. Before Chang'an could finish, Jin'an interrupted, "What right do you have to control me? Are you not aware that your behavior is quite irritating?" Chang'an was taken aback, and Jin'an brushed past him without a glance, smiling as he approached He Wonjo. As Jin'an approached He Wonjo, a sense of trepidation filled his heart. What on earth was Chang'an doing? Why hadn't he escorted He Wonjo away yet? At this pace, I might as well be standing still. The system C917 chimed in, but Jin'an dismissed it. Finally, Jin'an stood before He Wonjo, feeling compelled to muster his courage. "Mr. He, I have long admired your reputation." After a brief silence, he looked up in confusion, only to find He Wonjo lost in thought, staring blankly at his lips. Was there something on them? Jin'an was puzzled. He hadn't eaten anything. "Mr. He?" He Wonjo snapped back to reality, suppressing a shadowy expression in his eyes, and nodded slightly. "Young Master Lu." "Please, just call me Jin'an," said Jin'an, raising his glass to clink with He Wonjo's. "I was wondering if you have any plans to venture into artificial intelligence." Before he could finish, He Wonjo's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, he snatched the glass from Jin'an's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. "If your health is not well, it would be wise to abstain from alcohol." Despite having his glass taken away, Jin'an felt no anger. Instead, he instinctively licked his lips, revealing a smile he believed to be charming, lifting his gaze toward He Wonjo. It seemed Mr. He was genuinely concerned for him. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted as He Wonjo's glass shattered in his hand, startling Jin'an, who instinctively took a step back, clutching his chest. Was his smile truly that unattractive? Chang'an, noticing Jin'an's fright, quickly steadied him. The commotion drew the attention of nearby guests, and servants rushed to clean up the mess. Chang'an glared at He Wonjo, his expression dark. Is this how the He family treats their guests? He Wonjo, observing the intimate stance of Chang'an and Jin'an, replied coldly, "I don't recall seeing young Master Lu's name on the invitation." Neither was willing to back down. Jin'an was bewildered. Wasn't he the fight supposed to be between him and Chang'an? Why did it seem like the two were about to clash? Never mind. It was imperative to follow the narrative. This was a splendid opportunity. If not now, then when? With unwavering determination, Jin'an grasped Chang'an's collar and pushed him forward. "Apologize to Mr. He." Chang'an, unable to resist, was pushed onto the sofa, instinctively shielding Jin'an's waist with his arm. Jin'an was taken aback. How had his brother turned into such a submissive character? Wasn't there supposed to be a confrontation? Furrowing his brows slightly, Lu Jin'an's demeanor prompted Lu Chang'an to worry. Brother? Fixing his gaze on the nearby swimming pool and the figure of He Wenzhou observing him, Lu Jin'an steeled himself and dragged Lu Chang'an over to apologize, initially intending to feign an accidental fall into the water during the apology. Lu Jin'an misstepped and accidentally sent Lu Chang'an tumbling in instead. The pool was vast and the water deep. Instinctively, Lu Chang'an grasped Lu Jin'an's arm as he fell, only to release it moments later. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Lu Jin'an regained his senses, only to discover that Lu Chang'an had vanished beneath the water. The urgent voice of System C917 echoed, accompanied by an alarm. What do you mean vanished? Are you forgetting his fear of water? Hurry and save him. It struck Lu Jin'an that Lu Chang'an had always been terrified of water. When Lu Chang'an was 8, a torrential downpour led to an unexpected school closure, and all students were swiftly returned home. However, due to Lu Mu's negligence, the Lu family failed to send a vehicle for Lu Chang'an, who was left waiting until evening. With the rain intensifying, unable to endure the wait any longer, he attempted to return home alone, only to encounter child traffickers along the way. In his desperate bid to escape, Lu Chang'an lost his footing and fell into the lake at the park. At that moment, Lu Jin'an was in the hospital, receiving intravenous fluids when the alarm from the system blared. Upon learning of Lu Chang'an's perilous state, Lu Jin'an ripped out the four and dashed into the torrential rain towards the Central Park. It was a grave matter. If the protagonist were to perish, his mission would cease before it even began. When Lu Jin'an finally rescued Lu Chang'an, he was barely clinging to life, and it took every ounce of effort to revive him. Although Lu Chang'an was saved, Lu Jin'an paid the price, suffering from high fever for 2 weeks. He was occasionally summoned back to the system space, leading him to believe that his mission might conclude before it had truly begun. Watching Lu Chang'an sink further into the depths, Lu Jin'an felt a sense of numbness, fearing that the plotline was unraveling. Nevertheless, he resolved to act. After all, drowning was a dire situation, and desperate measures might yield a miracle. With determination, he plunged into the water and grasped the sinking Lu Chang'an. He Wenzhou called out. Lu Jin'an. In He Wenzhou's perception, Lu Jin'an had always maintained a cold demeanor towards Lu Chang'an. From all available information and their interactions over the past few days, he never anticipated that Lu Jin'an would leap without hesitation to save someone. Before long, both Lu Chang'an and Lu Jin'an were pulled from the water by the surrounding security personnel. He Wenzhou knelt, draping a towel over Lu Jin'an's head, asking, "Are you all right?" Lu Jin'an blinked, his gaze heavy with water, and upon noticing this, He Wenzhou let out a resigned sigh. The He family has security personnel. What compelled you to jump in? Come, let me take you upstairs for a shower. After a struggle, Lu Chang'an regained consciousness and saw Lu Jin'an sitting there, drenched. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he scrambled to his feet, pulling Lu Jin'an towards the exit. Brother, are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital. He Wenzhou's expression darkened as he grasped Lu Jin'an's other hand. Lu Chang'an turned back, displeased, only to hear He Wenzhou remark, "Does young master Lu find the water not cold enough? Wouldn't he going to the hospital feel worse? Besides, the He family is not devoid of doctors." Lu Chang'an paused, realizing his concern had led to a hasty reaction. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from retorting to He Wenzhou and released Lu Jin'an's hand. Lu Jin'an was still suffering from fever, but fortunately, it had only lasted 3 days. Upon regaining consciousness, he suddenly heard the mission alert from the main system. A glance at the time made him realize that he had nearly missed a crucial plot point during his illness. According to the narrative, after being pushed into the water, he was supposed to feign illness and approach He Wenzhou's company to demand compensation. After being rebuffed, he would harbor resentment towards Lu Chang'an and subsequently hire online trolls to defame Lu Chang'an. However, unexpectedly, his malicious acts against Lu Chang'an were exposed. Ultimately, he was doxxed by Lu Chang'an's fans, who, at that moment, were also witnessing Lu Chang'an's live broadcast, where he declared his severance from the Lu family. It was a close call, and in a hurry, Lu Jin'an gathered his things and headed downstairs. As he paused momentarily, He recalled that it was the main system that had alerted him to the task rather than his own system. He called out system in his mind, but received no response. Calling out again yielded the same silence. Just as he began to feel anxious, the voice of the main system resounded, stating, "The system is entering an upgrade phase. The tasker will automatically revert to the main system's agency. Please note that the main system is only responsible for the tasker's personal safety and does not provide real-time supervision. Kindly wait patiently during this period and leave a message if there are any issues." Relieved, Jin'an realized the system was merely upgrading, though he was uncertain when it would be completed. Currently, he resided in a rented apartment within a highly secure community, living alone without anyone else at home for convenience. As he approached the entrance of the complex, he unexpectedly brushed past a tall man wearing a baseball cap and engaged in a phone call, emanating a strong sense of intimidation. The person on the other end of the line must have said something of interest, prompting the man to click his tongue in response. Family banquet? Not going. Jin'an paid him little mind and hurriedly took a taxi to Wonjo's company. Unbeknownst to him, after he departed, the stranger halted, narrowing his brow as he observed Jin'an's retreating figure. Upon arriving at Wonjo's company, Jin'an, being a mere minor character, assumed he would not get to meet Wonjo at all and initially intended to simply make an appearance and leave. To his surprise, after the receptionist finished her phone call, she turned to him and stated, "Wonjo is on his way to meet you." Jin'an was taken aback. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and Wonjo emerged with a smile, seemingly in good spirits, inquiring, "What brings you here, little Lu?" For a moment, Jin'an was momentarily stunned, but quickly composed himself, realizing he should ingratiate himself with Wonjo and leverage his illness for some petty gain. However, the issue was that his actions had deviated from the plot. His fall into the water had nothing to do with Wonjo. Yet, having reached this point, Jin'an felt compelled to proceed. "Are you aware of my illness?" Wonjo's smile faltered slightly, his tone gentle as he responded, "I've heard. How are you feeling now?" Jin'an turned his head away, ignoring him, and entered the elevator with a swan-like grace, muttering, "It's your family's swimming pool that caused my fall. You owe me compensation." The statement was indeed quite unreasonable, leaving Jin'an himself feeling somewhat embarrassed. As soon as he uttered those words, Wonjo's smile vanished. Jin'an subtly retreated into the elevator, fearing that Wonjo might strike him. Wonjo pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. It was indeed his negligence that had led to Jin'an's predicament. The unexpected appearance of Jin'an today had left him pleasantly dizzy, causing him to forget the illness he had inadvertently inflicted upon him for so long. The young master was so fragile. Thankfully, nothing severe had transpired. Otherwise, the weight of regret would have been unbearable for Wonjo, and he found himself uncertain of how to proceed. Although the young master had said nothing, he had subtly distanced himself, as if evading him, which likely indicated his profound disappointment. Chapter 11. The malicious male supporting character with a heart condition, Wonjo escorted Jin'an into his office and offered him a cup of tea, his tone serene. Jin'an struggled to discern whether Wonjo was truly angry. "It is my fault. What compensation does the young master desire?" Jin'an was unaware of the machinations in Wonjo's mind and cautiously broached the subject. "I heard you purchased a plot of land on the outskirts of the city. I want that." Rumor had it that the land had been acquired by Wonjo at a premium, and many had sought it but failed to secure it. Wonjo raised an eyebrow slightly, and Jin'an assumed he found his request overly audacious. Just as he was about to defend himself, Wonjo replied, "Agreed." Jin'an pondered the matter throughout his return home, baffled at how Wonjo had so readily acquiesced. That evening, when Lu's father finally returned home, Jin'an, feigning casualness, mentioned the affair during dinner, appearing nonchalant but actually reveling in his triumph. Upon hearing this, Lu's father began to commend his abilities. The entire family gathered around him, except for Chang'an, who sat in the corner with a grim expression. Jin'an cast a provocative glance at Chang'an, seemingly declaring, "See, I'm the favored child of the Lu family. All that belongs to the family in the future shall rightfully be mine. Do not even think about it." After dinner, Jin'an returned to his room, and was about to close the door when Lu Chang'an's hand abruptly blocked his path. Lu Chang'an, possessing considerable strength, pinned Lu Jin'an against the wall, one hand restraining him, his expression darkening. How did you acquire that land? Did you approach Yuanzhou? What did he do to you? Did he touch you? Perhaps due to his illness, Lu Jin'an was small and delicate, while Lu Chang'an, despite being his younger brother, was tall and imposing. Typically, Lu Chang'an would wear a smile in Lu Jin'an's presence, softening his sharp features. However, now, with his face set in a cold glare, he exuded a predatory aura. Lu Jin'an, speak. Lu Chang'an seemed exasperated, even dropping the term brother. Lu Jin'an had never witnessed him in such a state, and fear made him tremble, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Lu Chang'an paused, as if realizing the weight of his words, quickly releasing his grip on Lu Jin'an and softening his tone. Brother, did I frighten you? I had no other intention. I merely feared that Yuanzhou might be bullying you. With reddened eyes, Lu Jin'an pushed him away. My affairs are none of your concern. Lu Chang'an, let me make it clear. You are merely a dog at my side. You have no right to meddle in my life. What connection do I have with you? You are truly detestable, Lu Chang'an. From childhood to now, you have always been the person I loathe the most. With that, Lu Jin'an slammed the door behind him. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, leaving Lu Chang'an stunned, rooted in place, as he replayed Lu Jin'an's proclamation in his mind. He leaned weakly against the wall, gazing at the closed door, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He had always known that his brother harbored no affection for him, yet he could not fathom why, especially after exerting so much effort. Lu Jin'an, caught up in his emotions, stormed out without a second thought for the fact that it was his own room. He could not return now, as it would be too humiliating, so he opted to take a taxi to his small apartment instead. The following morning, Lu Jin'an began orchestrating a smear campaign against Lu Chang'an, enlisting the services of online trolls to disseminate various damaging rumors, including the scandal of Lu Chang'an being kept by Yuanzhou. If he dared to provoke him, Lu Jin'an was determined to ruin Lu Chang'an's reputation. Just as Lu Jin'an was fervently engaged in his plans, a sudden call from his father interrupted him. "Anan, are you familiar with the Su family?" Lu Jin'an, without thinking, replied, "The Su family? I don't know them." Lu's father did not press further, but simply advised, "It's the Su family from Yen City. They have recently come to Beijing for development and would like to invite us to a family dinner tonight. I'll send you the address. Make sure to attend." Lu Jin'an absent-mindedly agreed, but once the call ended, he realized that the Su family belonged to the notorious antagonist, Su Yang. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? In the original narrative, Su Yang had endured a profoundly dark childhood, which was gradually alleviated by his encounter with Lu Chang'an. Eventually, Su Yang fell in love with Lu Chang'an and pursued him obsessively, leading to a tumultuous relationship that culminated in Yuanzhou intervening. While reviewing the script, Lu Jin'an perceived Su Yang as somewhat pathological. He seemed devoid of understanding how to love, fixated instead on confining his affection, keeping his beloved close without regard for their feelings. Yet, this was not the most critical aspect. A portion of Su Yang's childhood trauma stemmed from Lu Jin'an himself. At the age of 7, Lu Jin'an went to Yen City for recuperation, where he met Su Yang, who was 3 years his senior. At that time, the Su family was thriving, and Lu Jin'an sought to ingratiate himself with Su Yang. Su Yang, being 3 years older, had a fierce demeanor, and Lu Jin'an was nearly frightened to tears upon their first encounter. The original plot indicated that Su Yang had always detested Lu Jin'an for being a clingy nuisance. However, this was merely glossed over, lacking specific incidents. Lu Jin'an could only interpret and portray the character as he understood it. This included, but was not limited to, incessantly trailing after Su Yang like a shadow, running home to report whenever he felt threatened, seeking assistance with his shoes and socks, and stubbornly insisting on venturing far for play, demanding to be carried back when fatigued. Lu Jin'an felt that such behavior, characteristic of a spoiled child, was indeed quite vexing. Eventually, the Su family fell into turmoil, marking the beginning of Su Yang's nightmare. His parents were wrongfully imprisoned, leading to the disintegration of the Su family and thrusting Su Yang into a dire financial crisis. After the incident at the Su family, Lu Jin'an resolutely decided to depart, deeming Su Yang to be of little use, and hastily deleted all means of contact. However, he did not anticipate that the merely 12-year-old Su Yang would not succumb to adversity. Instead, he emerged triumphantly, revitalizing the Su family. Later, Su Yang pursued further studies abroad, delegating authority to his uncle and aunt who had raised him. Upon his return to the country, he relocated the Su family to the capital for development. This family banquet, as noted in the original narrative, was organized due to the amicable relationship between Su Yang's aunt and Lu Jin'an's mother. Yet, for Lu Jin'an, this gathering felt akin to a treacherous banquet. Notably, neither Su Yang nor Lu Chang'an attended, leading to an unexpected acquaintance. Upon learning that Lu Chang'an belonged to the Lu family, Su Yang felt a strong aversion. Gradually, however, he found himself drawn to Lu Chang'an's charm, pursuing him ardently while simultaneously plotting revenge against Lu Jin'an, contributing to the eventual downfall of the Lu family. Lu Jin'an, covering his face with his hand, lamented that the unfolding of this drama had commenced too late. He had nearly forgotten the matter altogether. Chapter 12. The malicious male antagonist with a heart condition at 8 o'clock in the evening. The Su villa was ablaze with light. The Lu and Su families jovially conversing around the dining table. Lu Jin'an, seated in a corner, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Su Yang was absent, which was splendid news. Anin, I recall you and Yang Yang were quite good friends in your childhood, weren't you? Su Yang's aunt cheerfully remarked while serving Lu Jin'an food. A jolt of unease coursed through Lu Jin'an. Were it not for the genuine warmth in Su Yang's aunt's smile, he might have suspected an underlying implication. She spoke with gentle kindness, reminiscing about Su Yang's once foul temper, which he had only tempered in Lu Jin'an's presence, having cherished and protected him like a treasure. It was astonishing how swiftly the years had flown by. Now that Yang Yang has just arrived in the capital, do take him out to explore. He hasn't had many close friends here after spending years abroad, she continued. Lu Jin'an, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, nodded repeatedly, yes, certainly. He had anticipated that the conversation would conclude with mere pleasantries, but Su Yang's aunt's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recounted her recent call to Su Yang, who had adamantly refused to come. If he knew you were here, he might deeply regret it. Let me call him over, she insisted. Just as Lu Jin'an attempted to intervene, her phone call was already underway, leaving him in a state of shock. Was she pushing him into the fire? Hello? The phone rang for quite a while before being answered, a deep voice resonating on the other end. Yang Yang, do you remember Anin? The one you played with as a child? Su Yang paused momentarily, his voice devoid of emotion. Lu Jin'an? I have some recollection. Why bring him up? Su Yang's aunt replied. He is dining at our home. Will you come over? He has lived in the capital for many years and has offered to show you around. Silence enveloped the line from Su Yang's end. Lu Jin'an's heart settled slightly. He thought to himself, how could a mere nobody like him summon Su Yang? Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, he suddenly heard a voice from the other end. Sure. In a luxurious bar's private room located in the city center, smoke lingered in the air, yet this space was enveloped in an unusual silence amidst the surrounding clamor. It was not until the man seated in the center set down his phone that those around him dared to speak. Brother Yang, how about another drink? Su Yang casually draped his coat over his arm, replying, I have matters to attend to. You all carry on. Just charge it to my account. After a brief pause, he turned to his subordinate beside him, inquiring, do I smell strongly of smoke? The young man hesitated, uncertain of Su Yang's thoughts, and fearing his words might offend. He merely responded truthfully, yes, a little. Su Yang frowned at this, clicking his tongue in annoyance. What a bother. He picked up his car keys and exited the private room. Beneath his extravagant exterior, the only incongruous detail was the cheap, exaggerated, and worn-out keychain dangling from his keys, which he instinctively clutched tightly in his palm. Driving with the window down, Su Yang made his way to the Su residence, the scent of smoke dissipating as he approached. Upon parking, an idea struck him, and he returned to his car, carefully removing the keychain and placing it in the compartment of the driver's seat. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of a pair of beautiful, round, and bright eyes gazing at him, reminiscent of their childhood. It's been a long time, Su Yang said, naturally taking a seat across from Lu Jin'an, as if they were long-lost friends. Lu Jin'an, feeling somewhat pressured, greeted him. Yes. Indeed, it has been a while. Hearing this, Su Yang chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. What a pleasant surprise. It seems Master Lu still remembers me. I thought you had forgotten all about me. He continued with a hint of sarcasm. I hear Master Lu is to be my guide in the capital. I hope you learn well how to be a guide and don't suddenly take off, leaving me lost in the city. Lu Jin'an realized that Su Yang was still holding a grudge over his sudden disappearance in their childhood. However, he could do little, as he was indeed at fault. Being under the same roof, he could only reply vaguely, "Rest assured, Su Xiao, I will ensure you a good time." After an extensive meal, Lu Jin'an was drenched in sweat, feeling the weight of Su Yang's gaze, which seemed to bore into him. After dining, Su Yang's aunt called Lu Jin'an aside. Speaking earnestly, "Jin'an, I would like to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" Lu Jin'an inquired. Su Yang has a solitary disposition, having experienced some unfortunate events in his childhood. He tends to shoulder burdens alone and rarely shares with others. I fear he might develop issues from bottling everything up. I hope you can look after him and not let him be alone all the time. Lu Jin'an thought to himself, caring for Su Yang? What a joke. It was a miracle if Su Yang even looked after him. Yet, faced with his aunt's sincere gaze, he could only respond ambiguously, I will do my best. However, upon hearing this, Su Yang's aunt seemed to interpret it as a promise, her eyes sparkling with joy. That's wonderful. By the way, Jin'an, where do you live? Shenghua community, Lu Jin'an replied. Aunt Su clapped her hands, exclaiming how wonderful it was that Su Yang also resided there. She beckoned to Su Yang, saying, Yang, since you live in the same place as Jin'an, could you kindly bring him back with you? Lu Jin'an's heart trembled. How could he dare to trouble the notorious antagonist? Just as he was about to decline, he noticed Su Yang nodding in agreement. All right. Despite calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain, Lu Jin'an ultimately found himself in Su Yang's car. Initially, he was exceedingly anxious, but Su Yang drove with such steadiness that Lu Jin'an, plagued by various ailments and prone to drowsiness, soon began to drift into slumber. He fought against sleep for a while, but eventually succumbed, losing consciousness. Seeing Lu Jin'an asleep, Su Yang eased off the accelerator, gently adjusting Lu Jin'an's head, which had tilted awkwardly. He was concerned that Lu Jin'an might struggle to breathe in that position. Once Lu Jin'an was comfortably situated, Su Yang, unable to resist, playfully pinched the soft flesh of Lu Jin'an's face, once, twice, until Lu Jin'an began to mumble in his sleep. Reluctantly, Su Yang withdrew his hand. Just like in their childhood, everything about him was soft and fragrant. Upon entering the community, Lu Jin'an remained undisturbed. Not knowing where Lu Jin'an lived and hesitant to call out to him, Su Yang drove back to his own residence, carrying Lu Jin'an into his room. As he lifted him, a subtle, sweet fragrance enveloped him, filling his nostrils completely. Su Yang had never understood why a boy could smell so delightful. Even now, he remained perplexed. It was as if he were a prince. Chapter 13. The malicious male lead with a heart condition Lu Jin'an slept soundly, but when he awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. His mind was slow to process this, leaving him somewhat dazed. With a creak, the door opened, and Lu Jin'an instinctively sprang up, alertly gazing towards the entrance. Su Yang had not anticipated encountering a puffed-up little cat upon entering. He raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Lu Jin'an's body suddenly tilted to the side. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly caught him, asking, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Lu Jin'an was startled himself. His sudden movement had caused a temporary lack of blood flow to his brain, plunging his vision into darkness. Although this often happened, he was still taken aback. After this episode, he recollected that he had fallen asleep in Su Yang's car. Noticing Su Yang appeared alarmed, he quickly waved his hand, assuring him, "It's all right, I just got up too quickly." "Did I scare you?" Su Yang released Lu Jin'an, guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed. "Why are you still so easily frightened? Truly a princess." Upon hearing this title, Lu Jin'an's lips curled in annoyance as he shot an indignant glance at Su Yang. He was exasperated. Why did he have to mention that nickname again? Su Yang had called him a princess since childhood. When he was sick and reluctant to take his bitter medicine, Su Yang would affectionately call him a princess, while devising ways to ensure he consumed more of it. Since then, Su Yang seemed to have permanently adopted that moniker. As he donned his shoes and socks, he was affectionately referred to as princess. When being fed, the same title was bestowed upon him. Su Yang remarked that he smelled delightful, rendering him virtually indistinguishable from royalty. He, however, was not fragrant at all. Jin'an had protested, asserting that Su Yang merely wished to bestow a nickname upon him. Yet, despite his objections, Su Yang continued to call him that for 2 years. Jin'an had attempted to counter, suggesting that if he was a princess, then Su Yang, who accompanied him daily, must be a royal guard. He believed his words to be sufficiently insulting, reducing a young master to the status of a mere attendant. Oddly enough, Su Yang appeared to take delight in this characterization. To Jin'an's surprise, after all this time, Su Yang still remembered the moniker. Seeing him in such a state was undeniably charming, prompting Su Yang to gently pat his head, asking if he was still awake. Jin'an shook his head, suddenly realizing he was at Su Yang's home, and smiled sheepishly. It's getting late. I should head back. The smile on Su Yang's lips vanished in an instant, replaced by a sullen expression. How can you go back at this hour? Just as Jin'an was about to respond, Su Yang interrupted, Don't even think about having me escort you. Jin'an scratched his head, having no intention of imposing on him. I'll manage on my own. I won't trouble you. Su Yang scoffed. You think you can go back alone at this hour? Not a chance. Jin'an, taken aback by the sternness, shrank back like a quail, pouting slightly. If I can't leave, then I can't. No need to be so fierce. Amused, Su Yang pinched Jin'an's cheek, assuring him he wasn't being harsh. Then, seemingly pondering something, he added, It's too late. It's unsafe for you to go back alone. I will take you tomorrow. Jin'an, unable to resist, accepted a pair of pajamas from Su Yang, claiming he would not sleep, only to find himself dozing off moments later. The following morning, Jin'an groggily awoke and glanced at his phone, discovering the situation regarding Lu Chang'an had escalated. The internet was rife with insults, slurs, and mockery, accusing him of being kept, of climbing the social ladder through dubious means, and the trending topics had exploded with scandalous headlines. Dozens of messages from Lu Chang'an cluttered his phone, each filled with apologies regarding the previous incident, yet none addressed the online turmoil. Jin'an dismissed them all, refusing to engage. He was still clad in Su Yang's pajamas, which hung loosely on him, and a pair of oversized slippers, likely belonging to Su Yang, lay by the bedside. Slipping into the slippers, Jin'an wandered into the living room, only to find Su Yang in the kitchen, busily preparing breakfast. Adorned with an apron and looking quite the part. Hearing the commotion, Su Yang turned, momentarily stunned to see Jin'an clad entirely in his attire. The oversized garments enveloped Jin'an, giving the impression that he was wholly claimed by Su Yang. Jin'an, languidly lounging on the sofa, awaited his meal, but upon noticing Su Yang's gaze upon him, he swallowed nervously and awkwardly rose. What's wrong? Can't I sit? Su Yang snapped back to reality, his voice slightly hoarse. No, it's fine. Please have a seat. Jin'an felt utterly perplexed. Su Yang's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. Jin'an had experienced this since childhood, but he was astonished to find that they had reached an even more exquisite level now. He thoroughly enjoyed the breakfast prepared for him. After finishing the meal, Su Yang naturally picked up a fruit knife, inquiring which fruit to cut. Without hesitation, Jin'an replied, Oranges. Su Yang paused, indicating they had none at home. Would apple suffice? At that moment, Jin'an was engrossed in his phone, reading trending news about Lu Chang'an. Disliking apples immensely, he reflexively replied, No. Upon uttering those words, Jin'an was momentarily stunned. He had indeed grown bold enough to refuse Su Yang. Expecting anger from Su Yang, he was instead met with a soft chuckle, as if his rejection pleased him. I'll go buy some. You wait for me at home. Upon hearing this, Jin'an immediately sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, I want to go too. Su Yang's brow twitched, and he hurriedly approached to assist him, slightly frowning. Slow down, why the rush? Ignoring Su Yang, Jin'an dashed back to his room to change his clothes. Chapter 14. The malevolent supporting character with a heart condition, Jin'an accompanied Su Yang to the fruit store, then to a milk tea shop. and ultimately to a shopping mall. Initially, Lu Jin'an had no intention of going, but Su Yang continuously referenced Lu Jin'an's promise to act as his tour guide, leaving Lu Jin'an with no choice but to indulge him. "Princess, we've already been here." Turning around, Lu Jin'an noticed Su Yang standing a short distance away, wearing a teasing smile. Lu Jin'an felt that Su Yang was mocking him. Fuming, he rushed to Su Yang's side and angrily grasped his collar. "I've told you not to call me that." Su Yang, taller than Lu Jin'an, had to bend down to accommodate Lu Jin'an's grip. In his hand, he held Lu Jin'an's milk tea and a small bag of oranges. With a flourish, he presented a perfectly peeled orange to Lu Jin'an, saying, "Here, weren't you wanting to eat oranges, brother?" Just as Lu Jin'an was about to take the orange, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he discovered Lu Chang'an and Sen Shi standing before him. Lu Jin'an released his grip and faced Lu Chang'an. Su Yang, noticing Lu Jin'an's hand loosen, frowned in displeasure, following Lu Jin'an's gaze towards Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an coldly scrutinized Su Yang. Despite being only 18, he exuded an undeniable presence, and the air crackled with tension, as if charged with gunpowder, ready to ignite. Yet, Lu Jin'an remained blissfully unaware, casually walking up to Lu Chang'an and tilting his chin defiantly. "What brings you here?" Inwardly, Lu Jin'an commended himself for daring to provoke Lu Chang'an's love interest in front of the formidable antagonist. It was a feat only a mere supporting character could achieve. Lu Chang'an, a public figure, wore a mask that obscured his face, revealing only his eyes. When Lu Jin'an spoke to him, the sharpness in Lu Chang'an's gaze softened, transforming into that of a harmless puppy. His tone became gentler, with a hint of grievance. "Brother, where have you been these past few days?" "You haven't responded to my messages. I came looking for you yesterday, but you were nowhere to be found." Su Yang took 2 or 3 steps to reach Lu Jin'an's side, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. He brought a segment of orange to Lu Jin'an's lips, but his gaze was fixed sharply on Lu Chang'an, his tone unfriendly. "Who are you?" Lu Jin'an, momentarily distracted by Su Yang's approach, instinctively leaned down to consume the orange slice that had appeared by his mouth. As the sweet, tangy juice burst in his mouth, he suddenly realized the nature of his actions. A jolt of electricity coursed through Su Yang's fingertips, radiating throughout his body, leaving him momentarily frozen, his ears tinged with crimson, and his heart racing wildly. He even forgot his earlier interrogation of Lu Chang'an, astonished that Lu Jin'an would use his mouth. He had expected him to use his hands. After a stammering pause, Su Yang managed to utter a single question. "Are you still going to eat?" Lu Jin'an, unfazed, felt there was nothing amiss. He merely thought his behavior had crossed a slight boundary, considering that his relationship with Su Yang could be deemed adversarial. However, Lu Chang'an was incensed. He yanked Lu Jin'an away from Su Yang and shielded him behind himself, delivering a punch to Su Yang's face. Caught off guard by the sudden escalation, Su Yang had yet to recover from the earlier tension, and before he knew it, Lu Jin'an had been whisked away. Not only had he been struck without provocation, but Su Yang was not one to be trifled with. He quickly retaliated. Lu Jin'an stood aside, bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled into chaos. Su, observing from a distance, rapidly grasped the situation and prepared to intervene, but halted when he saw Lu Jin'an take 2 steps forward. He quickly reversed course, blocking Lu Jin'an's path. "What are you doing so close to them? Be careful." So she was uncertain of the depth of Su Yang's feelings for Lu Jin'an, but he knew that Lu Chang'an was fiercely protective of him. If anything were to be damaged in this scuffle, he dreaded the consequences of Lu Chang'an's wrath. Lu Jin'an had initially intended to mediate, but after only 2 steps, he found himself obstructed, which was not the outcome he had anticipated. Frustrated, he shouted over the barrier, "You two stop it. If this continues, I will be angry." So she felt a chill of dread. He thought it was over, although he had never encountered Su Yang. The imposing presence of the Su family in the capital suggested that Su Yang was no gentle soul. Lu Jin'an's voice would likely reach Lu Chang'an, but Su Yang was another matter entirely, and Lu Chang'an could end up suffering the consequences. Fearing for Lu Chang'an's safety, so she quickly turned to intervene. To his surprise, both combatants ceased their hostilities, though their glares remained lethal. Lu Chang'an, still youthful and somewhat naive, bore the brunt of the injuries. Approaching Lu Chang'an, Lu Jin'an furiously patted his hand. "Who taught you to fight? Let's go home." Lu Chang'an, oblivious to the anger in Lu Jin'an's tone, was simply delighted that Lu Jin'an was the first to speak to him, his spirits soaring. He cast a defiant glance at Su Yang, shaking off the earlier gloom. Su Yang disregarded him and simply called out, "Lu Jin'an, have you not added my contact information yet?" Lu Jin'an, realizing the impracticality of not exchanging contacts when intending to serve as a guide, promptly scanned Su Yang's WeChat. To his surprise, Su Yang had not changed his number, nor altered his name. He was still referred to as Nyo Yang, a moniker bestowed upon him by Lu Jin'an during their childhood. When Lu Jin'an was 7 and feeling rather bored, he fashioned a little sheep doll as a keychain for Su Yang. The doll, crooked and somewhat unsightly, was aptly named Nyo Yang, as Yang means sheep in Chinese. Lu Jin'an whimsically changed Su Yang's WeChat name to match. Little did he expect that Su Yang had retained it all these years, likely having forgotten. After all, the domineering characters in online novels seldom concern themselves with such trivialities. Their avatars are usually plain black, and their usernames might simply be a period. Lu Jin'an remarked, "I thought you had changed your number." Su Yang pressed his lips together, lost in thought. "No, I was afraid you would look for me." "What?" Lu Jin'an did not quite understand and looked up with a puzzled expression. Su Yang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Lu Jin'an decided not to press further. Preparing to leave with Lu Chang'an when he heard Su Yang call out to him once more, Lu Jin'an. Turning back, he saw Su Yang holding up his phone, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. "If possible, please don't delete me again." Chapter 15. The malicious male supporting character with a heart condition, Lu Jin'an, returned to his apartment with Lu Chang'an, retrieving a medical kit from the living room and placing it on the floor. Lu Chang'an obediently sat beside the kit, awaiting his turn for treatment. Lu Jin'an sighed, about to crouch down, when Lu Chang'an immediately grasped his wrist. "Brother, don't squat." Lu Chang'an stood up and fetched a small stool from the bedroom, positioning it behind Lu Jin'an. "Brother, sit on this. It'll save you from getting dizzy when you stand up." Lu Chang'an had now mastered the art of caregiving. Previously, when Lu Jin'an unexpectedly fainted at home and nearly toppled over a stool, it was Lu Chang'an's quick reflexes that prevented a disastrous consequence. Seeing Lu Jin'an seated, Lu Chang'an sat cross-legged at his feet, resting his chin on Lu Jin'an's knee, eyes closed and a slight smile on his lips, as if the application of medicine was a matter of great anticipation. Lu Jin'an found this demeanor infuriating and pressed firmly on his wound. Lu Chang'an gasped in pain, tears welling up as he opened his eyes, a hint of grievance in his voice. "Brother, it hurts." With a stern expression, Lu Jin'an was baffled, despite their mutual affection. Why had Lu Chang'an suddenly punched Su Yang? Noticing Lu Jin'an's evident anger, Lu Chang'an swallowed his petulant retort. He nuzzled Lu Jin'an's knee affectionately with his chin and leaned forward. "It's nothing, brother. I was just playing around. It doesn't hurt at all. Feel free to press as hard as you like." Having watched Lu Chang'an grow up, Lu Jin'an was no brute. Why resort to fighting? Lu Chang'an cast a timid glance at Lu Jin'an. "Brother, if I say it was unintentional, would you believe me?" Lu Jin'an was nearly amused by his frustration. "Unintentional? You just went up and punched someone." Lu Chang'an curled his lip, questioning why he had to encounter you. Lu Jin'an fell silent, with the system absent. He had no one to consult and was unaware of the current progression of the plot. Logically, it should have reached a stage where he won Zhou and Lu Chang'an expressed their feelings for one another, while Su Yang began to harbor affection for Lu Chang'an. Considering the time elapsed, public opinion should have reversed by now, and he was about to be vilified across the internet. For an entire afternoon, since she remained largely confined to the office, his gaze fixated on the computer screen as he anxiously tugged at his hair. After Lu Chang'an was taken away, since she returned to the company alone, unlike Lu Chang'an, who had little to occupy his time, he needed to diligently investigate who had leaked such damaging information. Not long after his return, the technical department informed him they had identified the mastermind behind it all. Since she pondered for the entire afternoon, but could not fathom why Lu Jin'an, who was so protective of his brother, would harbor such disdain for Lu Chang'an. He hesitated to decide whether to disclose this information to Lu Chang'an. As evening approached, Lu Chang'an returned to the company from Lu Jin'an's apartment. Spotting Xin Shi, he casually inquired, "So, have you found anything?" Xin Shi weighed his words carefully. "If you've discovered who it is, what do you intend to do?" Lu Chang'an scoffed. "What else is there to do? Of course, we follow the protocol. Oh, and check on Su Yang as well." After a brief pause, Lu Chang'an turned back to Xin Shi. "So who is it?" It was a statement, not a question. Sen Yidanashja sighed inwardly. He could not hide the truth from this young man. "It is your brother. Shall we still follow the protocol?" Lu Chang'an's sharp brows lifted slightly, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Only when matters concerning Lu Jin'an arose did he truly resemble an 18-year-old boy. "My brother?" Lu Jin'an was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. "Then you all should refrain from getting involved. Let him be. Let him be. What does that have to do with playing?" Sin Shi felt disheartened. Knowing this was the conclusion he had anticipated, he sighed again, aware that although Lu Chang'an appeared indifferent on the surface, he was grappling with his own turmoil. "Chang'an, don't overthink it. Your brother might." Lu Chang'an interrupted with a wry smile. "Enough, Tsingu. There is no need to find new ways to comfort me. This isn't the first time. I've grown accustomed to it." After Sun Shi departed, Lu Chang'an stood alone in the towering office building, momentarily feeling a sense of disorientation. Throughout his life, his parents had never paid him any heed. All attention had been directed towards his brother, Lu Jin'an. He once believed his brother genuinely cared for him, even to the point of nearly sacrificing his life to save him. He had silently vowed to protect his brother for a lifetime, yet now uncertainty clouded his mind. Was all of this truly for him, or merely for the vibrant heart that beat within him? He felt as if he had always been a child unloved. Yet, Lu Jin'an had woven through the fabric of his 18 years. He had no path of retreat, unable to simply turn away. He was well aware that Lu Jin'an feared he would seize the Lu family's wealth, which was why he was constantly at odds with him. In truth, he had never contemplated such matters before. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he intended to leave them untouched in the future. However, life is fraught with uncertainties. Lu Jin'an, irrespective of his actions, needed only to remain by his side, as long as he did not depart. He could forever play the role of a dutiful and obedient younger brother. He Wei Wen sat in a leather chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of the table. Shadows enveloped him in darkness, his black suit rendering him akin to a hellish demon, while the subordinates before him bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Once upon a time, there were a few in the He group who dared to challenge Yi Wei Wen, believing his youth made him easily malleable. Yet, within the brief span of his ascendancy, the old guard of the He group had been thoroughly purged. The newly appointed individuals were entirely subservient to Yi Wei Wen. Initially, some had looked on with derision, convinced that the complexities of the He enterprise would lead to his eventual downfall, necessitating the return of the old guard. However, as a month passed without incident, then 2 and 3, they began to realize that these newcomers might not be newcomers at all. Yi Wei Wen had long since infiltrated the core of the He family's power before his official rise, executing his schemes with remarkable stealth. The He family remained oblivious. The upper echelons were unaware, and even the venerable elder of the He clan had not discerned the truth. Yi Wei Wen was far from a soft target. He was more formidable than any member of the He family. Su Yang, upon catching sight of Yi Wei Wen, let out a low chuckle, his eyes glimmering with a ruthless edge. The audacity of returning, having survived, was beyond comprehension. Yi Wei Wen's gaze remained fixated on the computer screen, which displayed a photo of Su Yang half-embracing Lu Jin'an. A dark aura surrounded him. How absurd! A madman, unafraid of staining his vision. As Yi Wei Wen's words echoed in the office, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, with even the faintest breaths becoming shallow, lest they incur his wrath. Suddenly, the sharp notification sound of WeChat shattered the silence. Yi Wei Wen lowered his head to glance at the illuminated phone, a device capable of thriving in the cutthroat environment of the He family. Yet, upon reading the message, the hostility that enveloped him dissipated, and a subtle smile graced his features. In an upscale bar's private booth, Lu Jin'an's cheeks flushed with pride as he lifted his phone for all to see, exclaiming, "Look, I was right, wasn't T.I.?" The screen displayed a recent message he had sent to He Wei-Wen. Please come pick me up at Shinkong. There was no reply, leaving him uncertain if it had been seen, but Lu Jin'an paid it no mind. He was already basking in his moment of triumph. As he reveled in his display, he silently sighed, acknowledging that his persona was one of vanity and pretense. Lu Jin'an understood that his circle of so-called friends had ostensibly invited him for a night of enjoyment, yet their true intention was to glean information about Su Yang. The arrival of Su Yang seemingly attracted considerable attention in the capital. Those unable to approach, Su Yang turned to Lu Jin'an. Although Lu Jin'an had no real connection to Su Yang, his vanity was piqued by their inquiries. Consequently, he eagerly accepted their invitation to a banquet and, taking advantage of the ignorance surrounding him, embellished the nature of his relationship with Su Yang. As the conversation meandered, someone mentioned He Wen-jo, prompting Lu Jin'an to boast about his purported closeness to him. To bolster his claims, he confidently sent a message to He Wen-jo, fully aware that he would not show up. This was precisely his intention. After all, his role as a malicious foil was to remain oblivious to his own standing, continuously receiving slaps to the face, ultimately serving as a stepping stone for the protagonist's romance. "Ah, you are truly remarkable," one of his companions, Chun Rang, coaxed Lu Jin'an, subtly nudging his wine glass toward him. As Lu Jin'an reached for the glass that Chun Rang had pushed, he was caught red-handed by Lu Jin'an. "Sun Yan, are you going to pour out my drink again?" Lu Jin'an exclaimed, his eyes welling with tears, resembling a pristine spring. "If you continue this way, I shall ignore you from now on." Sun Yan, startled, swiftly withdrew his hand and, seeing Lu Jin'an's tearful visage, quickly responded, "Oh, young Master Lu, your drinking prowess is unparalleled. I truly cannot keep up and thus resorted to this tactic. I acknowledge my mistake." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin'an's lips curled into a slight smile, pride illuminating his face. "Of course, well, I shall forgive you this time," he declared. Lu Jin'an, in a somewhat petulant manner, reached for the wine glass again. Chun Rang, still haunted by the incident where Lu Jin'an was drugged at a bar and suffered a cardiac arrest, felt a lingering trepidation about allowing him to drink excessively. Hastily, he diverted the conversation, praising Lu Jin'an's prowess in maintaining good relations with everyone. Sun Yan and the others quickly chimed in, causing Lu Jin'an to feel somewhat buoyed by their flattery. He boasted, "It's no big deal. I possess many talents, after all. Even someone like He Wen-jo has to drive for me." With a sudden click, the door to the private room swung open, revealing He Wen-jo clad in a sleek black trench coat, his presence exuding an extraordinary elegance that starkly contrasted with the room's decor. Upon seeing him, Lu Jin'an froze, momentarily shaken, as if the alcohol had jolted him awake. How could he actually have come? He had just claimed that the man was his chauffeur. He Wen-jo's voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, as he inquired, "Why didn't you reply to my messages?" Chun Rang furrowed his brow and stood, while the others became alert, watching the doorway in anticipation of any sudden movements from He Wen-jo. After all, He Wen-jo had a fearsome reputation, his temperament unpredictable. No one knew if he might suddenly lash out. The atmosphere in the room shifted palpably, as the jovial friends who had surrounded Lu Jin'an moments before now wore serious expressions, their gazes fixed on the entrance. Lu Jin'an, caught off guard, had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation when He Wen-jo's inquiry pierced the tension. In a flurry, Lu Jin'an opened his phone and discovered that He Wen-jo had indeed sent him several messages. "He Wen-jo, I've arrived. Which private room are you in?" "He Wen-jo, wasn't I supposed to pick you up? Why are you ignoring me?" "He Wen-jo, if you haven't finished playing, just let me know. I'm waiting downstairs." "He Wen-jo, if you don't reply, I'll come find you." Lu Jin'an stared blankly at his phone, too engrossed in his own boastful chatter to notice the messages. He Wen-jo sighed at Lu Jin'an's dazed expression, disregarding the hostility in the private room, and approached Lu Jin'an directly. The scent of alcohol wafted from Lu Jin'an, filling He Wen-jo's nostrils. He sighed in exasperation. How could he still dare to drink? It was enough to frighten anyone, no matter how slow Lu Jin'an was. He eventually realized that the protagonist was holding him, a mere supporting character, in his arms. It was utterly ridiculous. Lu Jin'an frantically called out to the system in his mind, but all he received was the cold, mechanical voice of the main system. The system is undergoing an upgrade and transition phase. The tasker has been automatically assigned to the main system. Please note, the main system is only responsible for the personal safety of the tasker and does not oversee in real time. Taskers are advised to wait patiently during this period. Please leave a message for any issues. Jin'an frantically left messages. The protagonist is acting abnormal. The protagonist is holding a supporting character. The protagonist has serious issues. The main system momentarily stuttered before returning to its usual cold tone. Your message has been received. You are currently number 14, 562, 737 in the queue. Please wait patiently. Seeing such a long queue left Jin'an utterly astonished. Goodness, an artificial intelligence malfunction. Wonjo, noticing Jin'an's silence, assumed he was feeling unwell from the alcohol. The scene of Jin'an seemingly having a heart attack flashed vividly in Wonjo's mind, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Jin'an, already agitated, Jin'an, upon hearing Wonjo call his name, cast aside his fear and, like finding a punching bag, landed a fist on Wonjo. This is all your fault. Though the strike was weak, akin to a kitten scratch, Wonjo understood it was Jin'an's usual strength, and he finally relaxed his racing heart, accepting all blame without question. Yes, it's my fault. As Wonjo led Jin'an out of the private room, a familiar, sinister voice suddenly called out to him. Wonjo? Wonjo halted, instinctively shielding Jin'an behind him. Is there a problem? The person sneered, thinking you can leave the Su family's establishment so openly? Do you really believe that is possible? As the words left his mouth, Jin'an felt the darkness, untouched by light, close in around them. A chill enveloped him, and he cautiously poked his head out, trembling as he asked, Su Yang, is it you? Su Yang's brow twitched as he stepped forward, exposing himself to the light. Jin'an? The surrounding coldness dissipated as Jin'an looked between Su Yang and Wonjo. Do you two know each other? Both replied simultaneously no. Jin'an raised his head in suspicion, but found his view blocked by Wonjo. Let us go. As Wonjo led Jin'an away, he turned back to see Su Yang still standing there. Wonjo sighed, covering Jin'an's eyes with his hand. Don't look, he is not a good person. Stay away from him in the future. Chapter 17. The malevolent supporting character with heart disease. After Jin'an departed, Su Yang's entourage emerged from the shadows, a dense crowd surrounding him. The leader among them looked at him mockingly, questioning how he could let such an excellent opportunity slip away, especially when Wonjo had nearly put an end to him before returning home. Su Yang remained silent, his right hand clutching a doll, trembling slightly. The man chuckled again, suggesting it was for that beautiful boy expressing affection. Why not confine him? After a long silence, Su Yang's voice floated lightly, revealing his reluctance. Upon returning home, Jin'an was troubled by his task when suddenly a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. System loading, please wait. System loading successful. Tasker 4723 has been registered. Following this was a familiar mechanical tone. Hello, host. System C917 is at your service. Jin'an was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. System, brother system, you have finally returned. I missed you terribly. The system C917 paused. What trouble have you stirred up this time? Feeling somewhat guilty, Jin'an rubbed his nose. It's not much, really. The protagonist was fighting with the main antagonist, and the protagonist embraced me. Nothing more than that. The system hesitated, but being capable of reverse thinking, it quickly devised a reasonable explanation. No worries. The protagonist has embraced many throughout his life. One more person does not make a difference. As for the fighting, they are simply enacting a script of captivity and forced affection. Such altercations are to be expected. With the system's reassurance, Jin'an felt considerably better. Can you see the timeline now? How much longer must I remain here? C917 checked. Soon, you'll be free within 3 months. Chang'an had been vilified online for an extended period, so long that Jin'an began to believe public opinion would never shift. However, the tide finally turned. The transgressions of Chang'an and the Liu family were exposed, and in an instant, Chang'an, his nominal brother, became the target of public scorn. Numerous images surfaced depicting Lu Jin'an attempting to seduce He Won-jo. Although his face was obscured, his physique was recognizable. Additionally, photographs of Lu Jin'an frequenting bars emerged, swiftly branding him with derogatory labels. Even the Lu family's intentions to replace the hearts of Lu Jin'an and Lu Chang'an were revealed. The internet erupted with various slanders and defamations aimed at Lu Jin'an. He truly witnessed the formidable resilience of Lu Chang'an, despite knowing it was merely a task, and that this world was not genuine. He felt discomfort upon reading the comments. In contrast, Lu Chang'an remained unfazed, enduring months of abuse. Lu Jin'an sighed, realizing why Lu Chang'an was the protagonist while he was merely a pawn. Such psychological fortitude was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the mentally resilient Lu Chang'an was on the verge of madness, questioning who had leaked the information. Since she pondered for a moment, concluding it was likely one of his fans, having observed him being targeted for quite some time. Inform them that I will be issuing a clarification statement. Lu Chang'an hurriedly donned his coat and rushed home, fully aware of Lu Jin'an's sensitivity to criticism. He feared for Lu Jin'an's well-being. Upon arriving home, he found Lu Jin'an sitting on the bed, wiping away tears, his frail figure resembling something that could shatter with a mere gust of wind. Lu Chang'an's heart ached as he enveloped his brother in an embrace, gently turning off the tablet Lu Jin'an had been holding. "Brother, please don't look at that. They're all talking nonsense," he coaxed tenderly. Lu Jin'an sobbed, his voice laced with anger. "It's all your fault. You must clarify." Gazing at his brother's tear-streaked face, Lu Chang'an felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. "All right, I will clarify. Please stop crying. It frightens me." Lu Jin'an was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a swift agreement from Lu Chang'an. He recalled how the original protagonist had pleaded for a long time without receiving any concession from Lu Chang'an, who had coldly announced his withdrawal from the Lu family during a live broadcast. Why was it that now, before even saying much, Lu Chang'an had readily acquiesced? Was this merely a delaying tactic? The more Lu Jin'an pondered, the more plausible it seemed, for surely the entire narrative could not unravel entirely. Lu Chang'an noticed that the sobs had ceased, and he quickly looked down to see Lu Jin'an silently wiping his tears in his embrace. A tremor coursed through Lu Chang'an's heart, rendering him utterly soft-hearted. His brother had always been cherished, growing up in a cocoon of affection. With a fragile constitution and an endearing appearance that drew compassion, he had never endured even the slightest grievance. Even Lu Chang'an himself had always tread carefully around Lu Jin'an's whims, fearing to provoke any discontent. Yet here they were, faced with such a grave misfortune. Not only was Lu Jin'an's reputation laid bare, but he was also subjected to a torrent of online vitriol and abuse. It was evident that Lu Jin'an had suffered immensely, silently shedding tears without a sound. It was all Lu Chang'an's fault. He had failed to protect Lu Jin'an. Exhausted from crying, Lu Jin'an eventually fell asleep. After ensuring his brother was resting peacefully, Lu Chang'an returned to his own room, still clutching the tablet Lu Jin'an had recently held. Upon opening it, he was confronted with the vitriolic comments that had inundated Lu Jin'an's browsing history. The onslaught of hateful remarks left Lu Chang'an breathless, his heart aching in tandem with his fingertips. He could hardly fathom whether Lu Jin'an's fragile heart could withstand such cruelty. Honestly, the Lu family is a pack of ingrates. They will eventually drag Lu Chang'an down with them. Moreover, that wretched Lu Jin'an deserves scorn for treating his beloved Lu Bao so poorly. It's laughable. If a sickly person can't bear it, they should just perish. With a heart so black, shouldn't he be suffering from heart condition? Who can tell if that's true? Perhaps he is just playing the victim. Indeed, if he truly is sick, he should just die. The world is better off without such individuals. Pathetic creatures, worse than pigs or dogs, societal pests. A barrage of such slanderous rumors poured forth, leaving Lu Chang'an trembling with fear. He could scarcely imagine the depth of sorrow Lu Jin'an would feel upon encountering these words. Lu Chang'an turned off the screen, unable to bear another glance. He picked up his phone and immediately called Sinshi. "Make arrangements for me. I intend to go live and clarify this matter." Sinshi was momentarily taken aback, feeling exasperated. Everything about this individual was commendable, Yet whenever it involved his brother, he lost all sense of reason. My dear ancestor, I understand your desire to clarify, but do not be so hasty. Given the current fervor surrounding this issue, your live stream would have minimal impact. Perhaps we should wait a while. Moreover, most of the matters that have been exposed were, well, quite difficult to clarify. Would you reconsider? Since she felt he had been sufficiently tactful in his reminders. The dirt on Lu Jin'an might have been exaggerated, but the core truths about the Lu family and Lu Chang'an were largely accurate. Clarification was virtually impossible, and a poorly executed attempt could lead to backlash. Lu Chang'an had only recently emerged from a wave of online criticism, and since she did not wish to see him ensnared once more, he had assumed that Lu Chang'an, possessing a sharp mind, would weigh the pros and cons. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Lu Chang'an say, "All right then, please arrange it promptly." Since she thought to himself, well, that was a futile attempt at persuasion. Chapter 18. The malicious male character with a heart condition. Since she sighed, "Would you plan to host a live stream? Will you come to the office in the coming days?" Lu Chang'an seemed to have anticipated this question and responded swiftly, "No, I need to stay by his side for the next few days. I'm concerned about his well-being. I can go live from home. You only need to amplify the heat of this issue." Since she rolled his eyes dramatically, this wasn't a lack of consideration. His prompt response indicated that he had thoroughly contemplated everything. Ultimately, Lu Chang'an's indifference to his reputation left Sin Shi with no choice but to acquiesce reluctantly. In the ensuing days, Lu Chang'an hardly left home, remaining constantly by Lu Jin'an's side. Yet Lu Jin'an's health visibly deteriorated. Lu Chang'an employed various methods to elicit smiles, but there was little improvement. He dared not delay any longer and hastened the process of going live to clarify. Lu Jin'an had instructed the system to lower his body's parameters precisely to achieve this effect. He needed to escape the task world within a week after the original plot's conclusion. Otherwise, the exit would close, and he would be easily eliminated by the world's consciousness. He had already wasted some time and needed to accelerate his actions. His next task was to create a scene during Lu Chang'an's live stream when he announced his departure from the Lu family, causing an uproar in the chat. He would expose his vile nature to the viewers, thereby triggering a decline in the Lu family stock market. Now that he had become a target of widespread condemnation, he felt this task would be rather simple. Before long, Lu Chang'an finalized the timing for the live stream. He had been steadfastly by Lu Jin'an's side these past few days, fearing for his safety. However, he couldn't very well bring him along during the stream. With Lu Jin'an currently under heavy scrutiny online, appearing on camera would easily make him a target for those with ulterior motives. Even if there were no backlash at present, he certainly would not contravene Lu Jin'an's desire to remain out of the public eye. After all, his brother had previously lost his temper over this matter. Given his brother's current state, he dared not provoke him further. "Brother, I have some matters to attend to tonight and cannot remain by your side constantly. However, I will be in the room, so please call for me if you need anything, all right?" Lu Jin'an cast an impatient glance at him. "Who asked you to accompany me? It's clearly you who has been bothering me these past few days." Lu Chang'an's eyes brightened. He felt a bit lightheaded from Lu Jin'an's reprimand. Over the past few days, Lu Jin'an had been rather taciturn, even refraining from scolding him, which left Lu Chang'an quite distressed. As evening fell, Lu Chang'an commenced a live stream in his bedroom, while Lu Jin'an amused himself on the sofa outside in the living room. When the time came, he slipped on his slippers and hurried to Lu Chang'an's room. However, after watching the live stream for quite a while, he was exasperated to find that Lu Chang'an had yet to mention anything about leaving the Lu family. Lu Jin'an was utterly speechless. This person was taking far too long. Unable to endure it any longer, he feared that if he remained quiet, Lu Jin'an would truly absolve him, rendering all his efforts futile. Lu Jin'an turned off his phone and stormed towards Lu Chang'an's room, announcing his arrival before even reaching the door. "Lu Chang'an, what mischief are you up to in there? Making me wait so long. Are you trying to starve me?" With that, he pushed open the door to Lu Chang'an's room and stood there, fuming. Lu Chang'an, not having locked the door due to his anticipation of needing to assist Lu Jin'an, was taken by surprise. He widened his eyes at the live stream screen, and as Lu Jin'an's face was about to enter the frame, he quickly pressed down on his computer. The chat in the live stream fell momentarily silent at the sudden darkness on the screen, only to swiftly resume its frenzied activity. In their view, a slender youth appeared, accompanied by a melodious voice as he opened the door. With feet as delicate as porcelain revealing a hint of pink, his chin and slender neck just entering the frame. His flawless skin was devoid of any blemish. What? What did you say? You claim this is dear Treasure's brother? The one who bullies dear Treasure daily? Wow, dear, how exquisite. Those toes, those dainty ankles. I can hardly believe this is a biological brother. This is impossible. Dear Treasure has been refuting this for ages. But seeing the real person, I believe it. Ah, this petite frame. How could he possibly bully my dear Treasure? It would be the other way around. Those marketing accounts are treating me like a fool. How could someone so soft and adorable possibly bully others? Just not being bullied is good enough. Forget it. Brothers are born to serve their younger siblings. I'm all in. What national banquet this is. Lu Chang'an, how did you come into this world with a built-in spouse? This is bullying. Dear Treasure is elated. All right. Whoa, don't say anything more. If I were in his shoes, I would gladly accept being bullied. No wonder dear Treasure, who is usually as steady as a rock, suddenly came out to refute rumors. With such a beautiful gem, I would never let him suffer, either. Lu Jin'an remained blissfully unaware of the shift in public opinion, continuing to create a ruckus, even allowing the water he had prepared for me to grow cold. Without a thought to fetch me a fresh cup, Lu Chang'an, with a resigned gaze and a subtle smile tugging at his lips, acknowledged his oversight and prepared to apologize to his brother. Yet, Lu Jin'an was relentless, declaring that he no longer wished to eat the meal prepared at noon. Insisting on something new, Lu Chang'an quickly acquiesced, responding, "All right, what would you like, brother? I shall prepare it for you immediately." Lu Jin'an demanded shrimp, fresh ones, insisting that he must go out to procure them right away. Lu Chang'an complied, saying, "Of course, whatever you desire. Let us step outside first, shall we?" He feared that Lu Jin'an's words might be recorded in the live stream, potentially causing further trouble. He was genuinely apprehensive. However, Lu Jin'an had no such reservations. He desired the chaos, amplifying his voice. "You show no concern for me at all. Knowing my heart is weak, you disregard my words. Would you be pleased if I were to perish?" His intention was to convey to the audience that he truly wished to replace his heart, solidifying the truth of his plight. But to his surprise, Lu Chang'an's pupils dilated, panic overtaking him uncontrollably. He cast aside all caution, exclaiming, "Brother, please don't speak like that." His voice trembled, tinged with desperation. Lu Jin'an, somewhat perplexed, had exhausted himself from his earlier outburst and fell silent, allowing Lu Chang'an to embrace him and carry him away. While the screen remained shrouded in darkness, their conversation was distinctly audible, and the viewership numbers showed no signs of dwindling. "Oh my, the brother's voice is so gentle. I can't take it. I'm thoroughly enjoying this," exclaimed one viewer. "What delectable food does Lu Bao indulge in daily? I must say I adore Lu Bao." Another chimed in, "Don't stop. I want to be pampered with such treats as well." The excitement was palpable as reactions poured in. "I can't bear it any longer. I must rush in for a toast," said a viewer. To those upstairs, this is a no man's land, not a comment section. Yet, others expressed concern, noting that Lu Bao's heart seemed genuinely troubled. "I do worry. Surely the Lu family wouldn't truly seek to take Lu Bao's heart, would they? Just because the brother is kind doesn't imply the parents are as well. If that were the case, why has Lu Bao never mentioned the Lu family in his clarifications? He has only addressed matters concerning his brother," someone pointed out. "I sincerely hope the Lu family does not act too harshly. Lu Bao has his own struggles." In Chapter 19, Lu Chang'an carried Lu Jin'an downstairs, and the latter ceased his commotion. Observing his brother's despondency, Lu Chang'an felt a pang of sympathy. Gently placing him on the sofa and crouching beside him, "Brother, what has dampened your spirits again? Worry not. I shall resolve everything online, and no one will dare speak ill of you again. You wish for shrimp? I shall fetch them right away. Just stay here quietly, will you?" Lu Jin'an nodded, albeit slowly. Lu Chang'an let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Lu Jin'an might do something during his absence that would be captured by the live stream. He hurried to his bedroom to end the broadcast, then swiftly donned his coat and exited. It was already quite late, and he pondered why Lu Jin'an had suddenly developed a craving for shrimp. Before departing, he cast a worried glance into the living room. For the past few days, the housekeeper had been procuring ingredients and delivering them. This marked the first occasion he had left Lu Jin'an's side in several days. However, upon seeing Lu Jin'an sitting obediently on the bed, his heart was somewhat eased. Lu Jin'an was indeed being compliant, as the desire to eat shrimp was merely a whimsical fabrication of his. What he awaited now was the decline of the Lu family stock market, so that he could sneak into He Wen-zhou's bed. As Lu Jin'an continued to wait, he eventually lost consciousness. When Lu Chang'an returned, he found Lu Jin'an already asleep. With a resigned sigh, he carried him back to bed. In the following days, Lu Jin'an often tasked Lu Chang'an with various laborious errands, sending him to distant locations only to later change his mind about the items he had purchased. Initially, Lu Chang'an feared that Lu Jin'an was deliberately trying to distract him, but as the occurrences became more frequent, he gradually began to feel reassured. He realized that Lu Jin'an simply desired him to undertake these chores. Although he understood that Lu Jin'an might have intentions of tormenting him, Lu Chang'an remained undeterred, relishing the sight of his brother animatedly directing him. Lu Jin'an tapped the table, furrowing his brow at the exquisite sweet rice balls before him, and waved his hand dismissively. I no longer wish to eat this. I want the small cake next to Shenghua community. Having just returned home, Lu Chang'an sighed, helplessly ruffling Lu Jin'an's hair. All right then, wait for me at home, and I shall go buy it. However, this time, as Lu Chang'an donned his coat and stepped out the door, Lu Jin'an followed closely behind. He had orchestrated this ruse for several days to lower Lu Chang'an's guard. Though he did not comprehend why Lu Chang'an was being so unreasonable as to prevent him from going out alone, the system detected a decline in the Lu family stock market. Though the drop was not as significant as scripted, it sufficed. Lu Jin'an had already discreetly inquired about He Wen-zhou's schedule for the day. He Wen-zhou was set to discuss a partnership at a grand hotel, and Lu Jin'an planned to stealthily infiltrate the venue. Inside the grandest private room of the Qian-Ge Hotel, He Wen-zhou sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed. The collaborating party diligently presented their project, while a handsome young man quietly poured a glass of wine and handed it to He Wen-zhou, saying, "Thank you, Mr. He." Before the young man could revel in He Wen-zhou's acceptance of the drink, he witnessed He Wen-zhou place the glass down without a glance in his direction. No need for collaboration. You may all leave. In the realm of business, such transactions were commonplace. Though He Wen-zhou held disdain for these tactics, he was not oblivious to the young man's intentions, nor to the schemes of the senior executive. Yet if they dared to target him, they had gravely miscalculated. After delivering his words, He Wen-zhou did not linger, rising to exit, leaving behind a pale-faced executive and a trembling young man. Once He Wen-zhou departed, several subordinates promptly followed suit. He Wen-zhou frowned as he looked at his phone. As for the Lu family, a subordinate quickly replied, "All rumors have been dispelled. There will no longer be any gossip regarding you and the young master of the Lu family, and it will not affect the company. You may rest assured." He Wei-wen remained non-committal, aware that his subordinates had misunderstood the situation, yet he refrained from clarifying. His concern did not stem from the potential impact on the company, but rather from the fear that the young master might be unable to bear the opinions of others, especially since he was the one who had ultimately suffered a significant loss. He contemplated visiting the Lu family, but none of the messages he sent received a response, and he hesitated to go without invitation, fearing that his presence might discomfort the young master. Upon returning to the hotel and entering the room assigned to him, he loosened his tie and had just removed his jacket when he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. As he stepped into the bedroom, he noticed a small bulge under the covers and instantly understood the situation. A cold smile crept across his face, and his anger steadily escalated. He approached the bed and yanked the blanket aside, eager to discover the audacity of the individual who dared to occupy his bed. Lu Jin'an, ensconced beneath the covers, was still somewhat anxious and had not noticed He Wei-wen's entrance. As he mentally rehearsed the unfolding scenario, he was suddenly startled by a powerful force that pulled the blanket away, nearly sending him flying. Emerging from the covers, Lu Jinan's eyelashes trembled with nervousness as he stammered. He Wei Wen. Wei Wen's hand, which was reaching to pull him out, froze mid-air. Upon seeing the person he had been longing for, the anger he had accumulated dissipated in an instant, leaving only astonishment. "Anan, what are you doing here?" Lu Jinan reached out to grasp Wei Wen's hand. Although his petite fingers lacked strength, they effortlessly drew Wei Wen closer, leaning forward from his half-reclined position on the bed. The loose collar of his shirt revealed a glimpse of alluring skin. The pale complexion was tinged with a hint of blush, and the loose white shirt accentuated his delicate waist, rendering him a captivating sight. Yet those innocent eyes, blinking with naivety, evoked an even stronger desire to witness their tearful and bewildered expression. Wei Wen felt a sudden thirst, swallowing hard. He admitted to himself that he was not as virtuous as he had claimed. He now understood why some were ensnared by temptations, even when aware of their ulterior motives. Strangely, he felt that if it were Lu Jinan engaging in such antics, he might not mind at all. With a resigned smile in his eyes, Wei Wen gently supported Lu Jinan's waist, halting his movements. "All right, young master, let us not play around. If you continue, I might not be able to resist. Speak. What do you wish to do?" Lu Jinan assumed Wei Wen would toss him aside, but to his surprise, Wei Wen merely rested his hand on his waist without further movement. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lu Jinan shifted his body. However, Wei Wen, with a sudden firm grip, restrained him. Breathing heavily, Wei Wen's voice was husky. "Please refrain from moving about, young master." Lu Jinan obediently froze in place. Wei Wen lifted his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he wiped away the tears from Lu Jinan's eyes, filled with both tenderness and exasperation. "Why are you still crying? Are you unwell? Or did I hurt you?" In disbelief, Lu Jinan called out to the system in his mind. "System, has the protagonist been intimate with many others?" The system hesitated. It should be. Before Lu Jinan could receive a definitive answer, the door swung open with a loud creak. Chapter 20. The malevolent male supporting character with heart disease, Lu Chang'an, stood outside, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the scene before him, his expression dark enough to rival ink. Lu Jinan appeared utterly dazed. The amusement in Won Zhou's eyes gradually faded as he fastened the buttons of Lu Jinan's shirt, which had come undone during their kiss. His voice turned frigid as he addressed Lu Chang'an, remarking on the rudeness of barging into someone else's room. Lu Jinan, believing the comment was directed at him, trembled in fear. Won Zhou, taken aback, sighed softly and pinched Lu Jinan's cheek, reassuring him, "What are you afraid of? I could never bear to be harsh with you." Lu Chang'an approached slowly, his chest heaving with barely contained rage. Taking a deep breath in an attempt to appear calm, his voice emerged hoarse as he called out, "Brother, come here, let's go home." Heaven knows how anxious he felt upon discovering his brother's absence after buying a small cake, and how furious he became upon reviewing the surveillance footage that revealed Lu Jinan's whereabouts at this hotel. He had traveled such a distance to procure a cake for someone, only to find that the plan was to send him away to another's bed. It seemed this scheme had been long in the making, while he had naively believed otherwise. How laughable he found himself, truly. Lu Jinan, of course, could never entertain the thought of sharing a bed with Won Zhou. He was still devising an escape from this predicament when Lu Chang'an's arrival provided him an opportunity to slip away from Won Zhou and follow his brother's lead. Lu Chang'an escorted him out of the hotel in silence, an immense fury seemingly confined within him. His strides were swift, leaving Lu Jinan struggling to keep pace. Suddenly, the system's alarm blared, announcing, 1 week remaining until departure. Host must complete the task as soon as possible. Lu Jinan, breathless, halted, exclaiming, "Lu Chang'an, why are you walking so fast? I can hardly keep up." Lu Chang'an scoffed coldly, turning back to him. "You speak so domineeringly to me, don't you?" Lu Jinan widened his eyes in disbelief. "Lu Chang'an, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Chang'an opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but then fell silent. Observing his brother's demeanor, Lu Jinan turned his gaze to the scenery outside the window, ignoring him, occasionally biting his lip, appearing pitiable. In truth, he was conversing with the system, Can I leave now? The system remained silent for a moment before responding. Host, have you forgotten a crucial plot point? Jin'an, puzzled, inquire what? The system replied, C917, car accident. In an instant, Jin'an's eyes widened in shock. He had forgotten. In the original plot, Su-Yang had been manipulated by a person named Zhang Ku while abroad. At that time, Su-Yang was still quite vulnerable and unable to resist. Gradually, Su-Yang built his own power and incarcerated Zhang Ku. Upon his release, Zhang Ku, unable to take revenge on Su-Yang, turned his sights on those dear to him. Originally, it was supposed to be Liu Chang'an who encountered this car accident, but the Liu family had been concealing Liu Chang'an's identity, resulting in the retaliation falling upon Jin'an instead. It was this very car accident that compelled Liu's mother to urgently arrange for Liu Chang'an's heart to be transplanted to Jin'an, ultimately leading to Liu's mother being slain by He Wen-zhou. Liu Chang'an appeared to be focused solely on driving, yet his peripheral vision was consistently drawn to Jin'an. He believed his brother had gone too far this time, and he was determined to establish his authority, resolutely refusing to forgive him easily again. He envisioned various scenarios in which his brother might approach him to speak, contemplating how he might respond. However, he was suddenly startled when he caught a glimpse of his brother's face, which was filled with terror. All his previous thoughts dissipated like bubbles. Just as he intended to inquire whether Jin'an was feeling unwell, he noticed a large truck barreling towards them. Liu Chang'an froze for a moment before swiftly steering the wheel. Warning, host, brace yourself. An energy shield has been activated. Otherwise, Liu Chang'an might face a fatal collision. Echoed an urgent voice alongside the blaring horn. Jin'an's eyes widened in shock as he observed Liu Chang'an maneuvering to shield him from harm. His entire being went numb. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and lunged toward Liu Chang'an, a wave of pain engulfing him. It seemed as though someone was calling his name once, twice, thrice. Yet Jin'an could scarcely hear. In the final moments of consciousness, he found himself lamenting to the system, "It's all your fault. If you had spoken sooner, I would have followed Liu Chang'an." The wail of an ambulance echoed through the streets as Liu Chang'an trembled, enveloped in a cacophony of buzzing sounds. Blood covered his hands and body, and he stood there, paralyzed like a forsaken child. His wounds bled profusely, yet he seemed oblivious to his own suffering. Like a little tail, he trailed after Jin'an's stretcher, murmuring softly, "Brother, brother," akin to a dog that had awaited its master for countless days. When the master finally returned, the joy was short-lived as he hurriedly fed the dog some treats before rushing out again. The dog could do nothing but bark anxiously, yearning for its master to linger just a moment longer, yet it dared not bark too loudly, fearing abandonment for its ignorance. When Jin'an finally regained consciousness, his parents were by his side. Recently returned from abroad, they had been somewhat out of touch and had only just learned of Jin'an's plight, only to be met with the news of his accident upon their return. As Jin'an awoke, a glimmer of relief crossed his mother's face, her eyes swollen from tears. The usually composed matron finally revealed her vulnerability. Gently grasping Jin'an's hand, her voice hoarse, she exclaimed, "Anin, you're finally awake. Are you in pain? You scared your mother to death." Jin'an shook his head, reassuring her mom, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Yet, his mother began to weep again, dabbing at her tears while sobbing. "My poor child, why must you always face such tribulations? Once the surgery is over, I will take you abroad. I will stay by your side every day." Surgery? A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Jin'an. Indeed, the very next moment the system spoke, "Host, I have two pieces of news to share with you, both of which are unfortunate. Which one would you prefer to hear first?" Jin'an responded, C917. "The first is that you have been unconscious for 2 days, and the time until your final departure is drawing ever closer. I hope the host can prepare accordingly. The second piece of news is that during your unconsciousness, your mother approached Liu Chang'an regarding the heart transplant matter, and Liu Chang'an has already consented." "What?" Jin'an's mind momentarily shut down. "He agreed? He agreed. Has he raised the child incorrectly?" Chapter 21. The male antagonist with heart disease? Jin'an screamed internally, "System, what should I do?" C917 responded, "Please calm down. I will look into the records of other hosts to see if there are any possibilities for a transfer. Lu Jin'an. After the doctor examined him and found no issues, both Lu's parents breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as Lu Jin'an stepped into the restroom, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an's left arm was fractured and encased in a cast, appearing more severely injured than himself. What happened? Wasn't the protective shield activated? C917 replied. I could only activate it for you, hence why I instructed you to shield yourself. Fortunately, my upgrade was timely. Otherwise, you would have been reduced to mere fragments by now. For reasons unknown, Lu Jin'an detected a hint of smugness in the system's words. Lu Chang'an gazed at Lu Jin'an with wide eyes, resembling a forlorn puppy. Lu Jin'an's eyes flickered, and he cleared his throat, questioning the purpose of this interaction. Lu Chang'an pursed his lips. Brother, I wish to see you, but our parents disallow it. Are you well? Lu Jin'an glanced at his arm. This child must have spent his time alone in the hospital ever since he was admitted. Lu's parents had never visited his room. Unexpectedly, even in such circumstances, he was still foolishly concerned for him. Lu Jin'an shot a glance at Lu Chang'an without uttering a word and turned to leave. Having finally encountered him, Lu Chang'an was unwilling to let him go so easily. He immediately raised his hand and grasped Lu Jin'an's wrist. Brother, please don't leave. I'm sorry. Due to his nervousness, Lu Chang'an's grip tightened slightly, causing Lu Jin'an to wince in discomfort. Suddenly realizing his actions, Lu Chang'an quickly released Lu Jin'an's wrist and looked at the reddened skin with a tinge of guilt. Brother, I apologize. Lu Jin'an frowned at him. What exactly do you want? Lu Chang'an replied, I wish to talk with you. Is that permissible? Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Lu Jin'an turned to see He Wenzhou. What brings you here? He Wenzhou regarded Lu Chang'an with a cold demeanor, but his gaze softened when it fell upon Lu Jin'an. Seemingly aware of Lu Jin'an's confusion, he let out a low chuckle and said, Come, I will escort you back to your room. Much like 2 days prior at the Chienga Hotel, Lu Chang'an led Lu Jin'an away, but this time, it was Lu Chang'an who was left abandoned. Of course, Lu Jin'an remained oblivious to the shattered state of Lu Chang'an, as he was engrossed in the system relaying the events of recent days. C917. Indeed, it is said that He Wenzhou has been visiting you daily in the hospital ever since he heard about your accident. I imagine that if your parents weren't around, he might even consider relocating his office to your hospital room. Furthermore, there's Su Yang, who, like a rabid dog, killed Zhang the very next day. Yet, feeling responsible for your predicament, he dares not approach you, instead lingering at the hospital entrance day after day. The two even encountered each other once at the hospital entrance, resulting in an immediate brawl. Oh, you should have seen that scene, every punch landing with palpable force. Lu Jin'an felt a surge of trepidation upon hearing this. So much had transpired during his unconsciousness, and his script was crumbling. System, am I destined to perish? In this fast-paced realm of task completion, failure often meant obliteration. Did it not? The system was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained its composure, flipping through its manual. Fear not, for upon your demise, you may exchange your fervent desire to recover your memories for a chance at revival. At that point, I shall be able to bind to you anew. It is one of my services. Lu Jin'an felt utterly speechless. Later that evening, after He Wenzhou departed, Lu's parents, under Lu Jin'an's fervent insistence, returned to the villa for some respite. Once the hospital room was devoid of visitors, Lu Jin'an stealthily made his way to Lu Chang'an's room. He recalled that Lu Chang'an wished to converse with him today. However, upon entering, he found it empty except for a notebook filled to the brim with hurriedly scribbled notes, various cities, names, and hospitals, written and crossed out repeatedly. Lu Jin'an inquired, What is this? C917 replied, These are all the places Lu Chang'an has contacted in recent years in pursuit of your health. One could say he is striving to save you, or perhaps to save himself. He has essentially reached out everywhere, yet to no avail, as the narrative's insurmountable forces dictate that only he is compatible with you. Indeed, as Lu Jin'an turned to the last page, he found the words, I, inscribed there, ultimately circled by Lu Chang'an. Upon noticing Lu Jin'an, Lu Chang'an hurried over, his face lighting up with joy. What brings you here? Lu Jin'an averted his gaze, remaining silent. Following his line of sight, Lu Chang'an beheld his habitual notebook, momentarily frozen before hastily attempting to conceal it. Yet, Lu Jin'an's hand pressed down on it. Though his grip was gentle, he found himself unable to move. After a brief moment, Lu Jin'an casually withdrew his hand and looked up at Lu Chang'an, asking, "Mother mentioned that you have already promised to give me your heart?" Lu Chang'an's heart raced. He could not fathom the meaning behind Lu Jin'an's words, but obediently nodded. Lu Jin'an smiled softly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will take excellent care of your heart." For a moment, Lu Chang'an was bewildered by Lu Jin'an's statement. By the time he regained his senses, Lu Jin'an had already departed, leaving him to gaze at the empty room with a heavy sigh. He had wished to inquire of his brother whether his reckless act of saving him was purely due to their fraternal bond, or if it was motivated by the allure of his healthy heart. However, since he had missed the opportunity to ask, he resolved to wait until another time. He merely sought an answer, and regardless of the outcome, he would not regret his decision. At that moment, Lu Chang'an was unaware that it would be his final encounter with Lu Jin'an. Chapter 22. The malicious male antagonist with a heart condition under the hazy moonlight. Lu Jin'an stealthily slipped out of the hospital. The night air was somewhat chilly, prompting him to wrap his arms around himself. He had intended for the system to randomly extract him, but perhaps in a bid to emphasize the tragic fate of this nefarious supporting character. The script's line about dying in a forsaken corner stood out remarkably, making it nearly impossible for Lu Jin'an to overlook. Choosing a more secluded spot, he allowed the system to extract his soul. The moment his soul detached, he felt as if the world was spinning, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the logout hall of the star domain. The hall was extraordinarily spacious, bustling with various hosts traversing the numerous teleportation points. A constant ebb and flow of people. It seemed that everyone had grown accustomed to the sudden appearance of newcomers, as no one paid him any heed amidst their own pursuits. It was Lu Jin'an's first visit to such a vast, high-tech star domain hall. "Wow, system. You truly are a legitimate organization," he exclaimed in awe. The system proudly spun around, responding, of course. Lu Jin'an hopped and skipped around the hall, touching this and that, his lips often emitting sounds of wonder. The system, exasperated, scrunched its round body into a ball, saying, "All right, enough of your antics. Let us return to the system space." Lu Jin'an shot the system a glare, retorting, "You're the one acting like an old lady." Upon returning to the system space, Lu Jin'an lay on the ground, feverishly jotting down notes, the contents of which were unknown. The system C917 floated over, inquiring, "Host, what are you doing?" Without lifting his head, Lu Jin'an replied, summarizing and taking notes. "Diligence can make up for shortcomings. I must succeed next time." Seeing Lu Jin'an's dedication, the system felt a pang of sympathy and began scanning his notes while offering comfort. "It's all right. Failing a task is quite normal." However, the comforting words abruptly halted when it discovered Lu Jin'an had written, 1. Never do unnecessary things. 2. The system is foolish. 3. Never trust the foolish system. Oh! Lu Jin'an suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, clutching it with both hands, and turned to look at the system with a mournful expression. He grabbed its round body and attempted to pull it into his embrace, exclaiming, "Do you dare to strike me?" The system unexpectedly expanded, lifting Lu Jin'an into the air for a moment before wriggling free and huffing. "Who told you to speak ill of me?" After a playful tussle, Lu Jin'an lay sprawled on the ground, and the system rolled over, stopping against his waist. "Host, I need to scan your emotional fluctuation levels. If they are too high, I will have to erase your memories." Lu Jin'an paused. "Are you out of your mind? I'm trying to recover my memories, and you want to erase them? I have reason to suspect you run a black shop. While I seek you out, you erase my memories, causing my obsession to be solely about retrieving my memories, thus allowing you to exploit me as a mere tool. Correct? Impossible. We are not that kind of organization." The system, after its evasive remarks, began to leisurely scan Lu Jin'an's safety. Ding. System detection. Emotional fluctuation value 10. Not reaching 60. No need for clearance. The system seemed somewhat astonished. "Host, you are undoubtedly the most emotionally stable person I have encountered. You resemble a stone with just a hint of sentiment. If you were a donkey, You would indeed be the quintessential, heartless iron donkey. Get lost. By the way, host, do you still wish to follow the developments in that little world? Chapter 23. The malicious male supporting character with heart disease. Continuation 1. Hello. Is this a family member of Lu Jin'an? We are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and the previously bright sun was abruptly shrouded in ominous shadows. Large raindrops pelted the ground like marbles, forming small puddles, while the people on the street hurriedly sought shelter from the sudden downpour. Only a young man clad in a hospital gown wandered aimlessly along the street, solitary in his ignorance. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Chang'an was uncertain of his destination, his mind echoing with a phrase that sent waves of panic through his heart. Died from sudden cardiac arrest. How could that be? I refused to believe it. 10 minutes prior, Lu's anxious parents had found him, exclaiming that Lu Jin'an was missing. Lu's mother, in a fit of hysteria, interrogated Lu Chang'an about his brother's whereabouts. Even Lu's typically composed father had reddened eyes in anger, suspecting that Lu Chang'an had hidden Lu Jin'an away. However, a phone call from the Municipal Public Security Bureau soon transformed the chaotic hospital room into a place where one could hear a pin drop. The word sudden death from heart disease momentarily stunned Lu Chang'an, drowning out the subsequent dialogue with a ringing in his ears and the pounding of his heart. When Lu Chang'an regained his senses, his parents had already dashed out of the hospital. He followed them in a daze, watching them drive away, suddenly at a loss for what he should do. It felt as though he had been abandoned once more. Where is he to go? No, he could not go anywhere. He had to wait for his brother. Each time their parents left him behind, his brother would come to retrieve him. Only his brother would not forsake him. Lu Chang'an approached a bench by the roadside, obediently sitting upon it, his dark eyes fixed intently on the passers-by. He needed to observe closely. He often seemed to misplace his brother. The rain intensified, visibility diminished, and the street grew increasingly deserted. It was only when the few remaining figures vanished from sight that Lu Chang'an abruptly realized it was raining. He could not wait here. If his brother came looking for him, he would catch a cold. He needed to go home. Yes, he needed to go home. Upon returning to the villa, the door swung open, revealing a chaotic scene inside. Yet, Lu Chang'an appeared oblivious to it all, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the young man lying in the center of the room. He smiled, "Brother," but his voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. His expression gradually twisted. Though he smiled, tears streamed down his face one after another. He stumbled and crawled to Lu Jin'an's side, gingerly intertwining his fingers with his, only to encounter an icy touch. "Brother, why are you sleeping here? Let me carry you back to the room. It's far too cold here." Lu Chang'an reached out to lift Lu Jin'an, but the surrounding servants swiftly intervened, pleading, "Second young master, please remain calm. The eldest young master is no longer with us." "No, he is not gone. Get away, all of you." Lu Chang'an's eyes blazed red, fiercely guarding Lu Jin'an as if he were a wild beast ready to tear apart anyone who dared to approach. Lu father and Lu mother descended from the second floor, waving their hands at the servants. Strikingly, they did not scold Lu Chang'an. Ignoring everything, Lu Chang'an moved closer to Lu Jin'an, yearning to embrace him, but was halted by a single remark from Lu father. "Haven't you troubled him enough already?" Instantly, Lu Chang'an froze, helpless, his dark eyes anxiously fixed on Lu Jin'an, repeatedly calling out "brother." He resembled a chastised puppy, pitifully seeking solace from his master, his gaze pleading, "I haven't troubled you, right? He's lying, isn't. Yet." His master offered no response, and his once vibrant eyes dimmed, losing their luster. Resigning himself to the situation, Lu Chang'an abandoned the urge to lift Lu Jin'an and knelt beside him, as if truly waiting for him to awaken. But the awakening never came. Lu Jin'an was cremated, and it took Lu Chang'an an eternity to accept this reality. Clutching the notebook that had once been intended to find Lu Jin'an's heart, he grappled with confusion. They had been so close, just a step away. If only he had promised a little sooner, perhaps his brother would not have met such a fate. That question remained unvoiced. Yet his brother had answered him with his life, a response far more painful than he could have ever imagined. Many attended Lu Jin'an's funeral. Su Yang stood there, his expression composed, Yet upon closer inspection, one could see his right hand tightly gripping a small stuffed keychain, his whole being trembling slightly. The arrival of Zhang had filled him with a dread that prevented him from facing Lu Jin'an. After much inner deliberation, he had finally resolved to apologize to Lu Jin'an. He stood at the hospital entrance, the little sheep toy nearly worn smooth from his anxious fidgeting, until he finally mustered the courage to enter the ward, only to discover that the room had already been assigned to another. A momentary lapse occurred in his mind. Had he been discharged so soon? He intended to call and inquire, but as he reached for his phone, he received an unexpected call, followed immediately by the news of Lu Jin'an's death. He would never forget that moment. The world around him fell silent. Time seemed to freeze, stretching unbearably. He could not comprehend what he had lost, yet he felt as though he had lost everything. Su Yang stood dazed in a corner of the funeral, gazing at the black-and-white photograph of Lu Jin'an displayed in the memorial hall. The individual in the photograph smiles gently, their beautiful eyes shimmering like stars, though still so young. Filled with countless possibilities, Su Yang lets out a sigh, akin to a lament, a poignant sense of loss that ultimately transforms into profound helplessness. Little princess, you have abandoned me once more. Did you not promise you would not disappear so suddenly? The words seemed to carry a weight of unfulfilled promises. Lu Chang'an did not attend the funeral. He steadfastly refused to accept the reality of the situation. Neither did he Wenzhou make an appearance. As twilight descended, Su Yang stood alone into the deep night, lost in a daze as he made his way back. Outside the Shenghua community, a tall figure abruptly approached Su Yang, delivering a punch to his face. Su Yang did not resist, staggering and collapsing into the bushes. He Wenzhou clenched Su Yang's collar, his tone frigid, reminiscent of a venomous snake. Su Yang, I should have disposed of you while abroad. Su Yang, too weary to argue with He Wenzhou, merely let out a bitter laugh. You are right, He Wenzhou. I indeed deserve to die. But what about you? You did not attend the funeral. You are afraid, are you not? Su Yang's gaze bore into He Wenzhou, filled with a sinister intensity. He just left the hotel where negotiations took place. During this time, he has shown you no aversion. If only you had been a bit more attentive, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. He Wenzhou, do you truly believe yourself to be a good person? For an eternity, He Wenzhou stood alone in the darkness, absorbing Su Yang's words. Indeed, he was afraid. He feared Lu Jin'an would blame him. If only he had not been so busy. If only he could have been by Lu Jin'an's side every day. Perhaps such a calamity would never have transpired. He did not understand why Lu Jin'an had chosen to leave alone that day. Yet, he did not believe Lu Jin'an had erred. He merely loathed himself for not recognizing Lu Jin'an's distress. He could blame no one but himself, for he was, in essence, a sinner. Chapter 24. The malicious male antagonist with heart disease. Continuation 2 at the grand celebration of Mr. Chun's 80th birthday. The Chen family hosted a lavish banquet for the entirety of the capital city. In this resplendent and thriving metropolis, wealth and power intertwined, with the extravagance of high society serving as its most ancient emblem. The younger generation flourished, and under Chen Rang's leadership, the Chen family ascended to great heights, rendering their banquet an event that many aspired to attend. As melodious music filled the air, the festivities gradually commenced, with glasses clinking as guests engaged in conversation driven by their own ambitions. Amidst the exchanges, Chen Rang descended gracefully from the second floor, clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his tall, athletic figure, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Each step exuded an air of confident poise. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Chen Rang, and everyone began to calculate how best to forge connections with him. However, before any could make a move, a sudden voice interrupted. What a grand spectacle! Truly, one has been kept waiting. The speaker, donned in a striking red suit, stood casually, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a wine glass, reclining on the arm of a sofa with a slight, nonchalant smile. Chen Rang raised his glass in acknowledgement and offered a subtle nod. Sun Yan, it has been a long time. As the commotion unfolded here, several individuals approached leisurely from various directions. Upon witnessing this, the crowd hesitated and withdrew their outstretched legs. In the capital, who could be unaware that the prominent families, led by Chun Su, form an insular circle, having grown up together, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to penetrate their camaraderie? Even more astonishing was the fact that none of these young individuals were lacking in capability. Under their stewardship, their family enterprises had thrived to unprecedented heights. Presently, aside from the ever-dominant He family, these few individuals were regarded as the most competent in the capital. The onlookers yearned to engage in conversation, but refrained from intruding upon their gathering, as such gatherings were customary for them at banquets. They recalled that in the past, these individuals often congregated, with one person at the center of attention. However, it was later heard that this individual had met with an unfortunate accident, prompting a collective sigh among the crowd, who dared not contemplate how invaluable this person would have been had the tragedy not occurred. Chun Rang casually raised his glass to clink with Sun Yin's, the crisp sound ringing out pleasantly. He settled onto the sofa with practiced ease, as if they had performed this action countless times before. Lu Lan, when you plan to leave this time? The person addressed as Lu Lan, holding a glass of red wine and donning gold-rimmed glasses along with a black suit adorned with dark golden patterns, exuded an air of restrained elegance. Upon hearing the inquiry, he lifted his gaze thoughtfully. Soon, this trip abroad will likely keep me away for quite some time. Chun Rang chuckled and glanced at Lu Lan. Dressed like that, if an sees you, she'll surely tease you for being overly earnest. At the mere mention of an a rare silence enveloped the others. Lu Lan's fingertips grazed the wine glass, his brow slightly furrowing. He mused, I should have been the one to say it. Lu Jin'an, puzzled, inquired, System. Why do Lu's parents not love Lu Chang'an? Are they truly his biological parents? The system, with its rotund form, bounced slightly. Why do you ask me? Host, matters of emotion must be experienced personally. They have devoted their affections to you, rendering the feelings for others inconsequential. Isn't that perfectly normal? Lu Jin'an expressed mild astonishment. They've given it all to me? But according to your initial analysis of the script, they valued interests more than anything else. C917 replied. However, the small world has collapsed, and the script's analysis is no longer valid. Lu Jin'an anxiously touched his nose. So, how much progress have I made? C917 responded, 10. That little. Lu Jin'an recoiled like a startled quail, retracting his neck as he queried the system. System, am I doomed? He vividly recalled their agreement. If he succeeded, the system would assist him in regaining his memories. If he failed, he would be erased. The system bounced up and down, finding Lu Jin'an's demeanor somewhat endearing. No worries, you can offset it with points. Lu Jin'an's eyes brightened. How many? 500,000. Lu Jin'an immediately deflated, lying down dramatically, displaying a hint of exasperation. I have no money, and I don't want to give my life either. The system circled above Lu Jin'an, sensing that he was genuinely feeling downcast. It fell upon Lu Jin'an's head, gently patting his crown. No worries, I shall cover for the host. When the host is affluent, they may repay me. Lu Jin'an turned over and sat up, astonished. You possess such wealth? Aren't you merely an internship system? The system did not respond but stated, Host, prepare yourself. We are about to enter the next world. MHM. Lu Jin'an, clutching a notebook, nodded vigorously. He had already gathered his insights, and this time, he was determined to redeem himself. In a desolate and dilapidated planet, heaps of various refuse were stacked together, while swirling dust mixed with howling winds created an oppressive atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. A young boy, bearing a bamboo basket, incessantly rummaged through the trash. After hastily selecting some usable daily necessities, he glanced at the sky above and hurriedly ran back to a nearby cave. Inside the cave lay a collection of salvaged items from the refuse, including spoiled food. The ground was covered with several soft cotton mats, upon which rested another exceptionally handsome boy, small and utterly adorable. Yet this boy had his eyes tightly shut, his cheeks flushed, and his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly in considerable discomfort. Lu Jin'an himself was indeed suffering greatly. This was an interstellar realm, primarily narrating the tale of the protagonist, Shi, endowed with ancient human genes, was deeply cherished within the interstellar empire, and how he achieved both career and romantic success. Jin'an was the primary male lead of this world, a youth who had fallen to a forsaken star yet returned to the empire. Emerging victorious amidst a multitude of rivals vying for the affections of the protagonist. Jin'an, on the other hand, could be succinctly referred to as the control group, serving to highlight the noble virtues of the primary male lead amidst adversity. The interstellar climate was harsh, and the inhabitants possessed robust physiques. Logically, Jin'an too should have been endowed with a formidable body. However, due to a peculiar malfunction within the system, he had been granted a human body. In this context, possessing a human form was exceedingly fragile. Prolonged exposure to sunlight could lead to fainting or skin burns, and even a slight breeze could induce a high fever. As the narrative had yet to commence, Jin'an had already lost count of how many times he had fallen ill. In this world, the mental fortitude and physical capabilities of the interstellar beings grew ever stronger. Accompanying this was an uncontrollable mental upheaval, the sole remedy for which was the essence of ancient humans. Alas, the bodies of ancient humans were exceedingly frail and had all perished in the interstellar wars 100,000 years ago. Only those of mixed heritage, possessing both ancient human and interstellar genes, had survived. Such hybrids were exceedingly rare and fragile. Hence, even with limited soothing abilities, they were cherished like treasures by the interstellar populace. However, with the advancement of technology and the continuous alteration of a natural environment, even with such care, those bearing ancient human genes could succumb for various reasons. To this day, only Jin'an, the protagonist, remained as the sole holder of such genes. Therefore, possessing ancient human genes within one's body was indeed a matter of great value. Anyone in the empire who obtains this gene would consider it a divine blessing, especially given the torment inflicted by the gene riot. However, Jin'an does not share this sentiment. He feels as though he too is on the brink of suffering. Firstly, he finds himself on a desolate star, where he receives scant care. Secondly, he has a mission, and should this matter be discovered, the consequences are too daunting to imagine. The system indicated the need to report to superiors and enveloped him in an energy shield to conceal his presence. But it has since become a one-way trip, leaving him in silence. 5 years have elapsed, and the energy of the shield is waning. He is uncertain if he can endure until the system returns. Such inefficiency is exasperating. Jin'an can barely contain his discomfort, letting out a soft whimper. Jin'an gazes upwards through the cave's opening, contemplating the impending month-long acid rain and how much time remains for him to scavenge for supplies. Lost in thought, he is suddenly interrupted by a soft sound. Instantly, Jin'an turns and gently lifts the boy from the cushion, carefully checking his temperature with a tender yet frustrated tone. And then, "You're feeling quite unwell, aren't you? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken you outside." Jin'an and Jin'an were abducted by space pirates during their childhood and abandoned on a desolate star. Currently, the various star systems are at odds, with space pirates rampant. To bolster their strength, these pirates periodically abduct batches of children from different systems. They select a few with potential for training, while those deemed unworthy are discarded. Jin'an was among the first to be abandoned, while Jin'an followed as part of the second wave. Of course, Jin'an is genuinely lacking in potential, whereas Jin'an simply awakened his abilities later than others. In the original narrative, Jin'an's character is portrayed as timid, self-serving, and ungrateful. Jin'an rescues him, providing for him, yet Jin'an shows no gratitude, claiming all the good things for himself and dismissing Jin'an's hard-earned treasures as mere refuse. Eventually, they're discovered by interstellar beings and brought back to the main star, primarily due to the revelation of Jin'an's formidable abilities, inadvertently rescuing the original character. Yet, the original character remains oblivious to the kindness shown to him, incessantly demanding that Jin'an relinquish all his possessions. Even after reaching the main star, he continues to show no remorse, believing everyone should cater to his desires and serve him as slaves. Consumed by jealousy of the protagonist's affection from all, he resorts to various schemes against them. ultimately becoming a mere pawn, meeting his end amidst a chaotic battle, abandoned and perishing in a tide of insects. However, Lu Jin'an's illness has taken a severe toll, leaving him with only fleeting moments of clarity. Truth be told, he sometimes fears that Jin'an might find him an unbearable burden and choose to abandon him. Jin'an offers Lu Jin'an a sip of water, and as he groggily opens his eyes, the moment he sees Jin'an, his brow furrows, and he grumbles in a hoarse voice, "It's all your fault. You're utterly useless, making me feel this way." Perhaps due to his illness, his voice was faint, almost petulant, causing a pang of sorrow in Jin'an's heart. Fearing that the person in his embrace might become distressed, he quickly lifted him up, soothingly assuring, "It is all my fault. It is my inadequacy that has caused you such discomfort." Jin'an allowed Lu Jin'an to lean against him, gently using a cloth to wipe Lu Jin'an's face. Despite his utmost care, the action still elicited a furrowed brow from Lu Jin'an, a sign of pain. Lu Jin'an's skin was exceedingly delicate. The towel he had found was not soft enough, and the rough texture would inevitably leave his skin reddened. Yet, he felt powerless. The dust in the air was overwhelming, and while it did not affect him much, Lu Jin'an's fragile body required frequent cleansing to prevent rashes from forming, which would only exacerbate his discomfort. From a bamboo basket, Jin'an retrieved a vial of nutrient solution and gently coaxed, "And please have a little something, will you?" This was freshly found and not expired, and he hoped Lu Jin'an would consume it, knowing that his ailing body needed energy, and such unexpired nutrients were rare to come by. Of course, he would also salvage expired food, but that was for his own sustenance. He could not bear the thought of Lu Jin'an consuming anything of that nature. In a rare moment, Lu Jin'an took a couple of sips. But before Jin'an could revel in the joy of this small victory, he witnessed Lu Jin'an promptly regurgitate the nutrient solution. Jin'an's heart plunged, and a tremor coursed through him. Everyone understood that in such dire conditions, being unable to ingest food was akin to a death sentence. "Ugh, this tastes awful." Lu Jin'an, feeling unwell, had reddened eyes and rested his head against Jin'an's chest, expressing his frustration. "It's all your fault. This is terrible. I feel so miserable. I never want to drink that again." Outside, thunder rolled ominously, heralding an impending storm. Jin'an held Lu Jin'an tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline, his voice cracking. And in, "I am so frightened." Despite his relentless efforts, everything seemed to spiral into chaos. What could he possibly do to restore his precious and into health? The thunderous roars continued, heightening Jin'an's anxiety. The acidic rain was corrosive and lingered for long periods, bringing forth numerous pathogens. With Lu Jin'an still unwell, Jin'an feared he might not withstand it. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby, snapping Jin'an to alertness. He swiftly concealed Lu Jin'an in a corner and quietly approached the source of the noise, armed with a short knife. Chapter 26. The only human in the galaxy 02. Damn it. How do we crash land on this forsaken planet? A lean, middle-aged man in the cockpit slapped the control stick, cursing. Another, slightly heavier man was equally irritable, retorting, "I told you not to provoke the military. Now look, when the boss sends someone over, you can await your doom." Exasperated, the lean man beckoned. "Let us go down and take a look." He headed towards the hatch. A portly man closely followed behind, and as the cabin door swung open, he noticed a slender man suddenly freeze in place. He tapped the man on the shoulder, asking why he was dazed. Noting the inclement weather outside, "We must hasten. Soon there will be a loud thud." In an instant, the slender man collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, a glaring crimson mark appearing on his neck. The portly man's eyes widened in shock as he approached the cabin door cautiously, demanding to know who was there. Without a word, Sean lunged forward with a dagger, but the portly man was evidently prepared, blocking the attack with a scoff. "I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out to be just a young whelp. Dare to kill my brother? You must be tired of living." Sean quickly distanced himself from the man, discreetly scanning the cabin door. He had anticipated an ambush during his surprise attack, yet it seemed there were only these two individuals aboard the starship. Relieved, he exhaled. He had feared a fierce battle, especially since he couldn't leave Lu Jin'an unattended for too long. Just as the portly man was about to advance, he felt a sudden pressure, a sharp wind cutting through his skin like a blade, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Is that mental energy solidified? How is that possible? Why would there be someone with such powerful mental prowess on a mere barren star? Before he could regret his hubris or plead for mercy, he lost consciousness. In an instant, Sean was struck with a splitting headache, wary of potential ambushes around him. He extended his mental energy to envelop the entire starship. Struggling to control the overwhelming force that nearly spiraled out of control. Enduring the excruciating pain, he searched the entire starship before swiftly returning to carry the now slumbering Jin'an aboard, clearly indicating that this location offered better conditions. Without hesitation, he commenced his lethal actions, intent on seizing this place. Jin'an emanated an enchanting fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, instantly alleviating his suffering. Meanwhile, alarms blared incessantly at the Imperial Star Space Detection Base. In the conference room, a man was reporting to his superiors. "Sir, the C-7431 Baron star has detected a near S-level mental energy. Interstellar mental energy typically stabilizes at 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, with C and D being the most common. Higher levels like S and SS are exceedingly rare. The super S-level mental energy could annihilate nearly 1,000 B levels and 100 A levels, rendering one individual equivalent to an elite military force, hence attracting significant attention. However, such mental outbursts are also more volatile. Nearly all S-level individuals in the interstellar empire succumb to mental breakdowns. Existing ancient human gene pacification techniques are ineffective against S levels, leading to a rapid decline in their numbers. The dignified figure in the video immediately dispatched personnel to retrieve the individual, insisting that they must bring him back to the Imperial Star headquarters. Understood. Upon awakening, Jin'an felt a semblance of comfort. The moment he opened his eyes, he realized he was aboard a starship, lying in what appeared to be a medical pod. What is going on? Where is Sean? As Jin'an had just settled up with the intention of exploring, a creaking sound resonated, indicating the fracture of something. Xian emerged from the cockpit, locking eyes with Jin'an, clutching a broken control lever in his hand. Jin'an's gaze fell upon the control lever held by Xian, questioning, "What are you doing?" With pursed lips, Xian replied, "I was operating the starship." A hint of skepticism flickered in Jin'an's eyes. Doesn't operating a starship require a control lever? Onsen, feeling a sudden discomfort as if pricked by needles, opened his mouth to respond, sensing his image was at stake and he needed to provide an explanation. Thus, he blurted out without much thought, "I don't quite know how. I thought it was for pulling." Well, that seemed to worsen the situation. Indeed, the next moment, Jin'an's voice rang out, "Xian, you really are foolish." Yet, despite the remark, Jin'an recognized that it was no small feat for Xian to even know where to pilot the starship. After all, Xian had been abandoned here at a tender age, living alone for 6 years before being found by Jin'an. "How did you acquire this starship?" Jin'an inquired. Xian straightened his back, responding, "I found it." Jin'an cast a glance at Xian, inwardly marveling at what seemed to be the protagonist's fortune. With Jin'an no longer questioning him, Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he contemplated where to procure some food for Jin'an, a thunderous sound echoed in the air. Jin'an swiftly turned to see a larger starship gradually descending. Onzones destined, gripping the dagger tightly as he fixed his stare outside, calculating the likelihood of finding another starship. However, his reverie was soon shattered when individuals emerged from the starship, deepening his sense of foreboding. As the hatch opened, a squad of well-trained soldiers stepped out. Xian could sense the formidable strength emanating from each member of the group. He was perplexed as to why such a regimented army would arrive on this desolate planet. But his contemplation was cut short as the squad divided into several smaller units, one of which was advancing towards their starship. Without a moment to spare, Xian dashed towards the hatch, intercepting the approaching soldiers. Given the scarcity of inhabitants on this garbage planet, the soldiers quickly concluded that Xian was indeed the individual they were seeking. However, before they could celebrate, they were met with a chaotic surge of mental energy emanating from Xian. This mental force unrefined and lacking systematic training, was nevertheless formidable. Commander Wenlida swiftly brandished the imperial insignia, addressing Jin'an, "Do not be afraid. We are for the Coveting Empire and harbor no ill intentions. Please, retract your mental energy." Yet, contrary to their expectations, the youth did not withdraw his mental energy. Rather, it intensified, hinting at an impending outburst. Chapter 27. The sole human in the Galaxy 03 under the overwhelming pressure of the mental force. When Lauda's veins bulged. It was unusual for someone untrained in mental energy to exert such a potent influence, unless the individual unleashing their psychic energy wishes to bring destruction upon everything around them. When Luo suddenly broke into a cold sweat at this thought, he turned to his subordinates behind him. The hostility emanating from him was so intense that communication was nearly impossible, and there was a palpable tendency towards a violent outburst. Should he succumb to this rage, it would spell disaster for all of us. Everyone, brace yourselves and prepare to take decisive action. At this moment, Jin'an was indeed prepared to embrace mutual destruction, utterly oblivious to any empire. He only recalled that not long ago, those individuals had perished with alarming ease beneath his psychic grasp, while the people before him were merely experiencing a slight impact. This group was formidable. Under normal circumstances, Jin'an could not annihilate them all. Yet, he would never allow them to board the starship, nor would he permit them to discover Jin'an's existence. In a flash, Jin'an seized the dagger and charged at the group. When Luo and the others, cautious and feeling the oppressive weight of Jin'an's psychic force, found it no simple task to subdue him. Just as the standoff reached a critical point, a faint sound of footsteps broke the tension. Jin'an's pupils trembled as he instantly retracted all his released psychic energy, ignoring the sharp pain that pierced his mind. He swiftly turned, his heart racing as he beheld Jin'an standing motionless not far away. He stumbled over to Jin'an, frantically checking his body. "How are you, Jin'an? Are you hurt? Does anything ache?" Jin'an stood there in a daze. After the Imperial starship had appeared, Jin'an had left, and Jin'an had been squatting inside that small starship, waiting for Jin'an to conclude negotiations and take him away. However, as he waited endlessly, Jin'an began to suspect that Jin'an, perhaps finding him insufferable, had left with the army without any intention of taking him along. "Oh heavens, if I am left here, I shall never complete this mission." Thus, Jin'an hurriedly pursued, but as soon as he stepped outside, regret washed over him. The indiscriminate attack of psychic energy rendered him immobile. Had Jin'an not retracted his power swiftly enough, he might have met his end right there. Jin'an still shuddered at the thought. How could a purebred like him, without any psychic shield, withstand such force? If Jin'an had taken even a minute longer to withdraw, he would have been obliterated. Why unleash such a potent psychic attack in the first place? Could it be that Jin'an harbored such disdain for him that he sought to intimidate him? Oh dear! The more Jin'an pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. Jin'an observed Jin'an standing still, fearing that his psychic energy had indeed been withdrawn too slowly and had caused harm. His demeanor visibly darkened. Cautiously, he released a gentle wave of psychic energy to envelop Jin'an. When Luo noticed the oppressive force dissipate and felt a surge of relief. Just as he took a couple of steps forward, ready to speak, he sensed a psychic blade slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind. Jin'an held Jin'an protectively, casting a sidelong glance, his voice icy. "Get away." Despite being merely an 18 or 19-year-old youth, he exuded an inexplicable aura that sent shivers down one's spine. When Lauda felt a sense of helplessness, the current situation with the young boy before him was utterly uncommunicative, and he needed to find a way to calm him down. Jin'an finally snapped back to reality after the brusque command to get lost. Frowning in discontent, he spoke in a harsh tone. "Are you yelling at me?" It was only then that the Imperial soldiers noticed that the boy in Jin'an's embrace was also a youth. When Lauda opened his mouth, sensing the low mental energy of the boy being held, he wished to convey to Jin'an that the individual in front of him was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and it would be prudent to remain silent and avoid provoking him. However, to his surprise, as soon as the boy spoke, the rampant mental energy was immediately reined in. Xian's eyes brightened almost instantly, and in, "Are you all right?" He tightened his grip around Lu Jin'an, burying his head in the crook of Lu Jin'an's neck. "You scare me to death." Lu Jin'an gently pushed Xian's head away, peering out from his embrace with a puzzled expression directed at Wenlada and the others. "Are you from the Empire?" At this, Wenlada felt a surge of joy. Finally, there was someone he could converse with. He quickly retrieved the emblem representing the Empire. "Greetings, I am Wenlada, the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Korowedu Empire. We mean you no harm. We are merely here to escort you back." Lu Jin'an frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Xian. "You went too far? The Empire's people have arrived. Why didn't you come to find me? Do you want me to continue suffering on this desolate planet?" "Of course not," Xian replied, biting his lip, feeling somewhat wronged as he defended himself. "I had never heard of any empire." Lu Jin'an understood this well. Children on Blue Star, before their education, often had little comprehension of the number of nations on the planet, let alone someone like Shin, who had been abandoned on a barren star since childhood. In the original storyline, it was Wenlada who enlightened Shin about the nature of the Empire, leading him to decide to return with them. Lu Jin'an cast a bewildered glance at Wenlada, uncertain why he had failed to enlighten Shin this time. However, he was grateful for Wenlada's timely appearance, which had prevented any significant plot discrepancies. Otherwise, this realm would have been on the verge of collapse, and the system would have been able to clock out directly upon its return. Once aboard the Imperial starship, Xian stuck closely to Lu Jin'an, refusing to be separated from him, no matter the call. Wenlada had intended to conduct a preliminary health assessment of Xian aboard the starship, but upon witnessing this attachment, he abandoned the idea. Having finally lured them aboard the starship, it seemed wise to let matters remain as they were. If Xian were to lose control on the ship, it would prove exceedingly difficult to manage. Everything could wait until they reached the Empire. Wenlada contemplated as he discreetly observed Lu Jin'an, the individual who could keep an S-class mental energy like Xian so closely tethered. Truth be told, this boy named Lu Jin'an was exceptionally handsome, resembling a porcelain doll, with skin fair and delicate. In such a harsh climate on a barren planet, to have been nurtured to such a state indicated that his caregivers had indeed exerted considerable effort. Inevitably, Wenlada's gaze shifted toward Xian, his brow furrowing slightly. Controlling S-class mental energy was notoriously challenging, particularly for young children who had yet to master the means of regulating it. Without the calming presence of ancient humanity, the repercussions of a violent outburst upon the spiritual realm are irrevocable. Such an episode would indiscriminately inflict harm upon anyone in its path. Yet, this youth named Lu Jin'an has remained by Xian's side for many years, astonishingly unscathed. It appears that Xian truly holds a deep affection for the boy. As Wenlada contemplated this, he couldn't help but sigh, pondering the state of Xian's spiritual realm. He had not entertained the notion that Xian had never succumbed to a violent outburst over the years, for that would be inconceivable. Reflecting on this, Wenlada felt a twinge of regret, yet it was not too late. Given the current scarcity of S-level combatants within the Empire, Xian would undoubtedly be sent to the Empire's foremost military academy, where he could forge a friendship with Zil. Chapter 28. The sole human in the stars, Lu Jin'an had long resided on the desolate star, enduring a life so arduous it could scarcely be described. After a painstakingly slow progression of his mission, his living conditions had improved slightly, and he had succumbed to slumber. He was awakened from his deep sleep by Xian's voice, and upon regaining his senses, he realized they had arrived at the Imperial Star. As the starship's hatch opened, magnificent and colossal structures filled his vision, while various small airships darted across the sky, leaving Lu Jin'an utterly astonished. His previous memories lay forgotten, and having been reborn into this new life, his understanding of technology remained anchored in the first world. Entering the second world, and having lived on a desolate star for so long, he found this spectacle to be a source of wonder. Accompanied by Xian, Lu Jin'an followed Wenlada into the headquarters of the command base, escorted by the military. Once inside, Wenlada promptly dispatched personnel to escort Lu Jin'an and Xian to separate medical chambers for assessments of their physical and mental faculties. The results emerged swiftly, confirming that Xian's constitution and mental prowess were both rated S, while Lu Jinan's were dismally rated at EE, even lower than the original narrative's C. Upon receiving the results, Xian disregarded his own report and eagerly scrutinized Lu Jinan's multiple times. Unfortunately, Xian remained illiterate and could make little sense of the report, only noting the extensive red markings. Instantly anxious, Xian pointed to the report and earnestly sought the physician's guidance, inquiring about the significance of the red marks. Although Xian was oblivious to their meaning, he was not foolish. Comparing his own report, which featured only a few red markings alongside numerous green ones, he deduced that there must be an issue with Lu Jin'an. Considering their physical conditions on the desolate star, it was impossible for Xian to suspect that he was the one at fault. The doctor stumbled slightly as he was tugged, taking the report and casting a bemused glance at Xian. Your friend's condition is indeed rare. His bodily indices are all below standard, indicating severe malnutrition. However, there's no need for excessive concern. With time and proper care, he can recover. Yet, concerning his mental capacity, an E-level score is nearly tantamount to having none at all. It has been ages since such low mental power has been recorded, the lowest typically being D-level. Currently, the market offers few products aimed at E-level mental strength, and living alone can be quite challenging. Lu Jin'an sat in the lounge, while Xian, initially adopting a protective posture, half knelt beside him. Upon hearing the words, he suddenly turned his head with an expression of fierce anger. Why must he live alone? Are you intending to separate me from him? Xian, being an S-level, is destined to enter the first military academy, where the lowest level is B. Lu Jin'an is, in truth, far from being capable of even touching the edges of such an institution. Naturally, they're destined to be parted. The doctor instinctively wanted to affirm this, but, for reasons unknown, a strong sixth sense warned him against uttering those two words, lest he too find himself confined to the medical chamber for 2 days. Although the origin of this instinct was unclear, caution was warranted in the presence of an S-level individual, even if he were merely a youth. Meanwhile, Lu Jin'an, lost in his own thoughts, remained oblivious to the unusual silence that had suddenly enveloped the lounge. Since receiving the test report, Lu Jin'an had been mired in profound distress. According to the narrative, he was supposed to persistently follow Xian into the first military academy. Yet the original owner of his body possessed only C-level mental strength. How could he possibly gain admission to a military academy? Now, however, he was expected to enter an institution where the minimum standard was B-level. How utterly astonishing. Fortunately, it was not long before when Lauda entered, shattering the tranquility of the lounge and drawing Lu Jin'an back from his reverie. How is Xian? General Barrett wishes to see him. Upon hearing this, the doctor hastily presented Xian's test report to Lauda, his tone tinged with excitement. This individual surpasses my expectations by a considerable margin. I have seldom encountered S-level mental strength with such minimal domain damage. Moreover, based on the assessment, his mental state appears remarkably stable, with a low likelihood of violent outbursts. If he undergoes proper training, his mental strength may indeed be further enhanced. When Lauda accepted the report, somewhat surprised. Is that so? This is indeed excellent news. In that case, there is no need to rush in arranging a meeting between him and Hill. Upon hearing Hill's name, a smile graced the doctor's face. Is His Majesty still contemplating a betrothal for His Highness, the Second Prince, and Lord Hill? When Lauda rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Indeed, as you know, among the princes, only His Highness Angus is the most outstanding. However, he has been experiencing frequent mental outbursts lately, leaving His Majesty without many options. When Lauda patted Xian on the shoulder, leading him away from the lounge, while Lu Jin'an appeared nonchalant, he absorbed every word exchanged between Lauda and the doctor. Angus is the second prince of the Coveting royal family and the most exceptional among the princes. He poses the greatest obstacle in competition for Xian in his pursuit of Hill. S-level mental strength is exceedingly rare. In recent years, only 3 individuals of such caliber have emerged in the entire interstellar empire, one being Xian and the other Angus. The Emperor of Coveting intends for him to inherit the position of crown prince, provided he can withstand the mental turmoil. The tumult of the mind may accompany a person throughout their life, and the S-level mental turmoil is not easily borne. Thus, Emperor Calavido sought to arrange a marriage between Hill and Angus. However, Angus had always looked down upon the weak, believing Hill to be a delicate flower sheltered by the Empire, and therefore he was reluctant to enter into a betrothal with her. Of course, subsequent events would prove that Hill was no mere flower. Angus paid dearly for his disdain, losing the optimal opportunity to pursue Hill. Ultimately, witnessing Hill wed scene carried an air of a love lost. Chapter 29. The sole human of the stars after Winload escorted Scene to General Barrett's office. He took his leave. Barrett was already well-versed in all the information regarding Scene's examination. He sat with his hands clasped on his desk, lifting his gaze to Scene. You are exceptionally gifted. If you desire, I will arrange for you to attend the Empire's foremost military academy, where you will receive the finest education. Barrett ceased speaking, silently observing Scene as he awaited a response. But what about Anin? This question consumed Scene's thoughts. The doctor's words echoed in his mind. Anin was so fragile. He could never allow her to live alone. Can Anin accompany me to that school? Absolutely not. Barrett promptly rejected the notion. Your friend, Jin'an, possesses insufficient mental acuity for that institution. However, rest assured, I will select a suitable school for her. Without a moment's hesitation, Scene responded, then I will go with her. Barrett furrowed his brow, his typically calm demeanor tinged with dissatisfaction. You must understand, the Empire needs you. Only by entering the foremost military academy can you receive an education befitting your potential and truly harness your abilities. Scene discerned the underlying message in Barrett's words, and his tone grew icy. General Barrett, it seems you have forgotten that I was raised on your so-called Baron Star, not within the Empire. Whether the Empire needs me is of no concern to me. All I know is that Jin'an is unwell. I must remain by her side. Barrett was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging his oversight. He had grown accustomed to children of Scene's age being filled with aspirations for mechas and a thirst for strength, exhibiting a fearless willingness to sacrifice for noble causes. Yet, he had overlooked the harshness of Scene's upbringing. If a person cannot even secure their basic needs, one cannot expect greater aspirations from them. After a prolonged silence, Barrett ultimately relented. The threat of the Zerg was escalating, and space pirates were rampant. Scene's mental acuity was rated S, equivalent to a top-tier military unit, and his mental domain was remarkably stable. Such a rare talent was one the Empire could not afford to lose. As for the rules, if an E-level mental strength could be traded for an S-level, what was wrong with the military academy adjusting its regulations to permit only E and S levels? Upon hearing Barrett's acquiescence, Scene felt a quiet sigh of relief within. He certainly wished to attend the foremost military academy. He could sense that the individuals here were formidable, possessing a masterful command of mental strength. He naturally aspired to attain formidable strength. However, the motivation behind his desire for such power was to better protect Jin'an. He could not afford to lose sight of his priorities. Fortunately, this seemingly powerful general did not impose undue difficulties upon him. Upon receiving the notification, Jin'an was utterly bewildered. Was he truly to attend the first military academy? How sudden! Hadn't he just rehearsed in his mind countless times how to throw a tantrum and secure his place at the academy? This seemed futile now. Yet, in the original narrative, the former protagonist had gone mad for quite a while before gaining admission. Jin'an felt an unsettling premonition. Could the plot be unraveling? That shouldn't be the case. The story had only just begun. In the previous world, such breakdowns occurred only at the end, and he certainly couldn't be regressing. No. Jin'an meticulously reviewed the discrepancies between his experiences since arriving here and the original plot. What distinguished the two? The difference lay in his transformation into an E-rank, a rarity in the current interstellar context. Had he become a scarce resource? Whatever the case, he resolved to dismiss his concerns, for his objective had been achieved. He hoped for a higher level of completion in this world. He still owed the system 500,000, and he lamented not knowing when he could repay that debt. As Jin'an was departing the base headquarters, he suddenly spotted a silver-haired figure, shackled and surrounded by several soldiers, being taken to another location. Who could that be? Jin'an instinctively inquired. One look followed Jin'an's gaze, and, upon recognizing the figure, sighed with a hint of regret. It was Lord Slytherin. Slytherin? Jin'an strained to retrieve that name from the recesses of his memory. Slytherin was the third individual to possess mental prowess exceeding S rank, distinct from Jin'an and Angus, as his mental strength had awakened directly to double S. This phenomenon had once caused quite a stir throughout the Empire. Regrettably, the higher the mental level, the more severe the potential for mental breakdown. Slytherin awakened at 12 and, by 17, had secured the Ector star system for the Empire. Had everything gone smoothly, he would have become the Empire's most illustrious figure. Alas, at 18, Slytherin's mental faculties suddenly collapsed entirely. His mental ranking plummeted from SS to A, accompanied by the unfortunate consequence of complete blindness, and his lucid intervals grew increasingly fleeting, ultimately reducing him to a beast driven solely by bloodlust. His family, the Crow family, had once been a prominent noble lineage, with his father serving in the central administration. In the name of Slytherin, his father resigned from his post, embarking with his wife on a quest across various star systems to find a remedy for their son, only to perish in the pursuit of hope. The Empire's high-ranking officials had not neglected to send Hill, but Hill's rare ancient human genes were insufficient to intervene with double S mental powers. The original narrative offered little insight into Slytherin, and he had minimal interactions with the main cast. Jin'an recalled that, towards the end of the story, Slytherin's sanity had entirely shattered, culminating in his solitary demise within the cold, sterile confines of the monitoring room. At the tender age of 12, he experienced an extraordinary awakening, and by 17, he had achieved remarkable military accomplishments. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the tumult of his 18th year. Following a fleeting splendor, he plummeted into an interminable abyss, waiting alone for death. His feats were inscribed into the annals of the Empire's glory, but his demise was a solitary affair. People exalted him, revered him, and idolized him. Yet in the end, he was left with no one by his side. No one paused to honor him. All were moving forward, leaving him ensnared in darkness. Jin'an averted his gaze, silently lamenting the unfortunate reality. Not far away, at the entrance to the monitoring room, Slytherin suddenly halted, instinctively turning his head. The soldiers beside him instantly became alert, raising their weapons to aim at Slytherin's vulnerable points. Soldier Arthur's entire body tensed, uncertain of the reason for Slytherin's pause. If it stemmed from a collapse of reason, he would be compelled to eliminate Slytherin immediately, as per the higher-ups' orders. Fortunately, Slytherin merely paused for a brief moment before resuming his composure. Arthur inwardly exhaled in relief, yet failed to notice the slight tremor in Slytherin's fingers at his side. Slytherin appeared outwardly normal, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. Why? Why did his mental state abruptly regain tranquility just moments ago? The cacophony of shrill screams had vanished. Did he still have a chance to recover? But the fleeting calm soon dissipated, and a chaotic barrage of sharp sounds flooded his mind once more. Slytherin's anxious heart suddenly cooled as if doused with cold water. He chuckled bitterly, realizing he had indeed been driven insane. As he began to entertain the most unrealistic fantasies, how could he possibly recover? Chapter 30. The only human in the stars Barrett arranged a temporary residence for Jin'an and Jin'an, and the following day, Wendell escorted them to complete their enrollment procedures. However, upon receiving their class assignments, Jin'an's dissatisfaction resurfaced. Why am I in Area A, while Jin'an is in Area B? Can't we be in the same area? The old dean chuckled, seemingly in agreement with General Barrett, and was not surprised by Jin'an's question. No, Area A is reserved for those with mental abilities rated A or above, with a higher training intensity that Jin'an's body cannot endure. The old dean had indeed conferred with Barrett, who mentioned how much Jin'an cherished the boy named Jin'an, as long as Jin'an posed any outrageous inquiries. The old dean was confident in responding from Jin'an's perspective. To his astonishment, Jin'an looked at the old dean as if he were a fool. Then I'll just go to Area B. What's the big deal? The old dean was taken aback, and Jin'an was equally astonished. Wait, the original plot clearly depicted Lu Jin'an causing a fuss about being assigned to Area B and wanting to transfer to Area A, with both the old dean and Xian firmly opposing it. Why was Xian stealing the spotlight? Upon observing Xian's unwavering resolve and the old dean's apparent turmoil, coupled with the inexplicable decision of General Barrett to send him and Xian to the first military academy, a sense of alarm surged within Lu Jin'an. This cannot happen. Xian must not come to Area B, for that would render the narrative utterly futile. Thus, Lu Jin'an crossed his arms and shot Xian a disapproving glance, declaring, "No, I refuse to stay with you. Being in your company always leaves me unwell, and you are not capable of taking care of me." Instantly, Xian's countenance shifted to one of remorse as he cast his gaze downwards, lost in thought. The old dean, upon hearing Lu Jin'an's words, brightened with excitement and seized the opportunity. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with danger. You must strengthen your abilities to protect those you wish to safeguard. Furthermore, Area A and Area B are in close proximity. You can visit Lu Jin'an whenever you have free time. After this, the old dean regarded Lu Jin'an with increasing approval, appreciating not only his striking appearance, but also his empathy towards his instructors. Ultimately, Xian acquiesced, offering no objections. 3 days later, they were sent off to school by Wendell in an airship. Upon arriving at the apartment entrance, Lu Jin'an surveyed the mountain of luggage and felt overwhelmed. Unperturbed, Xian cheerfully continued unloading the remaining items from the airship, seemingly anxious to ensure that Lu Jin'an would face no discomfort in their new abode. A senior from Area B approached them with a holographic device to register their information. Upon noticing that his roommate was Hill, Lu Jin'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the plot was progressing smoothly. In the original storyline, Lu Jin'an shared a room with Hill, which had incited his jealousy and prompted him to oppose Hill at every turn. After completing the registration, Xian effortlessly carried 3 large packages upstairs, turning back to caution the unencumbered Lu Jin'an to watch his step. Just watching him was exhausting, and Lu Jin'an placed a hand on his forehead. The apartment featured 2 bedrooms and a central living room. Xian quickly found the unoccupied room and commenced a thorough cleaning and organizing. After a busy morning, he finally arranged Lu Jin'an's belongings. When the tidying was nearly complete, Xian reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Jin'an, who left with the pitifully few possessions that were his own. The arrival of 2 students at the first military academy suddenly became a topic of widespread conversation throughout the school. It was not unusual for students to transfer, but the fact that one was of S rank and the other of E rank was indeed remarkable. Rumor had it that the E rank student was to room with Master Hill. Wow, that E rank is incredibly fortunate. From where did he come? What is his background? Does he know how to care for Master Hill? Who knows? Came the dismissive reply. Let me state this up front. If he cannot take care of Master Hill, I will ensure he faces the consequences. In the bustling hall outside the task center, individuals clad in military academy uniforms moved about, and a red-haired youth leaned against the doorframe, peering inside. Upon spotting a golden-haired boy, his expression brightened, and he called out, "Hill, over here." The boy known as Hill turned at the mention of his name. With his crimson hair, he took a couple of quick steps forward, placing a hand on Hill's shoulder. "How did the mission go?" he inquired. "Rather smoothly," Hill replied. Although referred to as a military academy, the institution was not merely a place for learning. Most students were there to undertake assignments. Given the generally high mental acuity of the students, the academy had always emphasized practical experience since its inception. As long as the external missions met the required standards, students enjoyed relative freedom of action. The red-haired youth, intrigued, leaned closer to Hill. "The academy's internal network is buzzing. How could you agree to live with an E rank? Was it General Barrett's request?" Hill snorted dismissively. "Old Barrett fears that if assigned elsewhere, you all might cause a mental upheaval and do him in. So he placed the E rank with me." "How amusing," he mused. "I wonder when an E rank became of such significance to the academy." Noticing Hill's nonchalant demeanor, the red-haired boy quickly opened the school's internal network for him to see and whispered, "Don't take this lightly. I heard that this E rank is the boyfriend of that new S rank, quite a precious one. With your penchant for causing trouble, it's best you don't provoke him. We know little of that S rank. tread cautiously. Hill raised an eyebrow, regarding the red-haired boy with an expression of incredulity. Me? Enjoy causing trouble? Indeed, I do relish it. However, as long as he keeps to himself and doesn't bother me, an E rank hardly captures my interest. With a cold huff, he clenched his fist. Yet, should he dare to disturb me, I shall not concern myself with the level of his boyfriend. If he brings me displeasure, even General Barrett would not prevent me from sending him packing. The red-haired boy was taken aback. In Zone B, when it came to audacity, Hill ranked second to none. Yet, he indeed possessed the audacity to back it up. Upon returning to his apartment after lunch, Hill pushed the door open to find a slender, fair-skinned boy with his back to him, seemingly engrossed in some activity. Instinctively, Hill gestured with his hand, noting how small he was, a full head shorter than himself. Was this his new roommate? He had heard that the boy was raised on a barren planet and likely had not enjoyed the best of nourishment, which explained his diminutive stature. Was he had said that the S rank was his boyfriend? It seemed his partner was not particularly attentive, allowing him to remain so small. Clearing his throat, Hill asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 31. The only human in the galaxy. The layout of the room was designed by Hill, while Lu Jin'an's persona was that of someone self-absorbed and indifferent to others. He had initially intended to rearrange the room before Hill's arrival, transforming it to his own liking. Lu Jin'an believed that such disregard for another's belongings on the very first day of cohabitation would leave a particularly poor impression on Hill. However, he soon discovered that the tables and chairs of this era were made of materials as heavy as boulders, rendering them impossible for him to move. As he struggled, he suddenly heard someone speaking behind him. Turning around, he found a blond youth. Lu Jin'an's first reaction was to wonder who this was. Without a system to provide context, he found himself utterly lost. The names of characters in the plot bore no resemblance to the individuals he encountered in reality. Upon reflection, it seems that apart from the protagonist, Lu Jin'an, who is enamored with Sierra, there is likely no one else present in this apartment. Offending someone is not a daunting task. If one method fails, another can be employed. Thus, Lu Jin'an, with a flick of his eyes, furrowed his exquisite brows and turned to tug at Sierra's sleeve, inquiring, "Are you Sierra? Please move this table over there. It's too heavy for me." Perhaps due to the sheer weight of the table, the person before him appeared somewhat breathless, a hint of color gracing his cheeks. Sierra gazed intently for a moment before lowering his eyes to the delicate hand gripping his wrist, unable to resist the urge to touch it. Quite soft. Why do you need to move the table?" Lu Jin'an released his grip and began gesturing animatedly at Sierra. "I dislike having this table here. It complicates placing things. I wish to relocate it to my side and have a sofa here instead." Upon witnessing the released hand, Sierra felt inexplicably disappointed. Yet, as he observed Lu Jin'an darting about the room, gesturing with enthusiasm, an inexplicable joy welled up within him. The meticulous arrangement seemed to suggest that Lu Jin'an regarded this place as home. Growing up on the desolate star, he was indeed a pitiable soul. Contemplating this, Sierra suddenly thought that if Lu Jin'an were to do something that displeased him in the future, he might grant him a chance for redemption and refrain from expelling him, lest it cause the boy undue sorrow. Despite Lu Jin'an's lengthy discourse, Sierra offered no response. Lu Jin'an, reveling internally, mused that Sierra must be quite vexed. However, upon turning around, he discovered that Sierra had already moved the table. "Is this satisfactory?" Sierra pushed the table inward a bit. "Now you can easily place your things. What kind of sofa do you prefer? I will purchase one in a few days." "Huh?" Lu Jin'an scratched his head in confusion, taken aback by Sierra's accommodating nature, feeling somewhat guilty about his previous teasing. Just then, Lu Jin'an's stomach grumbled audibly. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 2 in the afternoon, and he had only eaten once that day. He looked up at Sierra and asked, "Have you eaten?" Sierra instinctively replied, "No." Lu Jin'an scoffed lightly, tossing an umbrella from the bedroom to Sierra with an air of authority, "Then accompany me for a meal." Sierra was about to agree when a knock echoed through the apartment. He opened the door to reveal an unfamiliar young man. "You are Xian. What brings you here?" Lu Jin'an's voice interrupted Sierra. Xian cast a casual glance at Sierra before turning his attention to Lu Jin'an, a smile gracing his features. "Are you hungry? I brought you lunch. Eat it while it's warm." Starving. Xian, you truly understand me. Lu Jin'an eagerly took the meal from Xian's hands and placed it on the table. Xian gently ruffled Lu Jin'an's hair. Then enjoy your meal. I have training to attend to, so I must take my leave. Before departing, Xian turned back, smiling and nodding at Sierra, waving goodbye. After all, he was Lu Jin'an's classmate and roommate, and it was prudent to remain courteous and amicable. Sierra's expression darkened with jealousy. This was nothing short of blatant boasting. So, this was Lu Jin'an's boyfriend. He could hardly fathom what Lu Jin'an saw in him, for he appeared rather ordinary. Lu Jin'an observed the affectionate exchange between the two individuals. Feeling a swell of pride, it appeared that this mission was secure, and he had indeed made considerable progress. After washing his hands, Lu Jin'an emerged to find that lunch had nearly been depleted. In disbelief, he gazed at Hill. You tossed both the food and the container into the trash. I'm hungry too. What harm is there in sharing a bit of your meal? Lu Jin'an stared wide-eyed, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Why be so stingy? Hill replied with a hint of irritation. I'll accompany you to the cafeteria. However, Hill soon began to regret his decision. He had not anticipated just how averse Lu Jin'an was to the sun, and to his surprise, Lu Jin'an was even weaker than himself. Of course, Hill's physical condition was only relatively weaker when compared to pure interstellar beings. Generally, the higher an interstellar individual's mental capacity, the stronger their physique. Those who reach S level or above can often withstand damage from minor devices. Yet, Hill was different. Thanks to the genes of ancient humans, he would not experience mental breakdowns. Thus, upon awakening, his mental capacity was classified as B-level and was steadily climbing to nearly A-level. Nevertheless, his physical strength did not match that of interstellar beings of equivalent mental capacity, nor did it surpass those with lower mental levels. For instance, if a person with a C-level mental capacity required 3 stabs with a regular knife to penetrate their skin, Hill would only need 2. Consequently, his military training focused primarily on absolute control over mental capacity, as it was challenging to compensate for his physical shortcomings. This led him to believe that Lu Jin'an merely appeared weaker than him, but should possess a superior physique. However, he was taken aback when, just a few steps outside, while still holding an umbrella, Lu Jin'an's delicate face flushed a bright red from the sun. Hey, are you all right? Hill anxiously patted Lu Jin'an's face. When Lu Jin'an did not respond, Hill swiftly picked him up and dashed back to the apartment, activating his holographic device to make a video call in the process. Hello. A languid voice belonging to Grevin emanated from a screen. Hurry, Grevin. Please bring some light, easily digestible lunch to my apartment. Hill urged, urgency lacing his tone. What's the matter? Didn't you just finish lunch? Grevin's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Hill, are you all right? Why do you need something light and easy to swallow? Did you get injured on the mission? Just come, no more questions. I'll explain once you arrive. Hill ended the call and laid Lu Jin'an gently on the bed. How are you feeling? Is anything wrong? Having escaped the oppressive heat, Lu Jin'an gradually regained some composure, burying himself under the covers and muttering, I feel dizzy. Hill, pacing anxiously beside him, was at a loss for explanations, wondering how one could feel dizzy without any mental training. Fortunately, Grevin arrived swiftly at the apartment, clearly troubled, as General Barrett had entrusted him with the task of looking after Hill. Upon witnessing Hill's urgency, he feared something grave had occurred. What happened? What is wrong? Grevin burst in like a bull, nearly colliding with Hill, who was anxiously pacing nearby. Upon assessing the situation, Grevin inhaled sharply. Did you strike him? Hill was at a loss for words, replying no. He just said he felt dizzy. Grevin regarded Hill with palpable skepticism. How could that be? He hasn't undergone any mental training. Why would he feel dizzy? Fortunately, Lu Jin'an did not spend an excessive amount of time basking in the sun, and he soon began to recover. Only after Lu Jin'an managed to consume some porridge did Hill feel a semblance of relief. After drinking a bit, Lu Jin'an succumbed to sleep once more. Once Hill confirmed that he was soundly asleep, he pulled Grevin out of the apartment. What on earth is going on? Although Grevin insisted that Hill had struck Lu Jin'an, he was well aware of Hill's temperament. If Hill truly had been the aggressor, even the sudden appearance of General Barrett would not have caused him to panic in such a manner. After a moment of contemplation, Hill said, He is afraid of the sunlight. I believe it is the intense midday sun that frightens him. Graven found it hard to comprehend. You do not fear the sunlight. So what could he possibly be afraid of? Hill shook his head in ambiguity. Graven, did the interstellar beings with E-class mental abilities fear the sunlight of the Coveting Empire thousands of years ago? Surely not. Graven was adamant. Of course not. Thousands of years ago, E-class individuals, possessing stable mental powers, often served as imperial workers. Hill's light, golden eyes fixed on Graven. Yet my mother said I was afraid from the moment I was born, and she too was afraid when she came into this world. Hill's lineage was the last remnant of humanity bearing ancient human genes within the Empire. Sadly, Hill's mother, frilier than he, had passed away during his childhood, and his father had followed suit, a fact that Graven was already aware of. However, just as Graven was about to voice his thoughts, he suddenly halted. With his mouth agape, he stared in disbelief and eventually uttered, "Are you implying?" "Chill, it's still uncertain. I do not fully understand this matter yet. So please do not speak of it," Hill interjected, patting Graven's shoulder. "While the time capsule is still accessible, I shall make a brief visit. Please keep an eye on him for me." The time capsule contained records pertaining to the history of the Empire, with high-level access, available only during specific times. However, due to Hill's unique status, he faced minimal restrictions in most areas. After Hill departed, Graven awkwardly entered the apartment, increasingly convinced that Hill's suspicions were indeed correct. Primarily, Jin'an's frail demeanor, so easily toppled, bore no resemblance to a purebred interstellar being. Yet, the notion seemed preposterous. No one would ever entertain that possibility. When Jin'an awoke, he found a red-haired figure sitting in a daze before him. "Who are you?" Graven, snapping back to reality upon seeing him awake, instinctively moved to assist him. "I am Graven, a friend of Hill." However, as he extended his hand towards Jin'an's slender arm, he hesitated, redirecting his hand to support his back instead. However, gazing at that frail back, Graven hesitated to approach, as if he feared that merely crossing the air between them might shatter the delicate figure before him. He indeed shared a good rapport with Hill, having grown up as brothers, and Hill's constitution was far from fragile. The primary concern lay with Jin'an, who was averse to sunlight, while Hill had only been sensitive to it in infancy. This led Graven to perceive Jin'an as a porcelain doll, one that might break with the slightest touch. Goodness! The mere thought that this person before him might harbor ancient human genes sent Graven into a frenzy, compelling him to rush outside to slay a few insects to alleviate his excitement. Yet, every movement he made had to be executed with utmost caution. He could hardly endure the tension. Jin'an, sitting up from his bed, observed Graven performing a set of Tai Chi beside him with a look of confusion. "What is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly practicing Tai Chi?" Graven covered his face with his hands and turned, colliding with the wall. "Oh my, how utterly adorable." Jin'an was startled, retracting his half-extended foot back under the covers. "Hey, that's my wall," he weakly protested. It wasn't that he wished to maintain a facade. Rather, Graven's behavior was simply too eccentric. After a prolonged moment, Graven finally managed to temper the restlessness within him. Turning his head, he caught sight of Jin'an's wary gaze and felt a sudden wave of bashfulness. "Are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Jin'an shook his head. "Me fine. What are you doing here? Where's Hill?" Graven gestured towards the door, momentarily pausing before adding, "He has class this afternoon. He went to train." "Class?" Jin'an exclaimed, hastily swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "Why wasn't I informed? I need to train too. How could Hill be so inconsiderate?" Whoa. Take it easy," Graven exclaimed, trailing behind her like a worried caretaker, flailing his arms. He was genuinely curious about what thoughts were swirling in his mind that led him to concoct such a flimsy excuse. Suddenly, the figure ahead halted, and Graven had to brake sharply to avoid colliding with him. Jin'an turned, casting a suspicious glance at Graven. "Then why aren't you training?" "All right." Graven scratched his head. "Well, he's a bit special. His training is tailored just for him." Jin'an's expression soured, his small face scrunching up in displeasure. "Why didn't you mention that sooner? I've wasted my time." Graven felt a pang of regret. It wasn't that he intended to say it earlier, but rather that he had crafted his excuse too slowly. Jin'an felt he had adequately displayed his displeasure and decided not to press Greven further. You should just leave. We aren't close, and I need to sleep. He was well aware of Hill's whereabouts, since she had just enrolled. Barrett had undoubtedly sent Hill to provide him with emotional support. This afternoon, Hill had a task to ensure that she and Hill spent time alone together, provoking feelings of jealousy and embarrassment in Hill, who would feel resentful that his loyal companion was developing feelings for someone else, thereby exposing Xian's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, Hill would counter this by showcasing his admirable character, unaffected by power or status. The system is offline, rendering it incapable of providing him with prompts. He must leave early to avoid missing out. Before that, he needs to devise a way to drive away the red-haired individual, as their presence is quite bothersome. Gray initially intended to care for Jin'an until Sierra's return. However, Jin'an now insists on sending him away, leaving Gray in a quandary. It is already 6 in the evening, and upon inquiring with Sierra, he learns that the sunlight after 6 is of no concern. With that reassurance, Gray feels a sense of relief. All right, I shall take my leave now. Do take good care of yourself. He suggests they exchange contact information, encouraging Jin'an to reach out whenever necessary. After a brief hesitation, Jin'an retrieves his light brain, conceding very well. Upon returning to his apartment, Gray finds himself grinning at his light brain. His roommate, Ethan, observes him with a bemused expression. What is wrong with you? Have you fallen in love? Gray, filled with excitement at the sight of Ethan, seizes his shoulders and starts shaking him vigorously. Ah, Ethan, you cannot imagine what I experienced today. If it weren't for Sierra insisting on confidentiality, I would share it all with you. Stop, Ethan exclaims, nearly nauseated by the shaking. Calm down. I have no interest in whatever foolishness you've encountered. Thank you. Gray theatrically clutches his heart, gazing at Ethan with mock despair. Ethan, you cannot fathom how utterly ridiculous your words sound to me right now. I assure you, you are immensely intrigued. It's just unfortunate that I cannot slap your face with the truth at this moment. Sierra has indeed received an assignment from Barrett to meet with Xian. However, Sierra has no intention of acquiescing, for he has more pressing matters to attend to. Moreover, Jin'an's condition appears considerably weaker than his own, if his deductions are correct. Jin'an must possess a purer strain of ancient human genes. Therefore, Xian, who grew up alongside Jin'an on the desolate planet, has no need for him to provide guidance. He is 70% confident in his assessment. The remaining 30% suggests that if Jin'an is indeed a bearer of ancient human genes, his scent should be exceptionally distinctive to interstellar beings. It is illogical that no one at the headquarters detected anything during the initial period following Jin'an's return. It is well known that the higher one's spiritual power, the stronger their sensitivity to ancient human genes, and the personnel at the headquarters possess formidable spiritual capabilities. Just as Sierra declines, a video call from Barrett comes through, revealing a stern-looking individual clad in military attire. Sierra, why the refusal? You clearly agreed initially. As Sierra navigates the space-time capsule, he casually responds, Yes, I did agree. However, I have other matters to attend to today. We shall discuss this later. Barrett furrows his brow. Where are you? In a space-time capsule? What are you doing there? Chapter 33. The only human in the galaxy. Upon hearing this, Sierra raises his gaze to the figure in the video. Barrett, I feel as though I am on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Rest assured, I will contact you once I have confirmed my findings. Where might Sierra and Xian meet? The A-Zone? Just as Jin'an prepares to venture to the A-Zone in search of fortune, his light brain suddenly pings with a message. Opened the message and discovered it was a notification from the school's official website, informing newly enrolled students to collect an entrance task. It dawned on Jin'an that every student admitted to the first military academy possessed the capability to undertake individual tasks. The entrance task was exceedingly simple. Even in the original narrative, the protagonist was not deliberately challenged during this phase. Moreover, this task was imperative for him to complete. Only upon its fulfillment could he partake in subsequent collective tasks, thereby secretly plotting against Hill within the missions. Reflecting on this, Lu Jin'an turned and made his way to the task hall. Surely, a task that even the original protagonist, endowed with C-level mental prowess, could accomplish, would be manageable for him with his E-level skills, considering the minimal 2-level difference. Upon arriving at the task hall, he found it deserted. After all, few would indulge in the tedium of collecting tasks late at night. How was he supposed to retrieve it? Lu Jin'an wandered back and forth before the array of large machines. Raising his left hand, equipped with a light brain, he attempted to engage with the various devices. But nothing seemed to scan. Heaven, this was so archaic. How on earth was it supposed to work? Growing increasingly impatient, he began to press buttons on the machines in frustration. Beep. Task retrieval successful. Really? Lu Jin'an quickly activated his light brain. Assessment task. Eliminate 100 armored beetles, black shell. Task duration. Automatic transmission to the task location in 8 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Upon completion, you will be transported back to the task hall. What on earth? 100. Lu Jin'an felt a jolt of shock. Surely, these creatures couldn't be that formidable? Yet, armored beetles sounded quite daunting to exterminate. Anxiety crept in. He pondered whether he would seek out the system before the system sought him. That would be exceedingly clingy. Wandering through Area A, he fretted over the challenging task assigned by the Academy, with narrative missions proving elusive. Overwhelmed, he felt as if he might lose his composure entirely. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow moving in the darkness. Who could it be? Lu Jin'an drew his dagger, clutching it tightly, and whispered cautiously. Angus emerged from the training room, appearing as though he had just endured a fierce battle. His recent mental disturbances had become increasingly frequent, rendering even Hill's presence futile on many occasions. Moreover, the duration of his mental tranquility had been diminishing, compelling him to engage in relentless training to combat his burgeoning violent impulses. In a moment of disorientation, he sensed a figure nearby. His expression darkened as he swiftly seized the person's throat. A flash of steel glinted, and the dagger fell to the ground. Before Lu Jin'an could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden constriction in his breath. Desperately, he grasped the stranger's hand, signaling for release. Angus loosened his grip, allowing Lu Jin'an to collapse to the floor, coughing uncontrollably. Picking up the fallen dagger, Angus tilted Lu Jin'an's chin with the blade's tip, his voice icy. Are you from Area B? What business do you have lingering outside the training room in Area armed with a knife? Lu Jin'an stood frozen in place, his heart racing to his throat, paralyzed with fear. Please don't kill me, he pleaded. Angus pressed the dagger forward, asserting, you wield a knife outside. I have every reason to suspect you of assassination. Why should I spare you? Terrified, Lu Jin'an feared that this man might truly stab him. How can one be so easily frightened? Angus noted the redness in Lu Jin'an's eyes, feeling an inexplicable twinge of compassion. He sheathed the dagger, stood, and regarded Lu Jin'an with a softened tone. If there's nothing else, you should leave quickly. Area A is not the place for you. Yes. Lu Jin'an scrambled to his feet, hastily retreating. Angus watched Lu Jin'an's retreating figure, a strange discomfort stirring within him. Was he truly that fearsome? Perhaps not. He had been careful not to harm anyone. Angus weighed the delicate dagger in his hand, then made a shallow cut on his own skin, only to find it to be of little consequence. The blade even appeared to have dulled slightly. Perplexed, Angus cautiously tucked the dagger away, wary of damaging it further. He pondered the utility of such a small weapon. What are you staring at? Ovi emerged from the training room, waving at Angus. What are you doing out here? Weren't you supposed to wait for me in the training room? Here, the calming agent you requested, Angus replied, deflecting Ovi's hand. No need for it. Just keep it over there. Ovi scrutinized Angus with a discerning gaze. Are you all right? Could the training have genuinely calmed you down? Angus contemplated the tranquility of his mental state, furrowing his brow. Perhaps. I can't say for certain. Meanwhile, Lu Jin'an ran for quite a while, panting heavily before finally halting. Who was that person? So terrifying. I curse him and never find a wife in this lifetime. Initially intending to inquire about the armored beetle, Lu Jin'an returned to his apartment only to find that Hill had yet to arrive. Thus, he resolved to search online. Upon logging onto the interstellar network, Lu Jin'an was met with a barrage of insults directed at him. An E-class weakling dares to enter the 1st Military Academy? Shouldn't he be in the 3rd Military Academy instead? Thanks for the invitation, but the 3rd Military Academy wouldn't accept such weaklings either. I can't stop laughing. The higher-ups must provide an explanation, right? Don't be ridiculous. With such absurdity, no explanation will satisfy anyone. The leadership of the 1st Military Academy is digging their own grave. Indeed, I'm grateful I didn't enroll in the 3rd Military Academy. Weaklings should stay away. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Jin'an pouted. He accessed the internal network of the 1st Military Academy and searched for information regarding the entrance task involving armored beetles. The first post he encountered was a recent plea for help regarding the same task. A user named Red-Haired King had tagged another user named Arson in the comments. Arson. This person's entrance task involves armored beetles. You might want to ask him. Jin'an clicked on Arson's profile and sent a friend request, writing, "Hello. I would like to inquire if the armored beetles for the entrance task are difficult to kill." A swift reply came. The armored beetles for the entrance task are merely undeveloped larvae. They aren't difficult at all. Jin'an's eyes brightened. What tools should I bring? The response from that side was rather slow this time. Tools? There is no need for tools. Mere mental strength suffices. After a brief pause, another message arrived from that side. If you seek a bit more security, you may carry a beam gun with you. They're available in the mission hall. Thank you. The mere thought that weapons are accessible in the mission hall instantly alleviated Jin'an's fears. He located a backpack, preparing to venture to the mission hall early the next day to procure some weaponry. Ethan gazed at the holographic interface in confusion. Have the new B-level students become so insecure? Must they arm themselves even against a dozen white-armored steel beetles? Chapter 34. The sole human in the galaxy as the first light of dawn broke. Hill yawned and exited the time capsule. He had spent the previous night studying ancient human data and discovered that Jin'an bore striking similarities to one of those ancient beings. Hill was now confident in his assessment, though he wondered why such a fact had eluded detection during the initial tests. Upon leaving the time capsule, he made his way to Barrett's office. "What did you say?" Barrett inquired, his expression grave as he regarded Hill. "Are you certain?" Hill, having gone without sleep for an entire night, still appeared vibrant. "Did you not conduct a previous assessment on him? Perhaps revisiting that report will yield new insights." Barrett promptly instructed the physician who had performed the earlier tests to retrieve the records. After a meticulous examination, the doctor discovered that Jin'an's report had been entirely altered by an external force. How could this be? The doctor was astonished. Such an occurrence had never been documented before. How could a machine designed to directly calibrate genes be tampered with? The doctor turned to Hill. "How did you ascertain that he possesses ancient human genes?" Hill pondered for a moment. He was fearful of sunlight, yet only the intense rays of noon instilled such dread. The doctor, brimming with excitement, declared, "If he still fears sunlight at his current age, I estimate he possesses at least 50% of ancient human genes." Goodness, this is astonishing. How has he survived on the barren planet since childhood? He must have endured tremendous hardship. We must retrieve him promptly for a new examination. 50%? Even Barrett, typically composed, was taken aback. After all, Hill himself only possessed 10%. "Hill, he resides with you. Go find him." "Understood." Hill agreed and immediately rushed back to the apartment. However, upon opening the door, a profound silence enveloped him. Checking the time, he deduced that Jin'an should still be asleep. He knocked on Jin'an's door. "Jin'an, are you there?" Silence ensued. Pushing the door, Hill discovered it was not locked, yet Jin'an was nowhere to be seen. A wave of foreboding washed over him. He hastily contacted Jin'an through his holographic device, but received no response. He quickly reached out to Grevin. "Where are you? Where is Jin'an?" Grevin replied promptly, "I'm buying breakfast. I will be at your apartment shortly." Indeed, it was not long before Hill, having barely received Grevin's message, spotted him rushing in with breakfast in hand. "How did your search go? Would you like to eat something?" Just as Grevin finished his courteous inquiry, he was struck with shock. Jin'an is missing. Upon realizing that Grevin was equally oblivious to Jin'an's whereabouts, Hill promptly contacted Barrett. Almost instantaneously, Barrett's visage materialized on the holographic interface. "What's the matter? Have you located him?" Lu Jin'an has vanished. The senior officials of the First Military Academy had never anticipated they would face such a disarrayed day. Just a moment ago, they had received an urgent communication from their superior, and now they were stunned by the unexpected revelation of a new student possessing ancient human genes within their institution. The bewilderment that had just overwhelmed them was swiftly doused by the news of a missing person. Everything seemed to accelerate, with various notifications rapidly disseminated throughout the academy. All remaining students received the alert. Floor, a student of modest means who had gained entrance to the First Military Academy through sheer merit, harbored considerable resentment towards Lu Jin'an, a student of privilege. At this moment, he was venting his frustrations to his training partner, Valken. That fellow Lu Jin'an is supposed to commence training today. I am eager to witness what capabilities he possesses. Valken scoffed in agreement. An E rank? What can we possibly expect from him? By the time he officially joins the training, he might not even manage to push open the door to the training room. Floor found the imagery amusing. It was quite pitiful. Surely, during team training, no one would wish to partner with him. Who would be willing? If anyone did, they would only end up on the receiving end of a beating. Ding dong. Floor clicked his tongue. What could this sudden task be? Valken, furrowing his brow, activated the holographic interface. Upon receiving this message, all students are to immediately search for the new student, Lu Jin'an. Any information regarding Lu Jin'an must be promptly reported to the academy. Image. Known details about the new student Lu Jin'an indicate a 50% probability of possessing ancient human genes and an inability to withstand the midday sun of the Coveting Empire. Further information is pending. Note, this information is exclusively for the staff and students of the First Military Academy and is not to be disclosed externally. Floor stared at the phrase 50% repeatedly before suddenly raising his head. Valken did the same, and their eyes met. What the hell? Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the First Military Academy. In an instant, chaos reigned within the institution. Sean had just completed his enrollment task and returned to the task hall when he was summoned back to headquarters by Barrett's envoy. Lu Jin'an is missing? This is unacceptable. He is in grave danger alone. I must find him. Barrett immediately sent someone to intercept Sean. Calm down. We have already informed all students of the First Military Academy. As long as Lu Jin'an remains within the academy, he will be safe. We have never encountered an individual with such a high percentage of ancient human genes in our empire's history spanning thousands of years. We require your cooperation to provide us with more specific information about Lu Jin'an to prevent any harm during the search. Ethan, upon receiving the notification, promptly left his apartment and fortuitously encountered Grevin, who was searching frantically. Grevin, what on earth is going on? Is this related to what you mentioned yesterday? Grafen, feeling quite vexed, raked his fingers through his hair, lamenting that he should not have left yesterday. Ethan patted Graven on the shoulder, reassuring him that losing track of time at the First Military Academy was not a grave concern, so he need not worry excessively. Encouraged, Graven nodded emphatically, declaring his intention to search in that direction. Just as Ethan was about to split up to search, a sudden realization washed over him, turning his expression pale. Wait a moment, Graven. What is it? Graven turned back. Ethan continued. I just recalled that newly admitted students are typically notified to undertake their entrance tasks, right? The entrance tasks, being far too simplistic for them, were rarely given a second thought. Had it not been for the message he received yesterday, and the serious demeanor of the inquirer, he would have forgotten entirely. Ethan hurriedly activated his holographic device, exclaiming, I received an inquiry about the steel beetle yesterday. Graven's brow furrowed. Are you suggesting that in this period, only 2 new students had enrolled at the First Military Academy, and the S-rank student, Xian, would certainly not bother to search online for information about some insects, leaving only Lu Jin'an? Ethan urged Graven to promptly contact the Task Hall's regulatory department for an investigation. Graven, having realized the gravity of the situation, swiftly reached out to the department. The inquiry yielded alarming results. The regulatory department discovered that Lu Jin'an was engaged in an assessment task, a B to a level examination. The entrance tasks were confined to a very limited area, whereas the assessment task spanned an entire insect zone. A B to A examination was no trifling matter. If it were a student from Zone B, would all be attempting it. Moreover, those undertaking the examination were required to wear a health monitoring bracelet, which would immediately teleport them back to the academy in case of emergencies, preventing any candidate from perishing within the insect zone. Even interstellar individuals with a B-level mental capacity faced near-death experiences, let alone Jin'an. Upon this news being reported, an urgent recall order was dispatched to all students engaged in external missions from the First Military Academy. Every individual from the academy, regardless of whether they were in Zone A or B, was mobilized into the insect zone to search for Jin'an, with even some Imperial troops being deployed. Though it was not the ideal moment for a nationwide search, the extreme danger posed by the assessment insect zone necessitated caution. Allowing individuals with lower mental capacities to enter could result in disastrous outcomes, rendering them incapacitated with each step they took. The genetic results for Jin'an remained inconclusive, and Barrett had initially wished to keep the matter contained. However, the urgency of the situation had escalated, and many on the interstellar network had begun to notice the anomalies. What has happened to the First Military Academy? Why has everyone suddenly gone offline? It seemed an urgent recall order had been issued, suggesting that something had gone awry. Goodness, an urgent recall order? Though I am reluctant to admit it, it's undeniable that our academy comprises elite individuals. Such orders are rarely issued. Indeed, let us hope that no grave misfortune has befallen anyone. What if we are unable to eliminate even one? Jin'an, dusty and disheveled, found himself trembling within a half-collapsed stone cave. A gaping wound, the length of a man's arm, marred his left calf, oozing blood profusely. His body bore countless abrasions, and a piercing injury punctured his right shoulder. Jin'an felt as if he were bleeding out entirely. Although the weapons he possessed were formidable, he lacked the strength to wield them effectively. In his frantic escape, all his weapons were crushed under the weight of a steel beetle, and his light brain was left shattered upon the ground. With a resounding crash, the cave above him fractured. Jin'an had no time to ponder. He hastily scrambled to flee. A falling stone struck his ankle, tearing flesh from the tender joint. He stifled a groan as he collapsed, rolling down the slope and crashing against a tree stump. In the next moment, a monstrous mantis with razor-sharp forelimbs lunged at him. With barely a moment to react, Jin'an sprang to his feet, enduring the pain as he retreated just in time to evade the mantis's lethal strike. It was only upon his arrival that he realized this place was not merely infested with steel beetles. It was teeming with all manner of insects. Jin'an despaired, feeling as though he would never complete his mission. Had he not come to be mere fodder for the task? Why was he still fighting for survival? Rage consumed him. Parched and dizzy from blood loss, he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. The pungent scent of blood drew predators, and a colossal millipede opened its gaping maw before him. Resigned, Jin'an lay still, closing his eyes. Alas! He wondered how many points would be deducted for failing to complete his mission before the time expired. After an interminable wait, the anticipated pain did not come. Cautiously, he opened one eye and, upon confirming the absence of insects, opened the other. And a hoarse voice called out, and he turned to see a familiar face. Shin knelt beside him, gently calling his name, while the towering millipede lay motionless at his feet. Jin'an struggled to speak, to inquire why Xian was there, but no words escaped his lips. Yet, Xian's presence brought him a semblance of peace, and he felt the heaviness of sleep beckoning him. Don't sleep, hold on just a little longer. Xian's heart shattered at the sight of Jin'an, battered and bruised. Even during their most harrowing times on the desolate planet, he had never permitted Jin'an to suffer such grievous injuries. Xian yearned to embrace him, but dared not move. Unable to discern any part of Jin'an that remained unscathed, he could only call out repeatedly, urging Jin'an to stay awake, terrified that he might never awaken again. Fortunately, the A-13 rescue ship soon arrived, and medical personnel rushed in and out, lifting Jin'an into the medical bay. Angus was also aboard, having been urgently recalled from his mission. When he received the summons, he had been momentarily bewildered. Originally possessing 50% of ancient human genes, it is no wonder that they appeared so fragile and seemed to evoke such fear. Angus harbored a distinct aversion towards those who appeared feeble and vulnerable, perceiving them as lacking the ability for self-preservation and merely a source of trouble for others. Yet, witnessing Lu Jin'an suffer such grievous injuries stirred a profound ache within him. At times, one cannot empathize with the self of the past. Suddenly, Angus found himself pondering, what harm is there in being a little weaker? As exemplified by treasures like Lu Jin'an, a little fragility is inconsequential. What matters is to safeguard such a genuine treasure, truly a gem of the Empire. Upon Lu Jin'an's discovery, a collective sigh of relief swept through the entire headquarters, encompassing both the faculty and students of the First Military Academy. The students, who had been tirelessly engaged in various tasks since the news broke, experienced an uncanny stillness as the reality set in. They yearned to share this momentous news with the world. However, the Empire mandated confidentiality for the time being, leaving them to communicate amongst themselves. "Valken, pinch me," exclaimed Floro, feeling as though he were floating. "Am I dreaming? How could our district be so fortunate to host the two most distinguished figures in the Empire?" Valken delivered a sharp slap to Floro. "Does it hurt?" "Yes," Floro replied, collapsing to the ground, yet still brimming with joy. Witnessing this, a few from District A approached. Envy etched on their faces. "Heavens, why is everything happening in District B? Share some glory with us in District A. Count your blessings, my friend. We are far more fortunate than the other two military academies," they replied. After learning of Lu Jin'an's true identity, the students of the First Military Academy hastily deleted their past, disparaging remarks. They then flooded the screens with exclamations. "Ah, the esteemed dean of the First Military Academy. You are my deity." "Ah, indeed. Age brings wisdom. The dean's foresight is unparalleled. From now on, I shall never question any decision made by the dean." Meanwhile, the students from his second and third military academies were bewildered. "What is happening? Is this madness? Thank you for the invite, but someone like Lu Jin'an, an E-class connection, should be expelled from the Empire. Comment 999 has been deleted." Chapter 36. The sole human of the stars. While the Academy buzzed with excitement, Angus wore a stern countenance, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the individual seated upon the throne. "Abandon this notion. I have no affection for Hill, nor for Lu Jin'an." Emperor Corvito sighed. "Angus, you must understand. You are destined to be the heir of the Empire. You require someone who can maintain your mental stability." Angus scoffed and turned to leave the Grand Hall. "I do not need, nor will I associate with those I dislike." Observing Angus's exit, Ovi approached with a cheerful demeanor, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Rejected, then?" Angus remained silent. Ovi sighed. "Lu Jin'an is now the most sought-after individual in the entire Empire, yet you turn him down. Truly, you are a prince." "This is irrelevant," Angus replied solemnly. "I merely detest being dictated to." After a brief pause, Angus spoke again. "And he likely would not appreciate it. Perhaps he would even come to resent me." Obi found it curious that someone as detestable as Angus could fear being disliked. Intriguing. He clasped his hands behind his head, walking alongside Angus, cautiously probing. "So, do you like him?" Angus tightened the grip of his hands at his sides, his gaze instinctively darting around, though it was unclear what he was searching for. "Not at all." Ovi raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Angus. "Oh, you don't like him? What a pity. If I were you, I would go to great lengths to claim such a fine treasure." With a thud, Ovi found himself embedded in the wall. Angus coldly retorted, "You are not allowed to touch him." Ovi laboriously extricated himself from the wall, casting a bewildered look at Angus. "Did I say I would touch him? I was merely commenting on you." Angus fiddled with a small dagger with a chipped blade nestled in his pocket. He thought to himself that Ovi was quite peculiar. Lu Jin'an sat before Barrett, a palpable unease enveloping him. "Why can't I attend the First Military Academy? Is it because I haven't completed my enrollment task?" Lu Jin'an felt disheartened. Given the current circumstances, he believed he could successfully fulfill his task. However, just recently upon waking, Barrett had informed him that he was no longer permitted to attend the First Military Academy. Lu Jin'an sought to advocate for himself once more, thinking perhaps a different task might lead to his success. Barrett, feeling regretful for having seemingly frightened the young man before him, endeavored to soften his tone. But you are injured and need ample rest. Jin'an interpreted this kindness as an opportunity to push further. I don't want that. I can rest just as well at the academy. Barrett felt a headache coming on. At that moment, Barrett's deputy stepped forward. General, Master Jin'an's friends are present. And Master Hill is also at the academy. This situation is merely an accident. Master Jin'an lacks a sense of security regarding the Empire. It would be wise not to act too hastily. Barrett sighed, conceding, very well, let be as it is. Just be more cautious in the future. The deputy escorted Jin'an to his temporary quarters at headquarters, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused, recalling something. Master Jin'an, you need not undertake the enrollment task a second time. Why? Jin'an rushed to the deputy's side, inquiring, has my enrollment task been deemed complete? Indeed, the deputy affirmed without hesitation. That is wonderful. Jin'an's spirits lifted, his lips curling into a smile, his round eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. The deputy was momentarily taken aback, not by any romantic desire, but purely by an appreciation for beauty. He truly was striking. During Jin'an's days of rest, headquarters conducted another medical examination on him, yielding results consistent with the previous findings. Jin'an was troubled. Although Barrett had granted him permission to continue his studies at the academy, he was still not allowed to leave the base. But I am so unhappy. When can I return? Jin'an exclaimed in frustration towards Hill. Despite Barrett's restrictions on Jin'an's movements, he permitted his friends to visit him. Hill had witnessed Jin'an covered in blood, which filled him with deep concern. It's very dangerous there. Why must you return? After experiencing that ordeal, Jin'an also wished Jin'an would not go back. He could choose not to attend the first military academy and remain by Jin'an's side, just as before. When he submitted this application, even the ever-imperial Barrett had consented, yet Jin'an was resolute in his refusal. Wouldn't it be better if I stayed here with you instead of going to the academy? Jin'an's interference only added to the chaos, making things worse if he didn't attend the academy. Caught between Jin'an and Hill, Jin'an glanced from side to side, feeling exasperated. Chapter 37. The only human in the galaxy fuming, Jin'an bared his teeth. Jin'an, how could you side with Hill and help him bully me? Someone like you should spend a lifetime scavenging on a desolate planet. After saying this, Jin'an shot a glance at Hill, believing it was time for Hill to showcase his admirable qualities to counter his disdain. Hill, perplexed by the look, contemplated that Jin'an might be seeking his assistance. Elated, Hill felt he had taken a step closer to surpassing Jin'an in Jin'an's esteem and seized the opportunity. Yes, Anin is absolutely right. Jin'an is indeed more suited for picking up trash. Jin'an's anger intensified as he sulked on the bed, ignoring everyone. Jin'an, still bewildered by how he had ended up assisting Hill, paid little attention to the latter part of the statement and pondered that he should clarify. However, before Jin'an could speak, there was a knock at the door. Angus entered, momentarily taken aback by the gathered company. Angus, what brings you here? Hill warily positioned himself in front of Angus. Angus cast a disapproving glance at Hill and then turned his attention to Jin'an. Jin'an, General Barrett has instructed me to bring you along. Upon meeting Angus's gaze, Jin'an instinctively took a step back, realizing it was him. In the original narrative, the protagonist harbored a dislike for Hill, which extended to Angus due to their relationship. Sabotaging Hill, loathing Angus, and subjugating Jin'an. No wonder the protagonist met such a tragic end. Jin'an shuddered involuntarily. Noticing Jin'an's reaction, Angus's eyes darkened. Did he truly despise him that much? Jin'an pressed his lips together, casting a hostile glance at Angus. I do not require your assistance. I can find the general on my own. Angus's gaze turned cold, and his tone was equally frosty. Do you think I am eager to accompany you? If it weren't for the general's order to ensure your safety, I wouldn't bother coming here. Then you may leave. Jin'an retorted, pulling Jin'an's arm, his voice calm. Jin'an will accompany me. Angus stared in disbelief at the retreating figures of Jin'an and Jin'an. Hill stood by, raising an eyebrow slightly. Although he and Angus were not particularly close, they had grown up together as friends. He understood Angus well, If he truly disliked someone, he would show no mercy. Old Barrett had commanded him, "Pray, he is the heir to the empire. If he truly desires not to engage, who could possibly compel him?" Yet, concerning this matter, Hill would certainly refrain from uttering a single word. Lu Jin'an's mere presence as a boyfriend was already a source of considerable vexation for him. He could not afford to create another rival. Indeed, Hill still mistakenly believed that Xian was Lu Jin'an's boyfriend. However, it mattered not, for he had already prepared himself to seize the opportunity. After all, the unloved Angus resentfully kicked the door of Lu Jin'an's room, vowing that during the next training session, he would deliver a more punishing blow to Ovi. After taking a few steps, Angus composed himself, revealing a delicate little pendant concealed in his palm. This was a charm his mother had specially engraved for him in the year of his birth, intended to safeguard his well-being. Unlike Lu Jin'an, who was rather foolish, Angus was strong enough to be beyond such need. Nevertheless, he gazed at the pendant for quite some time before carefully tucking it into his bosom. Very well. Perhaps next time he would gift it to him. In the control room of the Advanced Precision Instruments, a group of researchers was diligently connecting the equipment. Lu Jin'an's genes could not be precisely tested, prompting Barrett to request high-precision diagnostic equipment from the technologically advanced G75 Star District. This equipment was remarkably precise but cumbersome, which was why it had only just arrived. General Barrett? Lu Jin'an observed the scene before him with some confusion. Barrett bent down and gently patted Lu Jin'an's head, gesturing towards a nearby machine. "Anin, would you lie down in that machine for us? We need to check your health." "All right," Lu Jin'an replied without much elaboration. Barrett breathed a sigh of relief. He was uncertain whether Lu Jin'an was aware that something was deliberately influencing his genetic testing, and he feared that Lu Jin'an might refuse to cooperate while in a conscious state. Lu Jin'an reclined within the machine's chamber, and shortly thereafter, the chamber door slid open. Emerging from within, he approached Barrett. "I've completed the examination. When can I return to school?" He felt a tinge of urgency within. According to the original plot, he needed to ensnare Hill during a collective training session at school, earning the disdain of everyone, only to meet his demise amidst a vast imperial battle against a tide of insects. Following the incident in Slytherin, the military strength of the Corvito Empire had significantly waned, inviting numerous other interstellar empires to encroach upon its territories. The training session marked the beginning of the protagonist's growth, while the Imperial War represented the pinnacle of their development, forcing them onto the battlefield to witness the deaths of their comrades, ultimately compelling them to become stronger versions of themselves. Lu Jin'an had resided in the Empire's military headquarters for an extended period. Without the system, he was uncertain of the current progression of the plot and how much time remained before his impending demise. The testing results would take 3 days to be available. Although Barrett did not fully understand, he recognized that Lu Jin'an was genuinely eager to return to school. Ultimately, he relented, allowing Lu Jin'an to return, but stipulating that he must remain within the school premises and not wander about. Without hesitation, Lu Jin'an readily agreed. On Lu Jin'an's first day back at school, the first military academy erupted in chaos. A throng of students, devoid of tasks or classes, rushed towards the school gates. Having been away for so long, they were startled to think that Lu Jin'an might be withdrawing from school. A group of them enthusiastically approached him, yet halted 5 meters away, hesitant to draw closer. Anin, Grevin piloted his airship, swiftly colliding with several classmates and flamboyantly tossing his red hair. "Anin, are you tired? Let me take you back to the apartment." The students who had been knocked aside dusted themselves off and stood up as if nothing had happened, hurling curses at Grevin. One must admit, interstellar beings are indeed resilient. Lu Jin'an felt somewhat fatigued, and he was bewildered by the sudden warmth of his classmates. It frightened him a little, prompting him to hurriedly board Grevin's small airship. Upon returning to the apartment, Lu Jin'an was taken aback by the transformation. Hill had meticulously arranged it according to his previous suggestions. "Where is Hill?" Lu Jin'an inquired, glancing at Grevin. "Oh, he's on a mission and won't be back for a few days." "Oh, does that mean I should also undertake a mission?" Lu Jin'an recalled his entrance task with a sense of dread, although the vice commander claimed he had passed. he was still required to take on other tasks following the entrance assignment. His last performance had been dismal, and General Barrett was already contemplating whether to allow him to continue his studies. If he were to linger in school without contributing, it would surely raise further dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Liu Jin'an's mutterings, Grevin nearly leaped 2 miles in shock. "What mission are you talking about? Last time, you turned an entrance task into an assessment task, nearly driving the Academy staff mad. I can't even imagine what would happen if you took on another task." Liu Jin'an cast a glance back at him, and Grevin realized his reaction was somewhat excessive. General Barrett stated that you need not accept any tasks. Attending classes is sufficient. Really? Indeed. Well, Liu Jin'an was not keen on undertaking these tasks anyway. If General Barrett inquired later, he could always shift the blame to Grevin. Though the students at the First Military Academy enjoyed a relatively flexible schedule, they were burdened with numerous tasks. If one were to be candid, the First Military Academy was, in fact, the busiest. After all, it was responsible for cultivating militarized talent for the Empire, necessitating a relentless pursuit of self-improvement at every moment. Liu Jin'an had previously spent too little time at the Academy to fully grasp this reality. Now, after dedicating a couple of days to his studies, he recognized the frenetic pace that enveloped everyone. Even Hill, a character deemed worthy of protection in the eyes of many, returned to the apartment quite late. In stark contrast, Liu Jin'an found himself enjoying a sense of leisure. Not only was he free from tasks, but his class schedule was also pitifully sparse. Most lessons occurred either in the morning or evening, covering merely the most rudimentary knowledge of the interstellar empire. While Liu Jin'an experienced a tranquil existence, General Barrett was engulfed in turmoil. "What did you say? 100% human genes? No evidence of any interstellar-induced genetic alterations? How is that possible?" If this were indeed the case, despite the best efforts to protect him, it would have been impossible for him to survive from the moment of his birth, let alone to have lived for so many years on this desolate planet. Barrett gazed incredulously at the poised, blue-haired woman before him, struggling to accept the outcome. Although Celia was an undisputed expert in this field, he found it exceedingly difficult to persuade himself of the truth. Despite the incredulity, it was indeed a fact. "I have conducted numerous tests and verifications, and there is no room for error." Initially, Celia herself had doubted the results of her tests, but the data indicated that everything was in order, and we had discovered a peculiar force within him. "A peculiar force?" "Yes," Celia nodded gravely. "It appears as though there is an energy shield surrounding him, which we suspect is the reason he did not succumb to early mortality during his childhood. Unfortunately, we have detected that this energy shield is gradually weakening over time, and at present, we are unable to replicate such a shield successfully." "An energy shield?" Barrett's expression grew increasingly serious as he inquired how much longer this shield could endure. What would happen to Liu Jin'an if it were to dissipate? Celia shook her head. "We have no case studies, and our large data model is still in the process of analysis. But the results are unlikely to be what we wish to see." Barrett's heart sank. "What about his parents?" Celia responded. "We have compared his genes with all those recorded by the Empire and found no familial connections." General Barrett, the Empire would not allow any bearer of ancient human genes to fall into obscurity. Neither his parents' genes nor his family's lineage has been documented, although the likelihood is slim. General Barrett, I would like to propose a comprehensive genetic screening for all citizens of the Empire and to publicly disclose Liu Jin'an's situation. If we could locate his parents or the individual capable of creating the energy shield, Liu Jin'an would have a greater chance of survival. After a prolonged silence, Barrett finally spoke, understanding that the military would cooperate fully. When Liu Jin'an was informed of this matter, he was utterly bewildered. What did it mean that the Academy was aware? He was not perplexed by his identity as a pure human, but rather by how these individuals had discovered it, given that the system's energy shield had not yet reached the point of dissipation. Furthermore, Barrett had just told him that the entire First Military Academy was already aware of this situation. In that moment, Liu Jin'an found himself at a loss for words. If he had been discovered, would that not render his mission impossible to complete? Having read the original storyline, He understood the obsession people of this era had with ancient human genes. Once this matter came to light, perhaps, regardless of his actions, he would not be abandoned amidst the swarm of insects, nor would he perish within it. Observing Jin'an's expression, Barrett felt a profound sense of guilt. The very individual who should have been safeguarded by the Empire had been lost due to its negligence, forced to grow up in a desolate world. Now, the Empire was even incapable of making amends. After some contemplation, Jin'an finally spoke. Could we refrain from informing them for now? I need to think. Although Jin'an felt that the likelihood of completing his task was slim, and that public opinion held little sway, he still believed it prudent to await the system's return for consultation. Despite considering the system unreliable, he felt a certain respect was due to it, as it had become his creditor. Barrett, well aware of the need for restraint, readily acquiesced. He proceeded to arrange for the genetic testing. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed against Barrett's door, and the deputy burst in, breathless. General, His Excellency Slytherin has experienced another mental breakdown and injured numerous soldiers. Upon hearing this, Barrett sprang to his feet. Why had these episodes been occurring so frequently of late? Let us subdue him with force. I shall investigate. Yes, sir. Slytherin? The very same expendable as himself? Jin'an felt a curiosity to witness the situation firsthand and grasped Barrett's arm. May I accompany you? Usually soft-hearted towards Jin'an's requests. This time Barrett resolutely shook his head. No, Slytherin's mental breakdown renders him irrational. It is exceedingly dangerous. You are too fragile, and Slytherin is far too formidable. I never intended for them to meet. Yet, recalling Slytherin's past contributions to the Empire, Barrett hesitated. For 8 long years, he had watched Slytherin suffer the torment of these mental upheavals. Without a solution, Slytherin might truly face demise. However, with Jin'an's emergence, this could be Slytherin's final opportunity. Thus, he resolved to make one last effort for Slytherin. And then tomorrow then, I will take you to meet him, if that is agreeable. Jin'an, clearly aware of the peril Slytherin posed in such a state, nodded without hesitation. All right. Slytherin clutched his head, surrounded by a group of bloodied soldiers, their weapons trained upon him, the barrels unwaveringly aimed. Half kneeling on the ground, his silver hair cascading down, Slytherin bled from the gunshots that pierced his back. Yet, despite his dire predicament, none dared approach, for the psychic force emanating from Slytherin was overwhelmingly potent. Any who ventured too close would be mercilessly crushed. Another shot rang out, the bullet tearing through Slytherin's chest. In an instant, Barrett rushed to him, injecting a stabilizing serum into his bloodstream. Perhaps this episode was less severe, as he did not experience the usual agonizing shock that accompanied previous interventions. Slytherin lay exhausted on the ground, and Barrett ordered his transport to the holding chamber. Upon regaining consciousness, Slytherin's voice was eerily calm. Barrett, in my suffering. Barrett's grip tightened. The once haughty individual, now pleading for death, was a stark contrast. Slytherin, I may have found a way to save you. Slytherin let out a cold laugh. Save me? It has been so long since I heard those words. I can scarcely remember. Useless, Barrett, Slytherin chuckled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he continued to smile. I have endured enough torment. Each time, the outcome remains unchanged, and this time shall be no different. No, Barrett's voice was calm, imbued with a sense of certainty. I believe this time will indeed be different. Slytherin remained silent. Barrett could discern that Slytherin did not believe his own words, yet he had no intention of offering further explanations. The results would be revealed tomorrow. Words were futile. He told Slytherin this merely to prepare him mentally. Although aware that Jin'an had a significant chance of successfully restraining Slytherin's mental collapse, Barrett still stated before departing, if this time proves unsuccessful, I shall kill you. Slytherin's voice remained as stagnant as still water. I hope you do not renege on your promise. The following day, Jin'an, under the guidance and protection of Barrett and a host of soldiers, arrived at the regulatory building. Initially, Jin'an believed that only Slytherin was imprisoned within its confines, but upon entering, he was struck by the oppressive atmosphere of the building. The dimly lit corridor was lined with locked regulatory rooms, the thick iron doors firmly sealed, isolating the interior from the outside world. All the officers and royals who have suffered mental collapse throughout history are confined here, Barrett explained to Jin'an. A small iron plate was affixed to the thick doors, seemingly inscribed with their names. Jin'an paused before one door, the name barely legible. Barrett stood beside Jin'an, his voice steady yet tinged with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. This one houses the 25th Grand Marshal of the Corvid Empire, Jin'an, deceased. Jin'an hesitated but then continued down the corridor, stopping again in front of another door. This is the 37th Commander of the Empire, Liliana, deceased. This is the 39th Chancellor of the Empire, Case, deceased. And here lies the 17th Emperor of the Empire, Veronica, deceased. This is the elder brother of the current Emperor, Jin'an, awakened at 15, rated 3 S's, succumbed to mental collapse at 22, imprisoned for 10 years, now deceased. No one was unaware that the current emperor once had a brother, a prodigy regarded by all. Yet, such a figure succumbed to mental collapse on the eve of his ascension, losing his sanity and murdering his father. From that moment, the once brilliant young crown prince was confined to the regulatory room for life until death claimed him. This urgency for the current Corvid emperor to secure a betrothal for Angus was rooted in such a history. Jin'an could not ascertain how long he had walked or how many names he had heard pronounced as deceased. He understood the severe impact of mental collapse on the empire and its people. Yet witnessing it firsthand made him realize that the narrative's portrayal of this tragedy was far too lenient. Those who once stood atop the pyramid of power had now faded into obscurity, their names indistinguishable within the dim confines of the building. The interstellar beings enjoyed prolonged lifespans. Yet the moment they awakened, the death knell began to toll. No one desires their own demise, yet none can prevent it. At last, Barrett came to a halt before a door. This was Slytherin, a 12-year-old awakening, possessing dual S-level mental prowess. And the monarch had exceptionally conferred upon him the rank of Marshal, a title that remained unrevoked, with an anticipated demise within the year. Barrett pushed open the iron door, and Jin'an stepped inside. There, seated within, was a figure with silver hair cascading casually over his shoulders, his eyes shrouded in black cloth. Despite being confined for so long, an intimidating aura still surrounded him. Jin'an felt a twinge of fear and hesitated to approach directly. "Are you Slytherin?" he inquired. Slytherin turned his head at the sound, dissipating the surrounding chill, and smiled gently. "Indeed, are you the one Barrett sent to assist me?" Only then did Jin'an muster the courage to draw closer. "Yes." Slytherin raised a hand. "I cannot see. May I touch you?" Jin'an regarded Slytherin's outstretched hand, hesitated briefly, then pressed his face against it. "Then please be gentle." "I'll be gentle." The soft, pale visage met the prominent knuckles of a large hand, akin to a rabbit unwittingly entering a wolf's den. Slytherin's hand glided along Jin'an's cheek, finally resting upon his fair neck, where the pulse throbbed beneath. Slytherin caressed the spot before reluctantly withdrawing his hand. "So soft. I wish to touch again." Initially anxious, Jin'an was taken aback by Slytherin's tenderness, allowing his worries to dissipate. "Are you awake now? Barrett sent me to help you. You mustn't harm me." "Rest assured, I shall never harm you." As the sun gradually ascended, its rays spilled across the land. Jin'an spent a moment in the supervisory room with Slytherin before Barrett came to escort him back to the room prepared for him at headquarters. The door to the supervisory room was closed and then reopened. After Jin'an's departure, Barrett returned to the space. The sound of his military boots striking the floor echoed through the somber corridor. "Machine diagnostics indicate your mental prowess has returned to normal fluctuation range. This time, I did not deceive you." Slytherin chuckled softly. "Where did you acquire this little fellow? I believe I have encountered him before." As he spoke, Slytherin's smile waned slightly. "At that time, I thought it merely a coincidence." "Are you pleased?" "Of course, I am pleased. I find him quite endearing." "What if I were to tell you," Barrett suddenly interjected, "that his genetics have never undergone any mutation? He possesses the most pure and untainted ancient human genes." Slytherin's expression darkened, and the smile that had graced his lips vanished. His voice turned frigid. "Barrett, Such a jest is far from amusing. Yet Barrett's tone was laden with resignation and compromise. Indeed, I wish this were merely a jest. Slytherin fell silent, fully aware that Barrett would not trivialize such matters. A sense of helplessness washed over him once more, reminiscent of 8 years prior when he could not contain the disintegration of his own psyche. Now, he remained powerless once again. Chapter 40. The only human in the Galaxy 16 in recent days. Jin'an has not been residing at the school. Each time Xie, In, and Hill complete their tasks, they rush to the headquarters to seek him out. Barrett, of course, does not impose any restrictions, as Jin'an is not permitted to venture outside frequently. He genuinely fears that Jin'an might suffer psychologically. He ardently wishes for Jin'an to cultivate a circle of friends. During this period, Hill also discovered that Xie was not Jin'an's boyfriend, and he found amusement in this realization for quite some time. Nowadays, Jin'an often spends time with Slytherin, who is remarkably gentle, and their relationship has blossomed. Barrett has even mentioned that Slytherin's mental state is gradually stabilizing, and his eyesight is slowly recovering. However, what he is unaware of is that Barrett has only revealed a portion of truth. The actual test results are far more astonishing. The fluctuations in Slytherin's mental state have returned to normal ranges, and his mental domain is gradually healing. There is even a possibility of regaining his sight. This information comes from the assessments provided by Cilia. Moreover, what is even more surprising is our hypothesis that Jin'an's presence may guide an individual's mental domain towards self-repair, suggesting that anyone who spends sufficient time with Jin'an may never experience another mental breakdown. Cilia even handed Barrett a report, stating that his mental domain has also remained remarkably stable. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Slytherin is truly fortunate." Yet, her smile did not reach her eyes, as it is regrettable that Jin'an's energy field has been steadily diminishing, and we have yet to discover a means of control. In the past, Barrett would have been elated to learn of such stability in his mental fluctuations, but now he wears a countenance filled with worry. We will expedite the collection of everyone's genetic data. 2 weeks later, Slytherin was able to see for brief moments. Upon receiving this news, Jin'an was immensely delighted, experiencing a sense of fulfillment akin to nurturing a cherished bond. Almost instantly, he dashed to Slytherin's monitoring room. Slytherin bent down, catching Jin'an, who came barreling towards him like a small cannonball. "Be careful, Slytherin, can you see?" Jin'an looked up, noticing that Slytherin's eyes were still covered by a black cloth. With a gentle smile, Slytherin caressed Jin'an's hair and replied, "I can, but I haven't tried yet." Jin'an, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Do you want to give it a go? I can help you remove the cloth. I want to see your eyes." "All right," Slytherin replied, settling into a chair as Jin'an leaned in to assist him in removing the cloth obscuring his vision. Slytherin's hand, which hung at his side, gradually clenched into a fist as he rasped, and then, "You're too close. Move back a bit." Jin'an glanced at Slytherin, puzzled but unmoved. Being further away would mean he couldn't reach. Slytherin's breathing grew heavier. Finally, Jin'an untied the black cloth from Slytherin's eyes. The moment the cloth fell away, Slytherin opened his eyes, revealing a pair of lake blue orbs reminiscent of the vast sea, captivating Jin'an's gaze. Instinctively, Jin'an reached out to touch them, exclaiming, "Wow, your eyes are so beautiful." Slytherin's gaze darkened as he grasped the hand extended by Jin'an, thinking to himself that Un'in was even more exquisite. So beautiful that he wished to confine this person, to keep them forever by his side, ensuring that they belonged solely to him. So captivating that he desired to shatter all his gentle facades and devour the person before him. How he longed for Jin'an to receive compliments. Lifting his chin with pride, of course, Slytherin stood and leaned down, embracing Jin'an, carefully placing a kiss upon his brow. Jin'an was momentarily taken aback, covering his forehead with one hand and raising his eyes to Slytherin, questioning, "What is this?" Slytherin struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth that quivered from the sweetness. Feigning composure, "It's a gesture of etiquette, a thank you for your assistance." Indeed, in the West, there existed such customs as hand-kissing and cheek-kissing, and given that they were in a starry realm, Lu Jin'an found no oddity in such gestures. Thus, he believed it wholeheartedly, without considering the violent nature often displayed by the Covetians. Lu Jin'an patted his chest, reassured. It's all right. No need for thanks. It's nothing. Slytherin could no longer contain himself, pulling Lu Jin'an into his embrace and letting out a low chuckle. Suddenly, Lu Jin'an's heart leaped with joy. System. Hey, all right. Oh, Lu Jin'an was on the verge of tears. The insufferable system had finally returned. As soon as it reappeared, it exhibited its enthusiasm. Host. Did you miss me? Then, it abruptly stuttered. Whose arms are you in? Let me return before I tell you. Lu Jin'an pushed Slytherin away. I'll come back to see you next time. Slytherin felt an emptiness in his arms, watching as Lu Jin'an hurriedly dashed away. A heaviness settled in his heart. Had everything not been fine just moments ago? Why had the mood shifted so abruptly? Did he frighten Lu Jin'an with his eagerness? Instinctively, Slytherin wanted to chase after him to inquire, but as he lifted his foot to step outside, the red alarm lights on the door flickered to life. And in the next moment, the heavy iron door slammed shut before him. Slytherin's expression darkened, raising his hand to strike the door with force, his previously concealed wrath suddenly surfacing. The cacophony that had settled in his mind surged back, and the alarm for mental disturbance blared again. Slytherin endeavored to calm his mental domain. No, he must recover swiftly and exit this wretched monitoring room. Faster, he thought, even faster. Chapter 41. The only human in the galaxy. Upon returning to his quarters at headquarters, Lu Jin'an felt as if he might leap out of his skin. It's been half a century. You actually remember to come back. Your department efficiency is appalling. The system, aware that its absence had stretched too long, quickly soothed. No. Please don't be angry. I've returned. And I bring you good news. This incident was due to the project leader's oversight, and, as punishment, the main system has deducted 100,000 points from the leader. Thus, even if this task fails, it won team matter. Lu Jin'an was taken aback with delight. Really? Who is the project leader? The system observed Lu Jin'an's joy and felt a surge of happiness itself. Even the electronic music became noticeably more upbeat. I am indeed the project leader for your endeavor. Lu Jin'an's previously soaring spirits plummeted like a roller coaster upon hearing this revelation. He slumped on the sofa, tears welling in his eyes. I'll cause you to lose points again. The system, detecting Lu Jin'an's sorrowful tone, hurried to reassure him. It's perfectly fine. The system earns points for the host to utilize. It's only natural. No, it's not your fault. It was my own mistake. The C917 system, nearly at its wit's end, finally managed to lift Lu Jin'an from his despondency over the loss of points that were never rightfully his. Lu Jin'an confided in the system about his fall from grace and Barrett's intention to reveal his identity. The system dismissed the concern with nonchalance. Feel free to disclose it. I suspect they are merely trying to retain you. Let them attempt it. They won't succeed anyhow, and it only serves to prevent their regrets. Pondering this, Lu Jin'an asked, System, how much longer can I remain here? The system reviewed the timeline. Approximately 2 more months. Lu Jin'an felt a flicker of confusion. In my previous realm, I met a forced demise due to a sudden heart attack. Will my exit from this realm result in a forced death from a wave of insects? Not at all. Our department is not so rigid. Besides, your previous demise was not compulsory. Had you healed your heart condition prior to departure, you would not have succumbed to it, though your soul would still have been extracted. Lu Jin'an began to grasp the situation. After deliberation with the system, he consented to allow Barrett to make his identity public. Barrett, elated by this decision, promptly set about contacting various departments to disseminate the news. In the chaotic districts of the B-116 star domain, a group of unruly delinquents brandished iron rods as they mercilessly struck a small boy cowering in the corner. The boy shielded his head, his gaze fixed intently on the money in the thug's possession. Seizing an opportunity, he lunged to reclaim the stolen cash. The thug, quick to react, kicked him back. You dare to steal? Beat him. The sound of wood meeting bone echoed through the narrow alleyway, only subsiding after a prolonged struggle. The boy lay back against the wall, his breath faint. Ding dong. A message pinged on the light brain. A gray-haired figure approached the gang leader. Boss, The imperial capital has been urging us to conduct gene sampling for several days now. Are we going or not? The leader scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. To hell with that. They're just a bunch of incompetent fools. Day in and day out, sampling, yet my mental afflictions remain unaddressed. Rest assured, the imperial capital is too far to meddle in the lower districts. Let us go. Kalovi watched the departing thugs with a cold gaze, suffused with despair. That was the money he had saved to buy a tranquilizer for his sister, hard-earned and carefully hidden, only to be snatched away. He felt utterly useless as he limped back home, battered and bruised. A woman ushered Carlo into the room, her face etched with concern. "My poor Carlo, what has happened to you? Have you been bullied again?" Carlo remained silent, striding forward to pick up a blood-stained precision metal blade from the floor. "Are you experiencing headaches once more?" she inquired. He shook his head, dismissing her worry. "It's nothing, just trivial matters." Carlo settled on the floor, irritably massaging his temples as a throbbing pain persisted. The familiar, bothersome sensation of mental agitation resurfaced. The lower district predominantly housed two types of individuals: those with incomplete mental evolution, characterized by low mental faculties and a propensity for violent outbursts, and those who had suffered grievous trauma for various reasons, thus earning the moniker of the chaotic district. Carlo and his sister belonged to the former. The antiquated large holographic terminal in the room emitted a series of beeps, which Carlo could hardly muster the energy to acknowledge. The genetic sampling it proposed was of no interest to him. Moments later, the terminal beeped again. The woman frowned in annoyance, rubbing her forehead. This contraption is exceedingly noisy. Long ago, the imperial capital had inexplicably mandated genetic sampling for all citizens. If they complied, they would no longer be seen as denizens of the chaotic district. She approached the terminal, intending to shut it down, but froze upon witnessing the content that abruptly appeared. "Carlo, come quickly and see this." Despite his reluctance, Carlo was compelled to respond. It was his sister after all. "What is it? You can't possibly want to comply with the genetic sampling, can you?" "Huh. Those in the imperial capital will show no mercy to us. Don't forget how your mental domain was damaged." Carlo's sister, Caroline, had previously suffered damage to her mental domain when she had cooperated with the Empire for genetic screening to procure calming agents for Carlo. Although that incident was long past, the cutthroat nature of the lower district fostered a culture of grudges. "No, you must come now," Caroline persisted, although Carlo was filled with reluctance. He couldn't ignore the urgency in her voice. What could possibly be so important? Just as he uttered that thought, he found himself stunned. The screen displayed a photograph of a young boy, his hair cascading smoothly, cheeks pale, eyes slightly reddened, and a pair of large eyes gazing directly at the viewer. Ignitings a rapid herbet. Yet, what was even more astonishing was the accompanying text. Jin'an, possessing pure human genes, a treasure of the Empire. Due to his inability to adapt to the imperial environment, his life is currently under severe threat. Therefore, Headquarters has decided to conduct genetic experiments, urging residents of all-star regions to cooperate with genetic sampling. "Huh, huh, huh," Carlo wanted to exclaim. This is a scam, a tactic employed by the imperial elite to subjugate those of us in the lower district. Pure human genes? How is that possible? How could a pure human survive in such an environment? The inhabitants of the stars have long since transformed into something monstrous, capable of enduring near-boiling sunlight, their skin as resilient as steel. As the words hung on the tip of Carlo's tongue, he found himself unable to utter them, for it was well understood that the Empire would never jest with such matters. Remarkably, the exasperating headache that had plagued him began to wane. The phrase "pure human genes" cast an unbreakable spell, and tragically, just as they received this news, that individual was on the brink of death. Their only course of action was to cooperate with genetic sampling. Carlo lifted his gaze towards Caroline. Everyone in the lower city understood, as did all the citizens of the Corvito Empire. This hidden sun could never cast its light upon them. Perhaps they could continue to ignore the situation, setting it aside without it affecting their lives. Yet, they could not bear to do so. They simply could not. They felt that such a person deserved every ounce of their sincerity. Thus, within half an hour of Jin'an's identity being revealed, The genetic sampling departments across all star domains governed by the Empire were besieged. Carlo and Caroline jostled their way to the front of the line. Not far away, a gray-haired individual chased after a ruffian leader, exclaiming, "Boss, slow down. I can't keep up." The ruffian was caught in the throng and shouted back, "If you can't keep up, stay at the back. You think I can slow down? No way." On the Star Network, a group lamented, "If only I'd gone back then. Now I can't even get a number. It's pure human. It's pure human. It's pure human." The Third Military Academy was in tears. No wonder the First Military Academy had deleted all comments recently. The Second Military Academy also wailed, "I'm so heartbroken. My dear can't endure the Empire's environment. I can't go on. What a wretched environment the Empire has, making my dear suffer. Can the higher-ups do something? My dear is so adorable. I just want to kiss the photo. Please, if all else fails, can we change the Empire's environment?" For the first time, they were so emotional. The mere thought of their dear being scorched by the sun brought them to tears. Meanwhile, the star domains were bustling with activity, and Jin'an was not idle either. He was engaged in a battle of wits with a multitude. The collective training plot had been triggered, and although the storyline had unraveled, Jin'an, encouraged by the system, still wished to observe. However, everyone but him opposed his desire to go. Even Xian and Hill rushed over upon hearing the news, abandoning their tasks. Jin'an pointed at Hill with his left hand, tugged at Xian with his right, and glared fiercely at Barrett, surrounded by a throng. Standing resolutely, Jin'an exuded an aura of defiance against dozens. Xian raised a fingertip and poked at Jin'an's delicate hand gripping his collar, saying, "Let go. This fabric is rough and hurts." He had long understood Jin'an's situation and realized how perilous it had been while caring for him. So he was particularly cautious now. Jin'an felt a bit of discomfort in his hand and, yielding to the moment, released Xian. With tear-filled eyes, he gazed at everyone, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible grievance. Since arriving here, none of you have treated me kindly, forbidding me from doing anything." This statement tugged at the hearts of those who already felt indebted to Jin'an, prompting them to fidget in discomfort. Yet Barrett hesitated, while Hill could no longer endure it. He rushed forward, shoving Barrett aside to stand before Jin'an. "Let us go. What is there to fear? If we don't board the warship, we'll be fine. It's all right. I possess ancient human genes too. I will accompany Jin'an." Hill internally roared, how pitiful." Barrett twitched his lips. During missions, Hill had never once mentioned his ancient human genes, causing him constant worry. Yet now that it was time to support Jin'an, he suddenly remembered. Nevertheless, it was the best arrangement possible. Once everyone else had departed, Jin'an revealed a triumphant smile. The voice of System C917 crackled, "Host, you are quite wicked. How can you feign such misery?" Jin'an, perplexed, replied, "What? Did I deceive you?" The system's voice sounded like a wheezy bellows. "Not at all. The A7340 star domain was recently incorporated by the Imperial 7th Legion. The pests within had been nearly eradicated, leaving only some finishing tasks. Typically, such duties were assigned to the students of the First Military Academy for training to hone their military skills." The galactic warship hovered in midair, with the boarding ladder yet to be retracted. Angus, clad in military attire, stood tall and displeased, glancing at the person in charge. "Is there anyone still missing? If they are late, there is no need to wait. Close the hatch." The officer cast a wary eye at Angus, who was known for his volatile temperament. However, since Shuren had requested the wait, and given Shuren's considerable standing at the First Military Academy, the officer dared not offend him. Weighing his options, he decided to heed Angus's command, especially with Shuren absent. As the officer prepared to retract the ladder and close the hatch, a figure dressed in military attire and black gloves raised a hand to block the door. "I said we were waiting for them. Do not close it." Angus lifted his eyes, coldly regarding Shuren. "Waiting? How amusing. Does the warship now operate solely on your whims?" Just as tensions escalated between the two, a light-hearted voice chimed in. "Oh, everyone is here? Be careful." Hill ascended the ladder, taking a moment to greet the two before turning back to assist Jin'an. Jin'an, clutching a pillow in his left hand and 2 bags of snacks in his right, followed Hill onto the warship. Only then did Shuren withdraw his hand, allowing the hatch to close successfully. Upon entering, Lu Jin'an immediately settled into a seat to rest, his small face flushed from exhaustion. Although he had left early, he had not anticipated that even the sun at this hour would feel stifling, causing him to move more slowly. Hill wished to carry him, but Lu Jin'an deemed it too embarrassing for such a short distance and resolutely refused. As Lu Jin'an stepped onto the warship, all eyes turned toward him. Angus caught sight of Lu Jin'an, his brows knitting tighter. "What are you doing here?" Lu Jin'an, equally displeased with Angus, retorted, "What business is it of yours? What a nuisance." Angus's expression soured further as he seized Lu Jin'an's pillow and snacks, striding away without a backward glance. With his hands suddenly empty, Lu Jin'an hopped in frustration. "Why are you stealing my things?" Chapter 43. The only human in the galaxy. Angus tossed Lu Jin'an's pillow and snacks into a solitary cabin by the window. "What are you doing sitting there?" Gazing at the hull of the warship, Lu Jin'an turned around and realized that his choice of seat was indeed inferior to Angus's suggestion. He did not dwell on it. He opened a packet of snacks and waved at Angus. "Care for some?" Instinctively, Angus leaned in closer. "What?" Lu Jin'an glanced down at the snacks in his hand, having never tasted them before. He was uncertain where Barrett had procured them, but they resembled small buns, tempting enough. Angus took one and popped it into his mouth. Lu Jin'an watched expectantly. "Is it good?" "It has no flavor, like a stone." I truly don't understand how Lu Jin'an could enjoy such things. However, upon noticing the hopeful gleam in Lu Jin'an's eyes, Angus almost blurted out that it was unpalatable, but instead managed to say, "It's good." Upon hearing Angus's affirmation, Lu Jin'an quickly grabbed one for himself. After a bite, his entire face contorted in dismay. My teeth." This was no bun. It was clearly a small stone. Was Angus's mouth made of iron and copper? Panicking, Angus crouched down and inserted his fingers into Lu Jin'an's mouth. Retrieving the snack, his previously improving complexion darkened instantly. "What are you stuffing into your mouth if you can't eat it?" "It's Barrett's fault." Lu Jin'an raged inwardly. "Open wide. Let me see." Angus pried Lu Jin'an's mouth open, carefully examining each tooth with his fingers. After confirming that none were loose, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there's no harm done. No more of this. He collected the packet of small stones and tucked it away. Lu Jin'an had no objections, as it was unlikely any earthling would find stones appetizing. Shuren longed to accompany Lu Jin'an, but due to his significant progress since enrollment, the instructors at the 1st Military Academy had appointed him as the deputy commander for this naval mission. Meanwhile, Hill had no pressing matters. He had merely been fetching water for Lu Jin'an when he turned around and found him missing. Soon after, he heard Angus's unfriendly voice. Following the sound, Hill arrived at the solitary cabin to find Angus looming over Lu Jin'an, seemingly up to no good. Hill kicked Angus from behind. "Step aside, don't touch him." Angus turned, sneering, "I was waiting for you." His teeth are all but ground down. With that, he turned and left. Hill was utterly baffled. He gently ruffled Lu Jin'an's hair. What happened? Lu Jin'an, too embarrassed to admit he had bitten into a stone, ignored Hill and sat quietly in the cabin, gazing at the scenery. Hill remained by his side, offering silent companionship. After a brief moment, Hill raised his hand and caught Lu Jin'an, who was about to collapse to the ground. He sighed, transforming the chair meant for sitting into a makeshift bed, then dimmed the lights in the cabin. When Lu Jin'an awoke once more, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and the warship was eerily silent. It was not until Lu Jin'an regained full consciousness that sunlight gradually filtered through the previously blocked window. Awake? Hill pushed the door open, revealing that they had arrived at their destination and that everyone had disembarked. Lu Jin'an sat up, leaning against the window, only to realize that the warship had come to a halt in an unfamiliar location. This must be within the A73 40-star region. In the narrative, this mission was not particularly challenging. It primarily served to deepen the bond between Hill and Xian, while Lu Jin'an, cast as the malicious pawn, was to undermine Hill, further intensifying the relationship between the two. However, upon glancing at Hill, who was accompanying him, Lu Jin'an sighed, realizing that the plot had completely unraveled. As he was entreating Hill to let him disembark for a stroll, A sudden, violent explosion echoed from a distance, startling Lu Jin'an momentarily. Hill instinctively covered Lu Jin'an's ears, frowning at the brilliant burst of light. This area had been designated as a safe zone, with only a few individuals remaining aboard the warship, mostly students from Zone B who had recently enrolled, while those from Zone A had largely descended to undertake missions. Your Excellency Hill, a student rushed over, reporting that a colossal mutated insectoid was detected 100 meters from the warship. Hill tightened his grip around Lu Jin'an's hand and turned to the student, saying, "Take me to see." Lu Jin'an was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a safe zone? However, upon reaching the command center, he discovered that the situation was far more dire than anticipated. On the command center's display, numerous red dots littered the planetary map, densely scattered, and sporadic cannon fire could be heard in the background. The previous cannon shot had been fired after the command center detected the mutated insectoid. The multitude of red dots indicated that there were far more mutated insectoids in this star region than just the one. Hill stood before the main control panel, his expression grave. "Why are there so many?" he questioned. Turning to a nearby classmate, he commanded, "Tolan, urgently summon all personnel currently on missions back. Tardo, contact headquarters." "Yes." Tolan hurried out, but soon returned, his face pale. "Your Excellency Hill, we have lost contact with all personnel on missions." Tardo quickly followed suit. "Your Excellency Hill, we have also lost communication with headquarters." Hill's brow furrowed, and he let out a cold laugh. "It seems this was premeditated. Activate the warship and return immediately." A few students hesitated, but Hill showed no signs of doubt, insisting, "We cannot afford to linger here. We must leave now." Besides, with communication severed, remaining here was utterly pointless. The other students, upon hearing his words, ceased their hesitation. On the command center's display, other types of warships could still be seen flying not far from the skies. The warship immediately powered up, and Lu Jin'an had yet to regain his composure when he queried, "System, what is happening?" "Huh?" The system seemed even more perplexed than he was, responding, "What is wrong?" "Ah, the system has finally responded. You mentioned this? I was unaware. Let me take a look." Shortly thereafter, the system spoke once more. "Host, it seems we are in trouble. These are warships from the Carrion Empire. After your identity was revealed, they established a collaboration with the Zerg to apprehend you." Chapter 44. The only human in the galaxy, the Carrion Empire, is the adversary that ultimately engaged in battle with the Coveting Empire, compelling the protagonist to mature under duress. It was also a contender for the Ectostar system. 17-year-old Slater's acquisition of the Ectus system had incited the animosity of the Carrion Empire. Unlike the people of the Coveting Empire, the inhabitants of the Carrion Empire lacked psychic abilities, yet their mecha technology was exceedingly advanced, and their national strength was formidable. However, such attributes alone could not corner the Coveting Empire. What truly despaired the Coveting Empire was the Carrion Empire's collaboration with the Zerg Queen, leveraging their high-tech capabilities to mutate the Zerg, which precipitated the ensuing imperial conflict, resulting in significant casualties for the Coveting Empire. Lu Jin'an genuinely did not anticipate that the transformation of his identity would intertwine these two narratives. With a thunderous boom, Lu Jin'an's warship was struck by a heavy cannon. Soon, an increasing number of warships began to converge upon their location. "Your Excellency, they are targeting us," Torin exclaimed in shock upon realizing the situation. This group was coming for an end. With clenched fists, Hill seethed with indignation. This was merely a training mission, and their warship possessed limited combat capability. Their only option was to flee. "Accelerate. Break through the encirclement," Hill commanded. He turned to see Lu Jin'an frozen in terror, and his heart constricted painfully. It was his fault. He shouldn't have yielded to his compassion and brought Lu Jin'an along. What would he do if something happened to him? Lu Jin'an was indeed frightened, desperately questioning the system. "Wait, if the protagonist of this world is about to perish, will I be compelled to save him?" "Of course not," the system reassured him. "In the previous world, we feared the plot would collapse if the protagonist died. This world, however, is already in ruins. What is there to fear?" Lu Jin'an pondered. "That makes sense." Bang, bang, bang. Another barrage of gunfire erupted, damaging the rear of the warship. The newly acquired star region was unprotected, and it was uncertain whether the Empire had detected this incident. Reinforcements would not arrive in time. If this continued, the warship they occupied would surely crash. Another cannon fired, shaking the vessel in the air. Hill glanced at the small aircraft in the storage area. Everyone prepared to abandon ship. Yes, though there were mutated Zer below, they could still find refuge. Remaining aboard the warship was too conspicuous. Jin'an, come with me. Hill donned the flight apparatus, cradling Jin'an as they descended toward the ground. Jin'an clung to Hill's back like a koala, his eyes tightly shut, the sounds of explosions fading behind them. The descent of the aircraft was not particularly slow. Hill clutched Jin'an tightly, shielding him from the fierce gusts of wind that threatened to slice through him. Are you all right? Upon landing, Hill hastily examined Jin'an's body. Despite his protective embrace, Jin'an's skin inevitably bore marks of injury. A pang of guilt washed over Hill. He had still allowed his beloved Jin'an to be harmed. However, a mutated insect creature lurked not far behind, leaving no room for Hill to dwell on his feelings. The other classmates were equally oblivious to their landing location. Their only recourse was to flee. Come here, I'll carry you. Hill knelt, inviting Jin'an to climb onto his back. Without hesitation, Jin'an complied. Recognizing that with his current physical condition, relying on himself to run would be tantamount to waiting to be devoured. Hill sprinted with remarkable speed, but the swarming insects were relentless. After shaking off one, another would swiftly pursue. As he ran, Hill employed his mental prowess to crush the insects. Soon beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Despite possessing 10% human genes, Hill's advantage lay in his immunity to genetic upheaval and his capacity for continuous enhancement of his mental abilities. For most pure interstellar beings, the level of mental power awakened within them would likely remain static, potentially diminishing further with each mental upheaval. Yet, Hill's immunity to such crises allowed him to train and elevate his mental strength. Nevertheless, at this moment, Hill remained too weak. At last, he discovered a relatively safe haven, where he gently set Jin'an down to rest against two towering trees. Are you all right? Jin'an inquired, squatting beside him. Hill, drenched in sweat, turned to Jin'an, a smile gracing his features. I'm fine. Just a kiss from you would suffice. Jin'an raised an eyebrow. You're all sweaty. I want to kiss you. Hill affectionately ruffled Jin'an's hair, and then still owes me one. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a colossal tree toppled, and a hidden mutated insect charged forth. Hill immediately summoned his mental energy to crush the creature. Just as he intended to flee with Jin'an, several more insects encircled them. One particularly swift insect darted towards Jin'an. In a flash, Hill pushed Jin'an away, the insect's forelimb piercing into Hill's shoulder. He shoved Jin'an between the two trees, using his mental force to splinter them, creating a barrier against the encroaching insects. And then run quickly. The impact of the fallen tree sent Jin'an tumbling down a slope, desperately scrambling forward. Without Hill's protection, Jin'an became coated in dust, his appearance disheveled. This scene felt eerily familiar as he grimaced and pressed on. Suddenly, his legs buckled, sending him sprawling forward. A horde of dark insects surged towards him, and Jin'an instinctively called upon the system. Oh, who said he couldn't perish in a tide of insects? It is entirely possible. Yet, it seemed the system had once again severed its connection with him. Curse System, Chapter 45. The sole human in the galaxy as Jin'an grumbled about the system. He struggled to rise and run forward, only to realize that his foot seemed to be twisted. In the midst of his struggle, the monstrous insects behind him were suddenly crushed, and he looked up to see Angus lifting him and sprinting ahead. Once they finally shook off the swarm, Angus gently set Jin'an down. Despite being covered in injuries, Angus maintained his composure. What are you doing here? Jin'an inquired. The military ship was attacked, Angus replied. As soon as Jin'an's foot touched the ground, he winced in pain. Angus immediately grasped Jin'an's ankle and noticed swelling had begun to form. His brow furrowed. How did you get hurt? It's dangerous here. I will carry you. Angus lifted Jin'an into his arms, and Jin'an patted Angus's shoulder. Sierra brought me down. He is injured over there. Shouldn't we go save him? Angus followed Lu Jin'an's pointed finger, hesitating for a moment. No, there are too many insects there. I cannot risk taking you with me. Lu Jin'an felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Angus comfortingly patted Lu Jin'an's shoulder, emphasizing that it was not a matter of desire to assist, but rather the necessity of making difficult choices under the current circumstances. One by one, the insects charged at Angus, only to be crushed before they could reach him. As an S-class, he was far more adept at dealing with these creatures than Sierra. Yet, he still bore numerous injuries. Before Lu Jin'an could relax, he felt a dampness near Angus's chest. Instinctively pressing his hand against it, Angus let out a muffled groan. When Lu Jin'an lifted his hand, he was alarmed to see it stained with blood. Angus, you're hurt. It's nothing serious, Angus replied. How can it be nothing serious? That's the area closest to your heart. Lu Jin'an wished fervently for Angus to pause and rest. But in his current state of confusion, he dared not give orders. Suddenly, Angus raised his head sharply. Before Lu Jin'an could comprehend what was happening, Angus instinctively shielded him. Leaping to the side, a deafening explosion erupted as a shell landed precisely where they had been standing. Angus protected Lu Jin'an, and the shockwave hurled them several meters away. The soldiers of the Carrion Empire, realizing that the crew of the military ship had escaped, began to assault the inhabitants of the A7340-star region. Angus lay on the ground, half of his body mangled and bloodied from the blast. He could have summoned a protective mental barrier, but the strain on his mental energy was too great. Lu Jin'an knelt beside Angus. Get up quickly. Find someone. Anyone from the 1st Military Academy will not abandon you. Angus urged, pushing Lu Jin'an away. But where could Lu Jin'an run? His legs felt weak, his foot was twisted, and now he felt as though the very air around him was suffocating. Host? System. Lu Jin'an's eyes brightened momentarily before dulling again. System. It seems Angus is dying. Where have you been? I called for you earlier. Why did you not respond? The system scratched its head. I don't know. I feel strange too. Lu Jin'an found himself with no time to inquire further. System. Will Angus die? The system replied indifferently. If he dies, he dies. When the time comes, I shall extract your soul, and we can ascend to the next dimension. Despite this nonchalance, Lu Jin'an felt an inexplicable sense of loss. All right, he conceded. The system paused. Do you wish to save him? Lu Jin'an, perplexed, replied, Is that possible? The system affirmed, Of course, if that is your desire. Lu Jin'an declared, I want to. After a moment of hesitation, the system retracted the energy shield surrounding Lu Jin'an. Almost instantaneously, the mangled flesh where Lu Jin'an had touched Angus began to heal. Lu Jin'an's eyes widened in astonishment. On the brink of death, Angus's rationality began to unravel. Yet Lu Jin'an remained by his side, and he felt compelled to teach that foolish boy how to survive. Struggling to open his eyes, Angus wished he could push Lu Jin'an away, urging him to run forward, but he had no strength left. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Surely, this foolish boy would cry in fear without anyone to protect him. He did not want to see him cry. Just as his consciousness began to sink into darkness, he felt a warm current flowing through his wounds, and gradually, his rationality began to reconstruct itself. His spirit seemed to flourish rapidly, and by the time Angus regained his senses, his wounds had nearly healed. A flicker of joy ignited within him. Yet before he could contemplate his next move, Lu Jin'an's soft body collapsed into his arms. It felt as though he had been doused with cold water. And then, he scooped Lu Jin'an up, patting his dust-covered face. Lu Jin'an remained unresponsive. Lu Jin'an, panic surged through Angus as he recalled the peculiarities of his own body, throwing him into a frenzy. What had Jin'an done? Why had he suddenly become unwell? No, this could not be. Clutching Lu Jin'an, his voice trembled as he called out, And then what is wrong? Did I upset you with my words? I realize my mistake. I do not dislike you, and then I simply struggle to express myself. I promise to change, please. Don't frighten me. Please, wake up. Don't scare me. Meanwhile, Sierra found himself ensnared amidst a swarm of monstrous insects. One of his eyes had been punctured, and his leg twisted in an unnatural angle. These aberrant creatures were overwhelming, and his current state made it arduous to continue fighting them off. He wondered how Anan was faring. Was he frightened? Had he found someone to protect him? Or had he already dared not finish the thought? Regret washing over him. He should never have agreed to bring Lu Jin'an here. Perhaps death would be preferable, a form of atonement for his misjudgment. In a fleeting moment that Xia closed his eyes, he suddenly heard the sound of his bones mending. He opened his eyes to find both intact. In disbelief, he sprang to his feet and dispatched the nearby insects, astonished to discover that he had recovered. Alone, Xian wandered through the tide of insects, never pausing for a moment. So many insects, it is evident that this was a premeditated plan. The target is unmistakably clear. Yet, despite searching nearly half the star domain, Xian has been unable to locate Lu Jin'an, and his impatience is becoming palpable. After crushing yet another insect, Ovi, accompanied by Flo and Valken, arrives. Haven't found him yet? Ovi inquires. Xian shakes his head. Ovi clicks his tongue, expressing frustration over Angus's mysterious absence. In Hill, none of these individuals have been encountered. Flo, with his injured arm trailing behind, insists, this place is too perilous. We must hasten our efforts. Just as they prepare to split up once more, Flo's mangled arm begins to heal gradually, followed by the other members experiencing their wounds mending as well. What is happening? They exchange puzzled glances, momentarily taken aback. Only Xian suddenly grows tense. It must be Jin'an. I once traversed the desolate star with him, and as long as he is near, wounds heal more swiftly. But how could this be? A sense of unease washes over Xian. Upon realizing something amiss, Barrett immediately dispatched a team to the A7340 star domain. However, when they arrived, the warship had already plummeted. It took Barrett considerable time to repel the forces of the Carrion Empire before sending his legion to search for survivors. They managed to rescue several students, but still, Lu Jin'an and Hill were nowhere to be found. Barrett was not particularly worried about Xian and Angus, as they were both classified as S-level. Yet, Lu Jin'an and Hill were a different story, and Barrett's anxiety was mounting. Just as he could no longer wait and contemplated descending himself, Angus burst in like a freight train, cradling Lu Jin'an in his arms, his eyes bloodshot. Barrett, where are the medical personnel? Hurry, summon them to examine Lu Jin'an. The entire warship descended into chaos. Celia took Lu Jin'an from Angus and placed him in the medical pod for examination, but the more they assessed him, the deeper her frown became. His protective shield had completely vanished, disappearing far sooner than anticipated. He must have forcefully breached it through some means. This is urgent. We must return immediately. His body cannot withstand the environment of the A7340 star domain and is slowly deteriorating. Upon hearing this, Barrett promptly issued orders. Some would continue searching for the missing students while others would accompany them back. When Hill and Xian were eventually found and informed of the situation, a collective sigh of relief was released. Within the imperial palace of the Carrion Empire, a middle-aged man adorned in opulent garments sat upon the throne. So, have we succeeded in eliminating him? A subordinate knelt in the center of the grand hall, reporting the lack of news. After a pause, the subordinate hesitantly added, Your Majesty, if we brazenly assassinate this Lu Jin'an, I fear the Coveting Empire may retaliate. What are you afraid of? The man on the throne interrupted. Since the incident with Slytherin, no formidable threats have emerged from Coveting, but I have recently heard that they have gained 2 more S-level individuals. S-level is inconsequential. They're still in their infancy. When they mature, they too will descend into madness, just like Slytherin. However, Lu Jin'an is quite different. He possesses the ability to suppress the mental upheaval of the Coveting Empire's populace, which is certainly not advantageous for us. Therefore, under no circumstances must Lu Jin'an survive. After lying in the medical chamber for a full week, Lu Jin'an finally stirred awake, enveloped in a dazed state that astonished those around him. Presently, he is isolated in a greenhouse by Celia, with no external contact permitted. Celia and Barrett are analyzing Lu Jin'an's condition in the control room, while Hill and others are barred from entry, anxiously waiting outside the door. Celia furrows her brow deeply, pondering that the Empire has not witnessed pure human genetics for several millennia. She never anticipated Lu Jin'an would possess such capabilities. Barrett, though less informed in this area, dares not entertain optimistic thoughts, questioning the extent of the damage inflicted upon him. Celia sighs, simply stating that it is indeed dire. Outside the control room, the silent corridor is broken by deliberate footsteps, measured and steady. Hill and the others turn to see a man with silver hair and azure eyes, clad in military attire. Angus, who had been leaning against the wall, darkens his gaze and raises a hand to obstruct the man's path. Slytherin? The man nods slightly. Prince Angus. It has been a while. Angus furrows his brow. What brings you here? Slytherin maintains his gentle demeanor, yet emanates an icy aura. Prince Angus, I believe you have no authority over me. He bypasses Angus and strides inward. Just as Hill and Scene prepare to intervene, Angus halts them. No, let him see Barrett. The door to the control room swings open, and Slytherin steps inside. Barrett gazes at Slytherin in shock. How did you get out? The monitoring room is abuzz with rumors. How am I supposed to remain there? Slytherin's expression is frigid. Our people have been bullied to the brink. Barrett instantly grasps the underlying meaning of Slytherin's words. What are you planning? Do you wish to go to war? Currently, the Coveting Empire is at a disadvantage. Does this matter truly require? No, es literin interfects. His gaze unyielding. Barrett, have you grown too accustomed to peaceful days that you have forgotten that in interstellar affairs, strength prevails? I recall that His Majesty has yet to relieve me of my duties. As long as I remain the Marshal of the Empire, I hold absolute authority once I step beyond the monitoring room. I am not here to consult with you. I am here to inform you that this war must be fought and the Carrion Empire must be obliterated. Slytherin's deep blue eyes glimmer like a venomous serpent. As long as I am here, Coveting will never falter on the battlefield. The Emperor of Carrion had best pray I do not experience another mental upheaval. For I will ensure he regrets every decision he has made. Within the Coveting Imperial Palace, the Emperor sits upon his throne, sipping tea. What did Slytherin say? Barrett replies respectfully, indeed. The Emperor rubs his temples. Is Slytherin ready? Barrett. Indeed, Slytherin's mental fluctuations have returned to normal. Well, Coveting spoke gently, since Slytherin is fine now. He shall take full charge of these matters. Coveting's 17 legions have not seen battle for quite some time, and I trust Slytherin knows how to utilize them effectively. Yes. Jin'an was finally released from the greenhouse by Celia after a prolonged period, yet he was only permitted to move within the headquarters, forbidden to venture outside. Sean was genuinely frightened. Ever since Jin'an had been able to interact with them, Sean had remained steadfastly by his side. Hill felt a profound sense of guilt for failing to protect Jin'an, almost yielding to his every desire. However, the most notable change was in Angus. As Jin'an observed the somewhat uneasy Angus standing before him, he couldn't help but wonder, Angus, what troubles you? Chapter 47. The Only Human in the Star Domain 23. Angus's hands were clasped behind his back, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Thank you, I must go. It's time for the examination. San, wrapping his arms around Jin'an from behind, cast an impassive glance at Angus. Oh, then Angus, I shall take my leave. Jin'an waved goodbye to Angus and followed Sean out. Angus watched Jin'an's departing figure, his expression gradually falling into despondency as he once again opened his palm to reveal the peace pendant. Never mind, I'll give it another time. Just as Slytherin concluded his recent military affairs with Barrett and was about to visit Jin'an, he encountered both Jin'an and Sean approaching. The moment Sean laid eyes on Slytherin, his muscles tensed instinctively. While Sean was generally reserved, he understood that Slytherin's intentions were far from innocent. Yet Slytherin maintained his gentle facade, politely acknowledging Sean without lingering. It's been a while. Upon seeing Slytherin, Jin'an's eyes sparkled. You've been released. Slytherin's eyes gleamed with mirth as he spoke in a gentlemanly tone. Thanks to I have been greatly aided. Jin'an patted Slytherin's military attire, exclaiming, Slytherin, you look far more dashing in this than in the observation room. The mere mention of Slytherin caused a shiver down his spine. He exerted tremendous restraint to prevent any inappropriate actions. Slytherin offered Jin'an a most proper embrace before stepping back, expressing gratitude for the compliment. No one knew the extent of his twisted psyche, nor did they comprehend how desperately he wished to keep this person by his side forever. He was certainly no benevolent soul. The reason he wore this hypocritical mask was to avoid frightening the individual before him. After all, after 8 years of confinement, even the sanest person could become deranged, let alone one who had been unhinged long before his imprisonment. Jin'an, why haven't you come over? Celia had been waiting for quite some time. Jin'an hastily approached her, leaving Sean and Slytherin standing in place. Slytherin's smile gradually faded, reverting back to his former aloofness. As he was about to depart, he was intercepted by Jin'an. Jin'an emanated an aura that demanded distance, even more formidable than that of Slytherin, as he regarded Slytherin with a vigilant glare. Regardless of your standing within the Empire, do not entertain thoughts of him, he warned. Slytherin, however, remained unperturbed, stopping his stride with an air of nonchalance as he turned his gaze towards Jin'an. With your current capabilities, you lack the authority to issue me warnings. I became the Marshal of Corvito at the age of 17 and have remained unseated for 9 years. The Empire relies on me. Or rather, you are simply too feeble at this moment. Do you understand? Jin'an watched Slytherin's departing figure, clenching his fists tightly. Slytherin, of course, did not entirely dismiss Jin'an. On the contrary, he held a deep-seated wariness toward him. After all, Jin'an had been by Jin'an's side since childhood, and Slytherin could not guarantee that their bond lacked profound experiences. Yet, this was inconsequential. Having resolved that Jin'an was his, he would claim him, even if it required force. Jin'an accompanied Zelia for a checkup. While Zelia went to retrieve the report, Jin'an found himself with idle time and wandered about. Zelia's domain was filled with large machines, all of which were foreign to Jin'an. Suddenly, he spotted a massive glowing orb within a control room. Just as he was about to step inside for a closer look, he heard Zelia calling his name, her footsteps growing nearer. With a glance at the orb, Jin'an chose to leave, deciding to return during the next examination. The announcement of war against the Carian Empire was disseminated in merely a week's time. The citizens of the Corvito Empire were not inherently inclined toward peace, and after years of being coddled, the mere mention of war invigorated them, albeit with a thrill-seeking fervor. Many remained indifferent, for such conflicts were typically the domain of the military, with the populace merely spectators. However, once the official reasons for war were disclosed, the citizens of the Empire could no longer remain passive. The entire Empire erupted like a drop of water in hot oil. On the Star Network, an unprecedented collective outcry against the Carian Empire ensued. How dare they harm my Jin'an? This is intolerable. How can the populace enlist? I shall sign up. The Carian Empire is doomed. I have cherished that photo released by the Empire, and they dare to attack the real person. The Carian Empire must perish. War is non-negotiable. I shall enlist. Do they truly believe we in Corvito fear war? The fervor on the Star Network was palpable. Had there been a greater need for soldiers, it seemed the entire populace would have enlisted. In the chaotic district of the B-116-star region, Caroline gazed down at Karovi, who sat next to an antiquated light brain, lost in thought. The chaotic district is also recruiting. Should we take a look? Karovi turned at her words, his expression largely inscrutable. No, after your spirit domain was damaged, I vowed never to fight for the Empire. Caroline smiled gently. She was the sister of Carlo, and she could certainly discern what Carlo truly desired. Thus, she spoke slowly. We do not fight for the Empire. We fight for our beliefs. The Empire happens to be battling for our beliefs as well. That is something transcending the Empire, a cause we all protect together. Upon hearing Caroline's words, Carlo finally ceased his internal conflict and immediately replied, All right, then we shall go and take a look tomorrow. Caroline observed the evident relaxation in Carlo's demeanor and chuckled, shaking her head, realizing he still possessed the heart of a child. Meanwhile, Jin'an was indulging in comfort at the base headquarters, engaging in casual conversations with the system. It wasn't until the eve of the battle, when he beheld the fully armed troops, that he finally sensed something was amiss. A battle. Jin'an exclaimed in shock, questioning the system. Why didn't you inform me sooner? The system maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Well, The plot has already unraveled to the point where even my mother wouldn't recognize it. I've paid all my fines, so it hardly matters. Ah, that was a valid point. How long do I have until I am free from this timeline? Jin'an inquired. The system calculated briefly. Approximately 1 month remains. Chapter 48. The only human in the starry realm. A day later, battleships stationed at the peripheries of the Imperial Star soared into the sky. A dark mass heading towards the Carian Empire. This contingent comprised part of the Empire's military, a faction of students from the 1st Military Academy, Area A, and some exceptionally formidable militia. Angus led a warship alone, and Jin'an was no longer the person he once was. This was a battle of guardianship, a conflict that ignited the fervor in the hearts of every inhabitant of Coveting, a fight to the death, with no option for surrender. The same was true for the opposing side. The Emperor of Carian anticipated a clash with Coveting, but was taken aback by the swiftness of their advance. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of his subordinates, who is the overall commander of Coveting in this engagement. In truth, the Emperor of Carian had intended to instigate the war himself. After all, Coveting's strength had significantly waned. Although Barrett was classified as S rank, his mental domain was severely damaged. Leading large-scale military operations would undoubtedly exacerbate his mental collapse. With Barrett as their cornerstone, Coveting would not dare to take such risks. The newly awakened S ranks were still too inexperienced and lacked the capability to orchestrate such a grand conflict. Thus, the Emperor of Carian initially felt emboldened to attack Jin'an, confident that the initiative in this battle belonged to them, bolstered by the assistance of the Zerg. However, the respectful subordinate reported that intelligence indicated that the 1st Combat Brigade of Coveting was led by a prince of their empire, and Barrett seemingly remained at the Imperial home base, not participating in the battle. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Carian scoffed, thinking, to let an immature S rank command the troops, Coveting underestimates our Carian Empire. Since they have sought their own demise, let us grant them their wish. You may descend and prepare, do not hold back. In an instant, a wave of light erupted across the boundless starry river, signaling the imminent clash of 2 empires. Gunfire erupted, cannon blasts roared, and waves of carnage ensued without respite. The 1st Combat Legion, led by Angus, suffered increasing casualties, gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage, prompting Scene to arrive with the 2nd Combat Legion for reinforcement. Yet, the conflict unfolded beyond this singular battleground. Swarms of Zerg ascended upon the Coveting's subsidiary star systems, where the stationed troops and militia fought valiantly. As one fell, another rose in defiance. Surrounded by the corpses and severed limbs of their comrades, fear was absent, and retreat was not an option. They would not permit the treasures of the Empire to be insulted. This conviction was deeply ingrained in their very genes, unchanged over countless millennia. In this battle, they embraced fate, indifferent to the consequences of life and death. Meanwhile, the subsidiary star systems of the Carian Empire faced a similar slaughter and resistance, perhaps even more devastating, as they confronted the Slytherins. Seated within the command chamber of the warship, Slytherin wielded his psychic prowess to obliterate all of Carian's reconnaissance units. No one was aware that he was the supreme commander of this war. He slightly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the Carian homeworld, his expression frigid, while his violent psychic energy clamored for the annihilation of all within that realm. This was a protracted war, marked by countless fatalities. Major hospitals across the Coveting star systems received a ceaseless influx of the wounded daily. Although the headquarters was bustling, they remained vigilant in monitoring Jin'an's health. At last, during this examination, Jin'an seized the opportunity to enter the control room adorned with a radiant orb of light. Surrounding the orb were tendrils of light resembling psychic appendages. Upon entry, Jin'an was momentarily blinded by the intense illumination. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he instinctively winced. The once bright orb dimmed abruptly. The tendrils, previously dancing with joy at Jin'an's arrival, hurriedly entwined around him, eager to assist with his vision. Grasping the nearest robust tendril, Jin'an found its texture somewhat soft and could not resist giving it a gentle squeeze. "I'm fine, no need to worry." The tendril recoiled instantaneously, causing Jin'an to chuckle as he greeted the other appendages. The sturdier tendrils subdued the smaller ones, approaching Jin'an with a triumphant demeanor, taking his hand and guiding him towards the orb. Jin'an felt a warmth emanating from this ability and instinctively followed along. Yet despite the orb appearing near, he could not reach it. Sensing Jin'an's fatigue, the tendrils promptly lifted him, insisting he could not leave. They brought him before the orb, and he instinctively raised his hand to touch it, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his palm. Retracting his hand, he discovered it stained with blood. Subsequently, Jin'an felt as though his mind was exploding with a throbbing pain, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. The little tendrils, initially eager to showcase their formidable energy, were struck with remorse upon witnessing Jin'an's bloodied hands. They hurriedly gathered around him, intent on wiping away the crimson stains. While Jin'an languidly lay in their supportive embrace, his eyes fluttering shut. This sight horrified the tendrils. Several that had not yet encircled him hastily broke through the energy barrier of the control room, rushing to pound against the potential entrance of the Coveting Empire. Just as Celia emerged from her report, she was met with this alarming scene. Her gaze followed the luminescent tendrils to the extended control room, the repository of all the genetic material from the Coveting Empire. A heavy sensation settled in her heart. Meanwhile, Slytherin had already infiltrated the imperial palace of the Carian Empire. He approached the fallen emperor with a calm demeanor, taking deliberate steps as if savoring the moment after such a long absence. The Carian emperor gazed at Slytherin in terror, stammering, You were already. How could you?" Slytherin merely smiled, apologizing for the disappointment. "With Coveting at my side, failure is not an option. To perish at my hands would be no disgrace." Just as these words left his lips, Slytherin felt a gentle caress upon his mental realm, sending shivers through him, and his blood began to boil uncontrollably. With all his might, he restrained himself from losing composure. Abandoning any pretense of diplomacy with the Carian Emperor, he coldly commanded, "Kill him." Unexpectedly, the Carian Emperor erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Slytherin, did you believe my collaboration with the Zerg was limited to mere warfare? How naive." Slytherin's brow twitched, and suddenly, the soldiers behind him crumpled to the ground in agony, their skins swelling grotesquely. The Carian Emperor, like a madman, taunted Slytherin. "These are the eggs of the Zerg Queen, renowned for devouring your mental energy. They can parasitize all A-class and below, though they cannot infect you. They are sufficient to lead Coveting to its demise. Your appearance truly surprised me, but so what? How can you aid one in vanquishing the eggs? When faced with 100, 1,000, the entirety of an empire? Slytherin, this time, you are destined to be my vanquished foe." Slytherin's gaze darkened as he observed the Carian Emperor, while the surrounding soldiers writhed in torment on the ground, clutching their heads. This calamity spread through Coveting like wildfire. Just as despair and anguish engulfed everyone, a mental link, akin to a gentle spring breeze, flickered in the minds of all the citizens of the Coveting Empire. Subsequently, the mental power contained within this connection effortlessly obliterated the parasitic eggs, gnawing at their mental strength. Their mental faculties returned to normal, and the physical wounds began to heal gradually. It was a moment brimming with divine redemption. Coveting was among those who experienced this salvation. The torment he had endured vanished, and even the mental turmoil that had plagued him began to subside. In another realm, Caroline, pierced through the heart by the insectoid race, had only just succumbed to darkness when her heart swiftly regained its vigor in a brief span. Such a phenomenon unfolded in every corner of the Coveting Empire. All denizens of the empire felt a faint, delicate mental link, akin to tender new shoots, compelling them to gather their entire mental fortitude and nurture this connection with utmost care in the safest recesses of their minds. Perhaps, henceforth, they would not experience mental upheaval again, for within their mental domain lay a cherished goal to protect. This subtle force took root in their consciousness, demanding their unwavering attention. No one disclosed the origin of this ephemeral power, yet all were aware of its source. Jin'an was not a hidden sun. The light shone upon them. Their unreserved contributions were not mere acts of folly. Impaired genes were rejuvenated once more. Perhaps the guardianship spanning over 100,000 years was a test bestowed upon them by their divine protector. They embraced this journey with fervor. With a newfound purpose to defend, they grew stronger and more impervious. Their collective mental strength surged as if it had never been awakened before, undergoing a qualitative transformation. The schemes of the Carian Emperor were reduced to ashes, heralding the ultimate demise of the Carian Empire. Even in death, the Emperor could not fathom why events had unfolded in such a manner. The day of the Carian Empire's fall became a profoundly indelible memory for Coroedo. On that day, across the vast star systems of Coroedo, excitement permeated the streets and alleys as people fervently exchanged their thoughts. It marked the true ascendance of Coroedo amidst the boundless cosmos. Even the unscathed hill, untouched by mental turmoil, experienced a surge in mental prowess, elevating to a new level, with physicality indistinguishable from that of the interstellar beings. On the day Coroedo triumphed, Jin'an had yet to awaken. The mental force, nestled in the recesses of the collective consciousness, though tenderly cared for, remained motionless. This predicament left the populace of the Coroedo Empire in a state of agitation. Those with capabilities sought news from the imperial headquarters, while the less fortunate bombarded the military's official website. Their fervor suggested that if the mental force in their minds remained dormant, they would rally to dismantle the military. At last, after 2 days, Jin'an stirred from her slumber. The mental force, once ensconced in the shadows, began to cautiously explore its unfamiliar surroundings, invigorated as if reborn. This excitement ignited the Empire's populace, as they eagerly manipulated their mental energies to extend a probing tendril, guiding the faint mental force within their own domains. Like doting parents indulging a cherished child, they offered their all. Following the victory in the grand conflict, Slater and others remained by Jin'an's side. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jin'an felt an overwhelming fatigue that was quite extraordinary. System. Host, please be advised that there remains but 1 day until the departure deadline. Kindly allocate your time judiciously. Jin'an responded listlessly. Anin? Angus knocked softly on the door, hesitating as he stood outside. Jin'an regarded Angus with confusion. What's the matter? Angus bit his lip, mustering the courage to present the item in his hand to Jin'an. This is for you. Jin'an took the pendant, cradling it in his hands. What is this? It's a pendant, something my mother left for me to ensure safety. Only she would believe in such childish trinkets. Angus nudged Jin'an's hand. But it's quite beautiful. I think it suits you well. Jin'an gazed at the sparkling pendant. Indeed, it was lovely. Yet he was leaving tomorrow. What purpose would this pendant serve? He beckoned to Angus. Come here. Angus's breath caught, his heart racing as he approached. Is it? Jin'an fastened the pendant around Angus's neck. Since it is meant for safety, you should wear it well and let it guard your peace. After ensuring it was secure, Jin'an urged Angus out. I'm quite tired now, Angus. You mustn't disturb me any longer. Angus hardly recalled how he was ushered out. By the time he realized it, he stood outside Jin'an's door, the pendant still adorning his neck, intended as a gift for Jin'an. As time passed, Jin'an lay upon his bed. All right, system, we may proceed with the extraction. The system's cold, mechanical voice replied. Host soul is being extracted. Outside, Angus clutched the pendant, lingering at Jin'an's door, hesitating for an extended moment. Ultimately, he lowered his hand, refraining from knocking. Never mind, I shall not disturb him today. I will keep this pendant for now and present it to him again tomorrow. Shortly thereafter, Jin'an's soul was successfully extracted. Simultaneously, an inexplicable, overwhelming, and lingering sorrow enveloped the entirety of the Coroedo Empire. As Angus stepped beyond the gates of the headquarters, he froze in place, startled, turning back with alarm. Chapter 50, sequel to The Sole Human of the Stars 1. Revised, Jin'an returned to the system's space, finally alleviating the weariness that had beset him. The system swiftly approached Jin'an. Host, I shall scan your emotional fluctuation levels. Very well. Jin'an slumped to the ground, allowing the system to proceed. Ding. System detection complete. Emotional fluctuation level at 14. Below 60, no need for clearance. Why is it only 14? The system muttered, appearing somewhat disheartened. Jin'an did not quite catch what the system had said. What's wrong? The system promptly regained its usual demeanor. Nothing at all. Host, will you continue to follow the events in that small world? In the year 7049 of the interstellar era, it marked a period of rapid advancement for the Coveting Empire, with the second prince, Angus, ascending to the throne. The psychic upheaval had subsided, leading to a burgeoning emergence of A and S level individuals, akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain. Those who once attended the Empire's foremost military academy had long since become pillars of the Empire. The Coveting Empire, with its brutal nature, predatory instincts, immense power, and ruthless demeanor, has become an entity feared by all empires within the interstellar cosmos. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this seemingly heartless empire once succumbed to a profound and frenzied terror for the sake of a single individual. The memory of that fear still sends shivers down their spines. Even in retrospect, no one can forget that fateful day. No one can find solace in its remembrance. On that day, the very person they cherished departed from them without so much as a whisper of warning. The entire Coveting Empire fell into paralysis, spiraling into madness. Engulfed in an endless lament, Angus sat upon his frigid throne, his fingers brushing against the slightly warm pendant resting against his chest. For countless years, he's been unable to absolve himself of guilt. He finds himself perpetually pondering, if only he had been more attentive that fateful night. If he had dared to knock on the door a second time during his hesitation, perhaps everything would have unfolded differently. At times, he even muses that perhaps this pendant could indeed safeguard peace, and that this ordeal is merely a punishment for his lack of faith. Why then? Was he not allowed to perish instead? His beloved Jin'an had committed no wrong. She had endured so much suffering. Why must she be punished? Angus has finally shed his former arrogance. Even those born at the pinnacle of the pyramid must bow to the whims of fate. He no longer possesses the courage to cast even a glance of disdain upon the pendant. It was a gift from Jin'an, a chain of prison. He cannot remove it, nor can he let it go. Slytherin stood before the massive energy shield that safeguarded Jin'an's body, his fingers trembling as they hovered above the shimmering barrier. This shield was the result of immense time and effort expended by the entire empire, yet it now served solely to protect Jin'an's lifeless form. He still struggles to believe that his beloved Jin'an has truly departed from him, so abruptly, so shockingly sudden. Slytherin feels as though he has lost his sanity. He even contemplates that Jin'an has not truly left, but merely journeyed to another realm. Thus, he preserves her body within the energy shield, determined to seek out her soul. Yet, he does not seem mad, for the entire empire echoes his sentiments. No one can accept such a conclusion, nor would anyone wish to embrace it. Despite the absence of any forewarning, that fragile life ceased to breathe quietly. The mental force that resided in the minds of them all has since ceased to ripple even slightly. How they long for that essence to stir once more, even if only a flicker of movement. Slytherin remained alone in the greenhouse for an extended period, a duration that seemed to transport him back to the interminable darkness of the monitoring room. His life has known only fleeting moments of brightness, 2 in total. After the first glimmer, he was met with agonizing torment, spiraling into madness. After the second, he found himself ensnared in a protracted wait, forever bereft of his beloved. Jin'an, how I yearn for you. Slytherin's fingertips trembled as they brushed across Jin'an's cold hand, so chilling, so desolate. As he departed, Slytherin gently caressed Jin'an's forehead, gazing tenderly at him. Jin'an, I shall find a way to rescue you. The Imperial headquarters had long lost the charm and fervor it once possessed during Jin'an's presence. Cold machinery incessantly whirred, while individuals clad in military garb traversed the premises, exuding an aura of detachment that seemed impervious to any emotional appeal. In the general's reception room, Jin'an, adorned in a somber black military uniform, sat poised at the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface as he observed the diplomats before him, who appeared as timid as quails. Thus, I shall pose a singular inquiry. Can you develop? The pliant empire a relatively nascent nation, resided on a planet with a notoriously harsh environment. Yet, they exhibited remarkable aptitude for transforming such conditions. Hence, Jin'an sought their assistance in developing the desolate CE 7431, the very wasteland he had once traversed alongside Liu Jin'an. Of course, should they acquiesce, it would be a matter of invitation. If they declined, alternative measures would have to be considered. The pliant diplomats, caught off guard by the attention of Coveting, felt cold sweat bead on their palms. General Jin'an, we can initiate development, but it was not their unwillingness to assist, especially with a general from Coveting making the request. Their refusal was simply implausible. However, their empire was currently besieged by disturbances from neighboring realms, leaving them feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Their mission was, after all, ordered by the pliant emperor to seek alliances. When questioned as to why they did not approach Coveting directly, they recoiled in fear. Who would dare? That empire was akin to a madman in the cosmos. One could never know when their planet might be obliterated in an instant. Jin'an, disinterested in their subsequent remarks, instructed, "Please expedite communication with your nation. Do not squander time." Yet, the lead diplomat hesitated, attempting to articulate further thoughts, only to be swiftly interrupted by another diplomat. With a forced smile, this diplomat assured, "Very well, no problem." Jin'an waved them off, signaling their departure. The diplomats exited the reception room, visibly relieved. Upon stepping outside, they encountered a silver-haired officer, prompting them to bow deeply. "Your Excellency." And Slytherin did not pause, sending chills down their spines. Supporting one another, they returned to their quarters, their legs trembling. The lead officer, visibly distressed, lamented, "Good heavens. If we agree to Coveting, we must expend manpower and resources on that desolate planet. What will become of our own empire?" Another diplomat, who had earlier detained him, echoed his despair. "At least we can still deliberate now. If we refuse, we might be reduced to ashes at this very moment." The others nodded in agreement, for the atmosphere within that headquarters was suffocating and terrifying. What sort of individuals could endure such an existence there? They pondered, their hearts racing. Do those people truly possess any emotions? One diplomat scratched his head, conceding, "Let us contact His Majesty first." Just as the communication device connected, the exuberant voice of Emperor Pliant resonated. "Which ally are you seeking? Their strength is indeed formidable. The three empires that had long harassed us were obliterated in merely one stellar cycle." What? The diplomats were more astonished than their sovereigns. Entire nations annihilated. They exchanged glances, hesitantly voicing, "It must be Coveting." Coveting. Now, it was the turn of Emperor Puyin to be taken aback. Upon hearing those four syllables, he fell into a state of disarray. "This is disastrous. It seems they have taken a disliking to our star system. Surely, we cannot be the next to face annihilation." Chapter 51. The Only Human in the Galaxy. Continued 2. Revised. The diplomats, realizing their monarch had misunderstood, hurriedly clarified the earlier events, allowing Emperor Puyin to breathe a sigh of relief. "That is good news. You must return swiftly. I need to consult with those experienced in such matters. This situation must be handled with utmost care." After the call ended, the diplomats exchanged worried glances, collectively relieved that they had not spoken further. The news of the three empires' demise spread rapidly, akin to a tempest among neighboring nations. Initially, these empires were indignant, believing that such brutal and inhumane entities should not exist. Many allies of the fallen empires vocally vowed to seek retribution. However, upon learning that it was Coveting behind the devastation, their fury transformed into sheer panic. Silencing all those who had previously boasted, numerous empires began to anxiously speculate on the intentions of the Coveting Empire. Concerns over tyranny and injustice were cast aside. Their sole desire now was to avoid being swept up in this conflagration. After all, it was Coveting, among the elite, who did not inspire dread across the stars. The mere presence of any one individual from that empire was sufficient to instill fear. In other words, this was the era of Coveting. They must have grown weary of existence to embark on such conquests. Since learning of Coveting's intention to collaborate on planetary development, Emperor Puyin issued several official announcements, advising the populace not to panic should Coveting warships appear overhead. This only served to heighten the anxiety among the citizens of the Puyin Empire. How could one remain calm upon receiving such a perplexing notice? Fortunately, the government soon followed up with an explanation, allowing the public to gradually regain composure. Indeed, Emperor Puyin's predictions were accurate. Within half a day, a colossal warship descended upon Coveting's territory. General Hill disembarked from the vessel, his demeanor devoid of the previous bravado and arrogance, replaced instead with a sense of numbness and indifference. Emperor Puyin had long prepared for this encounter. Upon seeing Hill approach, he promptly greeted him with respect, saying, "General Hill." As Hill walked, he surveyed the surrounding environment. Scene's observations had proven correct. The architectural style here was indeed unique and quite beautiful, and would surely appreciate it. In Hill's mind, there lingered a mental tendril reminiscent of Lu Jin'an's psychic energy, gentler than that of other mental tendrils. It was during that great war when Lu Jin'an released the mental link to all of them, triggering an extraordinary phenomenon. He had inquired with others and found that he alone possessed this ability, likely due to his unique genetic makeup. A delicate mental tendril, belonging to Lu Jin'an, gently prodded the smaller one lying within Hill's mental domain, seemingly inquiring, "Do you like it?" Yet, that unknowing tendril was doomed to remain unanswered. Hill's own mental tendril appeared somewhat crestfallen. It paused momentarily before enveloping Lu Jin'an's essence once more. This ritual was one Hill performed innumerable times each day. On that fateful day, after Lu Jin'an's incident, Hill instinctively shielded Lu Jin'an's mental essence with his own. Later, Celia conducted examinations for everyone in the Empire and remarked that Lu Jin'an's mental essence within Hill's mind was slightly more robust than that of others. To this day, Hill cannot forget the overwhelming joy he felt upon receiving this news, akin to a drowning person grasping a final lifeline. Not only Hill, but all who learned of this revelation wept tears of joy. It was already something remarkable, and it was indeed exceptional. And the mere existence of this glimmer of hope was enough. From that moment onward, Hill seldom remained within the Empire. He traversed various corners of the galaxy, and whenever he encountered something amusing, he would gently tap on that mental essence, asking if it enjoyed the experience. It felt as though they were traveling together, sharing moments, as if Lu Jin'an were still by his side. His recent visit to the Puyin Empire was no different. Having heard of its splendid scenery, he brought Anin along to behold it. He also took the liberty of assisting Xian in dealing with a few pesky nuisances that obstructed their development. The Emperor of Puyin observed Hill's demeanor with trepidation, fearful that any dissatisfaction could jeopardize their partnership. After all, recent events had proven that collaborating with Coveting was no different from relying on a colossal crutch. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and Hill remained taciturn. Upon receiving this news, other empires hastily revised their diplomatic policies toward the Puyin Empire. The inhabitants of Puyin were diminutive and militarily underdeveloped, yet exceptionally skilled in construction. In the past, many empires had exploited them as laborers. However, those days were bygone, and they had come to a profound realization of their past mistakes. The straightforward people of Puyin, of course, should engage in peaceful diplomatic measures. A month later, the C-7431 Baron star commenced its development. Xian traveled to the Baron star, personally overseeing the process, for it was a place where he and Anin had once lived. After Anin's departure, he had transformed into a mere stone devoid of emotion. Each day, he followed a predetermined path, yet remained oblivious to his purpose. Only when engaging in matters related to Lu Jin'an could he feel a semblance of humanity, resolutely avoiding that cave. Xian entered the cave, gently brushing over the stone where Lu Jin'an used to rest. That stone, too, must remain undisturbed. In those times, he had been too feeble to provide Anin with a comfortable and secure living environment. Now, he had grown powerful, yet his Anin was no longer present. All was well. All was well. The mining team's members were astonished, their tongues nearly tied in disbelief. The formidable General Xian, who inspired fear in many, exhibited such gentleness. However, They soon discovered that Xian's tenderness extended far beyond mere appearances. His patience regarding the mining plans for this planet was astonishingly disproportionate, a stark contrast to his previously decisive demeanor. He found himself perplexed by the blueprints of two palaces, uncertain of which one and in favored. Let's construct both. Perhaps make this staircase a tad lower, so that climbing it is less arduous. And plant more of these flowers. They are to his liking. The mining team hurriedly acquiesced, pondering among themselves, who is this individual? A friend of General Xian? We've heard this several times now. Naturally, their curiosity remained unvoiced, as inquiries could be perilous unless they wished to tempt fate. The Coveting Empire had been in relentless pursuit of something unknown to all but recognized by everyone. Caroline and Kurovi had long departed from the chaotic star domains. They had served in the imperial military during the Great War, later discovered and inducted into the Empire's Legion. Yet, their allegiance lay not with the Empire, but in safeguarding those they cherished. Now, they had also distanced themselves from the Empire, wandering through the cosmic expanse in search of a means to resurrect the deceased. Though they had never met Jin'an, he had saved them. They would never relent in their quest to find a way to save Jin'an, just as the people of the Coveting Empire would never cease their efforts to rescue their cherished treasure until their very last breath. Jin'an, we beseech you, please return. Jin'an stood in the system space, having witnessed all that transpired. Cradling the system, he rested his chin upon its head. Both attempts have failed. What should we do? The system gently nuzzled Jin'an's chin, offering reassurance. Do not worry, host, there is no need to rush. We still have ample time. We can take our time. Comforted by the system's words, Jin'an felt a surge of determination. Yes, I shall strive diligently. I am certain we will succeed. Please prepare, host. We are about to enter the next world. Chapter 52. The dark moonlight in the capital city in the winter of the 17th year of Ganning, heavy snow fell. The emperor, reigning for 31 years, had become feeble-minded, with authority slipping into the hands of the Eastern Factory's commander, Zhou Chong. The populace suffered greatly, their lives fraught with hardship. As dusk approached, Jin'an, feeling cold and disoriented, huddled within a cage, clad only in a tattered and filthy garment. Anin, are you all right? His hands were icy, surely frostbitten. I have warmth. Let him wear my clothes. No, your bread is too hard and cold. It will choke him. Jin'an, in a daze, sensed the presence of several individuals surrounding him. Who were they? What had happened? It was so cold. Struggling to recall, he realized that those encircling him were likely the other children awaiting purchase alongside him. This marked the 10th year since Jin'an had arrived in this realm. He was born into a destitute family. His mother tragically perished during childbirth, and his father met an untimely demise while hunting in the mountains the previous year, leaving him in the hands of a cruel dealer. Now, it was the third day that he and 4 other companions were displayed for sale. The dealer treated them poorly, resorting to beatings and insults, providing neither food nor clothing. Jin'an felt on the verge of freezing to death, but before long, he sensed a source of warmth. The 4 children huddled around him, removing their own thin shirts and draping them over him. Despite their meager clothing, it was insufficient, and he continued to shiver. The boy who had previously mentioned Jin'an's body heat, named Dahu, was the largest among them. With determination, Dahu scooped up the smallest, Jin'an, into his arms, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Snow continued to fall, blanketing the ground outside their cage, as the children encircled Jin'an. He shook uncontrollably. The system expressed concern, urging him to hold on a little longer, for help would soon arrive. However, Jin'an found himself devoid of the strength to even respond to the system. This is a non-CP ancient setting. The protagonist, Qin Zhao, is a once disgraced prince confined to isolation. The old emperor, inept and foolish, allowed eunuchs to gain power, with the head of the Eastern Bureau, Zhou Chong, becoming a formidable force in the court. The following year, at the age of 12, Qin Zhao was deposed from his title for disrespecting Zhou Chong and was imprisoned in the Eastern Palace. He remained trapped for 9 years until Zhou Chong's death and the transfer of power to the regent, Shun Li, finally allowed him to escape. Upon gaining his freedom, Qin Zhao swiftly amassed power, forging alliances with the young general, Shaolin. Strategically advancing, he ultimately overthrew Regent Shun Li and ascended the throne, reclaiming authority. In contrast, Lu Jin'an serves as a hapless pawn, constantly courting disaster. In his youth, Shaolin rescued Lu Jin'an from the dealer's clutches. Having endured immense suffering, Lu Jin'an recognized Shaolin's power and influence, and thus endeavored to ingratiate himself with him. He showered Shaolin with flattering words, effectively deceiving him and igniting a spark of affection, leading Shaolin to promise marriage. Yet, mere days later, after returning from a perilous battle, Shaolin discovered that Lu Jin'an had married another. This was due to Lu Jin'an's belief that Regent Shun Li wielded greater power and could offer him the riches and glory he desired, prompting a resolute abandonment of Shaolin. Initially incredulous, Shaolin contemplated reconciliation but found himself further ensnared by Lu Jin'an's machinations. It was then that he discerned Lu Jin'an's true nature, extinguishing any lingering feelings he had harbored. Lu Jin'an, under the delusion that he had aligned himself with the powerful Shun Li, began to exert authority and even bully the vulnerable Qin Zhao. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Li held no genuine affection for him, merely finding amusement in his foolishness. Eventually, Shun Li lost interest in Lu Jin'an, whose status diminished to that of a mere servant within the regent's household. Disheartened, Lu Jin'an contemplated returning to Shaolin, but each attempt was thwarted, resulting in severe punishments. Deterred, he resigned himself to toil alone in the corners of the palace. This continued until Shun Li was ultimately outmaneuvered and slain by Qin Zhao. Shaolin followed Qin Zhao, gaining both fame and fortune, while Lu Jin'an eagerly sought out Shaolin, only to find that Shaolin had long forgotten him. Qin Zhao, recognizing Lu Jin'an as the one who had previously tormented him alongside Shun Li, waved his hand dismissively, selling Lu Jin'an into a life as a male prostitute. Having once been married and toiling for so long, Lu Jin'an's appearance had withered, his skin coarse, rendering him fit only for the basest of purposes. Ultimately, he succumbed to despair, weeping until his eyes were blinded, and met a tragic end. Not far away, a fiery red steed galloped down the street, kicking up a flurry of white snow. Several attendants hurriedly followed, pleading, "Young master, please slow down. We must return quickly, or else the master will scold you." I know. The impatient youth atop the horse waved his hand dismissively. "You go back and tell my father I will return shortly." With a crack of his whip, the horse sped up, leaving the group of servants far behind. Unable to keep pace, they could only lament as they watched his distant silhouette fade away. Having shaken off the bothersome entourage, Shaolin merrily strolled through the streets. As dusk approached, he was about to leave when he noticed a shabby wooden cage tucked away in a secluded alley. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he rode closer, and upon seeing the scene within, his breath caught in his throat, and his heart was gripped by a wave of anguish. Inside lay a boy who appeared even younger than him, pale and lifeless, as if he had already departed this world. The thought pierced Shaolin's heart with sudden agony. He considered himself not overly sentimental, yet this feeling was inexplicably profound. No, it cannot be. Shaolin scrambled off his horse, pushing aside those gathered around Lu Jin'an and wrapped his great cloak around him. Although Shaolin was of similar age to the other boys, his ample nutrition had rendered him larger than most. Holding Lu Jin'an in his arms made the latter seem even more pitiable. Chapter 53. The Black Moonlight of the Capital City. Part 2. Shaolin felt the icy chill emanating from Lu Jin'an's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Had he arrived too late? No. Lu Jin'an, already suffering from the cold, felt as if he were seated upon an engine. How could there be an engine in ancient times? Had he perished? Had he been transported to a new world? With great effort, Lu Jin'an opened his eyes, only to find that nothing had changed, and he slowly closed them again. Unconsciously, he opened his eyes once more, stirring deep emotions within Shaolin. He tightened his grip around Lu Jin'an, fearful that even the slightest breeze might chill him further. Yet, glancing at his fiery steed, Shaolin found himself in a dilemma. He was still too young to manage both himself and another. Should he leave Lu Jin'an here and return to summon help? That was unthinkable. He could not allow Lu Jin'an to leave his sight for even a moment. The sky gradually darkened, and a few flakes of snow began to fall. More snow was on the way. Shaolin contemplated sending the nearby boys to fetch assistance, but seeing their half-dead expressions, he realized that by the time they reached the general's residence, half the night might already have passed. As Shaolin pondered, a robust man approached from a distance. During Old Li's brief errand to purchase a flatbread, he discovered that the wooden cage he had locked the group of children in had been shattered. Inside the cage was an additional boy. The pitiful creatures, weakened by hunger, were unable to break free. Otherwise, he would not have dared to leave them there so trustfully. It was the actions of this unfamiliar boy that had caused the chaos. Old Li's anger flared, and just as he was about to unleash it, he drew closer and immediately fell silent. Wasn't this the young master of the general's estate, engaging in business here? He was acutely aware of whom one could offend and whom one could not. This was someone one could never dare to cross. Instantly, Old Li donned a sycophantic smile. "Young Master Shao, what brings you here?" Hearing the man's tone, Shaolin discerned his occupation. Although he despised the man's mistreatment of Lu Jin'an, this was not the moment to seek trouble. He needed this man. Lu Jin'an was unwell, and he instructed, "Please relay a message to the general's estate for me and have a carriage sent over." Old Li realized this was the person he had previously deemed worthless, possessing beauty yet lacking substance. To his surprise, someone still desired him, especially a young master from the general's estate. Old Li eagerly complied, "Of course. I shall go at once." After Old Li departed, several frightened boys, resembling quails, once again gathered around Shaolin. They did not know who he was, only that he was wealthy and intended to purchase Lu Jin'an. Thus, they surrounded him, chattering animatedly. Dahu, filled with concern, hesitantly spoke, and in his unwell, "Please do not overexert him." Before Dahu could finish, another child covered his mouth. Chun Shi quickly intervened. "No, and is quite capable. He merely appears frail. Please do not dislike him. He eats very little and is not difficult to care for." Only then did Dahu realize that individuals like them, once bought, would be expected to serve others. However, Anin was so weak, Dahu suddenly felt anxious, wondering if this young master before him would take him too. He worked quickly and could handle Anin's tasks, allowing Anin to recuperate comfortably in the estate. Yet, Dahu refrained from voicing his concerns, fearing that mentioning it might lead the young master to abandon Lu Jin'an altogether. In such a case, Lu Jin'an would inevitably live an even harsher life than before. Heir 2, in a daze, retrieved a piece of bread he had hidden for half a month and, pursing his lips, offered it to Shaolin, saying, "He needs to eat when he's sick. Please give this to Anin." Shaolin frowned and disdainfully tossed the bread to the ground, declaring, "I would not deprive him of his sustenance. Your bread is unnecessary." Heir 2, feeling somewhat wronged, picked up the fallen bread, brushed off the dirt, and tucked it back into his embrace, saying, "Just remember to treat him well. If you no longer want him, please return him to us. We will take care of him." Shaolin tightened his hold on Lu Jin'an, rubbing his cheek against the boy's head. Feeling a slight rise in Lu Jin'an's body temperature, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His precious one, he would never forsake. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, who had remained silent in the corner, wiped his tears for quite some time. His eyes were red and puffy from crying, and after a lengthy struggle, he finally managed to stem the flow of tears. Lin Fei retrieved several copper coins from his pocket, which he had earned through begging. Old Li remarked that Lu Jin'an was an unwanted burden, which angered Lin Fei. After all, Lu Jin'an was truly wonderful. Yet, he feared that perhaps those individuals lacked discernment. Thus, Lin Fei discreetly saved his money, thinking that even if no one desired Jin'an, he could redeem him himself. Now that the money was no longer of use, Lin Fei contemplated keeping it for Jin'an's security. However, just as he was about to reveal the coins, he noticed Old Li approaching, causing Lin Fei to hastily conceal the money once more. A group of people followed Old Li, calling out for the young master, and Shaolin's expression darkened. He covered Lu Jin'an's ears and admonished them in a hushed tone. "Enough, you all are simply unbearable." The servants, realizing Shaolin was genuinely upset, quickly fell silent, offering awkward smiles. Although they were tasked by their master to look after the young master, they were still aware of the hierarchy between servant and master. Shaolin rarely exhibited anger, but that did not mean they could take liberties. As the surroundings quieted, Shaolin's brows finally unfurled, and he carefully placed the wrapped Jin'an into the carriage. The servants stationed nearby observed with silent attentiveness, not daring to utter a word. Only when they saw Shaolin's expression soften did they breathe a sigh of relief. Were they curious? Of course. Shaolin was generally amiable, and under normal circumstances, they would have already inquired. But now, even if given 100 chances, they would not dare. After all, no matter how mild his temperament, he remained a legitimate master. Having settled Jin'an, Shaolin lifted the curtain of the carriage and instructed, "Ensure that the payments for these 4 individuals are made." He cast a glance at the 4 men opposite him, stating, "I do not require your services, but in light of your kindness towards Jin'an, I shall assist you. The dilapidated temple in the West City. I will arrange for the general's residence to support you for 3 days and only 3 days. After that, your survival depends solely on your own abilities." Upon hearing this, the who in the others' eyes sparkled with hope, and they all exclaimed in unison, "Thank you, young master." Shaolin found himself at a loss for words. Old Li, clutching the gleaming silver coins, also expressed his gratitude towards Shaolin repeatedly. The carriage creaked as it began to move, slowly carving 2 tracks in the snow. Inside the carriage, Shaolin busily tended to Jin'an, placing a hand warmer in his embrace to keep him warm. Once he had lulled Jin'an into a peaceful sleep within the cozy confines, Shaolin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He sat beside Jin'an, unable to take his eyes off his face, marveling at its beauty and cuteness. Overcome with affection, Shaolin couldn't help but pinch Jin'an's cheek, but suddenly noticed a small scar on his forehead. His expression turned cold in an instant as he fixed his gaze on the scar for a long while before slowly averting his eyes. Shaolin lifted the carriage's curtain and softly called out, "Ah Fu." The servant named Ah Fu immediately leaned in closer, asking, "Young master, what do you command?" Sometimes one must concede that those who ascend to the pinnacle of the hierarchy, no matter how innocuous they may appear, are not truly devoid of cunning. Shaolin's dark eyes were heavy, a demeanor that entirely belied his tender age of merely 10. "That old Li, have someone take care of him," he asserted. Pausing momentarily before continuing, "Of course, he shouldn't be allowed to die too easily. Understand?" A Fu, caught under such an intense gaze, felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly replied, "Yes." Jin'an stirred slightly, prompting Shaolin to raise a hand to gently pat him. He cast a discontented glance at a Fu, admonishing him to lower his voice. A Fu quickly covered his mouth, responding, "Understood, young master." Shaolin raised an eyebrow, finding a Fu's reaction somewhat amusing. "All right, be off with you." By the time they reached the general's residence, night had fully descended. Shaolin bypassed the main hall, hurrying back to his own quarters with Jin'an in his arms. He instructed someone to prepare warm water and meticulously assisted Jin'an in bathing. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had purchased Jin'an without a second thought. Now, in the calm of reflection, Shaolin questioned his decision to acquire a servant. However, he had already resolved that, given Jin'an's frail condition, he would likely struggle with other tasks. Any mishap would not only result in trouble, but also reprimand. Hence, it would be prudent to keep him close as a personal attendant, teaching him the necessary decorum and assigning him duties that catered to his capabilities. After all, Shaolin preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, and since Jin'an was personally acquired, he would ensure that any mistakes made would warrant only a gentle reprimand to instill a lesson. Just as Shaolin was lost in his pleasant daydream, a Fu's voice abruptly interrupted his reverie. "Young master, the master is looking for you." "It's too late for that," Shaolin grumbled. "Ah Fu stammered. The master said he saw you return with someone. If you do not go, he will have the person you brought thrown out of the residence." Annoyed, Shaolin climbed out of bed, tucking Jin'an in gently, while muttering, "That old man is truly bothersome." Shaolin was led to the old general's study, where the dim light cast shadows around the room. The old general sat stoically, while Xiao Lin stood before him. The general's expression was inscrutable as he regarded Xiao Lin. Are you looking to change your personal attendant? Is a Fu not serving you well? Upon hearing this, a Fu immediately knelt on the floor, exclaiming, I deserve to die. Xiao Lin, equally defiant, responded to the general, it's not a matter of replacement, it's an addition. The old general scoffed, his tone grave. If you require more servants in your courtyard, your father shall naturally select suitable candidates for you. There is no need to purchase an unknown person from the streets. I will have him sent away by tomorrow. You dare? Xiao Lin erupted, kicking the old general's desk. You shall not touch anyone in my courtyard. Such impudence. The general muttered, watching Xiao Lin storm away, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Wait, young master, please. A Fu called after him, chasing closely behind. Stubborn old man. Xiao Lin fumed, striding quickly, kicking at anything in his path. Finally, upon pushing open the door and seeing Lu Jin'an peacefully resting in bed, his anger began to dissipate. After a soothing bath that relieved the chill from his bones, Xiao Lin nestled under the covers, embracing Lu Jin'an, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Rest assured. And having spent a silver tael on you, I will not allow anyone to take you away. Not even in death. The voice carried a stubbornness, as if it were in a silent quarrel with someone unknown. Yet, Lu Jin'an remained oblivious to all of this. He had fallen into a deep slumber, so profound that upon waking, he felt a slight dizziness. The room was empty save for him. A chill enveloped the air, prompting Lu Jin'an to cocoon himself in his blanket, casting a glance around. Have I been rescued? System? Where is it? Here it comes. The system emerged to elucidate. You have been saved by Xiao Lin, and you are now his personal servant. Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin'an's eyes sparkled with joy. How wonderful! After previous failures that had shaken his confidence, this time seemed to unfold effortlessly. With a creak, the door swung open, and Lu Jin'an's smile lingered as he turned his gaze towards the entrance. At noon, Xiao Lin returned from school, and upon entering, he was momentarily struck dumb by Lu Jin'an's beauty. Why, you're awake? He stammered. I am Xiao Lin, and I have purchased you. You shall follow me from now on, and I promise to treat you well. With his hands tightly gripping his own clothing, Xiao Lin looked at Lu Jin'an with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, adding, Is that all right? It seemed as though he were the one at risk of being dismissed from the household, while Lu Jin'an appeared as the young master. Of course. Lu Jin'an nodded eagerly. What a soft face. Young master. Young master. A Fu rushed in, accompanied by a stern-looking elderly woman. Although the master has permitted you to keep him, he insists you must teach him the rules. The elderly woman was evidently the governess responsible for instilling the household as etiquette. It was customary for all servants to learn the rules upon entering the estate, a plan Xiao Lin had initially intended to follow. However, upon seeing Lu Jin'an sitting there so obediently, Xiao Lin suddenly found himself reluctant to impose such lessons. Why teach rules when he was already so well behaved? Lu Jin'an noticed Xiao Lin's silence and the growing cloud over his expression. The failures of his previous lives made him increasingly cautious, fearing that Xiao Lin might abruptly change his mind and dismiss him. No, he hadn't yet had the chance to sweet-talk Xiao Lin into marrying him. Thus, Lu Jin'an quickly tugged at Xiao Lin's arm and, with a soft and endearing tone, implored, Young master, I am willing to learn. Please let me, all right? Xiao Lin's ears flushed crimson. What was this all right nonsense? The sound of Lu Jin'an's voice was enchanting. Calling him young master was 1,000 times more pleasant than how a Fu addressed him. What had he just said? Snapped back to reality, he turned to find Lu Jin'an's eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Lin's temper flared instantly. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Has someone upset you? Do not be afraid. Tell me who it is, and I shall deal with them. Tears cascaded down Lu Jin'an's cheeks. If you want tea, let me learn the rules. Does it mean you no longer want me? How could that be? Xiao Lin scratched his head, wishing he could lay bare his heart for Lu Jin'an to see. His thoughts were in disarray, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, Learn, whatever an wishes to learn. He shall learn. How could I ever refuse? Having received the answer he desired, Lu Jin'an instantly ceased his tears and beamed at Xiao Lin. You are truly wonderful. Young master. Xiao Lin felt at a loss with his hands and feet, and of course, Lu Jin'an couldn't help but gloat inwardly. It appears that Shaolin is quite taken with my approach. I shall continue in this manner. The tasks in this world are surely secured. The system remained silent. Only the sound of its components operating echoed around. Lu Jin'an, somewhat puzzled, inquires system, "What are you up to?" "Delete. Delete." The system seemed on the verge of overheating, exclaiming, "Ah, I shall never assign such a character to my darling again. Why does Shaolin have the right?" Lu Jin'an blinked, failing to comprehend the system's meaning, and chose to disregard it. At that moment, by the time Shaolin realized what he had agreed to with Lu Jin'an, she had already donned the attire of servant and was diligently learning the proper etiquette. Frustrated, Shaolin pounded his chest and lamented, "Why did I agree to this?" As Lu Jin'an practiced serving tea, Shaolin hovered nearby with a barrage of questions. "Is the water hot enough? Is the teacup heavy? Do you need my assistance?" Lu Jin'an ignored him, while Shaolin stood aside in contemplation. Why must a servant learn to serve tea? Couldn't the master simply walk over to enjoy it? After all, he had legs. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Just as Lu Jin'an had nearly completed serving the tea, Shaolin snatched it away, declaring, "This is unnecessary. I have devised a solution. Let us practice standing posture instead." In the household of officials, servants were expected to bow their heads, chest in, with hands folded before their abdomen. What? Shaolin was on the verge of exploding, and then was already petite. With her head bowed and chest in, he could hardly see her face. This, too, was unacceptable. The smile on the matron's face began to falter. "Young master, it is time for you to attend school." Shaolin immediately wilted. He had no desire to go to school, and in the past, he would have avoided it altogether. However, that old man had insisted that only by obediently attending school could he keep Lu Jin'an around. Reluctantly, Shaolin walked towards the door, glancing back several times to remind the matron not to teach her anything too difficult. The matron chuckled in response. Yet the moment Shaolin departed, her expression soured as she cast a disapproving glance at Lu Jin'an. "Do not presume that your charm and cuteness have won you the young master's favor. It does not guarantee your safety. The young master may be naive, but I shall not fall for your tricks. In this general's residence, servants must adhere to their own rules. Now, go fetch that tea again." The afternoon was bitterly cold, the wind howling like blades. Lu Jin'an rushed about, her head already spinning, becoming more disoriented. Her throat grew parched, and her breathing became labored. Yet the matron had no intention of letting her off easily. "Your constitution is not befitting that of a servant. Those who enter the general's residence must be robust and strong. First, run 10 laps around this courtyard." Lu Jin'an's steps faltered. Were ancient servants all athletes? Meanwhile, Shaolin, having finished school, headed straight to the tailor's shop. The outfit Lu Jin'an wore was not only unattractive but also inadequate for warmth. It was far too large for her. He needed to buy her several appropriately fitted garments. After carefully selecting, Shaolin purchased more than 10 pieces, refusing to let Fu carry them, choosing instead to hold them himself. He believed he possessed an exquisite sense of style, certain that Lu Jin'an would undoubtedly adore these garments. He knew he couldn't present all the outfits to Lu Jin'an at once. He needed to coax a few flattering words from him first. With a satisfied heart, Shaolin pushed open the courtyard door. Lu Jin'an had just completed a lap when he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. As he contemplated taking a rest, he spotted Shaolin entering with an armful of items. His eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth to call out to Shaolin, eager to showcase his efforts. However, as he spoke, a sharp pain pierced his throat, and blood gushed forth, painting the air with alarming crimson blossoms. The vivid red splattered across Shaolin's chest and the garments he held. Shaolin's smile faltered, quickly replaced by a look of terror. And then, Shaolin's face turned pale as he rushed to catch Lu Jin'an's collapsing form. "Fu, go fetch a doctor. Hurry." Buckets filled with Lu Jin'an's blood-tainted vomit were carried out of the room, as if he were trying to expel every drop from his body. Shaolin, frantic, urged the doctor incessantly. "What is happening? Why is he still vomiting blood?" The doctor knelt nearby, drenched in cold sweat. "If the young master is truly concerned, let him rest for a couple of days. This young lord is too frail. He had been suffering from a cold and high fever for days. And after exerting himself today, it triggered a series of complications. A cold? Yes, and it had been freezing for days. Shaolin realized he had misjudged N.N.'s constitution, thinking it was akin to his own. Seeing N.N. awake and seemingly well, he had neglected to summon a doctor. Regret washed over Shaolin for his oversight. Yet, he had not subjected N.N. to strenuous labor. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply to the corner where the teaching matron stood, meeting Shaolin's gaze. The matron hastily knelt. "Young master, I was merely acting under the orders of the master. Do not use my father to intimidate me." Shaolin exclaimed as he seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at the matroness' forehead, causing blood to stream down her face. "He is my charge. Did I not tell you? Do not make things difficult for him?" Seeing Shaolin genuinely enraged, the matron hurriedly bowed her head in contrition. "Young master, please temper your anger. I acknowledge my mistake." Shaolin's eyes were filled with a fiery rage. "Someone throw her out. Cast her out of the general's residence." While the command was to expel her from the estate, everyone knew the true implications of such an act. In an instant, several guards seized the matron, her pleas for mercy fading with their retreat. Jin'an slept for several days before finally awakening. Throughout this time, Shaolin had not attended school, remaining vigilantly by Jin'an's side. Upon waking, Jin'an's eyes met Shaolin's, which were immediately filled with tears. He embraced Jin'an, sobbing, "You scared me terribly. How could you sleep for so long?" Jin'an, still dazed, raised a hand to pat Shaolin's back. "Young master, what is wrong?" Shaolin had even been at odds with the old general for several days over this. The weather had turned bitterly cold, and after the small test at school, the students were supposed to have a break. Yet, Shaolin, in a fit of despair, refused to attend classes, despite the headmaster having come to urge him multiple times. In the end, it was the old general who could no longer endure it, employing both soft and hard tactics, ultimately persuading Shaolin to agree to take Jin'an to school together. The night before school, Jin'an was so excited that he couldn't sleep for half the night. Shaolin, perplexed by the source of such excitement, nevertheless stayed awake beside him. The following day, Shaolin rose early, preparing various items that Jin'an might need for school. When Jin'an awoke, Shaolin had already prepared warm water, using a silk handkerchief to gently wipe his face. After that, he brought out a set of warm clothing for Jin'an, saying, "Come here, let me help you get dressed." Jin'an obediently raised his hands, allowing Shaolin to bustle about him. In Chapter 56, The Dark Moonlight in the Capital, Shaolin dressed Jin'an and adorned him with numerous pieces of gold, silver, and jade. Once Jin'an was draped in such finery that he appeared even more like a young master than Shaolin himself. The latter felt satisfied. Jin'an, round and adorable, approached the table and noticed the bulging bundle. "Young master, is this what you need for school? Let me help you carry it." Shaolin raised his hand and took the bundle away, saying, "This is for you to carry. No need for your assistance." With his hands left empty, Jin'an quickly wrapped his arms around Shaolin's, revealing two charming dimples as he said, "You are so kind to me, young master." Shaolin felt a flutter in his heart. Upon arriving at school, Shaolin led Jin'an to his designated spot. Unpacking the bundle revealed an assortment of delicious snacks and toys. Curious classmates gathered around, exclaiming, "Shaolin, you actually came to school. Our teacher is nearly driven mad by your absence. Who is this adorable child? I've never seen him before. What treats are these? May I have a piece? Go away." Shaolin waved his hand to disperse the bothersome classmates. And then ignore them. Class is starting. Sitting together at the same desk, while others were packed together, Shaolin and Jin'an appeared as if they were alone in their own world. Hence, when the teacher entered, his attention immediately fell upon them. Under the teacher's watchful gaze, Jin'an sat up straight, mimicking Shaolin's posture. The teacher had intended to reprimand Shaolin for his prolonged absence, but seeing him so earnest, he decided to let it go. Halfway through the lesson, Jin'an began to doze off. Noticing this, Shaolin quietly drew Jin'an closer into his embrace. At noon, after classes ended, Shaolin led Jin'an on a tour around school. Having recently experienced snowfall, A thin layer of white remained on the ground. Following Shaolin, Lu Jin'an bent down to form a small snowball. He playfully threw the snowball at Shaolin's unsuspecting back, where it burst open with a soft thud. Turning around, Shaolin caught sight of Lu Jin'an's grin and, in a mock-threatening manner, bared his teeth. "Oh, you dare to hit me." He quickly formed several snowballs to retaliate, but they all fell short and landed on the ground. One snowball, however, was poorly packed and disintegrated mid-air, sending half of it cascading down into Lu Jin'an's collar, causing him to shiver from a cold. Shaolin suddenly grew anxious, rushing over to brush the snow off. "Lu Jin'an, come here, let me see. Are you cold? Did any snow get into your clothes?" Shaolin touched Lu Jin'an's hand, which was icy. "No more playing. You'll catch a cold." He sounded like a nagging mother. "But I want to play a little longer. I want T get sick." Lu Jin'an pouted, holding onto Shaolin's hand. "Didn't T you bring the hand warmer? Go fetch it for me, and I'll play a bit more." Shaolin hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to Lu Jin'an's charm. "All right, wait here and don't wander off." "Okay." After Shaolin left, Lu Jin'an began gathering snow alone. A few steps back, she unexpectedly bumped into someone and, startled, tried to move forward, only to feel her feet slip. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. "Be careful." A slender hand wrapped around Lu Jin'an's waist, catching her before she fell. A gentle voice, laced with warmth, urged, "Don't keep your eyes closed. You want to fall. Which pavilion are you from? Are you lost?" Lu Jin'an opened her eyes to see a boy of about 12 or 13, gazing at her with a smile that radiated kindness. "You're not frightened, are you?" Lu Jin'an shook her head. "Thank you." "System, who is this?" The system rustled through its data. "He is Shunli, the adopted son of the current esteemed official Zhou Chong, the future regent, and the person you will eventually marry." Caught off guard by the last statement, Lu Jin'an choked and coughed. "What's wrong?" Shunli stepped closer, gently patting her back. "Are you all right?" Once she regained her composure, Lu Jin'an smiled at Shunli. "I'm fine." Shunli raised the snack he was holding in his other hand. "This is the snowflake pastry from Yufeng Pavilion. It's delicious. Would you like to try it?" Lu Jin'an accepted the treat, took a bite, and the subtle aroma lingered in her mouth. It was indeed delightful. While savoring the pastry, she remarked to the system, "Shunli seems quite nice. From the description, I expected him to be cold-hearted and cruel. He might be that kind of person." The system replied, somewhat uncertain. "After all, he has taken many lives in the storyline and is genuinely wicked. Don't get too enchanted by him." "Understood." With focused attention, Shunli watched Lu Jin'an, reaching out to ruffle her hair, a gentle smile gracing his face. "As long as you like it." And then, Shaolin rushed over, holding the hand warmer, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Jin'an while eyeing Shunli warily. Noticing this, Shunli waved helplessly at Lu Jin'an. "It seems your friend isn't too fond of me. Perhaps we shall meet again under better circumstances." After Shunli departed, Shaolin placed the hand warmer in Lu Jin'an's hands, earnestly advising, "And then, that Shunli is not a good person. You should avoid him in the future." He took the pastry from Lu Jin'an and discarded it on the ground. "Don't eat other people's food. I can buy you anything you wish." Lu Jin'an's lips were adorned with remnants of pastry crumbs. Upon hearing the words, he nodded at Shaolin. Shaolin wrapped an arm around Lu Jin'an's shoulder, wiping away the remnants at the corner of his mouth. "All done, let us depart. Do you still wish to study? If not, I shall take you out for some leisure this afternoon." "No, let us return to class," Lu Jin'an replied. "Not far away." Shunli observed the departing figures of the two, lost in thought. Initially, the old general was reluctant to allow Shaolin to bring anyone back to the residence. However, he soon recognized that with Lu Jin'an's presence, Shaolin exhibited a more restrained demeanor. Realizing this, the old general ceased to impose any difficulties upon Lu Jin'an, tacitly permitting him to attend to Shaolin, which led to 5 years of companionship. Chapter 57. The black moonlight in the capital city, withered branches gave birth to new buds, and spring followed spring in an endless cycle. As seasons changed and day turned to night, over the course of 5 years, the political landscape shifted dramatically. In the 18th year of Gan Ning, the crown prince of Qin was deposed and confined to the Eastern Palace. By the 22nd year, Zhou Chong elevated Shun Li to the position of regent. a new power rising to overshadow the imperial authority. "Ah Fu, do you think my embroidery is beautiful?" Lu Jin'an asked as he strolled through the streets, holding a pouch in his hand, addressing the attendant trailing behind him. Ah Fu praised him, declaring, "Young master, your embroidery is indeed exquisite." If the young master were to know it was made for him, he would be utterly delighted. Shaolin never regarded Lu Jin'an as a mere servant. Those who could enter the general's residence, a place of high status, naturally possessed keen insight, and he treated Lu Jin'an with equal regard. Initially, it was Ah Fu who first referred to Lu Jin'an as young master. At first, the others hesitated to do so in front of Shaolin, fearing his disapproval. However, they soon discovered that Shaolin not only accepted it, but seemed to appreciate it even more than Lu Jin'an himself. Thus, the appellation became widespread. This pouch was a gift Lu Jin'an had prepared for Shaolin. The Shao family had a long-standing military tradition, and Shaolin was a prodigy in martial arts. Currently training on the practice grounds, Lu Jin'an, with a sense of delight, tucked the pouch into his bosom, ready to seek out Shaolin at the training ground, when suddenly, the heavy sound of iron hooves echoed around him. In mere moments, the cloaked members of the Qianlong Guard converged from all directions. The leader, brandishing a sword, stood at the forefront. "The Qianlong Guard is on duty. All bystanders, vacate the area immediately." The once lively street descended into chaos as people screamed and fled in panic. Those who lagged behind met their demise at the hands of the Qianlong Guard. The guards of several noble households were slaughtered, and some officials found themselves taken hostage within their own abodes. Amidst the surging crowd, Lu Jin'an became separated from Ah Fu and could only follow the throngs in a desperate bid for survival. The system's voice chimed in at that moment. "Host, the plot of the Qingping coup has commenced." Lu Jin'an's escape faltered, realizing that this was the unfolding of the Qingping coup. This particular insurrection marked a significant blow to the crown prince of Qin. Now, as Zhou Chong aged, many matters became beyond his grasp, and Shunli began to gradually seize power. Much of what had been under Zhou Chong's control revealed numerous flaws in Shunli's hands. The long-dormant supporters of the former crown prince underestimated Shunli, beginning to emerge from the shadows, unaware that all of this was part of Shunli's elaborate ruse. 17-year-old Shunli, in his inaugural year as regent, ruthlessly dismantled two-thirds of Qin Zhao's faction, resulting in the suffering of countless innocent civilians. Following this coup, no one in the court dared to challenge Shun Li's authority. The upheaval also left the general's residence in tatters, prompting the elderly general to retire to his homeland, while Shaolin was compelled to carve out his own path. Fearing the loss of Shaolin, Lu Jin'an began to entertain thoughts of having him marry her. The streets surrounding them were in disarray, littered with bodies in disarray, women and children, infants, robust young men, and frail old men alike. Lu Jin'an huddled within a battered wooden barrel, clutching herself tightly and trembling in fear. Directly in front of her loomed a grand entrance, the residence of the current Grand Preceptor, Su Huiqing. Su Huiqing was being escorted by others, facing a group of armed Qianlong guards. His hair was disheveled, and his appearance was disordered, yet he could not suppress the righteousness that emanated from him. Shenli, a disciple of the treacherous Zhou Chong, disrupting the court, slaughtering the populace. You shall surely meet a grim fate. Borrowing the Grand Preceptor's auspicious words, a calm voice interjected. The tightly clustered Qianlong guards parted swiftly, creating a path. Clad in white and wielding a long sword, 17-year-old Shunli approached Su Huiqing with measured steps. It was a pity he could not allow the Grand Preceptor to witness how he would indeed meet his demise. With a flick of his wrist, Shenli sword suichli sawarat shu waikem esatruat. Su's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, unable to close them in death. Lu Jin'an, concealed within the barrel, stifled a gasp, paralyzed with fear. With Shaolin absent, she could not afford to be discovered. One misstep could lead to her own death. Unraveling the entire narrative. After dealing with Su Huiqing, Shunli turned to leave, just as Lu Jin'an prepared to exhale in relief. Suddenly, Shunli halted, his gaze fixating on the barrel where Lu Jin'an was hidden. She froze, forgetting to breathe. The leader of the Qianlong guards hastened to Shun Li's side. What is it, my lord? Shunli, sword raised, advanced toward the barrel step by step. This was it. This was truly the end. Lu Jinan's heart raced furiously. Shunli cleaved the barrel open, positioning his sword against the neck of the person concealed within. The surrounding Qianlong guards brandished their blades, encircling the barrel. Instinctively, Lu Jinan let out a faint sound, meeting Shun Li's gaze, rendered immobile by fear. Upon recognizing her, Shun Li raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile flickering in his eyes. He sheathed his sword and beckoned Lu Jinan. Come, stand up. Why are you hiding in a barrel? Still crouching. Lu Jinan hesitated to move. Shun Li, with a hint of exasperation, bent down to assist her, brushing off the dust from her attire. Why are you alone again? It seems I always find you when you're by yourself. Are you frightened? Lu Jinan glanced at Shun Li, feeling awkward. My lord Shun Li paused, then chuckled softly. Ah, forget the titles. What should I call you? Realizing Shun Li bore no malice, she felt less intimidated. I got separated from Ah Fu. Could you help me find him? However, as soon as the words left her lips, Lu Jinan regretted her request. Ah Fu is a member of the general's residence. The general's residence is affiliated with the former crown prince's faction. The former crown prince's faction, indeed. You want me to help you find Ah Fu? Shun Li rubbed his forehead, utterly astounded at the audacity. This is it. This is the end. I'm finished. Lu Jinan felt as if he might shatter into pieces. Shun Li looked at the tearful Lu Jinan, finding it somewhat amusing. Don't cry, don't cry. It's just a matter of finding someone, nothing too grave. I shall assist you. Chapter 58. The Dark Moonlight in the Capital City 07. Revised, Shun Li bent down to meet Lu Jinan's gaze. Once the person is found, I will inform you. It's too chaotic here. Would you come back to my residence with me? What? The head is still intact. Lu Jinan touched his own head and nodded vigorously. The Regency Prince's residence was not far from their location, and Lu Jinan followed along, arriving shortly thereafter. Within the estate, servants bustled about in small groups, and upon seeing Shun Li, they immediately knelt to pay their respects, greeting the Regency Prince. Shun Li led Lu Jinan to the main hall, gently ruffled his hair, and asked if he was tired. Please take a seat for a while. He instructed someone to bring tea for Lu Jinan and prepared some pastries. Eat something first. I have already dispatched someone to search for Ah Fu. Lu Jinan hesitated. Will Ah Fu be all right? I cannot say for certain, Shun Li replied, observing Lu Jinan with a hint of regret on his face. I haven't been too attentive, but there is no need for excessive concern. He should be fine. Oh, all right. Shun Li kept Lu Jinan company for a while, and Lu Jinan realized that Shun Li did not harbor any intentions to harm him, growing less anxious than at the outset. Before long, a guard rushed to Shun Li, exclaiming, My lord, a man named Xiao Lin has barged in and injured several guards of the palace. Xiao Lin? Shun Li raised his brow slightly. There is no need to stop him. Let him enter. Very well. After the guard left, Shun Li adjusted Lu Jinan's clothing, took his hand, and sighed. Your young master has come to fetch you. It seems my help is no longer required. Come, I shall escort you to him. Inside the estate, guards lay scattered across the ground. I want to see Shun Li. Where is he? Xiao Lin, brandishing a spear, radiated an aura of menace. His clothes and face splattered with blood. Young master, Lu Jinan called out to him. Xiao Lin's pupils constricted, and upon seeing Lu Jinan, he hurried to his side. Anin, let me check if you are injured. Forget about Ah Fu. Xiao Lin raised Lu Jinan's arm and examined his legs, ensuring Lu Jinan was unscathed before exhaling in relief. You scared me. Thankfully, you are all right. Come, I'll take you home. As Xiao Lin grasped Lu Jinan's hand and turned, they were abruptly confronted by an assailant brandishing a weapon. Xiao Lin's expression darkened as he shielded Lu Jinan from view, swiftly severing the man's neck with his spear. Blood splattered, and dozens of guards, witnessing the scene, immediately unsheathed their swords, surrounding the two. Lu Jinan instinctively pressed his head against Xiao Lin's chest, closing his eyes. Xiao Lin pursed his lips, patting Lu Jinan's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Anin, do not be afraid. I will not allow you to be harmed. Both sides stood poised for confrontation, neither yielding an inch, as if a deadly clash could erupt at any moment. At this moment, Shun Li, standing not far away, Suddenly spoke, "All right, let them go." The leader of the Qianlong guards turned back, "My lord." Shun Li, with an air of indifference, waved his hand. "Listen to me. Release them." "Yes." The guard from the Wang Fu and the Qianlong guards promptly stepped aside, allowing Xiao Lin to lead Lu Jinan away from the regent's residence. After their departure, the leader of the Qianlong guards approached Shun Li. "My lord, the general's residence is aligned with Qin Zhao's faction. To let them go like this, what about the supervisor?" Shun Li's gaze shifted from the empty gates of the residence. "Those who could be killed have been. The general's residence is already difficult to manage. There is no need for a life-and-death struggle. I will explain it to my adoptive father." After a pause, Shun Li suddenly turned his head. "Meng Qi, my adoptive father is aging. One day, this imperial city will be under my command. If you do not regard me as your master in your heart, then the Qianlong guards can find another leader." Meng Qi broke out in a cold sweat, hastily kneeling. "I dare not, my lord." Shun Li's tone remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. "It's fine. I merely remind you. By the way, act with more caution in the future, and do not frighten him again." Although he did not specify whom, Meng Qi fully grasped Shun Li's meaning. "Your subordinate obeys." After Shun Li left, Meng Qi raised his head to gaze at the spot where the young master had just departed, his expression concealed beneath a terrifying mask, making it impossible to discern his feelings. Outside the Wang Fu, Lu Jinan followed closely behind Xiao Lin, rummaging through his attire until he produced a small pouch from his chest. "Young master, this pouch is for you." "A pouch?" Xiao Lin received it as if it were a royal decree. "Didn't embroider this for me?" Lu Jinan joyfully circled around Xiao Lin like a peacock, displaying its feathers. "Yes, yes. Does the young master like it?" "I love it." Xiao Lin suddenly embraced Lu Jinan, exclaiming like a startled chicken, "My dear Nin, I knew my affection for you was not in vain." Xiao Lin examined the small pouch with great care. "Oh my, the embroidery of this plate and potato is exquisite." "What?" Lu Jinan was nearly exasperated. Snatching the pouch back, "I clearly embroidered persimmons and a rui, symbolizing everything going smoothly, not potatoes and plates. I want to give it to you." Upon hearing the words, "I want to give it to you," Xiao Lin was immediately thrown off balance. "Why?" "And then, don't be angry. It's just that the young master has poor eyesight and misjudged it. Please, and then give it to me, will you?" Lu Jinan, overwhelmed by Xiao Lin's persistence, reluctantly shoved the pouch into his hands. Xiao Lin, with a gentle pat on Lu Jinan's soft cheek, declared, "And it is so good to me." He proudly hung the pouch at his waist, alongside a collection of golden and silver ornaments, utterly captivated by its charm. Xiao Lin led Lu Jinan to the entrance of the general's residence, where several servants fortuitously encountered a Fu. Just as they entered the estate, Xiao Lin and Lu Jinan were summoned to the main hall by the old general. "Why do you wish to retire to the countryside?" Xiao Lin inquired, puzzled by the old general's demeanor. The old general, typically stern, revealed a rare hint of reluctance and sorrow. Only in this way can the general's residence be preserved. "Linnea, your father is aging. The Xiao family will depend on you from now on." The old general then turned to gently touch Lu Jinan's small face. "Little Lin, Linner can be impulsive, but fortunately, he listens to you. Keep a close watch on him and prevent him from causing unnecessary trouble." When it comes to causing trouble, the old general's frown vanished in an instant. Frustrated at the thought of his protégé's failures, he thumped his thigh and said, "Forget it. Little Lin, why don't you come with me? Let Xiao Lin remain in the capital. It's better he stays away, lest he brings you trouble in the future." Upon hearing that the old general intended to return to his hometown and establish his own independence, Xiao Lin remained silent until he could no longer contain himself. "No, and must stay with me. Without him watching over me, I will inevitably cause chaos and drag the whole family down." The old general was infuriated by Xiao Lin's words, his face turning red with indignation. "You little rascal, are you looking for a beating?" However, the old general recognized that Xiao Lin was not without reason, and thus decided to keep Lu Jinan by his side. In the grand hall of the Eastern Depot, Zhou Chong occupied the main seat. Shun Li approached slowly and bowed slightly. "Father." Zhou Chong, tapping the armrest of his chair, looked up and asked, "Is everything taken care of?" Shun Li respectfully replied, "Yes, it is mostly settled." After a prolonged silence, Zhou Chong spoke again. I heard you release Xiao Lin and have been particularly attentive to his close servant. What was his name? Lu Jin'an? It's quite curious, as Xiao Lin seems to show a peculiar concern for his servant as well. Wouldn't you agree? Shunli? Indeed, Shunli replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. The old general was valiant, and the military house was deeply intertwined. Xiao Lin was no ordinary person. Lu Jin'an, however, was rather simple-minded. If used correctly, he could effectively restrain Xiao Lin. After a brief pause, Shunli raised his head and calmly stated, "But if you believe this course of action is unwise, I can arrange for someone to eliminate Lu Jin." And Zhou Chong scrutinized Shunli for a moment before suddenly laughing. He approached Shunli and patted his shoulder, saying, "No matter, Li Er has his own plans. Let it be as you wish, but I hope you do not disappoint me." Understood. Zhou Chong patted Shunli on the shoulder again and walked towards the door. Shunli turned slightly to watch Zhou Chong, his gaze inscrutable. A month later, the atmosphere of tension in the capital gradually subsided. The gates of the old general's residence were sealed, and all the servants within were dismissed. Xiao Lin and Lu Jin'an moved to a new abode, which was in dire need of renovation. Lu Jin'an, for the first time, busied himself with such a large house, flitting about like a little bee among the workers. Watching Lu Jin'an toil away, Xiao Lin felt a pang of sympathy. The estate was modest, covering only 5 acres. Yet, Lu Jin'an showed no sign of resentment for the hardships he endured alongside Xiao Lin, melting his heart further. He felt exceedingly fortunate to have such a wonderful companion. And then, stop working for now. You'll wear yourself out. Xiao Lin supported Lu Jin'an under his arm and lifted him onto a stool, fanning him gently with a hand fan. He bit his lip, his eyes reddening. And then, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I were stronger, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Lu Jin'an looked at Xiao Lin in confusion. Who is suffering? That night, after taking a bath, Xiao Lin pulled the soft Lu Jin'an into his embrace. They had slept together since childhood, and every night, Xiao Lin would hold Lu Jin'an just like this. Xiao Lin rested his chin upon Lu Jin'an's shoulder, murmuring softly, "Anin, rest assured, I shall strive earnestly to earn a living for you. Henceforth, I shall indulge less in leisure and dedicate myself to achieving merit within the court, ensuring you shall never endure hardships like today again." Lu Jin'an, though hearing his words, paid them little heed. Yet over the subsequent 2 years, Xiao Lin truly adhered to this promise. With the one he wished to protect by his side, Xiao Lin, who had grown up in a life of luxury, transformed from a carefree young master into the pillar of their household. 2 years later, Xiao Lin had shed his youthful naivety. He had joined the army and achieved commendable feats, his sharp demeanor becoming increasingly pronounced. In moments of silence, his presence could even rival that of seasoned generals. However, Lu Jin'an remained oblivious to Xiao Lin's transformation, for he always wore a smile in his company. The residence grew ever more opulent, with an increasing number of servants attending to them. "Young master, Lord Xiao has returned." Aside from a foo, the new servants knew little of Lu Jin'an's past, only that the steadfast support of their household treated Lu Jin'an with profound respect. Joyfully, Lu Jin'an dashed outside as Xiao Lin dismounted and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Burying his face against Lu Jin'an's chest, he inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Anin, I missed you immensely." 5 days prior, Xiao Lin had been dispatched to Jiangnan for relief efforts, and only today had he returned. During his time away, he had found it hard to concentrate, yearning for Lu Jin'an, and upon completing his mission, he had hurried back. Just as Lu Jin'an attempted to push Xiao Lin away, he playfully nestled closer, saying, "Anin, don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." With a sigh, Lu Jin'an gently tugged at Xiao Lin's hair. "Young master, let us hurry inside. There are many people outside." Lu Jin'an, whose health was fragile and prone to fatigue, retired early each evening. He had previously suggested separate beds, but each time, Xiao Lin would feign sorrow, questioning if he had done something wrong. Believing this arrangement might aid his future endeavors, Lu Jin'an acquiesced to Xiao Lin's wishes. The following morning, when Xiao Lin awoke, Lu Jin'an was still slumbering. He gazed at Lu Jin'an's cherubic face, unable to tear his eyes away. "So adorable. How did you become so?" In an instant, Shaolin sprang upright, startling Lu Jin'an from his dreams. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Jin'an asked, "Young master, what is it?" Shaolin's throat tightened, feeling a rush of warmth. Almost immediately, he blushed and hurriedly dashed out of the inner chamber. Anin is not a woman. Oh no, will Anin think I am a pervert? What to do? What to do? Noticing Shaolin's peculiar reaction, Lu Jin'an felt a twinge of concern and pursued him in his night clothes. "Young master, what is wrong?" "It's nothing," Shaolin rasped, turning his head away. "Anin, please allow me some time alone." Lu Jin'an found his behavior odd, but did not dwell on it, turning back to return to his room. Watching Lu Jin'an's solitary figure retreat, Shaolin's heart ached. How could he have said such weighty words to Anin? It was his own fault, and now Anin had even come to seek him out, yet he had sent him away alone. He truly felt unworthy. Shaolin secretly despised himself. That night, he felt as though he were on the brink of madness. It was over. He truly harbored feelings for Anin. If Anin discovered this, he would surely come to loathe him. In a state of despair, Shaolin locked himself in his room, claiming he was occupied with work, when in reality, he curled up in a corner, quietly shedding tears. In the following days, he clandestinely attended classes, only to learn that relationships between men were indeed possible. Upon this revelation, Shaolin was invigorated, racing to Lu Jin'an's side, attempting to subtly gauge his thoughts on the matter. "Anin, don't you think the sky is beautifully blue? And the flowers, aren't they splendid? By the way, do you have someone you like?" Lu Jin'an sensed something peculiar about Shaolin lately. Casting a glance at him, he replied yes. Those two words struck Shaolin like a thunderclap, and he leaped 3 meters high, bouncing over to Lu Jin'an in a frenzy. "But you're always at the manor. How could you possibly have someone you like? Are you mistaken? I meant the kind of love that lasts a lifetime." "I understand," Lu Jin'an said, puzzled. He had intended to test Shaolin's feelings to facilitate his own future plans of tricking Shaolin into marrying him. But Shaolin's reaction was entirely unexpected. Shaolin felt as though he were shattering, aging a decade in an instant, his expression marred by unhappiness. "No, Anin, you're still young. You surely don't understand what love is." He scratched his head, subtly indicating himself with his hands. "I mean, there must be better people around you. You should explore your options." Lu Jin'an, not grasping Shaolin's meaning, shook his head. "No, I like him. No matter how good others are, I want them." In that moment, Shaolin felt as if struck by lightning, dragging his shadow into the darkness like a wilted eggplant, never having felt such despair before. And had feelings for someone else. Who could it be? Did that person deserve it? Had they already expressed their feelings for each other? If not, was there still a chance if he fought for it? He needed to inquire who it was. Perhaps he could eliminate that person. But would that cause him pain? If it were hurt, would he be able to console him? Shaolin's mind was a chaotic tangle, and that night, for the first time, he did not share a bed with Lu Jin'an. He stared at the ceiling, eyes wide open until dawn. Meanwhile, Lu Jin'an was in another empty room, feeling a bit anxious. "System, Shaolin has started sleeping in a separate bed. Does this mean he is beginning to dislike me? What should I do? Should I speak up and ask him to marry me? Everything was fine before. Why has it suddenly changed?" The system pondered. That can't be. Shaolin has always treated the host well. Scoundrel. He must have become dazzled by the alluring world outside in recent days. Do not fret, host. Simply follow the storyline. If he is unwilling to marry you. The system's voice trailed off abruptly, mumbling in a corner like a jealous entity. If he doesn't want to marry, then let it be. I wouldn't want him to marry me either. Anyway, I have plenty of points. I can afford it. Lu Jin'an felt as though his ears had malfunctioned. Why could he suddenly not hear clearly? He patted his ears. "System, what did you say?" "I think I've gone deaf." The system choked, exasperated. "Your ears are perfectly fine. Do not claim you are deaf. And do not hit yourself." "Oh," Lu Jin'an replied, patting his ears again, feeling as if they were functioning once more. The system, infuriated, exclaimed, "I told you not to hit yourself." For several consecutive days, Shaolin had refrained from sleeping beside Lu Jin'an. Yet, without Lu Jin'an by his side, he found it impossible to slumber. Within a few days, he had developed dark circles under his eyes. Moreover, it was even more troublesome that Shaolin felt as though Lu Jin'an was constantly flitting around him, and it took every ounce of self-control he possessed to maintain his distance. Previously, Shaolin had simply enjoyed being close to Lu Jin'an. But ever since his meridians had been unblocked, he found himself involuntarily associating various thoughts with Lu Jin'an. Lu Jin'an's waist was so slender that he could lift it with a single hand. His lips appeared so soft, making them seem immensely kissable. His legs were so fair, ideal for resting upon his waist. His voice was melodious. Shaolin wondered what it would be like in a more intimate setting. Shaolin felt overwhelmed, as if he were becoming a pervert. Lu Jin'an, too, felt despondent. He sensed that Shaolin had lost interest in him. Despite lingering around Shaolin every day, he did not come to seek his closeness. Most infuriatingly, Lu Jin'an felt that Shaolin was deliberately avoiding him. Every time he wished to see Shaolin, he had to traverse several locations to finally catch a glimpse of him. No, he needed to devise a plan to address Shaolin's behavior. Lu Jin'an pondered with crossed arms. The following morning, nestled in his blankets, Lu Jin'an summoned his maidservant, instructing her to fetch Shaolin. If he offered an excuse not to come, she should inform him that Lu Jin'an was feeling unwell. The maidservant complied, knocking on Shaolin's door. "Sir, the young master requests your presence." Shaolin hesitated at the door for a moment, replying, "Telling him that I have matters to attend to and will see him later." The maidservant bowed and relayed, "The young master says he feels discomfort in his chest." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a rush of wind beside her, and upon looking up, her master had already vanished. Then, Shaolin rushed into Lu Jin'an's room, lifting him from the bed and pulling him into his embrace. "You were just fine yesterday. Why are you suddenly unwell today?" Shaolin's anxiety surged, his temper flaring. "Where are the servants? Why has no one called for a doctor?" Cuddled in Shaolin's arms, Lu Jin'an replied in a muffled tone, "I'm not unwell. I was just deceiving you. Why have you not come to see me? It seems you still care about me." Shaolin was taken aback, looking down at Lu Jin'an. "You lied to me? How could you deceive me?" Shaolin embraced Lu Jin'an, burying his head deeply in the crook of Lu Jin'an's neck. "Then, you mustn't use such matters to deceive me. Are you trying to scare me to death? If you're dissatisfied with me, feel free to hit or scold me, but please do not belittle yourself, all right?" With effort, Lu Jin'an pushed himself away from Shaolin's embrace, placing his hands on Shaolin's shoulders. "Then why have you been avoiding me these past few days?" Shaolin fell silent. Lu Jin'an pressed further. "Have you found someone you like during these days apart? Am I bothering you?" "Of course not," Shaolin rebutted immediately, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just as he mustered the courage to confess his feelings for Lu Jin'an, a single phrase from Lu Jin'an doused him with icy despair. Lu Jin'an withdrew his hands from Shaolin's shoulders and obediently sat in the center of the bed. "I have someone I like. I hope he will marry me. Could you possibly inquire if he is willing?" Shaolin felt a buzzing in his head, as if his heart had been carved out, throbbing painfully. Then, he struggled to force a smile, but ultimately failed. He yearned to ask who this person was, yet he feared the answer. After a moment of silence, Shaolin finally spoke in a hoarse voice, "Then, you have had too few interactions. What you feel for that person may not be love. I believe you should reconsider." Having uttered those disjointed words, Shaolin clumsily rose from the bed and fled towards the door in a panic. He was a despicable person for saying such things when Anin had already sought his help. Yet, he simply could not bear to facilitate the union of his beloved with another. Lu Jin'an knelt on the bed, draped in a blanket, tilting his head in confusion. "Why? Does the young master not wish to marry me?" Shaolin, who had intended to burst through the door, suddenly froze. Upon seeing this, Lu Jin'an felt he could still make a case for himself. He dashed to Shaolin's side, tugging at his sleeve. "Young master, I eat little and am easy to take care of. Please consider it." Shaolin remained motionless. "Young master?" Still, Shaolin did not respond. Lu Jin'an scratched his head, then tugged at Shaolin's sleeve with more force. "Shaolin." Finally, Shaolin stirred, turning back with a clumsy hesitation, eyes wide with disbelief and hope. "Anin, do you want me to marry you?" Lu Jin'an nodded. "Although I have had few interactions, there are indeed some." Shaolin's body jolted in shock, as if struck by lightning, and he quickly covered Lu Jin'an's mouth, fearing that the next moment might bring a change of heart. "Anin, your taste is impeccable. You have indeed encountered many people." Shaolin melted, his heart softening. He cherished Lu Jin'an in his arms, wishing to take him home immediately. "Anan, it must be me, right? You know who I am, don't you, Anan?" Jin'an, exasperated by the repeated questioning, retorted, "Shaolin, you are so annoying." Shaolin quickly covered his mouth, yet his heart was overflowing with pink bubbles of joy. "Oh my, Anan likes him, and likes him." Shaolin felt as though he were dreaming. No, he would never dare to dream of such a thing. Jin'an cast a glance at the motionless Shaolin, asking, "If you don't dislike me, why did you choose to move out?" "Oh right, just a few days ago, he had personally evicted himself." After regaining his composure, Shaolin felt a pang of regret. Looking at Jin'an, he cautiously inquired, "Can I come back to live here?" Jin'an was puzzled by Shaolin's question, but replied, "Of course you can. Anan is truly wonderful." Shaolin felt as though he was floating as he returned to retrieve his belongings. He practically skipped as he completed the task, startling the household servants who thought their master had gone mad. Upon moving back in, he was free of any lingering doubts. Jin'an tugged at Shaolin, his expression weary. "Are you all right? You must have been bitten by some insect. It's nothing to worry about. I feel so tired. I just want to sleep a little longer. Please don't move around, young master." Shaolin hesitated, but there was no room for hesitation. "You mustn't move anymore." However, once Jin'an was fully awake, Shaolin still sought someone to check on him for reassurance. It was not entirely unreasonable for Shaolin to be overly cautious, especially considering Jin'an's frail health. He had put considerable effort into helping him gain some strength. He could not afford to let all his hard work go to waste due to a moment of carelessness. As the cicadas of summer faded with the passing seasons, autumn rains fell upon the bustling capital, and in the blink of an eye, yet another spring and autumn had passed. Suddenly, the Turkic forces from the north launched an attack on the borders of the Shang dynasty, their ambitions laid bare. Jin'an stood outside, watching as a new plaque was hung on his residence, the insignia of the general's estate prominently displayed. A horse's hoof splashed into a puddle, sending water flying. A Shaolin rode in, calling in. Clad in a Qilin robe and adorned with a tiger talisman, he dismounted gracefully. Jin'an pointed at the plaque, saying, "Young master, this." Shaolin smiled and swept Jin'an into his arms, carrying him into the courtyard. "I have been appointed as the Grand General. In a few days, I must head into battle. Anan, will you wait for me? When I return, I will use my military achievements to take you home." Not long ago, Shaolin had been summoned to the imperial palace, entrusted with a grave mission to repel the Turkic threat. The emperor had promised him that if he emerged victorious, he could make one request. This was his first time leading troops into battle, especially to such a distant land. Ordinarily, one would take time to ponder such a decision. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. "All right." Shaolin gently touched Jin'an's fingertip. "I have made a note of it." 3 days later, clad in golden armor with a crimson cape, he reluctantly bid farewell to Jin'an while holding the reins with one hand, his tone earnest. "Anan, wait for me." With the sound of iron hooves clattering, he rode off into the distance, and thus the lovers parted ways. Chapter 62. The dark moonlight in the capital, the cold autumn wind whipped against Jin'an's face, cutting through him with a chilling pain. "Host," the system inquired, sounding somewhat concerned. "Are you all right?" Jin'an emerged from the suffocating tide of emotions, responding, "I'm fine." Shaolin has departed, leaving the general's residence desolate in his absence. Jin'an resides alone within the confines of the general's estate, passing the time by practicing calligraphy, tending to flowers, and counting the days in anticipation of Shaolin's return. He believed that Shaolin would soon return, yet as days turned into weeks, Jin'an found himself waiting for a full 3 months. "Young master, could you come a little closer? It is so cold," Jin'an murmured in his sleep, curled up tight. However, no warmth approached him, and he awoke shivering, suddenly recalling that Shaolin was long gone. Unable to find solace in sleep, he donned a heavy cloak and settled by the window, waiting once more as dawn approached. The following day, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and the once bustling streets of the capital lay eerily silent in the dim light. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from the city gate, shattering the stillness. Jin'an, in the haze of sleep, heard someone calling his name, and reluctantly opened his eyes to see Ah Fu's anxious expression. "Young master, you are finally awake. News has come from the palace. It is said that the general has unfortunately fallen into an ambush during the war with the Turks and has perished. The emperor has decreed that the general's residence will be reclaimed due to the failure of his mission. What shall we do? Oh dear. Young master, take care. It is cold outside." In a flurry, Jin'an leapt from his bed and rushed to the door, only to find the plaque of the general's residence severed and cast aside by palace officials. A throng of onlookers had gathered, pointing and whispering among themselves. "What are you doing?" Jin'an exclaimed, stamping his foot in anger. "This is my home. If they take it away, I will have nowhere to go." The mere thought of his past as a wanderer filled him with dread. The leader of the group pointed into the courtyard and commanded his soldiers, "Go. Destroy everything within this residence." "No," Jin'an protested, pushing against the crowd, but he was swiftly overpowered and thrown to the ground. The leader placed his foot on Jin'an's chest, his tone condescending. "Ah, isn't this the precious darling of General Shao? You were so well protected before, yet now you find yourself beneath my foot. Careful now." A burly figure in official garb approached slowly. "What if my little treasure gets damaged?" "Yes, yes." The previously arrogant man immediately shifted to a respectful demeanor. "Honorable Minister, please proceed." The Minister of Revenue, with a greasy smile, grasped Jin'an's chin. "I have had my eye on you for quite some time. This residence will no longer be yours. Why not accompany me instead?" Before Jin'an could utter a word, Ah Fu charged forward, toppling the minister. "Get lost. You vile wretch. Do you not see your own worth, daring to covet our young master?" The minister, humiliated, seethed with rage. "How dare you? A bunch of ungrateful lowlifes. Bring them to me. Let them know who truly holds the power in this capital." In an instant, several soldiers brandished their weapons, seizing Ah Fu and the others. "Young master, run." Ah Fu struggled incessantly, shouting at Jin'an, "Please don't kill me." In a panic, Jin'an retreated, only to stumble and fall to the ground. The Minister of Revenue watched Jin'an's disheveled state with great satisfaction. Just as he prepared to take further action, a loud announcement rang out. "His Excellency the Regent has arrived." The once noisy street fell into an immediate hush, and the onlookers gathered before the general's residence swiftly parted to the sides. The understated yet opulent official carriage glided through the crowd, and all who beheld it knelt, lowering their heads to pay their respects, exclaiming in unison, "Long live His Excellency, the Regent." Even those officials who had been so brazen before the general's residence now trembled and bowed low. Seeing this, Jin'an hastily knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground. "Long live His Excellency, the Regent." The carriage came to a halt, and Meng Qi, standing guard beside it, immediately revealed his cold, gleaming blade. Shunli lifted the curtain of the carriage, his tone indifferent. "How intriguing. I too wish to ascertain who holds the reins in this capital." The Minister of Revenue, kneeling there, was drenched in cold sweat, stammering, This capital naturally is at your command, Your Excellency." Stepping down from the carriage, Shunli bypassed the Minister of Revenue and approached Jin'an. He helped Jin'an to his feet, loosening his own white cloak and draping it over Jin'an's shoulders. "I wondered why I couldn't find you. It turns out you were on the ground. Why are you kneeling? Aren't you cold? I am paying my respects to you." "Your Excellency," Jin'an sniffled. "What brings you here?" Shunli, smiling, pinched the soft flesh of Jin'an's cheek. "I came to take you home." Noticing the footprints on Jin'an's clothes, he raised a hand to touch his chest. "Are you unwell?" Jin'an shook his head. "That's good." Shunli sighed in relief. "It's cold outside. Hurry and get into the carriage. I shall handle the matters ahead." Jin'an hesitated for a moment, but eventually climbed into Shunli's carriage. The Minister of Revenue observed all this, his mind racing with two words: "I am finished." Shunli said not a word more, merely casting a glance at Meng Qi after Jin'an had boarded. Meng Qi immediately bowed respectfully. "Understood, my lord." The Minister of Revenue, seeing this, scrambled to Shunli's feet. "Your Excellency, the order to reclaim the residence was issued by the supervisor. We are merely acting on orders." Shunli regarded the Minister of Revenue with a sharp gaze. "So, You imply that this capital is dictated by your adoptive father? The Minister of Revenue realized he had misspoken and hastily bowed in apology. No, it is you, Your Excellency, who holds the power. Shendi Sudanli Smilat. Though the amusement did not reach his eyes, he spoke coldly. Shaolin's death does not mean that anyone can tread upon him. As long as I hold sway over this court, those who have bullied him shall pay the price. Do you understand? You may carry out your orders, but that is contingent upon your lord being able to protect you. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Revenue collapsed to the ground in despair. Chapter 63. The dark moonlight in the Capital 12 within the regent's residence. Lu Jin'an trailed closely behind Shen Li, like a little tail. To be honest, the elders in the residence felt a wave of anxiety for this newcomer who had just joined. Those unfamiliar with Shen Li might perceive him as having a pleasant temperament. However, those who know him well would never dare to offend him. The most terrifying individuals are those who can engage in light-hearted banter one moment and turn lethal the next. His heart is as cold as ice, incapable of warmth. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Shen Li exhibits unexpected patience towards Lu Jin'an. Why are you following me? Is there something you wish to convey? Lu Jin'an pointed to himself, asking, Sir, do you desire me? For a fleeting moment, Shen Li was taken aback. But he soon realized that Lu Jin'an was inquiring whether he wished to possess him as the Minister of Revenue did. What do you take me for? Shen Li chuckled softly, clarifying, the Emperor wishes to acquire the residence of the General's manor. It will be tumultuous there in the coming days. You shall stay with me until I can devise a means to secure that residence for you, after which I will return you home. Is that agreeable? Lu Jin'an gazed at Shen Li, questioning whether Shaolin had truly perished. Shen Li fell silent. Tears brimmed in Lu Jin'an's eyes as he lamented. What will become of me if he is gone? Sir, I do not wish to reside there alone. It is so cold, and I awaken each night from the chill. There is no one to protect me, and those men hurt me terribly today. Each tear fell to the ground like pearls, and Shen Li felt an overwhelming ache in his heart, hastily offering his handkerchief to wipe Lu Jin'an's tears. The high and mighty regent experienced for the first time the sensation of being flustered. There, do not cry. It is my negligence that has caused you distress during this time. Lu Jin'an clutched Shen Li's sleeve, wiping his tears on Shen Li's chest. Then may I stay with you, sir? Of course, Shen Li replied, patting Lu Jin'an's back. As long as it is what you desire, it shall be done. He lifted Lu Jin'an's chin gently, saying, Come now, let me see. Stop crying. You look like a little kitten. Meanwhile, the Minister of Revenue hastily returned to his residence, frantically bundling his belongings into a package as he muttered to himself, Hurry, hurry. Upon finishing, he rushed to the door, only to find Meng Qi, masked, standing there. The joy of potentially escaping instantly morphed into terror on the minister's face. His horrified scream abruptly ceased, blood splattering as he fell, decapitated. Meng Qi raised the bloody blade, pointing it towards the interior, coldly stating, Leave none alive. The same grim scene unfolded before every household of those who had gathered outside the general's manor. The biting cold wind, mingled with the stench of blood, filled the capital with an atmosphere of dread. In that instant, the oblivious officials and citizens were drawn together as one, each gripped by fear. In the home of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, his wife huddled closely with their child. The Deputy Minister rushed in from outside and quickly shut the door behind him. His wife approached him in a panic. My lord, he gestured towards the interior, indicating they should speak inside. Once the door was securely closed, he made a shushing gesture. Something has happened at the minister's residence. Not a single soul has been spared. The deputy minister's wife's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? The regent lord, before the minister's wife could finish her words, had his mouth covered by the Minister of Revenue, who whispered for her to keep her thoughts concealed. To speak out would be tantamount to courting death. The only course of action available to them was to feign ignorance and remain quietly within their own estates. Madam, fret not. I have always been cautious in the court, never daring to act out of line, he reassured her. Yet, despite his words, the Minister of Revenue's hand trembled uncontrollably, his heart laden with uncertainty. After all, if his superior, the Minister of State, truly committed an egregious error, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for Shen Li to eliminate a few of his subordinates without a second thought. In this era of the Shang dynasty, Shun Li wielded immense power, leaving them with no means of resistance, save for the two above who could contend with him. Very well, the minister's wife thought, suddenly apprehensive as she realized she was on the verge of speaking out. A person like Shun Li was not to be trifled with, even if she had 100-fold courage. In the imperial city, at the Eastern Palace, a shadow flitted past. A man clad in dark robes, his ink-black hair partially tied back, lay languidly on a concubine's chair. Slowly, he opened his eyes and addressed the empty air. What now? Instantly, a figure materialized in the air, respectfully bowing to him. Following the news of Xiao Lin's death, His Majesty has ordered the confiscation of the general's residence. The Minister of Revenue was dispatched and encountered conflict with a servant named Jin'an from the general's household, resulting in a massacre. All our spies within the minister's estate have also been silenced. Jin'an? Isn't that Xiao Lin's cherished one? The man chuckled softly, before even finding Xiao Lin's body. My father is eager to seize his property. You better pray that Xiao Lin is truly dead. And what of Jin'an now? The subordinate promptly replied. This person is currently residing at the regent's estate. The man gradually rose, his eyes narrowing dangerously, a smile playing on his lips. A minister of revenue can kill at will. Even Shun Li has his moments of fury for a beloved. Jin'an seems rather intriguing. Shall I have him captured? My lord? The subordinate inquired. The man glanced at his subordinate with indifference. If you wish to court death, then go ahead. No one will stop you. The subordinate dared not proceed. 1,000 miles away, the mighty river had frozen over, littered with corpses piled high. Beneath the snow-capped cliffs, a splash of red was reflected. Xiao Lin, bloodied, dragged himself through the snow, leaving a crimson trail behind. Despite his numerous wounds, the purse he clutched tightly in his left hand remained unscathed. In such bitter cold, and after losing so much blood, few could maintain their consciousness. Yet, Xiao Lin persevered. He could not afford to sleep. Slumber might render him forever lost. Isn't awaited his return. So small and vulnerable, Anin would surely be bullied in his absence without his protection. He worried if Anin had been eating well and sleeping soundly. Surely, in solitude, Anin would be freezing at home. And he wondered if a Fu had taken good care of him. He must return alive. He had promised Anin that he would marry him. Chapter 64. The dark moonlight in the capital Jin'an asserted that he was not in discomfort, yet that very night he succumbed to a high fever, illuminating the entire residence of the regent prince, which descended into a state of chaos. Physicians from the imperial hospital rushed to the estate in waves. Shun Li remained steadfast by Jin'an's bedside, his typically tranquil demeanor tinged with anxiety. Anin, what does it hurt? Jin'an struggled to breathe, feeling as if every part of his body ached. The physician, having never witnessed such a side of Shun Li, trembled as he prepared to administer acupuncture. Shun Li cast a glance at the physician, reassuring him, there is no need to be nervous. I do not bite. The physician, sweating profusely, took a deep breath, repeatedly whispering to himself, I must remain calm. I must remain calm. At last, Jin'an murmured in his sleep, free of pain. The physician exhaled in relief, my lord. The young master is inherently frail, his blood circulation obstructed, suffering from wind and cold, and compounded by today's injuries leading to inflammation. I shall prescribe several doses of medicine. He must be nurtured with care. I do not wish to take medicine. Jin'an had awakened at some point, his watery eyes fixed on Shun Li. It is quite bitter. The physician began to sweat again, pondering the dire consequences of refusing treatment. Would he face execution if the young master did not recover? Yet, if he did take the medicine, would the bitterness lead to the same fate? Fortunately, Shun Li was not driven to madness. After dismissing the physician, he turned to Jin'an. How can we persuade you to take the medicine? Jin'an pondered for a moment. Then, my lord, please stay with me tonight. Shun Li rubbed his temples. But I must rise early for court tomorrow. It may disturb your rest. I do not care. Very well, then. Jin'an fidgeted in bed for half the night until Shun Li gently patted him. What troubles you, Anin? Are you unable to sleep, or is there discomfort? Hearing that Shun Li was still awake, Jin'an quickly leaned against his shoulder. How long until you must attend court, my lord? Shun Li replied with resignation. If you keep fidgeting, I shall have to stay awake all night for court." Though their time together had been brief, Jin'an found Shun Li remarkably patient. He sprawled across Shun Li's chest, feeling triumphant. Even the esteemed regent prince cannot afford to sleep in? Shun Li turned his gaze, looking down at Jin'an. How audacious! Jin'an regretted his words as soon as he spoke. Shun Li's hand, which had been resting on Jin'an's waist, moved downward, playfully patting Jin'an's bottom. "Have you grown bold? You were once as obedient as a little chick, and now you dare to jest with your lord? Do you not know if the regent prince can afford to sleep in? That is not audacity. I was merely inquiring," Jin'an mumbled softly, nuzzling closer to Shun Li. Shun Li found himself at a loss with Jin'an's antics. He sighed, pulling Jin'an closer. "Enough now, and then stop fidgeting and go to sleep. If you keep this up, you truly will be unable to rest." Oh, the following day, when Jin'an awoke, Shun Li was indeed absent. He lingered in bed for a while, and upon stepping outside, he was greeted by Meng Qi, who was sharpening a knife at the door. The blade bore a strong metallic scent, reminiscent of freshly spilled blood. Meng Qi turned at the sound, revealing a fearsome visage that startled Jin'an. Meng Qi? Compared to Shun Li, Jin'an harbored a greater trepidation towards Meng Qi. He had encountered Meng Qi before. However, Meng Qi was known for his taciturn nature, often donning a mask and wielding his blade with a cold detachment that rendered him seemingly devoid of emotion, making him difficult to approach. In stark contrast to Meng Qi's demeanor was his profound respect towards the young master. Meng Qi sheathed his long knife at his waist, indicating that he would attend to the young master's needs while the adults were preoccupied. With the biting cold of the day, he suggested that the young master, dressed too lightly, should return indoors. Jin'an had originally ventured out to seek Shun Li, clad in insufficient layers for the weather, and now felt the chill keenly. Thus he obediently retreated into the house. Meng Qi paused for a moment, observing Jin'an's retreating figure before following him inside. The Minister of Revenue, after all, was a high-ranking official, overseeing numerous affairs. Although Shun Li could execute with ruthless efficiency, the aftermath of such actions demanded attention as well. Consequently, the responsibility of caring for Jin'an fell to Meng Qi during these days. Upon entering the room, Jin'an had scarcely settled onto a stool when Meng Qi mysteriously produced a bowl of dark porridge. He half-squatted, presenting the bowl to Jin'an, explaining that the physician had prescribed medicine the previous day, which he had kept warm, urging the young master to drink it while hot for a swifter recovery. The concoction appeared exceedingly unpalatable, and merely gazing at it made Jin'an feel the bitterness spreading in his mouth. He stared at the bowl for an extended period, hesitating with indecision, unable to lift it. Noticing the young master's reluctance, Meng Qi retrieved a bag of candied fruits from his pocket. "Young master, if you drink this first, the bitterness will dissipate." Jin'an regarded the medicine with displeasure, but recalling his promise to Shun Li, he pondered whether breaking his word would tarnish Shun Li's perception of him, potentially jeopardizing his mission. Resolutely, he grasped the bowl, steeled himself, and downed the entire potion in one go. Bitter, bitter, bitter. Jin'an's delicate face contorted in response, his tongue darting out as he gasped for air, exclaiming, "So bitter, so bitter." Inadvertently, his hands clutched Meng Qi's outstretched hand, which instinctively opened to encompass those soft, white fingers. Overcome by the softness, Meng Qi couldn't help but give them a gentle squeeze. When he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Jin'an's rosy tongue, a small segment resembling exquisite jade. Meng Qi yearned to reach out and touch it, but as his hand rose halfway, it met Jin'an's gaze. After waiting for what felt like an eternity for the anticipated sweet candied fruit, Jin'an opened his eyes only to find Meng Qi's hand hovering. Seeing nothing in his grasp, he assumed Meng Qi was on the verge of feeding him the treat, and thus, he reached out, hoping to take it for himself. Yet he grasped nothing. Finally realizing the situation, Jin'an widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Meng Qi. "Where's my candied fruit?" Meng Qi's ears flushed crimson under Jin'an's scrutiny, hastily placing the confection into the young master's hand, murmuring an apology. How could he deceive him? The bitter ordeal was already behind them. Was he reluctant to share? Lu Jin'an, nearly exasperated, bypassed Meng Qi and promptly grabbed another candied fruit to pop into his mouth, exclaiming, "Meng Qi, you are truly insufferable. I want to eat two at once. You'll pay for this." Meng Qi gazed upon the plump little face and the soft flesh propped up by the candied treats, struggling to divert his eyes. Lu Jin'an, having consumed medicine for several days, had finally begun to recuperate. Recently, Shunli seemed exceedingly busy, often absent throughout the day. In the dead of night, as the gates of the regent's residence swung open, Shunli returned home, weary from his travels, while Lu Jin'an had already succumbed to slumber. Shunli settled at the bedside, observing the mound of blankets that enveloped Lu Jin'an, with only the sweetly sleeping little head peeking out. He gently pressed his forehead against Lu Jin'an's. The drowsy Lu Jin'an lifted his eyelids, wrapped his arms around Shunli, and murmured, "Why are you back so late again? Did I disturb you?" Shunli raised his hand to tuck the blankets around Lu Jin'an more snugly. "It's nothing, go back to sleep. In a few days, I shall have time to accompany you." And in Chapter 65, The Black Moonlight in the Capital recently, Shunli had indeed encountered some rather troublesome matters. Initially, he had not intended to take action against the Minister of Revenue. The minister was a trusted aide of Zhou Chong, overseeing a multitude of Zhou Chong's clandestine influences. A web of complexities. With the minister's demise and Zhou Chong's advanced age, all factions were rapidly disintegrating, and there were faint signs of the old prince's faction attempting a resurgence. By killing the minister, Shunli would effectively sever ties between Lu Jin'an and Zhou Chong. Now, he found himself maneuvering between two factions alone, and should he falter, the repercussions could be dire. For Lu Jin'an's sake, he had to meticulously calculate every step, allowing no room for error. Furthermore, Zhou Chong still possessed a tiger talisman, necessitating that Shunli devise a means to safeguard Lu Jin'an under his protective wing. The regent's residence was vast, and during Lu Jin'an's convalescence, he would often wander within its confines. Before long, feeling considerably stronger, he harbored a desire to venture out. With winter's arrival, the chill in the air had deterred many from venturing outdoors, rendering the streets of the capital rather desolate for some time. However, today, the thoroughfares were bustling with a greater throng than usual, as Lu Jin'an donned a hooded cloak and strolled alone through the marketplace. The crowd was lively and boisterous, with vendors calling out, "Young master, this is perfect for you. Little guest, come see our new pendants, they would look splendid on you. Young master, behold this golden hairpin from the Chun family of Jiangnan. Young master, take a look at our jade accessories." Lu Jin'an, enchanted by the merchant's exuberance, found himself overwhelmed with desire to purchase, soon amassing a considerable collection of gold and jade jewelry. "This is for the gentleman, and this one is mine," he mused, feeling torn. As he curled his fingers, he inadvertently mixed the items he had already designated. "But I adore them all. Yet, the gentleman has been quite kind to me." Lu Jin'an pondered, engaging in an internal dialogue, ultimately exhaling a sigh, speaking softly with a hint of uncertainty. "Surely, the gentleman wouldn't fault me, would he? After all, he is quite wealthy. I only bought what I liked. If I were to gift it to him and he did not fancy it, leaving it unused would be such a waste." Throughout his journey, Lu Jin'an continued to murmur to himself, suddenly struck by a thought. "I am, after all, playing the role of a materialistic character. Carrying these is quite fitting for my persona. I assenti it." The system fell silent. "If you truly desire it, take it all." Lu Jin'an's secret thoughts were exposed, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. In a fit of exasperation, she stammered, "That's not true." Before Lu Jin'an could finish her sentence, a sudden chill swept through the air. She looked up to realize she had strayed from the path to the Wangfu. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of any presence. As Lu Jin'an hesitated between retracing her steps or forging ahead, a sound caught her attention. Something had fallen within the nearby residence. Curious, Lu Jin'an tiptoed to the gate, intending to sneak a glance inside. However, as she leaned closer, she was met with a piercing gaze. Startled, she recoiled, a long sword appearing before her forehead in an instant. The wind from the blade dislodged her hood, leaving her in a precarious position on the ground. The swordsman, clad in an intricately patterned dark robe adorned with gold, looked down at Lu Jin'an with a mocking tone. "Who is this young lord? Have you come seeking affection?" The sword's tip was mere inches from her brow, and his words dripped with flirtation. "Why so silent? Must I coax a response from you?" Lu Jin'an, aghast, thought, "Who is this person?" One moment he seemed intent on harming her. The next he appeared to be toying with her. Confused, she found herself at a loss, unable to discern whether to plead for mercy or to protest against his advances. This was her first encounter with the bizarre intersection of seeking help and rejection. Staring at the sword's menacing point, she faltered, "I didn't mean to peek. Please don't kill me." With a raised eyebrow, Qin Zhao sheathed his sword behind him. "You were spying on me?" "I wasn't. I didn't," Lu Jin'an exclaimed, eager to rise and argue her case. However, having fallen so hard moments ago, she winced as pain shot through her backside, causing her to collapse back to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts!" The swordsman's speech was infuriating. Lu Jin'an was utterly flabbergasted by his demeanor. Just then, the system, having just completed its data analysis, emitted a sharp warning. "Host, this is the male lead. You were supposed to meet him much later, after you wed Shun Li, and after Zhou Chang's demise. How is it that you have encountered him now?" Lu Jin'an was left speechless, torn between lamenting the disruption of the plot and marveling that such a character was indeed the male lead. "What should I do?" she pondered. "No need to panic," the system replied. "Calm as ever. According to character design, you should bully him. Bully him. Bully him." Lu Jin'an quickly embraced a role, raising her hand to slap Qin Zhao, her eyes wide with indignation. "Who gave you permission to toy with me?" What was happening? Lu Jin'an's mind was on the verge of crashing. When had she ever touched him? Ultimately, it was the system that could no longer tolerate the situation. "Darling, perhaps you should refrain from bullying him for now. Save it for when the plot demands it. We don't want to give him too much pleasure." The system scratched its head and chuckled. "This fellow behaves like this in the original plot, speaking nonsensically, never uttering a single truth. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to overturn Shun Li under such unfavorable circumstances. Do not be deceived by his superficial demeanor. This individual harbors a cold heart." "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 66. The dark moonlight in the capital. Lu Jin'an lowered his head and noticed a puddle of blood along with several medicine bottles on the ground. Upon turning his gaze, he observed that Qin Zhao's right sleeve was damp. However, being black, it went unnoticed. No wonder that arm had hardly been raised. "Are you injured?" Qin Zhao followed Lu Jin'an's gaze and lifted his right arm slightly. Fortunately, after kissing the young lord, he felt much better. Lu Jin'an was utterly disinclined to converse with him. "Please set me down." Qin Zhao half-squatted to place Lu Jin'an on the ground and pointed at his hand. "What are you holding? You've been gripping it since earlier." Lu Jin'an hesitated for a moment before revealing the gold and jade ornaments he had purchased. "These are mine." Before Lu Jin'an could finish his sentence, Qin Zhao had snatched the jade ornaments, inspecting them closely. "This pendant is quite exquisite. The jade matches my attire perfectly, though the gold hairpin is somewhat common, albeit with a novel design." Lu Jin'an watched as Qin Zhao sifted through his possessions, ultimately pocketing everything. "Well, your taste is commendable. I quite like them." How infuriating. He had painstakingly chosen these. Lu Jin'an's lips curled downward, his eyes following Qin Zhao's hands, hoping he would leave a few behind. Qin Zhao paused, and just as Lu Jin'an thought he might show some mercy, the sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance. Qin Zhao's expression instantly turned cold as he glanced back at Lu Jin'an. "Young lord, I must take my leave. Take care." Almost at the moment Qin Zhao departed, a group of strangers, each adorned with official tokens, burst through the door, surrounding Lu Jin'an. Lu Jin'an recognized the token. Previously, the system had educated him about the local lore to prevent him from causing trouble, which included this particular insignia. It belonged to the Jinwu Guard, renowned for their swift execution of justice. The men dismounted and began their search. "Commander, we have found no one." The Jinwu Guard leader glanced down at Lu Jin'an and sneered. "With so much blood here, someone must have been present. Finding no one is unimportant. Let us take this person back instead. It will suffice for our report." Lu Jin'an nervously curled up into a ball, swearing that if he survived this ordeal, He would never venture out alone again. Feeling wronged, Lu Jin'an complained to the system. No wonder Qin Zhao was bullied by the original protagonist in the storyline. He is utterly inept. The commander dismounted and approached Lu Jin'an, remarking, "What a beautiful and charming jade doll. But alas, it has encountered misfortune. Take him away." Yes. Suddenly, a dozen men dressed in official robes and wearing masks, wielding long blades, rode in from the end of the road. Meng Qi, gripping the reins, led the way. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves instilled a profound sense of pressure. Meng Kalima halted before the commander of the Golden Guard, a figure shielded by the Qianlong Guard, impervious to being taken away by the Golden Guard. "Meng Qi," Lu Jin'an called softly from behind, his heart fluttering with delight. Expecting no response, he was taken aback when Meng Qi patted the horse's belly, causing the spirited steed to flick its mane. The commander of the Golden Guard, wearing a look of disdain, recounted a recent assassination attempt on the esteemed commander, stating that they had been dispatched to investigate and had traced the lead to this very spot, where they had found only this individual and a pool of blood. Thus, their attempt to apprehend him was entirely justified. Suddenly, the commander raised his long blade, declaring, "If you obstruct our efforts, we shall suspect your involvement in this affair, Lord Meng." In response, Meng Qi unsheathed his own sword, prompting the Qianlong Guard to follow suit. The commander of the Golden Guard scoffed, remarking that rank held power, and Meng Qi ought to be mindful of his own standing. "Should you choose to slay me, it could bring ruin upon the entire Qianlong Guard. Think wisely." "What? The entire Qianlong Guard could be implicated?" Lu Jin'an felt a pang of anxiety. The Golden Guard indeed wielded considerable power. The system had not misled him. Yet, he held a fondness for the Qianlong Guard and wished to avoid capture. "Anan, come here. Are you tired?" Just as Lu Jin'an was engulfed in turmoil, a familiar voice resonated, prompting him to whirl around and dash forward. "My lord." Shunli extended his hand, enveloping Lu Jin'an in a warm embrace. "Why did you sneak out of play? It made it difficult for me to find you." Lu Jin'an, in a state of urgency, pointed towards Meng Qi's direction. "They want to apprehend me. I don't wish to be captured. Can you ensure that Meng Qi and the others do not perish?" Shunli smiled, playfully pinching Lu Jin'an's nose. "How can you be so brazen? Do you realize the chaos you'll cause by coming out here?" Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lu Jin'an replied, "I'm sorry. Let us settle this later," Shunli said, releasing Lu Jin'an from his embrace and turning his attention to Meng Qi. "Meng Qi." Upon hearing Shun Li's voice, Meng Qi dismounted and respectfully offered his sword to Shunli. Once Shunli accepted the blade, Meng Qi approached Lu Jin'an with deference. "Young master, swords are unforgiving. Allow me to escort you away." "Oh, very well." As Lu Jin'an acquiesced, his gaze was abruptly elevated, causing him to cling tightly to Meng Qi's neck in alarm. Upon regaining his composure, he realized he was cradled in Meng Qi's arms. "Meng Qi, what is this?" Meng Qi's grip tightened around Lu Jin'an, ensuring he had not overstepped any boundaries. "The journey is somewhat lengthy. I shall carry you, for if you tire, it would reflect poorly on my service." Through the gaps, Lu Jin'an caught a glimpse of Meng Qi's cheek, sparking his curiosity. He reached out to touch Meng Qi's mask. Instantly, Meng Qi's ears flushed crimson, and he stammered, "Why, young master, please don't remove it." Lu Jin'an instinctively brushed against Meng Qi's ear. "Why not? Can I take a look?" Meng Qi's arm muscles tensed abruptly. Young master feeling a sense of disappointment, Lu Jin'an relented. "All right then, I want to look." The path was indeed quite distant, and Meng Qi brought him to a secluded area, far from the estate. Here, not a soul was in sight. Scattered red lanterns hinted at a previous revelry that had since faded into quietude. Lu Jin'an rested before a stone bench, feeling a twinge of boredom when suddenly he heard Meng Qi call out to him, "Young master." Lu Jin'an raised his head just in time to see Meng Qi remove his mask. His deep-set eyes and chiseled features revealed a face exuding an aura of dominance. The veins in Meng Qi's hand, which held the mask, stood out prominently, his long fingers nearly obscuring half of it. Although his expression remained impassive, his words bore a warmth not typical of his usual cold demeanor. "Young master, There is nothing you cannot accomplish, as long as you wish for it. After Lu Jin'an had taken a good look, Meng Qi replaced the mask and stepped back, standing tall behind him like a guardian in the shadows. Yet, his heart could not find tranquility once more. He had indeed overstepped his bounds. Not far from the estate, atop a high pavilion, Qin Zhao leaned against his sword, his complexion pale, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from his waist. Chapter 67. The Dark Moonlight in the Capital, Your Highness. Qin Zhao's subordinate stood vigil at his side. Allow me to assist you back. Qin Zhao lifted his gaze, brushing aside the outstretched hand of his subordinate. Has Shun Li led him away? Yes, but I do not understand. If you did not wish to involve that young lord, why did you not leave at the outset? Qin Zhao pondered for a moment, a cold smile escaping his lips. You know the nature of the Golden Guard. If it were not for Zhou Chang's keen eyes, they would have seized a mere dog to take the blame. That fellow is clearly lost. Do you expect him to navigate his way out of this labyrinthine estate? I took him along, but should anything arise, he would be left speechless. It is better to let him wait in one place. As Qin Zhao uttered these words, a sharp pain coursed through his abdomen. His subordinate, fretting over his condition, urged, Your Highness, let me take you to the infirmary. Wait, Qin Zhao said, retrieving several items from his bosom with his unblemished hand. The silk handkerchief I asked you to find? Oh, here it is. The subordinate quickly produced the handkerchief. Qin Zhao placed the gold and silver ornaments he had taken from Lu Jin'an into his subordinate's hands. Wrap these up. I'm covered in blood, and I cannot afford to soil them. Recalling Lu Jin'an's expression before leaving, Qin Zhao's heart raced. He seemed to have inadvertently caused the young man to weep, which was indeed regrettable. This was a grave misstep. He must find a moment to return these items, lest he lose something of great value in the process. Within the estate, Shun Li approached the leader of the Golden Guard, blade in hand. I have heard it said that those in high office may oppress the weaker. Do you not wonder if my authority is sufficient? However, I have seldom wielded a blade and wonder if I can grant you a swift end. Since Shun Li's appearance, the leader's countenance had been as dark as the bottom of a pot. He retreated step by step under the edge of Shun Li's blade. Sir Shun, I am merely acting under the orders of Lord Zhou. With Lord Zhou having been assassinated, as his adopted son, you should act diligently. Indeed, I have always acted with diligence, Shun Li replied calmly. Upon hearing of my adoptive father's attack, my ire surged during the investigation. It became apparent that the leader of the Golden Guard harbored suspicions, resisting capture vehemently, and thus was met with my blade. With a loosened grip, Shun Li released the long knife, which flew forth, plunging directly into the leader's heart, much to the shock of the onlookers. The blade was drawn and blood splattered. A subordinate hurried forward, taking the knife from Shun Li's hand and presenting him with a silk handkerchief. Shun Li took the handkerchief and wiped the blood from his hands. The cold wind blew, causing Shun Li's white robe to billow, his visage resembling that of a celestial being, with his inky hair gently swaying. To an unknowing observer, one might mistakenly perceive a malevolent spirit as an exiled immortal. With the death of the commander of the Golden Armored Guards, his subordinates were thrown into chaos, all of them swiftly restrained by the hidden dragon guards. Shun Li casually discarded the handkerchief at his feet and spoke indifferently. Search the entire city. Leave not a single remnant of the Golden Armored Guards. Yes. He paused for a moment, then suddenly added, delay it by a day. Let us conduct the search tomorrow. Today is lively, and it would be difficult for him to spare time to accompany Lu Jin'an in the city. Once the search order was issued, the merchants would undoubtedly hasten to pack their belongings and close their doors to customers. At that point, Jin'an would surely be displeased. As dusk approached, the city illuminated with silk lanterns. Lu Jin'an had learned from Meng Qi not long ago that there would be fireworks today, making it far more festive than usual. She wondered how long Shun Li would take to finish his affairs, as she wished for him to accompany her on a shopping excursion. Just as her thoughts began to stir, she spotted Shun Li's figure not far away. My lord, Lu Jin'an called out, rushing towards him. How goes the matter? Is it difficult to handle? It's manageable. I merely had to wield a knife, Shun Li replied, taking Lu Jin'an's hand as they walked through the marketplace. Yet here you are, sneaking away by yourself for half a day without purchasing anything? This topic was best left unspoken, For mentioning it made Lu Jin'an feel aggrieved. Her eyes immediately welling with tears, her voice choked with emotion as she lamented, "I did buy things, but they were all taken from me." Given that her items were lost, Lu Jin'an began to sob, while dramatically recounting to Shun Li the misdeeds of a certain someone. "Everything I bought for you and for myself was snatched away. Not a single item was left for me." Shun Li had not anticipated that his offhand remark would bring her to tears, leaving him both amused and flustered as he hurried to console her. "What splendid treasures did you procure that they were whisked away before I even laid eyes upon them? Today is bustling. I am quite curious about what you purchased. Why not acquire them once more so I may behold them?" "They were very expensive," Lu Jin'an sniffled. Shun Li gently lifted his hand, tenderly wiping away her tears. "Surely, my esteemed house is prosperous. Did you procure some celestial treasure, unmatched in the earthly realm? Can anything be more valuable than your little pearls?" Lu Jin'an bit her lip, feeling somewhat bashful. The marketplace thrived with activity, as some engaged in riddle guessing and others danced. Hand in hand with Shun Li, Lu Jin'an navigated through the lively streets, peering into one shop after another. Whatever Lu Jin'an touched eventually found its way into Shun Li's hands. Before the 1,000 gold stage, red silk fluttered, and with each step, the dance unfolded gracefully. The fragrant aroma from the Bamboo family's wine house wafted through the air, and the storyteller, striking the wooden block, resumed his tale, leaving one to ponder whether today showcased the valiant aspirations of heroes or the poignant laments of yesterday. Amidst the clangor of music, the performance commenced, with painted faces narrating the rise and fall of history. The bustling scene filled Lu Jin'an with a sense of reflection. Shun Li, the quintessential antagonist, had managed to orchestrate the demise of so many while maintaining the tranquility and prosperity of the capital. His methods were truly remarkable. Lu Jin'an was thoroughly enjoying herself. As she approached a sky bridge, vibrant fireworks suddenly erupted in the distance, illuminating the sky. Hand in hand with Shun Li, she stood on the bridge, entranced by the spectacle, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" The bridge was crowded with people, yet they stood at the pinnacle, a sight to behold. Perhaps no one would have imagined that someone who had always stood at the pinnacle of power could yearn to blend in with the masses for the sake of a friend. What is the purpose of life? No one ever told Shun Li. He grew up amidst the cycle of killing and being killed, nurtured by Zhou Cheng's malice. It wasn't until the age of 12 that he found someone he wished to protect, summoning his courage. He greeted that person with a single glance that would last a lifetime. Though everyone branded him a madman, a monster, cold-blooded and heartless, he accepted their judgments. He was indeed no paragon of virtue. Yet he believed that the friendship he offered Lu Jin'an must surpass that of others. Lu Jin'an stood on tiptoe, and the adult closed his eyes. In her mind, she proudly boasted to the system, "I feel that I have already captured Shun Li's heart. Having him marry me will be effortless." The system scratched its head. This time the plot hasn't collapsed too severely. It should still be salvageable. However, it felt something was amiss. Lu Jin'an sensed the system's doubt and, "Just wait. I shall have my moment." "Have your moment?" The system scratched its head again. "Then I will switch to a softer skin. This one is too rigid, and the sensation is lacking." Before leaving, it mumbled, "Weren't we discussing the plot? Why suddenly are we on the topic of striking me?" Lu Jin'an found it exasperating to converse with this intellectual simpleton, fearing her own intelligence might diminish. Shun Li kept his eyes shut. "Oh, very well." Lu Jin'an quickly acquiesced. "Dear sir, are you happy today?" "Happy." Shun Li pausa momentarily. He freed one hand, gently grasping Lu Jin'an's neck as if handling a kitten, and then, "Do you truly comprehend what you are saying?" Lu Jin'an instinctively shrank back. "Of course I do." This time, there was a gravity behind his tone of unrestrained indulgence. And then, "Let us wait a little longer, shall we? Until I have dealt with Zhou Cheng and eliminated the dissenters. Until I can fully shield you beneath my wings." Although Lu Jin'an understood that Shun Li did not genuinely harbor feelings for her, the rejection still left her feeling a tinge of disappointment. How long would she have to wait? Shun Li appeared outwardly calm, yet the slight tremor of his fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. It would not be long before that moment arrived, as long as she was willing. Lu Jin'an felt somewhat dazed. After he uttered those words to Shaolin, they became a constant refrain on Shaolin's lips. One wonders how Shaolin is faring now. In the northern borders of the Shang dynasty, the biting cold enveloped the land, with layers of white snow blanketing everything. A small contingent of approximately 5,000 troops fell victim to an ambush, their bodies buried beneath the relentless snowfall. Clutching a spear, Shaolin stepped upon the corpse of the enemy leader, a small troop following closely behind him. They would return to the military camp, preparing for an assault on the Turkic Mengshi the following day, with hopes of returning to the capital within a month. When Shaolin miraculously returned to the camp after enduring near-death experiences, he discovered that the court had forsaken them. Months of hardship had stripped away his youthful exuberance. It had bestowed upon him a unique sharpness. Having shed his former recklessness, the current Shaolin resembled a true general. It was only now that he comprehended why his father had resolutely chosen to retire to his hometown. The emperor was inept, lacking the qualities of a wise ruler. Shaolin had long been aware of this, yet upon establishing his own command, he still adhered to the edicts of the sovereign, loyal to his duties. Not for any other reason, but so that he might expedite a better life for Lu Jin'an. However, he had not anticipated that, after his ambush and fall, that treacherous emperor would hastily seek to eradicate the Shao family, even at the cost of hundreds of thousands of troops. Shaolin's grip on his spear tightened. Nearly a month had passed since news of his demise reached the capital. One wonders how Anin is faring now. Has she suffered due to his circumstances? Is she living well? The mere thought of Lu Jin'an made Shaolin's heart ache. It was his fault. He should not have accepted that title, nor should he have been away from Anin for so long. He yearned to abandon everything and rush back to the capital. Yet, he must first resolve the chaos at the borders before he can return. It is not out of loyalty to the emperor, but rather because he is still too weak to contend with the entire court. If he wishes to return and continue protecting Lu Jin'an, he cannot afford to give anyone a reason to seize upon his mistakes. However, it would not be long. Once his health was restored, he would tirelessly manage these affairs day and night. Without fail, he would return to the capital within a month. The Jinwu guards had been purged, and the court was rife with undercurrents. Zhou Chang's influence had been significantly diminished by Shun Li's two major cleanups. Those within the political arena were not fools. Everyone understood that a shift in power was imminent. Zhou Chang, now advanced in age, found himself unable to contend, while Shun Li's control over the court became inevitable, prompting various officials to align themselves with the new order. Since that day, although Shun Li remained exceedingly busy, he made it a point to dedicate time each day to accompany Lu Jin'an. This day, as night fell, the candlelight still flickered within the chambers of the regent's palace. Shun Li typically returned home quite late, while Lu Jin'an had taken a nap earlier and was now wide awake, engrossed in a small illustrated book. Suddenly, as the book slipped from his grasp, he wondered what the young lord was secretly looking at. "Let me see," he exclaimed. Chapter 69. The dark moonlight in the capital Qin Zhao paused as he reached for the book, promptly presenting it back with both hands. "Do not be upset. I shall not touch your belongings again. Please do not cry." Lu Jin'an retrieved his sketchbook, his tone sulky. "I'm not crying. How did you enter?" Qin Zhao pulled a chair beside Lu Jin'an's soft couch, remarking, "That is a long story. Why have you been cooped up at home these past few days?" "I have been waiting near the regent's residence for quite some time." Lu Jin'an retorted with irritation. "Last time I went out, I nearly ended up in prison. It's not that I am afraid to go outside." Qin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "All right, I admit my fault last time. I upset you. Dear boy." With that, Qin Zhao produced a collection of exquisite gold and silver jewelry from his pocket. "I was merely jesting before. I have not touched your possessions. Consider these as a token of compensation. Please do not hold a grudge against me." The items piled on the table were of superior quality, clearly chosen with great care. And Lu Jin'an felt a flicker of temptation. He pressed his lips together. "I shall not so easily forgive you." Qin Zhao gasped, clutching his abdomen, and dramatically fell to the ground, his expression one of profound sorrow, as if he were on the brink of death. "How could you be so cruel?" And then Lu Jin'an was startled. In a moment of anger, he had not realized he had exerted such force. "Oh no, I hope I haven't harmed the male lead." Lu Jinan tossed aside his small blanket and hurriedly approached Qin Zhao, squatting down to assess his condition. I did not mean to. Are you all right? Noticing Qin Zhao's silence and intense gaze, he feared he had indeed hurt him. He leaned closer, gently patting Qin Zhao's face. Hey, are you okay? Qin Zhao was momentarily overwhelmed by a sweet fragrance, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed to the floor, startling Lu Jinan. A faint sound of footsteps approached, and Lu Jinan suddenly realized that Shun Li would soon return. Oh no, the master is back. You must leave quickly, or he will surely be furious. Qin Zhao understood he could no longer linger, for with his self-control, he might inadvertently make his dear boy cry. As the footsteps grew nearer, Lu Jinan, in a state of panic, glanced back at the door while rushing towards the window to ensure Qin Zhao's escape. However, Qin Zhao paused at the windowsill, seemingly unfazed by any pain. While Lu Jinan looked back at the door, he hastily ran to the window to close it after Qin Zhao's departure. Suddenly, Qin Zhao crouched at the edge, frozen for a moment, then raised his hand in excitement, turning to Lu Jinan with astonishment. Anin, look at what I have caught. What? Lu Jinan leaned in, curious about what Qin Zhao had captured. Is it a little bug? Please do not tell me it is a snake. What on earth? Lu Jinan exclaimed, frustrated as he pounded on the window. Why are you deceiving me again? The system was right. I shall never trust the male lead's words again. Anin, why are you standing by the window? Shun Li pushed open the door, picked up the small quilt from the floor, draped it over Lu Jinan, closed the window, and pulled the person into his embrace. Though winter had officially passed, the air remained chilly, and the night was cold, necessitating caution against the risk of illness. Shun Li gently caressed the soft flesh on either side of Lu Jinan's cheeks, noticing the flush on his face. Are you unwell? He inquired, with a fragmented voice. Lu Jinan replied, Sir, I am so foolish. I was deceived again today. Shun Li's gaze sharpened as it darted toward the window, the tone of his voice deepening. What do you mean? Did you encounter anyone today? Realizing the seriousness of Shun Li's tone, Lu Jinan felt a surge of panic. He had inadvertently revealed too much. If Shun Li were to discover that Qin Zhao had stealthily entered his residence, he might send someone to eliminate him without hesitation. Currently, Qin Zhao was at a disadvantage. If he were to attract Shun Li's attention prematurely, he might meet an untimely demise. To prevent this, Lu Jinan needed to enlist the system's help while discreetly steering the situation, but it had proven ineffective. Reflecting on his past misdeeds in the first realm, which triggered a domino effect leading to chaos, Lu Jinan felt the urge to scream in frustration. In a moment of urgency, he pinched his thigh, squeezing out a couple of tears from the pain, his voice softening. The little picture book I bought a few days ago was said to have a happy ending by the shopkeeper, but upon finishing it today, I discovered my beloved character had died. The ending is utterly disappointing. I am so agitated that I cannot sleep. Seeing Lu Jinan genuinely distressed, Shun Li's heart relaxed. He chuckled softly, ruffling Lu Jinan's hair. Perhaps there will be those who lament his death. That alone constitutes the best ending for him. You, my dear Jin'an, are not foolish. You have procured a picture book that belongs solely to you. Is that true? Lu Jinan felt a bit shy, marveling at Shun Li's extraordinary kindness. Surely, you would not deceive me, sir? Foolish or not, Shun Li said as he lifted Lu Jinan and placed him on the bed, tucking him in with the quilt. I would never lie to you. The following day, Lu Jinan discovered that the base of his leg had turned purple, the result of the spot he had pinched the previous day. Fortunately, winter attire was thick and warm, unlike summer's thin garments. Otherwise, he would have needed to concoct an explanation for the bruise. As the weather began to warm, Lu Jinan, with leisure on his hands, asked Meng Qi to assist him in cultivating a patch of land in the backyard of the regent's residence. In the past, Meng Qi had tended to it daily, but upon Lu Jinan's visit today, he found Meng Qi absent. Could he be preoccupied elsewhere? Lu Jinan wondered, scratching his head as he fetched a small wooden bucket to water the plants himself. In the eastern depot, Shun Li, leading Meng Qi and others, faced off against Zhou Chong and his men, the tension palpable. Zhou Chong, having recently survived an assassination attempt that left him severely injured, had yet to fully recover. Supported by others, he regarded Shun Li with a calm demeanor, yet his eyes betrayed a chilling malice. Shen Li, to oppose me for the sake of a worthless fool is a blatant waste of the years I have invested in your training. You may take pride in your accomplishments, my esteemed guardian, Shen Li remarked with an air of composure as he gazed at Zhou Chong. Your cultivation has borne fruit, and I shall soon facilitate your passage to the next realm. All personnel, heed the command of the Eastern Depot. Leave no one behind. With his sword drawn, Shen Li pointed menacingly at Zhou Chong, the superintendent of the Eastern Depot, who was also destined for demise. Yes, amidst the clash of blades and the glimmer of steel, the two factions collided, and a vivid crimson mist erupted in the air. Masks fell to the ground, bodies crumpled, and blades pierced through chests. The accumulation of countless corpses grew steadily with the passage of time, culminating in Shen Li's sword piercing Zhou Chong's throat, bringing the carnage to a close. Blood flowed in torrents. Kneeling half-heartedly on the ground, Shen Li, his garments billowing, was now adorned in blood, unlike the detached figure he once was. However, this act of killing was the most exhilarating for him. Though he emerged victorious with great difficulty, he had indeed triumphed. No one could manipulate his decisions or dictate his fate any longer. Henceforth, the regent held dominion over the realm, while civil and military officials were reduced to mere puppets in the hands of the hidden dragon guards. The news of Zhou Chong's death spread swiftly through the capital. Lu Jin'an, his feet muddied, stood frozen in disbelief as the water from a toppled wooden bucket spilled across the ground. How could Zhou Chong have been slain by Shen Li? He pondered in a daze. Was he not fated to be killed by Qin Zhao? After all, he was Shen Li's adoptive father. Can such a narrative truly unravel? The system scratched its head. Let us consider it a minor rupture. For while Shen Li and Zhou Chong were engaged in combat, Qin Zhao had chosen an optimal vantage point, sipping wine and enjoying the breeze throughout the entire affair. What? Lu Jin'an's expression contorted in frustration as he voiced, how reliable is Qin Zhao? Why does he show no concern for my mission? Although his words bordered on unreasonable, the system silently acknowledged the validity of Lu Jin'an's sentiments. My lord, how did your shoes and stockings become wet? Was the wooden bucket too heavy? Meng Qi hurriedly approached, lifting Lu Jin'an from the muddy ground. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of watering the flowers he had planted for the young master that day. Had the young master awakened early, he might have done it himself. Not wishing to burden him, Meng Qi hastily bathed after the altercation and rushed over, albeit arriving a tad late. The young master had not only watered the plants but also soaked his shoes and stockings. My lord, let me escort you back to your quarters to change into a dry pair of shoes. Meng Qi gently placed Lu Jin'an upon a soft couch. He then knelt to assist the young master in removing his shoes and stockings, using warm water to cleanse his feet. Lu Jin'an playfully prodded Meng Qi's palm with his toes. Where is the master? Why has he not returned? Meng Qi enveloped Lu Jin'an's delicate toes in his large hands. His ears tinged with crimson as he averted his gaze. The master has sustained a minor injury and is currently applying medicine. Injured? Lu Jin'an's eyes widened in concern. Is it serious? Meng Qi, tenderly rubbing the delicate surface of Lu Jin'an's foot with a silk handkerchief, reassured him, it is not severe, my lord. You should be able to see the master shortly. Oh, Lu Jin'an shook his foot lightly. No need to rub anymore. It tickles and my feet are already clean. Meng Qi swallowed hard very well. Indeed, Shen Li's injuries were not grave. After a few days of rest, he had nearly recovered. As the branches sprouted new leaves and the weather warmed slightly, Shen Li led Lu Jin'an into the courtyard. And in, do you remember your previous words about wanting me to marry you? Lu Jin'an nodded. Shen Li took a deep breath, seemingly a bit anxious. Do you still wish for that? He placed a token in Lu Jin'an's hand, who looked puzzled. What is this? Shen Li smilat atijar talisman. I wish for 100,000 soldiers as my betrothal gift to take you home. If you are willing, I can prepare for the wedding immediately, ensuring you no longer have to wait. If you are not, I shall still gift this to you as a means of support. 100,000 soldiers? Lu Jin'an felt as though he were holding a hot potato, eager to discard it. He certainly could not accept it. Just imagine, when the narrative reached the point where Shen Li grew weary of him, he would undoubtedly lead an uprising against the regent's palace without hesitation. Why would he seek refuge with Shaolin when he could become a general himself? Such a turn of events was too dramatic. The main system would surely reduce his progress to a negative value. Jin'an hastily returned the tiger talisman to Shun Li. I do not want this. Shun Li's expression darkened, his hand holding the talisman frozen in mid-air. His voice grew hoarse. What is the matter, Inan? If you feel it is insufficient. I can. Jin'an was utterly oblivious to Shun Li's dismay, lost in his own fantasies, gesturing dramatically. The following day, news of the regent's impending marriage spread throughout the capital. Anyone who offered their blessings could seek a favor from the palace, instantly transforming the city into a festive atmosphere. While Shun Li busied himself with wedding preparations, Jin'an, accompanied by Meng Qi, chose some light fabrics for garments. Today, Meng Qi was not wearing a mask or official robes, yet the owner of the tailor shop recognized them as distinguished guests. He approached with a smile, leading them to a beautiful garment. What a coincidence, esteemed guests. Have you seen this golden butterfly brocade? A new batch just arrived from the Qin Trading Company. Not only is the style exquisite, but the fabric is also exclusive. It cannot be found in our capital shops. Would you like to try it on? Jin'an was intrigued. The garment was indeed stunning, adorned with golden threads and delicate patterns in white and blue, exuding an ethereal charm. The owner, sensing interest, quickly handed the garment to Jin'an. Young master, with your fair complexion and slender waist, this outfit is perfect for you. Go try it on. Jin'an carried the brocade to the fitting room, but as soon as he donned the sheer undergarment, a hand wrapped around his waist. You, Jin'an exclaimed, unable to shake off the intruder, nearly fainting for frustration. A knocking sound echoed, and Meng Qi's voice called from outside. Young master, why has it taken so long? Are you facing any difficulties? Do you need me to come in and assist? Jin'an, flustered, quickly replied, no, just stay outside. I have only just put on the undergarment. You must not enter. Meng Qi, seemingly recalling something, stammered, all right, I want to come in. Jin'an found himself at an impasse with Qin Zhao. He could neither best him in combat nor outwit him in conversation. Frustrated, he decided to adopt a defiant stance, turning his head disdainfully as he declared, you treat me poorly, hence I shall not tolerate you. Should you continue in this manner, I shall harbor animosity towards you for eternity. It seemed he had played his hand rather boldly. Qin Zhao, taken aback, quickly released Jin'an, exclaiming, I was wrong. I shall heed your words from now on, if only you would not despise me. Observing the effectiveness of his tactic, Jin'an felt a slight swell of pride. He resolved to escalate the situation further. Lifting his chin, he tossed his garments to Qin Zhao and imperiously commanded, you shall assist me in donning these clothes. Was this not a form of bullying? After all, he was a legitimate prince, and yet he found himself in a position where he had to serve another. Jin'an mused that perhaps the plot had not diverged too severely. A little intervention might indeed yield favorable results. Qin Zhao clutched the slick fabric, swallowing hard. He was tempted to lower his gaze to inhale the scent of the new material, wondering how it could smell so delightful after merely passing through Jin'an's hands. He forced himself to refrain from any further advances towards Jin'an, even as his mind swirled in a haze while assisting with the clothing. The garments chosen by Jin'an seemed to possess a warmth of their own. Despite the chaotic process, the outcome was splendid. The attire truly enhanced Jin'an's beauty. Anin, he began, I have come to inform you that I shall be away from the capital for several days due to pressing matters. You must take good care of yourself and be wary of others like me who may lead you astray, lest you find yourself in an unseemly situation. Do you hear me? Jin'an shot a fierce glance at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose. As the changing room door swung open, Jin'an emerged. Inquiring, is it pleasing to the eye? He twirled before Meng Qi, the flowing ribbons of his attire dancing with his movements, resembling a celestial being that had strayed into the mortal realm. Meng Qi's ears flushed crimson in an instant, and he hastily averted his gaze, murmuring, it's beautiful. You hardly looked. Jin'an assumed Meng Qi's lack of attention was mere indifference. Therefore, he approached Meng Qi, twisting his waist. Tell me, does my waist appear too plain? I feel it will be enhanced with a couple of ornaments. The fragrant, supple fabric swayed before Meng Qi, nearly driving him to despair. He swallowed hard. striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his voice. As you wish, young master. I shall escort you to procure some. A fortnight swiftly passed, and the atmosphere outside the regent's residence was alive with the sound of drums and the flutter of red silk. Long processions extended from the southern to the northern gates of the city, laden with chests of gold and silver trailing behind the grand red bridal palanquin. Banquets were spread throughout the capital, presenting an extraordinary spectacle. Crowds flocked to partake in the festivities, oblivious to the familiar faces approaching from beyond the city's outskirts. Ah, esteemed guests, what would you like to partake in? A tavern attendant hurriedly approached the group. Xiao Lin dismounted, aware that most of the troops returning to the capital remained behind, and with a sense of urgency, he had returned ahead of them, accompanied by a few who had chosen to accompany him on his early return. Sigh, it has been quite a while since my last visit, Vice General Yang remarked. A few signature dishes would suffice. The young waiter chuckled. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on. Vice General Yang turned to survey his surroundings. I recall this establishment was quite bustling in the past, yet today it seems so desolate. Xiao Lin shook his head, remaining silent. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease today. As the waiter approached with 2 plates of appetizers, he joined the conversation. Ah, you must be unaware. Today our regent lord is marrying, and all over the city there are lavish banquets. Who would choose to dine here when there are free offerings elsewhere? The regent is marrying. Vice General Yang was taken aback, for he knew all too well the nature of Shunli. If there were a ranking of villains, Shunli would undoubtedly occupy the top position. How could such a man expend so much effort to orchestrate a grand wedding for another? The waiter relished the astonishment on their faces. The words flowed freely. Indeed, they say that the young gentleman is as beautiful as a celestial being. Otherwise, how could he captivate our regent lord? You are newly arrived and may not know. He has been cherished and protected like a precious gem. I believe I even heard that his surname is Liu. A loud crash echoed as a teacup shattered on the ground. Xiao Lin, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood up. What did you say his surname is? Chapter 72. The Dark Moonlight in the Capital. Liu? The young waiter was startled by his intensity. Xiao Lin pressed further. What is the current state of the general's residence? The guest's imposing aura was quite terrifying. The waiter swallowed hard. The general's residence was long since confiscated by the emperor, and its inhabitants have been expelled. Xiao Lin's heart plummeted. He had not touched his meal, nor had he fully listened to the waiter, turning on his heel to sprint towards the general's residence. The gates were tightly shut, and upon pushing the door open, he found the place had fallen into utter disrepair. Xiao Lin's hands trembled uncontrollably. He immediately turned and raced toward the bustling thoroughfare. Just what if the one marrying Shun Li was not Lu Jin'an? Ignoring all caution, Xiao Lin squeezed into the crowd, but stood frozen in place upon witnessing the person emerging from the sedan. Xiao Lin felt feverish, as if he were a furnace amidst winter. Yet now, in the spring season, his hands and feet were icy cold. Perhaps it was because Lu Jin'an was a man. Shunli was also placing a crown upon Lu Jin'an's head, without any red veil draped over him. Thus, Xiao Lin instantly recognized him as the one he had longed for during his perilous descent into the abyss, the one he had missed every single day. Hisanin, Lu Jin'an took Shun Li's hand, entering the residence with him, their laughter harmonious, resembling a pair of true soulmates. People around them cheered, yet Xiao Lin remained still. He stood outside the regent's residence until dusk, finally stirring his numbed limbs to blend into the royal estate. Evading the patrolling guards, he made his way into the inner courtyard of the regent's residence. Xiao Lin, just as he was about to push open the door, someone called out to him. He turned to see Shun Li standing there. Shun Li stepped past Xiao Lin, blocking the doorway. Inside is my wife. Xiao Lin lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and resolute. I must see him. As the two remained in a stalemate, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Jin'an, initially feeling bored and waiting idly on the bed for Shun Li to arrive, found himself dozing off when he was startled by the sound of footsteps. Sitting up straight, he wondered if Shun Li had finally come. The footsteps halted at the doorway, and Lu Jin'an leaned against the doorframe, straining to hear, but silence enveloped him. Curiosity piqued. He decided to quietly peek outside. However, upon opening the door and witnessing the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock. How was Shaolin here? Had he returned to the capital early? A sharp cacophony echoed in Lu Jin'an's mind. He stepped outside. Shaolin looked at Lu Jin'an and asked, "Anin, may I speak with you privately for a moment?" Lu Jin'an glanced back at Shun Li. Noticing Lu Jin'an's gaze, Shun Li sighed in resignation, gently ruffled Lu Jin'an's hair, and said, "If you wish to go, then go." Anin. Lu Jin'an followed Shaolin for a few steps when Shun Li suddenly called out, "The master is waiting for your return to drink the wedding wine." Shun Li watched as Lu Jin'an and Shaolin departed, his hands hidden in his sleeves, trembling uncontrollably. From the moment Shaolin appeared, Shun Li felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Shaolin had been the one to pull Lu Jin'an from despair, accompanying him throughout his youth. As one who had experienced the stirrings of love, Shun Li was but human. He could not navigate his feelings with the ease one might wish for. Thus, Anin, you must return. The master awaits your return. In a secluded corner, Shaolin embraced Lu Jin'an, weeping inconsolably. Despite his towering stature, he appeared utterly vulnerable before Lu Jin'an. "Anin, I miss you so much." The night was silent, yet the longing was deafening. Lu Jin'an raised his hand, patting Shaolin's back. "Young master, I thought you had perished." Shaolin let out a bitter laugh. Pulling Lu Jin'an closer, "I am not dead. I have merely encountered some troubles." His voice choked as he continued. "Anin, do you remember saying you wanted me to marry you? Is that still true?" "Not anymore," Lu Jin'an replied, pursing his lips. "I have already promised to marry Lord Shun. I have been bullied, and with you away, you could not protect me." Shaolin felt an unbearable pain in his heart. The realization that Lu Jin'an had indeed been mistreated struck him hard, and he recalled Lu Jin'an's previous declaration that no one else could take his place. The thought left him breathless with sorrow. Lu Jin'an had once yearned to be with him. Surely, during Shaolin's absence, Lu Jin'an had suffered greatly, leading him to forsake their bond. The Shao family had served in the military for generations, and the realm of the Shang dynasty was built upon their horses. Yet now the family lay in ruins, and his cherished hopes had turned to dust. At this moment, Shaolin found himself too apprehensive to plead for Lu Jin'an to stay. With countless words unspoken, he could only rasp out, "Anin, was this truly your choice?" "Yes." He heard Lu Jin'an respond. Shaolin held Lu Jin'an tightly, reluctant to let go. After a long while, he finally released his grip, saying, "Let the young master escort you home. I wish to spend a little more time with you." Delicate dice adorned with crimson beans, imbued with the essence of yearning. He ultimately beheld his beloved donning her bridal attire, yet he was to relinquish her to another. The moon hung high in the sky as Shaolin returned alone to the general's residence, which was no longer his own. He pushed open the door to the chamber he once shared with Lu Jin'an, now shrouded in dust. Scattered across the table were several sheets of paper, upon which Lu Jin'an had inscribed his name during moments of idleness. "Young master, do you think my writing has improved?" Almost instantly, Shaolin envisioned the words Lu Jin'an might have spoken. A solitary tear fell onto the table. Shaolin gently lifted the paper, carefully blowing away the dust before cradling it to his chest. The characters penned by an Un. Had he not departed, these pages would have always been cherished treasures. A beautiful vase lay shattered on the ground, its blossoms long wilted. Shaolin could almost trace every movement Lu Jin'an had made within that room. Perhaps there had been a time when Lu Jin'an had called for him, but he had not responded. Or perhaps on a certain day, Lu Jin'an had waited by the window for his return, yet he had not come back. They had missed each other. It turned out that it had once awaited him, but he had arrived too late. He had acquired Lu Jin'an at the tender age of 10, accompanying him for 8 years, nurturing him to maturity, and had granted him countless opportunities, yet he had squandered them all by arriving too late. Within the regent's residence, vibrant flames danced energetically as Shun Li sat alone at the table, lost in thought as he gazed at the door. It had been far too long. Why hadn't it not returned? Was he hindered by some circumstance? Or had he perhaps left with Shaolin? Didn't it still desire him? "I'm back." Just as Shun Li's thoughts spiraled, Lu Jin'an suddenly burst through the door, radiating joy as he ran in, colliding directly with Shun Li. The golden-threaded bridal gown billowed behind him like a splendid sunset. "Sir, am I late?" Shunli steadied Lu Jin'an in his embrace, the flickering flames casting a rosy glow upon his eyes. He chuckled softly, a blend of delight and relief. "Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. I was just thinking of you." Recently, there had been significant news in the capital. The rumored General Xiao, presumed dead at the border, had returned with his troops, having decisively defeated over 100,000 Turkic soldiers and captured 3 cities, achieving remarkable feats of valor. In a matter of days, the emperor restored the general's estate and bestowed upon Xiao Lin an even grander residence. As the warmth of spring began to wane, the sultry days of summer crept in. It was said that many merchants were set to enter the capital soon, promising a lively atmosphere. Indeed, several new shops had opened their doors. Outside the second-floor guest room of the Zhu family's small building, idle chatter reached Lu Jin'an's ears. Clad in light garments, he felt languid from the heat. Leaning against the window, observing the bustling throngs below, he was currently vexed. He and Shunli had been married for quite some time, and the narrative was approaching the point of disdain. Yet, Lu Jin'an sensed that Shunli not only harbored no intentions of growing weary of him, but rather showered him with an excessive affection each day. As Lu Jin'an pondered, a seemingly inconspicuous wooden cart emerged from beyond the city gates. Within the cart, a bony hand lifted the fabric curtain, and the gaze of the individual inside met Lu Jin'an's. Squinting slightly, Lu Jin'an felt a flicker of familiarity. Yet just as he attempted to scrutinize further, the curtain was lowered once more. "What are you looking at?" "I bought you some ice cream," Shunli remarked, having procured a round fan from somewhere and seated himself beside Lu Jin'an to provide a gentle breeze. "Is it still very hot? If so, we can return to the residence. We can wait for the evening when my lord can accompany you for a stroll." Lu Jin'an turned his head. His small face flushed a delicate pink. Seeing him in such a state stirred a wave of concern in Shunli. "Is there anything bothering you, Anin? The heat is quite oppressive. We must be cautious not to fall ill. I had someone prepare several pieces of cool silk fabric a few days ago. They should arrive at the residence by tomorrow, and you can wear them to feel more comfortable." Lu Jin'an picked up the ice cream and took a few bites, the oppressive heat dissipating somewhat. As Shunli fanned him and observed the delight in his expression, a smile blossomed across his features. "Is it delicious?" Just as the words were about to escape Lu Jin'an's lips, he paused, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could it be that his sweet words had endeared him to Shunli to such an extent that the latter no longer harbored any disdain towards him? With a slight pout, Lu Jin'an decided to playfully feign displeasure. "Not tasty at all, not even a bit. Once I finish, I'll still be hot." "Did you secretly instruct someone to reduce the ice added?" Shunli appeared taken aback by Lu Jin'an's sudden outburst, his hand faltering in its motion. "My dear Nin, when did my lord become such a villain in your eyes? I refuse to accept this. It must be that there is too little ice, and that is why I am hot. I want another bowl." Lu Jin'an insisted stubbornly. Shunli hesitated. He was concerned for Lu Jin'an's health, knowing that too much could upset his stomach. However, unable to withstand Lu Jin'an's persistence, he reluctantly conceded, "All right, I shall fetch you something else. Please wait here for me." Left alone in the room, Lu Jin'an grew bored and looked down, noticing that Shunli had already queued a nearby stall for him. Sigh. I wonder how long it will be before Shunli grows weary of me. After that, I must find a way to approach Xiao Lin. The thought of Xiao Lin shifted Lu Jin'an's focus. He had been waiting for Shunli to tire of him before seeking an opportunity to engage with Xiao Lin. Yet it dawned on him that perhaps once he did pursue Xiao Lin, Shunli might naturally begin to despise him. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. Stealing a glance at Shunli, he quietly slipped out. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a sweltering heat upon the earth. Lu Jin'an fanned himself with his hand and took quite a while to reach the entrance of the general's residence, feeling lightheaded from the heat. The new general's residence was far more grand than the one he had previously inhabited. He wondered if entering directly would lead to his being turned away. Just as Lu Jin'an hesitated at the doorway, the sound of hoofbeats approached. Turning around, he saw Xiao Lin rein in his horse not far from him, accompanied by several others, indicating that Xiao Lin had indeed garnered followers. General? Feiskaminder Young Spoke. Glancing at Xiao Lin remained motionless, and his companions dared not stir. Perched upon his steed, Xiao Lin fixed a steady gaze upon Lu Jin'an for a moment before dismounting. His voice was as cold as ice. Young Master Lu, is there a matter that brings you to the General's residence? Lu Jin'an raised his hand, intending to tug at Xiao Lin's sleeve, but Xiao Lin deftly sidestepped him. Lu Jin'an's hand froze in midair as he cautiously lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Lin's. I merely wish to see you. Here, take this. With emotion, Xiao Lin summoned an attendant who promptly presented an umbrella to him. Xiao Lin opened the umbrella and extended it towards Lu Jin'an. You have already taken a look. It would be best if you return now. I have matters to attend to and cannot keep you as a guest. After a brief pause, Xiao Lin added, furthermore, it is quite hot. To use the umbrella. Lu Jin'an accepted the umbrella, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Xiao Lin's expression remained impassive as he awaited Lu Jin'an's response. When no further words came, he declared, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my duties. With that, he turned, his movements unwavering. In truth, Lu Jin'an yearned to converse with Xiao Lin a while longer, anxious that in such a short span, Shunli might realize his visit. Yet, Xiao Lin's demeanor rendered Lu Jin'an hesitant to utter another word. He bit his lip, contemplating whether to pursue Xiao Lin to prolong their encounter. But just as he made a move, a sudden vertigo overtook him, and he felt himself collapsing to the ground, losing grip on the umbrella. Anin. Hearing the exclamation, Xiao Lin turned back to see Lu Jin'an fainting, his small face paling. Panic surged through Xiao Lin as he rushed to scoop Lu Jin'an into his arms and sprinted towards the residence, his previous composure entirely forsaken. Summon the doctor. Chapter 74. The Black Moonlight in the Capital. Oh dear. Deputy Yang and the others, accustomed to Xiao Lin's decisive demeanor, found themselves flustered by this unexpected turn of events. Upon the doctor's arrival, he examined Lu Jin'an's pulse and administered acupuncture. It is exceedingly hot outside. This young master is weak and has succumbed to heat exhaustion. Lu Jin'an lay unconscious on the bed. Xiao Lin's eyes were aflame with concern as he fixated on the spot where the doctor inserted the needle, as though he could will the needle to create an opening. After a moment, Xiao Lin spoke again. Is this needle truly painless? This was the 5th time he had posed this question. The doctor clenched his jaw in frustration. However, given the noble status of the man before him, he refrained from speaking further, ultimately offering a sheepish smile. Without the needle, he must consume medicine, and it seems this young master is not particularly fond of it. Images flooded Xiao Lin's mind of all the times he had coaxed Lu Jin'an into taking his medicine throughout their years together, prompting him to silently close his mouth. Once the doctor departed, Xiao Lin leaned against the bedside, tracing the contours of Lu Jin'an's features with his gaze. An unmistakable tenderness mingled with an agonizing despair evident in his eyes. His voice was hoarse and laden with helplessness. Anin, you say you do not want me. I'm making an effort to let go. Yet, today you appear before me once more. Do you have any idea how much restraint it takes to quell the urge to embrace you and hide you away? You speak of not wanting me, yet you seek me out. Anin, what is it that you truly desire from me? Young master is foolish. Please, tell me what you wish. Xiao Lin gently caressed Lu Jin'an's hair by his ear, assuring him that should he speak, the young master would undoubtedly fulfill his wishes. The marketplace buzzed with fervent shouts. Shunli stood before the cold Yuanzi stall, just as a customer moved ahead of him in line. As Shunli prepared to speak, an ordinary-looking individual clad in simple attire hurried to his side and whispered a few words. The mention of the general's manner darkened Shun Li's expression. Lu Jin'an preferred to roam freely without the company of others. Thus Shunli took it upon himself to ensure every aspect of their outings was personally attended to. Within the confines of the manor, Shunli granted him complete liberty. However, outside, recalling the previous incident where Lu Jin'an nearly encountered danger, Shunli typically arranged for someone to follow him discreetly. Esteemed guest, do you wish to make a purchase? The stall owner, having waited in vain for response, finally ventured to inquire. Though he wished to ask more forcefully whether the gentleman intended to buy or not, The imposing presence before him deterred such audacity, especially in the capital. The stall owner thought it prudent to tread carefully, for offending a significant figure could spell disaster for his entire clan. Shunli glanced at the cold Yuanzi before him and decided against making a purchase. With a command, Shunli proceeded to the general's manor, where none dared to obstruct his path. By the time the gatekeeper reported his arrival, Shunli had already reached the inner chamber. Shaolin emerged, his spear barring the way, his voice icy, questioning the uninvited presence of the regent. Shunli, in an instant, drew his sword, pointing it at Shaolin with evident ire. "I come to seek my wife. What grounds do you have to impede me?" Stand azida. As the two remained locked in a standoff, a sudden commotion arose from within the room, followed by a servant rushing out, exclaiming, "Master, young master, Lu has awakened." Both men sheathed their weapons and hurried inside, finding Lu Jin'an still in a state of confusion. Rubbing his eyes, he greeted them, "My lord." Shen Li's lips pressed into a straight line. "Come, let's return home." Shaolin regarded Shen Li with a troubled expression and warned solemnly, "If I discover that he has suffered any grievances in your care, I shall reclaim him, regardless of the means." Shen Li cast a sidelong glance at Shaolin, emphasizing, "This is a family matter. There is no need for General Shao to concern himself." The weight of his words lingered, causing Shaolin's expression to darken as his hands clenched into fists at his sides. The carriage ride was silent until, upon Lu Jin'an glancing out the window for the third time, Shunli finally spoke, "Are you still unwell?" Lu Jin'an shook his head. "I feel much better now." "Why did you not mention your dizziness earlier?" Shunli pressed, noticing Lu Jin'an's averted gaze. "It was on the way to the general's manor that I felt lightheaded," Lu Jin'an confessed. Another silence ensued until they arrived at the manor. Shunli swiftly carried Lu Jin'an into the inner chamber, only feeling relieved after a physician had examined him. He regarded Lu Jin'an, striving to maintain a calm tone. "Why did you go to the general's manor? Is it that my attentiveness has made you unhappy, or have you grown weary of it?" Shun Li hesitated to voice the remainder of his concerns, recognizing the need for composure. "Rest now. I shall return to see you tomorrow." Lu Jin'an glanced at the sky outside, the sun already slanting towards the west. Hesitantly, he grasped Shun Li's sleeve, asking, "Will you sleep with me tonight, my lord?" After a moment of silence, Shun Li replied, "I have matters to attend to tonight." The implication was clear. He would not be sharing the bed with Lu Jin'an. Sensing this, Lu Jin'an wondered if the lord had begun to dislike him. Shun Li withdrew his sleeve from Lu Jin'an's grasp, asserting no. As twilight descended, Shun Li departed, leaving Lu Jin'an alone in the room. The atmosphere between them was delicate, and a servant timidly entered to light a lamp for Lu Jin'an before respectfully retreating, not daring to utter a word. Lu Jin'an rested his head on the table, glancing outside, yet Shun Li had not returned. He felt certain that Shun Li must now harbor disdain for him, prompting Lu Jin'an to roll up his bedding and move to the woodshed to sleep. Meanwhile, Shun Li remained in the study until midnight, feeling as though he were losing his sanity. When he first met Lu Jin'an, he had simply wished to protect him from the shadows. However, after the incident at the general's residence and Lu Jin'an's relocation to the regent's manor, he began to hope that Lu Jin'an could stay there a while longer. Yet, human nature is often insatiable. When Lu Jin'an expressed a desire to marry him, Shun Li began to yearn for a life where Lu Jin'an's heart and eyes were solely devoted to him. Had it been anyone else, Shun Li might have dismissed them without a second thought. Yet, it was Lu Jin'an who sought out Shaolin today, and he hadn't even informed Shun Li beforehand, which led Shun Li to lose his temper. However, once he calmed down, Shun Li questioned his own justification for such feelings. He had already received so much from Lu Jin'an. The boy had given him so much. Surely, it was his own inadequacies that prompted Lu Jin'an to seek companionship elsewhere. Was it because the ice cream purchased today was not cold enough? Shun Li looked down at his hands, realizing that he had indeed fallen short. He had promised Lu Jin'an he would bring him something to eat, yet in the end he had brought nothing. Perhaps he ought to apologize to Lu Jin'an. Rising to his feet, Shun Li gazed at the darkening sky, hesitating. By this hour, Lu Jin'an should have already gone to bed. Yet, Shun Li felt an overwhelming desire to see him, so he pushed open the study door. even if Lu Jin'an had already fallen asleep. He thought it prudent to check if the boy was properly covered. As Shun Li approached the inner courtyard, he noted the absence of any light emanating from within. It seemed Lu Jin'an had indeed retired for the night. Quietly, he opened the door, only to discover that the bedding was missing and Lu Jin'an was not in bed. A wave of panic washed over him. Where could Lu Jin'an possibly be at such a late hour? "The woodshed is on fire! The woodshed is on fire!" shouted a voice, causing scattered lights to flicker to life within the regent's manor. The estate was vast, and the woodshed was far from the main hall, rarely visited by the servants. Logically, such a place catching fire should not have drawn Shun Li's attention. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a surge of alarm at those words. Shun Li had barely begun to grasp the complexities of the situation when a young servant abruptly burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, a few hours ago, I saw young master Lu carrying a blanket into the woodshed, and now the flames there have grown fierce." This young servant, having observed the apparent quarrel between Shun Li and Lu Jin'an, had taken a particular interest in Lu Jin'an's well-being. He had initially considered informing Shun Li of the incident, but hesitated, fearing that Shun Li, in his current state of agitation, might direct his ire towards him. Concluding that it was not an urgent matter, he resolved to clandestinely safeguard young Master Lu, hoping that nothing would go awry. However, just as he had begun to doze off in the dead of night, the woodshed erupted into flames, leaving the young servant paralyzed with shock. Shun Li had scarcely heard the entirety of the servant's words when he registered that Lu Jin'an had ventured into the woodshed. At that moment, a wave of terror washed over him, chilling him to the bone. Cold sweat beaded on his palms and back, and for the first time, he felt a profound sense of panic. His hands trembled so violently that it took him 3 attempts to grasp the lantern the servant had extended to him. Overcome with dread, he rushed towards the woodshed with all possible speed. Why wouldn't he go there? His heart raced. It must be because he had spoken too harshly. Since Anan had entered the Wang residence, she had not slept alone, yet today he had left her there by herself. She had questioned him about whether he had grown weary of her, but in his anger, he had failed to provide any explanation. Alone in the capital, she had mustered the courage to marry him, to entrust herself to him, and yet he had. The more he pondered, the more he felt his sins were unforgivable. As the servants around the woodshed fought the flames, a massive beam suddenly crashed down just as Shun Li arrived. His pupils dilated in alarm, yet without hesitation. He charged into the burning structure. A few servants desperately attempted to restrain their frantic master, pleading, "My lord, the fire is too intense. Half the structure has collapsed. You cannot enter. Let me through, and dare to stop me at your peril." Shun Li's gaze was as fierce and unyielding as a venomous serpent, compelling them to step aside. Shun Li was typically calm, even exhibiting a gentle composure in most instances. This was the first time they had witnessed him so unhinged, and the servants, intimidated, relented. Just as Shun Li was about to plunge into the inferno, a soft, breathless voice called out urgently, "What is happening? Why is there fire?" Shun Li froze in place, his body stiffening as he turned to see Lu Jin'an standing before him, unharmed. In that instant, he felt his legs weaken. He stumbled to her side, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his heart still racing with fear as he repeated, "Anan, the woodshed is on fire. The woodshed is on fire." Lu Jin'an, puzzled, wondered how the woodshed could possibly be ablaze. It had seemed perfectly fine when he had left. Enveloped in Shun Li's embrace, she could see nothing and was unaware of the extent of the flames. However, noting Shun Li's distress, she surmised that much must have been damaged. Yet, suddenly, she found herself in a state of confusion. After relocating to the woodshed for a brief respite, Lu Jin'an found the floor uncomfortably hard, prompting him to consider moving to a more suitable sleeping area designated for servants. Yet as night fell, he feared getting lost and thus lit a candle, which unfortunately failed to ignite, leading him to carelessly discard it on the ground. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of guilt, suspecting that he might have inadvertently sparked a fire. He gently patted Shun Li's back, murmuring an apology, "I seem to have caused this." Shun Li, still basking in the joy of having regained something precious, was momentarily indifferent to the fate of the humble woodshed. However, upon recalling Lu Jin'an's earlier predicament and his subsequent apology, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him. It seemed he had terrified the young man. He felt compelled to reassure him, insisting that it was merely a woodshed, and as long as Jin'an was unharmed, the destruction of the entire estate would be of little consequence. Yet, the very act of uttering those words sent tremors through his voice. He was genuinely terrified, experiencing a fear unlike any he had known before. After a considerable pause, Shunli finally regained his composure, leaning closer to gaze into Lu Jin'an's eyes. "Could you enlighten me, Jin'an, as to why you ventured into the woodshed?" Lu Jin'an bit his lip, averting his gaze, replying, "Because you despise me." The weight of that realization sank heavily into Shun Li's heart. He had nearly lost Jin'an forever due to his inaction. He embraced Lu Jin'an tightly, softly explaining, fearful that any raised tone might frighten the young man further. "I do not despise you at all, Jin'an." "What? Why the sudden change of heart?" Lu Jin'an was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his words. What baffled him more was that despite the grave trouble he had caused, Shunli not only refrained from approaching him, but seemed to cling to him even more. He no longer questioned Lu Jin'an's interactions with Shaolin, and during their nights together, Shunli would hold him closely, awakening instantly if Lu Jin'an attempted to break free from his embrace. This continued for several days. Chapter 76. The dark moonlight in the capital. Lu Jin'an felt quite vexed, believing his efforts had once again backfired. In contrast, the system appeared quite relaxed, remarking, "The plot is nearing its conclusion. We simply need to await Qin Zhao's rebellion. Other matters are of little consequence." "You even managed to slip in a 4-character idiom," Lu Jin'an muttered. "If it weren't for your outstanding debt, you wouldn't be in such a hurry." "What?" The system replied, perplexed. It hesitantly suggested, "What if I allowed you to forego repayment?" Lu Jin'an pursed his lips. "What nonsense! How could I be the kind of person who shirks his debts?" The system fell silent, realizing that preventing repayment was not a viable option. If only it had discreetly settled the fines from the outset. "How about that? Are you feeling cooler now?" Shunli fastened Lu Jin'an's waist strap with great care, meticulously checking it once more. This was the cooling fabric Shun Li had procured days prior, delivered promptly. Yet, the events that had transpired left Shun Li quite shaken, and he had yet to fully recover from a shock. After that, Lu Jin'an frequently sought minor tasks for himself, a stark contrast to his previous self who relished frivolous expenditures and indulging in whims without engaging in labor. This sudden change startled Shun Li, causing him to momentarily forget the matter of the garment. Today, as Lu Jin'an complained of the heat, Shun Li recalled the clothing issue, contemplating that the master would likely be preoccupied in the coming days. He instructed Lu Jin'an to retrieve money from the storeroom for his ventures, asserting that any ensuing troubles could be attributed to the master, who would handle them. Months had passed since Qin Zhao's disappearance, with no trace he had discovered. Recently, several businesses had emerged in the capital, opening numerous new establishments. Shun Li should have been attentive to these developments, but his focus had been consumed by Lu Jin'an, causing him to postpone addressing these matters. Now, however, he had no choice but to confront them. "Understood," Lu Jin'an replied with a charming smile, momentarily distracting Shun Li. The flowers in the backyard of the regent's residence had nearly bloomed to their fullest, with many already wilting. As Lu Jin'an approached, he found Meng Qi crouched down, facing away from him, engaged in some unknown task. A mask lay abandoned on the ground, solitary and forlorn. Quietly, Lu Jin'an picked up the mask and donned it, though it was slightly oversized, forcing him to hold it in place. He stealthily crept up behind Meng Qi, tapping his shoulder, and at the moment Meng Qi turned around, he shouted loudly. He intended to frighten Meng Qi, but stumbled over an unseen object, losing his balance and collapsing into Meng Qi's embrace. The impact of his face against Meng Qi's chest was jarring, causing Lu Jin'an to emit an involuntary yelp. Meng Qi quickly caught him, hastily removing the mask and tossing it aside. "What did it hurt? Let me see," he exclaimed urgently. "I'm fine," Lu Jin'an replied, rubbing his slightly sore nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "What are you doing here?" Noticing Lu Jinan's expression indicating he wasn't truly hurt, Meng Qi relaxed. I have matters to attend to these days and may not be able to frequently care for the flowers, so I thought to tend to them in advance. Remembering the last incident when Lu Jin'an watered the plants and soaked his shoes, Meng Qi cautioned, "While I'm away, the servants will look after the flowers. In this summer heat, if you wish to water them yourself, come in the evening to avoid the sun." Lu Jin'an, slightly puzzled, inquired, "What is happening? Why are both you and the master so busy?" Meng Qi simply replied, "I work under the master, so if he is busy, I must be as well. There is nothing to worry about, young master." As the time approached, Meng Qi prepared to leave, reminding Lu Jin'an to take care of himself. "Wait!" Lu Jin'an suddenly called out, tearing off a beautifully blooming flower and presenting it to Meng Qi. "This flower is exquisite. You've nurtured it beautifully. It's for you." Meng Qi, caught off guard by the gesture, felt his ears flush with warmth, momentarily forgetting his intentions. Thank you, young master," he stammered, awkwardly accepting the flower and instinctively turning to depart. With Meng Qi gone, Lu Jin'an, naturally, would not linger in the backyard and proceeded to the storeroom to collect money before leaving the estate. After a brief moment, a figure hurriedly dashed back to the backyard, one hand carefully clutching a flower branch while the other casually picked up a mass from the ground. Meng Qi shook off the mud clinging to it, nearly forgetting about the item. "Boss, how much are the cool fruits?" "Boss, I will take this bag." Lu Jin'an and a stranger simultaneously pointed to a bag of cool fruits, leaving the proprietor somewhat awkward as he glanced between the two. "There's only one bag available. Esteemed guests." "Anin, is that you?" Before Lu Jin'an could fully comprehend the situation, he heard someone calling his name from beside him. Turning around, he saw a tall man with flowing black hair beside him. "Who are you?" "Chun Shi," the man replied, gazing at Lu Jin'an, and after a moment, he slowly spoke again, and in, "I am Chun Shi. Do you remember me?" Lu Jin'an recalled Chun Shi. Ever since he had fallen into the hands of the human teeth, he had been with Chun Shi and his companions until he was purchased by Shaolin. On the street, Chun Shi held the bag of cool fruits with one hand while protectively guiding Lu Jin'an with the other, walking under the shade. How did Jin'an come to reside in the royal residence? Were it not for Jin'an's attire, I might not have recognized you at all. Lu Jin'an had only just learned from Chun Shi that after being rescued by Shaolin, Chun Shi had ventured to Jiangnan to engage in commerce, establishing a trading firm that, while modest in profit, provided a comfortable living. Who had become a bodyguard, Heir too had excelled in culinary arts, and Lin Fei worked alongside Chun Shi in bookkeeping. Once they were able to sustain themselves, they grew concerned about Lu Jin'an's well-being in the general's residence and contemplated a trip to the capital to find him. However, the strict regulations in the capital had thwarted their attempts until recently, when numerous businesses entered the city, allowing Chun Shi to bring Hu and the others along, where they opened a small shop. The style of Lu Jin'an's attire had originated from Chun Shi's shop. Upon entering the capital, they discovered that it had undergone significant changes. The former general's residence had vanished, prompting them to discreetly seek news about Lu Jin'an. Had it not been for Chun Shi's chance recognition of Lu Jin'an's clothing today, he would never have imagined that Lu Jin'an would reside in the royal residence. Lu Jin'an was at a loss for how to explain the situation to Chun Shi. Sensing his hesitation, did not press further. "Shall we head to the shop? It happens to be a hot day, and there are many boats open at Shili Pavilion. I could call Hu and the others to take you for a lakeside excursion." "How does that sound? A lakeside excursion?" Lu Jin'an's eyes lit up. He had never been on a lake before. "That sounds wonderful. Look who I've brought," Chun Shi exclaimed as he entered the shop, calling out to the others. Upon hearing his voice, they peeked out. Lin Fei was sitting outside, and upon seeing Lu Jin'an's reddened eyes, exclaimed, "At last, we found you. Ever since I heard about the incident at the old general's residence a few days ago, I have been unable to sleep." Lu Jin'an remembered Lin Fei, who was prone to tears. Back when they were in the hands of the human teeth, Lin Fei would secretly wipe away his tears whenever Lu Jin'an fell ill. Hu and Heir too rushed over, playfully shoving each other and nearly knocking Lin Fei off balance in their excitement. "Anin, have you endured any hardship in the capital? If you have suffered, just tell us. We have money now and can afford to take care of you." We can bring you away. Jin'an blinked. But I currently reside in the royal residence. If you take me away, it would cause a great deal of trouble, despite the formidable reputation of the royal residence. The two were unperturbed. When the time comes, we shall seek refuge in a humble village with an inn. I possess culinary skills. Chun Shi is adept in commerce, and Lin Fei can transcribe texts. Who, though somewhat inarticulate, had yet to engage with Lu Jin and, noticing the 2's reluctance to mention themselves, felt a pang of anxiety. I can hunt, he exclaimed. When it desires wild boar, I will procure it. When she craves a white rabbit, I shall catch one, ensuring she grows plump and healthy. Chun Shi, resigned to the fact that business was no longer viable, hung the closed sign. No more dwelling on trivial matters. And then expressed a wish to row on the lake, and without hesitation, Lin Fei darted out, declaring, I shall secure a boat for an inn. In the evening, numerous boats dotted the serene waters of Xiuli Lake. Lu Jin leaned against the window at a round table on one of the boats, gazing at the night scenery. In the past, such a spectacle of vessels had never graced Xiuli Lake. Chun Shi served Lu Jin and some delicacies, mentioning that a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan had commissioned the owner of the Xiuli Pavilion. And then, do try this delicious dish, he urged. Dahu felt a tinge of melancholy, sensing that Lu Jin appeared somewhat thinner, believing the royal residence was neglecting her well-being. He still longed to bring her home and care for her himself. In the highest chamber of the Xiuli Pavilion, a figure with an unusual countenance observed a small boat at the center of the lake. Has he made new acquaintances? I wonder if he has forgotten me. If Lu Jin were to behold this individual, he would be astonished to discover it was Qin Zhao, the very person he had encountered not long ago at the Zhu family's small building, now with a changed appearance. A subordinate entered the room, reporting, Your Highness, there are too many visitors today. I am uncertain if it will disrupt our plans. Should we eliminate a few? Qin Zhao smirked, narrowing his eyes slightly. There is no rush. Let him enjoy the lake for a while. I cannot always provoke his displeasure. That night, Lu Jin returned to the residence. Having rarely stayed out so late, and even more infrequently did Shenli allow him such leisure. Yet, Shenli had not returned that day. Lu Jin assumed Shenli was merely preoccupied, but on the following day, he still had not returned. The third day passed, then the fourth, with Shenli absent for 5 consecutive days. System, where has Shenli gone? The system inquired and then hissed. It appears that Shenli has been ensnared. Host, it seems that Qin Zhao's narrative has accelerated. Exercise caution, as something may transpire in the coming days. During these days, Lu Jin ventured out with Chun Shi, sensing an unusual atmosphere in the capital. One fateful night, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, a fierce wind howled, and thunder and lightning heralded an impending storm. With Shun Li and Meng Qi absent, the residence was devoid of anyone but the servants. Lu Jin secured the windows tightly and nestled beneath the covers in a restless slumber. Meanwhile, miles away, flames surged into the sky as Xiao Lin and his entourage stormed into the imperial city, advancing directly to the Yangxin Palace, the emperor's sleeping quarters. Chaos reigned within the palace, all imperial guards having been summoned away by Shun Li. The elderly emperor sat on the ground, flustered and alarmed, gazing at Xiao Lin, who brandished a long spear, exclaiming, Xiao, my dear minister, the Xiao family has served in the military for generations, and I am well aware of your loyalty to the throne. Thus, if you lay down your weapon today, I shall overlook all that has transpired. What say you? Xiao Lin gazed at the feeble emperor with a cold sneer. Loyalty? To what ruler? The Xiao family indeed had a long military tradition. With the weapon raised, Xiao Lin pierced the heart of the old emperor, who looked on in disbelief. His voice was frigid. It is a pity that the old general retired early, for no one ever taught me what true loyalty to the sovereign means. A gentle rain began to fall from the heavens as the pursuing soldiers closed in. Shunli galloped out of the palace gates, hastening toward the regent's residence. If fortune favored him, he might catch a final glimpse of Lu Jin. Awakened by a clap of thunder, Lu Jin opened his eyes to see Shun Li, drenched and pushing the door open. Another flash of lightning illuminated Shun Li's face, stirring Lu Jin fully awake. My lord, Shunli was taken aback to find Lu Jin'an awake. He had presumed the latter was still asleep. He thought he was prepared to send Lu Jin'an away, but now, looking into his eyes, he realized the depth of his heartache at this moment. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He had taken countless lives, accumulating a mountain of resentment and hatred. When he held power, none dared oppose him, but now, faced with someone who could challenge him, all his past actions would return to him like a double-edged sword, piercing his very soul. Had he known earlier that Lu Jin'an would marry him, he would not have acted so ruthlessly. Yet now it was too late. Shunli wrapped Lu Jin'an tightly in his embrace and carried him out the door, where a carriage awaited. As Lu Jin'an was placed inside, he grasped Shunli's collar. "My lord, where are we going?" A profound sorrow filled Shunli's eyes. He wished to smile at Lu Jin'an as he usually did, but failed. "It is not we, but rather, it is you, and in who will go. Rest assured, I have arranged everything for you. You shall reside there, and I will ensure you do not suffer. If I am fortunate enough to survive, I will seek you out." Lu Jin'an seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, a tear slipping from his eye. "Does my lord no longer want me?" Shunli raised his hand to catch Lu Jin'an's falling tear. "It is not that I do not want you. It is that I am powerless. And it appears I can no longer resolve your troubles." The rain intensified as the carriage slowly moved away. Shunli drew his sword, gazing into the downpour, his expression returning to its customary coldness. He now had but one task, to buy Lu Jin'an more time to escape. Qin Zhao led his troops, charging toward the capital, where chaos reigned. In no time, he arrived at the regent's residence, and the two sides faced each other in a standoff. Qin Zhao, seated upon his horse, spoke mockingly, "Minister Shun, it has been a while." Shunli chuckled lightly. "Your Highness the Third Prince is both brave and cunning. Truly a worthy disciple of Grand Minister Su. I find myself lacking in comparison." At this, Qin Zhao's countenance stiffened, a chill flickering in his eyes. "Shenli, did you ever consider the consequences when you took my master's life?" The two armies stood firm, neither side willing to yield. Shunli merely waved his hand, and a clash of battle erupted. In the midst of flashing blades, he spoke softly, "Master Su is a good official, yet regrettably I have learned under Zhou Chong, and I'm not a good man." Qin Zhao drew his bow, the sword piercing Shun Li's shoulder and neck. Shunli snapped the sword's hilt, yet did not retreat a single step. He stood resolutely before the royal mansion, preventing Qin Zhao's troops from advancing even an inch. Blood soaking his entire body. Until his last breath, he remained steadfast. The powerful Shun, unaware of the fate of his wife, who would be treated kindly by all, only knew that with each moment he endured, the chances of her escape would increase. What did it matter that he had arranged everything? In the face of his beloved, no one could be entirely prepared. All he could do was exert every ounce of strength, risking his life in the process. In his final moments, Shunli recalled a small illustrated book and smiled faintly as the torrential rain washed over his face. He softly murmured Lu Jin'an's name and gradually closed his eyes. "Anin, will you mourn my death?" Shunli was gone, and it was a time of great relief for all. He had harmed the populace, slaughtered the loyal, and left the capital drenched in blood. His death was of no consequence, a fitting end, a deserved fate. He was not a good man. Yet, fortunately, there was one who shed a tear for him, and perhaps this was the best conclusion he could hope for. Chapter 78. The dark moonlight in the capital. Shaolin rode into the capital. The emperor had been slain, the regent was dead, the deposed crown prince had returned, and the imperial guard were now under Qin Zhao's command. The Qianlong guards were captured and exiled, plunging the capital into chaos overnight. The rain continued to fall as Qin Zhao's men and Shaolin's forces searched for Lu Jin'an. Outside the capital, Lu Jin'an awoke amidst a jolt, a chill accompanied by raindrops seeping into the carriage. "What has happened to me?" The system promptly responded, "You have finally awakened. Shunli is dead, but for some reason, unlike the original plot, he did not abandon you. Instead, he saved you." Shunli is dead? Lu Jin'an momentarily felt disoriented. He had anticipated Shun Li's demise. Yet the previous plot had unraveled so severely that he could not connect the narrative to reality. Should I seek Shaolin then? Yes, but be cautious. Outside are the pursuing soldiers of Qin Zhao. Beware that you may not encounter Shaolin and instead find yourself delivered to Qin Zhao as a male concubine. The carriage moved swiftly, and Lu Jin'an discreetly lifted the curtain, gritting his teeth before leaping from the vehicle. He tumbled down a slope, the relentless rain striking him painfully from all sides. "Have you lost your mind?" the system exclaimed, distressed. "Why did you jump from the carriage?" "It hurts so much." Lu Jin'an struggled to rise from the ground, tears welling in his eyes. "But I fear that if I didn't jump, I wouldn't return to the capital." Yet, the pain was far worse than he had anticipated, nothing like he had imagined. Enduring the agony, Lu Jin'an staggered through the woods, his head spinning, and in a moment of distraction, he fell into a muddy pit. "I found you," a familiar voice called out. Lu Jin'an looked up to see Qian Shi pulling him from the pit, his voice laced with concern. "How did you sustain such severe injuries? I should have listened to Air 2 and taken you away immediately." Da Hu and the others rushed over, and the sound of approaching pursuers echoed behind them. Qian Shi glanced back, entrusting Lu Jin'an to Da Hu with the admonition, "Da Hu, you are swift. You and Air 2 must carry an in and flee. He is injured, so you must be cautious. Lin Fei and I will divert the pursuers." Lin Fei cast a reluctant glance at Lu Jin'an before following Qian Shi. Lu Jin'an lay unconscious on Da Hu's back, repeatedly calling out for Shaolin. At this, Air 2, momentarily distracted, slipped down the muddy slope. Da Hu called out to him, "Are you all right?" Air 2 quickly replied, "I'm fine. Just take it in and go." Da Hu gritted his teeth and continued running with Lu Jin'an, but before long, a blade was drawn across Da Hu's neck. Qin Zhao dismounted, his brow furrowing as he beheld Lu Jin'an on Da Hu's back. He carefully cradled Lu Jin'an in his arms, pondering how he could have ended up in such a state after just one night. Air 2, having just caught up, concealed himself in the shadows, pressing his lips tightly together. He could hear nothing clearly, only see Da Hu under the threat of a blade. Lu Jin'an was also in that person's grasp, and he dared not act rashly. Remembering how Lu Jin'an had called out for Shaolin while unconscious, Air 2 thought perhaps he could seek assistance from that young master. When Lu Jin'an regained consciousness, he found himself in a grand palace, surrounded by golden drapery. A slight cough escaped him, abruptly awakening Qin Zhao, who exclaimed, "Little ancestor, you have finally awoken. Do you have any idea how serious your injuries are? Don't move. I will summon the imperial physician." Still dazed, Lu Jin'an found it strange. It seemed he truly saw Qin Zhao. The system then interjected, clarifying his confusion. "Host, Qin Zhao saved you. It appears our assumptions were indeed correct." The plot seems to have diverged. Accepting this revelation with surprising calm, Lu Jin'an thought, well, it's nothing to fret over. One becomes accustomed to such occurrences. In truth, according to the original narrative, Lu Jin'an was supposed to perish a week after Qin Zhao seized power. Yet now, the plot had seemingly accelerated, and his demise was not yet imminent, though it could not be far off, as the system had already adjusted his physical parameters downward. Qin Zhao, now consumed by his newfound power, arranged for Lu Jin'an to stay in the Yangxin Palace, visiting him whenever he could. If he noticed Lu Jin'an's spirits flagging, he would go to great lengths to entertain him with amusing tales. While reviewing memorials, Qin Zhao nestled his head against Lu Jin'an's shoulder, lamenting, "Today, yet another minister urged me to take a consort. How pitiful I am. When will it grant me a title?" Lu Jin'an, feeling lethargic, patted Qin Zhao. "You're so noisy. I will not grant you a title." Observing Lu Jin'an's listless demeanor, Qin Zhao felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. He regretted his hasty actions that had caused and in so much distress. How could he nurture his beloved and back to health? After Shun Li's death, Shaolin had been searching for Lu Jin'an, but found no trace. It was only when Air 2 visited the general's residence that Shaolin learned Lu Jin'an had been taken by Qin Zhao. Furious upon discovering this, Shaolin stormed into the palace that night, demanding Lu Jin'an from Qin Zhao, resulting in a fierce confrontation between the two. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Jin'an initially intended to intervene, but in a moment of panic, he unexpectedly spat blood before the two. This sight alarmed them greatly. One was an emperor and the other a general, both surrounding Lu Jin'an, offering apologies, fearful of further inciting his ire. Lu Jinan's constitution was exceedingly frail, and the royal physician advised against frequent relocations. The doctor from the general's residence, despite his best efforts, could not compare to the palace's esteemed healer in Shaolin. Unable to bear Lu Jinan's suffering, did not press the matter, but would often visit the palace to keep him company. Although he and Qin Zhao still held mutual disdain for one another, they dared not quarrel in Lu Jinan's presence any longer. On this pleasant day, Qin Zhao sought to lift Lu Jinan's spirits and took him for a stroll through the marketplace. They exchanged a few words at Chun Shi's shop, which still operated in the capital, but Lu Jinan soon felt fatigued. To stave off any boredom, Qin Zhao, having procured a shadow puppet, entertained Lu Jinan with his antics. Drawing laughter from him, Lu Jinan found Qin Zhao's words far more amusing than those of any storyteller. Satisfied to finally see Lu Jinan smile, Qin Zhao felt a sense of relief wash over him. As evening approached, he escorted Lu Jinan back to the palace, passing by the regent's residence, which bore a sealing notice. Lu Jinan paused, and suddenly, the door to the mansion swung open without warning, a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks as if kissing his brows. Noticing Lu Jinan's gaze, Qin Zhao instinctively tightened his grip, a fine sheen of sweat forming in his palms. "Do you blame me?" Lu Jinan snapped back to reality, feeling weary from their walk. He raised his hand to clasp Qin Zhao's neck. "I am so tired, Qin Zhao. Will you carry me home?" Qin Zhao was taken aback, but quickly gathered Lu Jinan into his arms. "Very well, I shall carry you, and you will not feel tired any longer." As winter approached, Shaolin visited the palace daily to accompany Lu Jinan, bringing him the delicacies he cherished from childhood. Fearing the cold, the Yangxin Hall had already ignited the underfloor heating, and Lu Jinan nestled beneath the blankets, grasping Qin Zhao's hand. "Qin Zhao, I heard the plum blossoms in the garden bloom beautifully. When will they blossom? I wish to see them." Qin Zhao held Lu Jinan's icy hand, his voice tinged with bitterness, a pang of sorrow swelling in his heart. "Soon, once the snow falls, the plum blossoms will bloom. I will take you to see them then." From that moment on, Qin Zhao's daily routine included not only accompanying Lu Jinan, but also visiting the plum garden to await the flowers' bloom. In the dim candlelight of the general's residence, Shaolin diligently embroidered a pouch adorned with persimmons and jade ruby, reminiscent of the design Lu Jinan had crafted for him years ago. However, this pouch was significantly larger than the one Lu Jinan had made. Almost finished, Shaolin carefully pressed the pouch to his chest, planning to present it to Lu Jinan the following day. A light snow began to fall from the sky. After returning from the morning court, Qin Zhao passed by the plum garden. Upon seeing the blossoms in full bloom, he felt a surge of joy and hurried toward the Yangxin Hall. "Wonderful! I can invite him in to see the plum blossoms." At the same time, within the Yangxin Hall, a cold, mechanical voice from the system echoed. Task deadline reached. Host soul is detaching. Ding, system detection indicates emotional fluctuation value at 23, below the threshold of 60. No eradication necessary. Lu Jinan was still asleep, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in the system space. Back again? The system, noticing Lu Jinan had awakened, jumped to his feet. "Host, you are awake. Are you going to continue watching the sequel of this little world?" Chapter 79, The Black Moonlight in the Capital, Sequel 1 and in. Upon seeing the plum blossoms in bloom, Qin Zhao hurriedly rushed back to the Yangxin Palace. The weather was frigid, and he worried that Lu Jinan might be reluctant to venture outside, so he even picked a branch of blossoms. Upon reaching the sleeping quarters, Qin Zhao stood at the door for a moment, fearing that his cold aura might chill Lu Jinan, before hastening to the bedside. "And then, come quickly and see what I brought you." Lu Jinan lay motionless on the bed. Qin Zhao's smile instantly froze on his face as he trembled, reaching out to gently nudge Lu Jinan. And his touch was icy, like a block of ice. How could his Inan withstand such a temperature? Qin Zhao quickly gathered him into his embrace to warm him. A stream of imperial physicians came and went, all advising Qin Zhao to grieve. But he felt utterly perplexed by their words and dismissed them all. What grief? Just this morning, when he went to court, Enin was perfectly fine. A warm, living presence. He could still hear Enin's steady breathing. He had even tucked the blankets around him. Holding Lu Jin'an, Qin Zhao's eyes were horrifyingly red. Today, as I returned from court, I saw the plum blossoms in the garden. They were so beautiful. Oh, I even picked a branch for you. He quickly searched for the branch he had picked, only to discover it had been trampled in the chaos. Qin Zhao stood there in shock, his voice frantic. Not this one isn't pretty. Don't be angry, it was unintentional. How about I take you out to see the blossoms? He seemed genuinely fearful of inciting anger, hurriedly helping Lu Jin'an to sit up and dressing him gently. His hands trembled, his heart was tumultuous, and even his legs felt weak, yet his movements remained tender. In the plum garden, Qin Zhao positioned Lu Jin'an in front of the most flourishing plum tree. Look, aren't these blossoms enchanting? Ever since you expressed your desire to see them, I have come daily to watch over them. The moment they bloom today, I rush to call you. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Qin Zhao knelt before Lu Jin'an, caressing his face with a choked voice. You have slept for long enough. Please awaken, won't you? This time, I am truly not lying. Qin Zhao's voice broke, tears cascading onto Lu Jin'an's hand. He desperately tried to wipe them away, but it was futile. He called out Lu Jin'an's name repeatedly, and ultimately, unable to contain himself, buried his head against Lu Jin'an's chest, wrapping his arms around his waist, weeping inconsolably. Why? Why did we meet so late, only to part so soon? I never even had the chance to love you properly. At that moment, Shaolin received the news just as he arrived at the palace on horseback. He scarcely remembered how he dismounted or how he approached Lu Jin'an. When he finally regained his senses, he was met with the sight of Lu Jin'an's pale face, reminiscent of the first day he had encountered him. Two instances of heartache intertwined across the years, leaving Shaolin gasping for breath. His beloved Jin'an. Shaolin clutched the pouch he had painstakingly embroidered for several days, placing it into Lu Jin'an's hands. I learned this from you. Please, tell me how my stitching turned out. You once said it symbolizes everything going smoothly. I thought it was a good omen, especially since you've always been unwell. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner. That time I fell from the cliff, I survived thanks to your pouch. Your pouch saved my life. Since you are often ailing, I wish to embroider one for you as well, to pray for your safety. But alas, it seems I have embroidered too late. I'm so sorry, Jin'an. At Lu Jin'an's funeral, the world donned mourning attire. Chun Shi's business flourished, yet his shop in the capital remained operational. De Hu and the others returned to their respective paths, but coincidentally, they all regarded this shop in the capital as their sole refuge. Whenever someone reminisced about Lu Jin'an or acquired a treasure they believed she might have cherished, they would visit this shop. Qin Zhao was a sagacious ruler, and under his reign, the Shang dynasty prospered even further. However, Qin Zhao never declared a consort, and Jin'an had yet to respond to him, not even in dreams. As he had not yet earned himself a title, he needed to strive harder. A man known for his capriciousness had become remarkably disciplined in this regard. He had already angered Jin'an several times. This time, he could not afford to provoke her again, lest she truly begin to resent him. He had long noted that his young lord did not appreciate excessive behavior. Shaolin remained stationed at the frontier, victorious yet again in battle. The old general had advised him to return, but he had no desire to do so. Sometimes, Shaolin pondered whether it would have been better to perish on the battlefield during that fateful fall rather than endure this numb existence. As the cool night enveloped the camp, Shaolin meticulously examined the pouch in his hands, his expression tender. Once he confirmed that the pouch was undamaged, he carefully placed the small pouch into the larger one, as if by doing so, the larger pouch could forever protect the smaller one. Meng Qi had been exiled for 3 years. 3 years prior, Shunli had informed him that he would send Lu Jin'an to Yun City. Thus, upon completing his exile, Meng Qi hurried to Yun City, only to find no trace of Lu Jin'an. It was not until he returned to the capital that he learned his young master was already gone. At that moment, Meng Qi found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He had taken countless lives. Death, to him, had merely been a figure on a page. He had climbed to the position of leader of the Qianlong Guard, coldly witnessing numerous farewells, believing he had long since lost his heart. Yet now, he comprehended that one could not be devoid of feelings. Meng Qi returned to the former regent's residence, quietly making his way to the back courtyard, where a vast expanse of flowers tended by Lu Jin'an had perished. Only a few frail blooms remained, among which the most robust was the very branch Lu Jin'an had once gifted him. Caring meant feeling pain, even for the flowers she had nurtured. Meng Qi procured a cart and transported the surviving flowers to a secluded village in Yun City, settling in the farthest corner to the west. There, he constructed a small courtyard and tenderly planted the flowers at the entrance, nurturing them with great care. "Mother, these flowers are truly beautiful," a little girl exclaimed as she cautiously approached the flower beds. An elderly woman, filled with dread, glanced at the courtyard and swiftly pulled the girl away. "Hurry! Do you not remember how your brother Zhang Zhuang nearly met his demise for merely touching his flowers?" A peculiar figure had arrived in Xia village. Tall and formidable, this man was a master of martial arts, yet remained silent, never engaging in conversation. His days were consumed by tending to his expansive flower field, which was larger than a modest home. Villagers who wished to converse with him were consistently rebuffed, and over time, they ceased any attempts at dialogue. However, Zhang Zhuang, unable to contain his irritation, felt the need to confront the man. Prior to his arrival, Zhang Zhuang had been the village's most robust resident, receiving admiration from every household. Yet, upon the man's arrival, discussions shifted to him, with whispers suggesting that the newcomer was even more formidable. Ridiculous, how could that be? Without hesitation, Zhang Zhuang stormed into the man's abode, inadvertently kicking a stone into the flower field, dislodging a petal. To his astonishment, the stranger charged at him with an intensity that was nothing short of madness. Zhang Zhuang swore he had never encountered such a terrifying gaze, eyes that had witnessed the violence of murder and held a disregard for human life. In that moment, he truly believed his life was forfeit, only saved by the intervention of fellow villagers who managed to restrain the man. Though no one could ascertain why he ceased his pursuit, it was evident to all that if he so desired, he could easily annihilate the entire village. Thereafter, no one dared to provoke the man again. As the flowers bloomed, dark clouds obscured the sun, and a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. In a flurry of activity, Meng Qi hastily erected a small shelter over the flower beds, anxious that the newly opened petals might wilt under the rain. As night fell, a band of mountain bandits stealthily descended upon Xia village. "Boss, this place is too poor. There's nothing of value here," one bandit remarked, carelessly kicking at the flowers in the courtyard, uprooting several fragile blooms. "Let us move on to another house." A group of them marched boldly down the mountain path into the village. Not far off, Meng Qi, holding an umbrella and a bag of fertilizer, was accompanied by the village chief and several villagers. After much contemplation, the village chief had decided it was prudent to cultivate a good relationship with Meng Qi, offering him the secret to the village's soil for flower cultivation. Fortunately, his flattery seemed to have struck a chord, as Meng Qi appeared genuinely interested. However, just as Meng Qi was halfway through his journey, he suddenly halted, the umbrella falling to the ground. His pupils dilated as he rushed towards the flower beds. With a resounding crash, a wooden gate was smashed open, and Meng Qi, trembling with anger at the sight of the scattered flowers, shouted, "Who did this?" The village chief, equally terrified, felt his legs weaken. Who is the blind fool responsible for this?" Several villagers hurried over, exclaiming, "Village chief, the bandits have once again descended upon our humble village of Xia, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake." Meng Qi turned with eyes ablaze, contemplating the menace of these marauders. The task of exterminating bandits, confiscating property, silencing witnesses, and committing murder was precisely the domain of the Qianlong Guard, and he was far from naive enough to require further explanation. Drawing forth his long-neglected dagger and a mask that had lain hidden at the bottom of his chest, he transformed into a vengeful specter amidst the woods, driving the bandits to their ultimate despair. The bandit leader fell to the ground. Terror etched across his face as he gazed upon Meng Qi, his voice trembling. The Qianlong Guard, though long since disbanded in the capital, the fear that those masks instilled in the populace lingered, refusing to dissipate. The names of Regent Shun Li and the brutal Qianlong Guard were forever imprinted in the memories of the people, a reminder of how they had manipulated the Shun dynasty, treating human lives as mere fodder. Blood mingled with the rain, seeping into the mud as severed heads rolled upon the ground. Meng Qi sheathed his dagger, coldly surveying the aftermath. None were spared. Upon seeing the mask, the village chief was struck with profound fear. For the knowledge that one might have killed was vastly different from the realization that one was a remorseless killer, particularly when that individual could very well be a member of the Qianlong Guard. Despite the current emperor having stripped the Qianlong Guard of its power, this only indicated that they posed no threat to the imperial authority, not that they posed no threat to the villagers. Without hesitation, the village chief rallied the townsfolk to rescue Meng Qi's cherished flowers, though these blossoms had not yet reached the point of requiring such fervent care. The village chief regarded them as the village's talisman of salvation. Upon his return, Meng Qi carelessly discarded the mask and dagger, racing to inspect his beloved flowers. The village chief and the villagers stood awkwardly at a distance, hesitant to approach the mask, the blade, the flowers, and the man. None dared to draw near, for the stench of blood hung thick in the air. In the flower bed, a stem had been trampled, the very one that Lu Jin'an had once tended. Once the most robust of them all, Meng Qi felt as though his heart were shattering. This was his favorite bloom. Ever since, he had visited daily to monitor its progress, yet it had continued to wilt. Frustration consumed him. How could he fail to nurture it? His young master had insisted he was the best caretaker. He watered and fertilized the plant, yet it ultimately succumbed. A gust of wind swept through, bending the flowers as it did Meng Qi. Shun Li's ambition had been nurtured gradually. At the tender age of 12, he merely wished for Lu Jin'an to accept a piece of his cake. By 17, he longed for Lu Jin'an to be unafraid of him. Then, following Shaolin's demise, he hoped for Lu Jin'an to live alongside him. Later, when Lu Jin'an professed her desire to marry him, he yearned for her companionship for a lifetime. Yet in the end, his greatest wish transformed into a simple plea for Lu Jin'an's safety. But who was Lu Jin'an? The memory eluded him. Shun Li stood before the sealed gates of the manor, observing the throngs of people passing by, as if searching for something he could no longer recall. He raised his hand, and the bustling crowd flowed through his fingertips, oblivious to his presence. He seemed to exist in a state of limbo, as if he had succumbed to death. Who was he? How did he perish? The answers eluded him. Day after day, Shun Li lingered at the sealed entrance, confined to this solitary corner of existence. Suddenly, the sealed gates swung open, prompting Shun Li to rise and lock eyes with a familiar gaze. And then he murmured softly. Though he could not ascertain the identity of the person before him, he instinctively followed. The individual appeared frail and weary, evoking a pang of compassion in Shun Li's heart. Despite the absence of a heartbeat in his ethereal form, he could not bear to witness the suffering of this soul. "I am so tired, Qin Zhao. Please carry me home," he heard the frail figure utter. "Come here," Shun Li instinctively called out, reaching to embrace the ailing child, only for his hands to pass through the figure's body. His arms froze midair. Yes, he had indeed departed from the realm of the living. Yet, he was not entirely bereft. He could leave the confines of the royal manor and remain by Lu Jin'an's side. Shun Li felt a surge of joy, enamored by the beauty of the person before him. Thus, he chose to remain close, questioning, "How did you become so ill? Is it my ghostly presence that affects you? Perhaps I should speak to you from a distance." He repositioned himself to a corner of the palace, smiling gently, knowing that he could not be heard. The beautiful figure lay in bed, gazing at the unfamiliar man across from him. "Qin Zhao, I have heard that the plum blossoms in the garden bloom exceptionally beautifully. When will they blossom? I wish to see them." "Plum blossoms? You wish to see the plum blossoms?" Shun Li replied. "Then I shall watch over them for you. And when they bloom, I will come to call you." The beautiful figure continued conversing with the stranger, unaware of Shun Li's presence. A sense of melancholy washed over Shun Li as he shook his head in resignation. "Ah, little one, you must take care of yourself and not end up like me, shrouded in mystery and unseen by others. Do you hear me?" The beautiful figure would not respond, yet Shun Li remained eager to engage in conversation. At long last, The plum blossoms unfurled their petals. Shunli approached Lu Jin'an, crouching beside his bed. The plum blossoms have bloomed. I suspect that Qin Zhao will soon come and call you. Are you happy? I believe you should smile more. I adore seeing you smile. In the midst of his words, the figure before him suddenly ceased to breathe. Shunli stood instant disbelief. A wave of overwhelming sorrow engulfed him. As he crouched beside Lu Jin'an, his very soul trembling. And then, how could you be in the palace? I had everything arranged. The memories flooded back to him. He remembered everything. This was his beloved Jin'an. How could he have forgotten? Shunli frantically yearned to lift Lu Jin'an into his arms, but he was merely a specter, unable to call for help, his voice unheard by those around him. Then, Qin Zhao entered, followed by a flurry of imperial physicians. The world around him fell silent. Shunli realized his ethereal form was becoming transparent, and then was gone, and there was nothing left in this world for him to cling to. On the road to the underworld, at the bridge of helplessness, Shunli inquired far and wide about a remarkably beautiful soul named Lu Jin'an, who stood at a considerable height. Haven't you seen her? The ghostly officials shook their heads in unison. Shunli halted at the entrance of the bridge of helplessness, his heart heavy with concern. Where was his beloved Jin'an? Had she lost her way? He could not proceed any further. He needed to wait here. If Jin'an arrived alone, she would surely be frightened. Thus, a wandering soul lingered by the banks of the Wangchuan River at the bridge of helplessness, waiting for thousands of years. Jin'an, where have you gone? My dear, I cannot find you. Lu Jin'an remained by the system's side, anticipating the judgment from the main system. Soon, the task completion percentage was revealed. What is it? Lu Jin'an inquired anxiously. The system responded with surprise. Host. Our task completion rate this time is 57%. Hooray! Lu Jin'an exclaimed, shaking the system with glee. How many points will we lose this time? The system, equally delighted, replied, only 30,000 points. Is that all? Lu Jin'an danced with joy. That's wonderful. My progress is truly remarkable. Perhaps I will be able to return the points to you quite soon. The system hesitated for a moment, then encouraged yes. Filled with renewed determination, Lu Jin'an began to reflect on past failures. System, why couldn't you allow me to enter the story from the very beginning? In the first 3 worlds, he had interacted with the main characters prior to the onset of the main storyline, and he suspected this was the source of the issue. The system was touched by his earnest plea, because doing so would trigger an OOC indicator, and exceeding 5% would result in immediate eradication. Immediate eradication for exceeding 5%. Lu Jin'an, who had initially hoped to directly soul transmigrate into the main storyline, fell silent. However, the system suddenly interjected, causing Lu Jin'an's eyes to brighten. I can find worlds where you have not encountered the main character before the storyline begins. Really? Lu Jin'an felt as though he could already envision a trophy for outstanding performance. Then I want that for my next world. The system assured him repeatedly, no problem. Leave it to me. Feeling a significant sense of progress, Lu Jin'an decided to grant himself a 3-day break. 3 days later, the system appeared above Lu Jin'an. Please prepare yourself, host, as you are about to enter the next world. Chapter 81. The Tragic Little Mermaid 01 Lu Jin'an. Congratulations on passing this researcher test. Please report to the C District Research Institute branch tomorrow at 9 in the morning. In his dilapidated rented room, Lu Jin'an, clad in a white t-shirt and shorts, was squatting in his bedroom, attempting to repair a malfunctioning fan. Upon seeing this message, he froze in shock, quickly setting aside his tools to clutch his phone, rereading the message multiple times to ensure he had not misread it. Elated, his eyes sparkled with joy as he swiftly donned his slippers and dashed to knock on the door of the adjacent room. Musia, are you home? Are you aware of my remarkable prowess? In less than a second, the door swung open, revealing a lean man within the room, half of his face obscured by strands of hair, exuding an air of gloom. Lu Jin'an was momentarily taken aback. The joy that had nearly spilled from his lips abruptly caught in his throat. Was Musia angry? Why did he appear so intimidating? He fidgeted, nervously clutching his t-shirt, and spoke softly, I'm sorry, Musia, did I disturb you? In this world, Lu Jin'an was not of a particularly malicious disposition. But seeing Mu Xia's indifference stirred a sense of unease within him. I didn't mean to, I was just too happy. Mu Xia, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality, realizing he had unintentionally frightened Lu Jin'an. He quickly raised a hand to gently stroke Lu Jin'an's soft hair, his tone softening. You didn't disturb me. It's just that a mouse entered the house earlier. It has nothing to do with you. What has brought you such joy? As the chilling aura dissipated, the familiar cadence of Mu Xia's voice graced Lu Jin'an's ears, prompting him to once again beam with delight. He presented his phone to Mu Xia, exclaiming, "Look, I passed the researcher test. I'm no longer unemployed. I can go to work now." During his time wandering in District C, Lu Jin'an had possessed not a single penny, relying entirely on Mu Xia's generosity. He felt that if this continued, it would not be long before Mu Xia grew weary of him. However, his small stature and frail strength rendered him incapable of laborious work, and the economically deprived District C offered few clerical positions. Strangely, those that seemed suitable for him had been inexplicably rejected. Fortunately, a recent announcement from the Central Research Institute stated they would be expanding their recruitment of researchers. Lu Jin'an, with a mindset of merely trying his luck, was pleasantly surprised to find himself accepted. Mu Xia took the phone, his smile fading slightly as he read the text, feeling an unsettling discomfort. The Central Research Institute. A group of fools. Lu Jin'an settled onto the sofa, eagerly awaiting Mu Xia's praise, but after a prolonged silence, it remained unfulfilled. The long strands of hair falling over Mu Xia's forehead obscured his eyes, leaving Lu Jin'an unable to discern his expression. He reached out to tug at Mu Xia's hand hanging by his side, asking, "Mu Xia, am I impressive? With this, I won't have to rely on your support anymore." Mu Xia did not respond directly, sitting beside Lu Jin'an, his tone noncommittal. "Why don't you want my support? Is it because you find my assistance insufficient, or have you suffered too much during this time?" He continued to press, "If it is insufficiency, I can provide you with much more. If you feel hardships in District C, grant me some time, and I will take you away from here." As Mu Xia's relentless questioning encroached, Lu Jin'an shrank back into the sofa, pushing gently against Mu Xia. "But I cannot have you supporting me indefinitely. I need to save for a future." "Why not?" Mu Xia encircled Lu Jin'an's waist, his tone ominous. Looking up, Lu Jin'an finally caught a glimpse of Mu Xia's eyes, dangerous and cold, akin to a serpent ensnaring its prey. Confused, Lu Jin'an pondered why, despite sharing his joy, Mu Xia seemed displeased. He lowered his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "So, do you think I am not impressive? Then I shall refrain from sharing such things with you in the future." Noticing that he may have overstepped, Mu Xia quickly adjusted his tone, expressing concern that it might become too formidable after entering the Research Institute and subsequently forsake him as a friend. He felt utterly powerless against Lu Jin'an. She was fierce, yet he could not confront her directly, and any harsh words would result in her ignoring him for days. After years of navigating through the Central Research Institute and the military, both of which had faced setbacks under his influence, he had managed to hide in Zone C for half a year. It was only upon encountering Lu Jin'an and that he found himself utilizing all his gentleness to finally forge a friendship with her. "Is that so?" Lu Jin'an gently patted Mu Xia's hand resting on her waist and reassured him, "I would never abandon you. We will be lifelong friends." "Just friends?" Mu Xia echoed, embracing Lu Jin'an. While he verbally affirmed their friendship, the glimmer in his eyes concealed a deeper melancholy. He suppressed his emotions, grasping Lu Jin'an's ankle and kneeling beside her, asking, "Has your leg been hurting these past few days?" Lu Jin'an shook her head. "No, I've been all right." "That's good," Mu Xia sighed with relief. The first time he encountered Lu Jin'an, she was curled up in a grimy corner, hugging her knees, her face contorted in pain and drenched in cold sweat. It was then that Mu Xia realized he too could not bear to witness another suffering. He had rushed her to the hospital, only for them to find nothing wrong, leaving him furious enough to contemplate wrecking the place. Subsequently, Lu Jin'an had endured several more episodes of pain, and after the storm had passed, Mu Xia sought out less potent yet effective painkillers on multiple occasions. However, persistent pain was not a viable solution, and he contemplated taking Lu Jin'an elsewhere for a more thorough examination. But now that she had entered the research institute, matters had become more complicated. Seeing Mu Xia lost in thought, Lu Jin'an leaned down to tap his shoulder. "Don't worry, I truly am fine." Mu Xia met her gaze, suddenly grasping her hand with a furrowed brow. "What is this?" Following his line of sight, Lu Jin'an noticed a nearly healed wound. "Oh, my fan broke. I must have scratched myself while fixing it." Mu Xia retrieved the first aid kit to tend to her injury, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you call me when the fan broke? Are we not friends?" Lu Jin'an, well-versed in placating Mu Xia, cupped his face and smiled sweetly. "I'll call you next time." Mu Xia smiled back. "You better not lie." "I won't." Suddenly, a clattering sound drew their attention, and Lu Jin'an swiftly turned to see a deep brown cabinet behind her. The noise seemed to emanate from within it. In truth, Zone C was rather chaotic. Living alone, Lu Jin'an always locked her doors and windows at night, wary of potential intruders. She anxiously clutched Mu Xia's shirt and pointed toward the wardrobe. "Did you hear that? It sounds like something is inside." Mu Xia, seemingly unfazed, continued his task. "Probably just a mouse. I saw one this morning that I haven't caught yet." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Jin'an believed that Mu Xia was indifferent, and perhaps he was overthinking, so he decided to let it be. Mu Xia attended to his wounds, escorted him back to his residence, repaired the fan, prepared a meal, and tidied up the room for Lu Jin'an. Meanwhile, within Mu Xia's own abode, the deep brown cabinet doors were suddenly kicked open, and a figure clad in a white uniform stumbled out. He quickly found a small knife to cut the ropes binding him, and with unsteady steps, made his way to the door, pressing down hard on the handle until it swung open. A dark gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Mu Xia, brandishing the weapon, scoffed. "What's the matter? Did you think you were almost free? Did I not warn you to remain silent? Yet you failed to comply. You and your madman from the Research Institute, along with your foolish companions, are utterly detestable." Realizing escape was futile, the man in white chuckled derisively. "Is that so? But it seems your friend has also joined the Institute. Does he know what you've done? Will he still be your friend upon discovering the truth?" "He won't find out," Mu Xia retorted, drawing a butterfly knife and plunging it into the chest of the man in white with a chilling tone. "And this matter has nothing to do with you, corpse." Moments later, several subordinates entered from outside and approached Mu Xia. "Boss." He gestured towards the fallen figure on the ground. "Clean this up and dispose of him at the entrance of the Central Research Institute. They followed me here, so they must be dealt with." The subordinates hurried to lift the body, one of whom, appearing to be their leader, respectfully addressed Mu Xia. "Boss, it seems a mermaid has escaped from the Central Research Institute, causing chaos in the military. They likely won't have time to concern themselves with us. When do you plan to return to the port?" Mu Xia raised an eyebrow. "So that's why there's been such commotion these past few days. A mermaid has fled." He instinctively glanced towards Lu Jin'an's direction. It was evident he could not bring Lu Jin'an back to the Black Port, just as that rat had said. The deeds he had committed must remain unknown to Lu Jin'an. Yet, he could not allow Lu Jin'an to remain in the sea zone, for the environment was too poor for him to stay long-term. However, Lu Jin'an had just joined the Institute. If he proposed to take Lu Jin'an away now, would Lu Jin'an be willing to accompany him? Mu Xia hesitated for a moment. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. The weather had been mild lately. Lu Jin'an took a refreshing shower, turned on a small fan, propped his feet up, and leisurely lay on his bed, browsing through pictures of the protagonist on his phone. Feeling quite content, suddenly, the system's excited voice rang out. "Host, prepare yourself. The plot has begun." Lu Jin'an hastily scrambled off the bed. "The protagonist has escaped?" "Of course." The system replied confidently. "I feel we are bound to succeed in this world." Lu Jin'an shared that sentiment, not for any other reason than the fact that the protagonist was born with a partner in this realm. This was a fantastical dimension where both humans and merfolk coexisted. The merfolk were a race dwelling in the sea, averaging over 3 meters in length, their fallen tears transforming into pearls, with lower halves resembling massive fishtails that could morph into human legs. For millennia, two races have been locked in perpetual conflict. Humanity has taken pleasure in the dissection of merfolk, while the merfolk find amusement in the slaughter of humans. To safeguard human existence, a specialized research institute and military were established, granted the highest authority to combat the merfolk. The protagonist, Pei Zhao, serves as the supreme commander of this military, adhering strictly to the principle of preserving human civilization. He is characterized by an extreme coldness, earning him the moniker of human-shaped cold weapon, and he harbors a profound animosity towards the merfolk. The protagonist's counterpart is none other than the merfolk king. 300 years ago, the king sustained grave injuries and was captured by the Central Research Institute. Only recently has he awakened and managed to escape. However, the inhumane experiments he endured have severely damaged his memory. He recalls nothing but the urge to find his destined mate. This is the unique trait of the merfolk king. His companion is fated, and upon the companion's birth, he instinctively feels their presence and rushes to their side. The king possesses formidable strength, yet only his mate can temper his power, a gift from the abyss, as well as a binding obligation. In the presence of their mate, they must pledge unwavering loyalty, vowing never to harm them and to protect them at all costs. The king's destined mate is Pei Zhao. Despite his cold demeanor, it is implausible for him to easily develop feelings. Under normal circumstances, the king would have no chance of approaching him. Yet, as humans are not mere wood or stone, even the hardest hearts possess a soft side. At the tender age of 5, Pei Zhao's yearning to see the sea led to a tragic event where his family was slain by merfolk on a stormy night, instilling a deep-seated fear of rain and the ocean within him. Each rainy night, he is ensnared by an unending cycle of nightmares, during which the king fortuitously finds him. The king offers warmth like he has never known, stirring the tenderness buried deep within Pei Zhao's heart. For the first time, Pei Zhao feels a flicker of selfishness, convincing himself that he can observe the king without alerting the institute, under the pretext of the king's supposed foolishness. After all, as the military supreme commander, he wields that authority. Thus, he allows the king to remain by his side, who cares for him with great diligence, gradually restoring Pei Zhao's sense of home, leading him to become increasingly enmeshed in this newfound connection. However, the tide turns when a merfolk, in search of its king, slays numerous high-ranking officials within the military. Subsequently, Pei Zhao notices the king's memories beginning to resurface. Due to his ingrained biases against the merfolk, Pei Zhao suspects the king of deceit and, in a fit of anger, drafts a letter of denunciation, though he hesitates to send it. This moment of indecision allows the king to discover the letter, leading him to believe that his mate has betrayed him. Hurt and sulking, he hides away, hoping Pei Zhao will console him. Upon returning from a long day, eager to discuss matters with the king, Pei Zhao finds that he has vanished. In a fit of rage, he submits the letter of denunciation, thus severing their bond. Pei Zhao reverts to his former aloof demeanor, treating the king as a complete stranger, firing upon him with unyielding coldness. The merfolk king would never harm his companion. Thus, he never laid a finger on the protagonist. During this journey, the protagonist's partner fully regained his memories and returned to the sea with his kin. A twist unfolded as the director of the Central Research Institute, a mad scientist, poisoned an entire region of merfolk, igniting a war between the two races. The protagonist's partner fell victim to the madman's treachery and was captured by the merfolk, believing that the protagonist must loathe him. Yet, the protagonist never once inflicted harm upon him. Ultimately, the madman was captured and slain by the merfolk, allowing the protagonists to open their hearts to one another. A peace treaty was established between the human and merfolk races, leading to the protagonist's partner stepping down as commander and the protagonist severing ties with his clan, allowing them to live happily together. In this world, Jin'an finds himself a tragic pawn, not for his misdeeds, but simply due to misfortune. He is a small fish afflicted by a genetic disease, yet he has lived with his adoptive father on land, unaware of his true nature. Believing himself to be human, he harbors deep admiration for Commander Pei, the protector of human safety, who is none other than the protagonist's partner. However, their vast differences render any meeting impossible, compelling Jin'an to conceal his feelings. At the age of 18, upon the death of his adoptive father, he becomes a drifter in Zone C, while his genetic condition begins to manifest, causing frequent leg pain. It is during this time that he encounters his first friend, Xia Xing, also known as Mu Xia. Mistaking Mu Xia for a fellow homeless soul, he eagerly initiates a friendship. However, at this juncture, Lu Jin'an momentarily falters in the narrative. As Mu Xia is consistently referred to as Xia Xing in the dimensional introduction, leading him to search for someone by that name. It isn't until the system emits a sharp alarm that he realizes Mu Xia has bestowed upon him a false name. In his original dimension, Lu Jin'an genuinely regarded Mu Xia as a friend, believing that Mu Xia sought to befriend him in return. Unbeknownst to Lu Jin'an, Mu Xia is far from an ordinary individual. He is the boss of the Blackport, engaged in morally reprehensible dealings. Despite his capabilities, the military and the Research Institute have long struggled to capture him. Mu Xia's arrival in Zone C is prompted by his interception of a merfolk from the Research Institute. His friendship with Lu Jin'an serves merely as a means of diversion. Initially, Mu Xia intended to eliminate Lu Jin'an before departing Zone C, but upon discovering that Lu Jin'an had entered the Research Institute, he chose to observe rather than strike. After entering the Research Institute, Lu Jin'an, by a stroke of fate, encounters the protagonist's partner, Pei Zhao, and embarks on a fervent pursuit of him. However, Pei Zhao remains unresponsive, serving only to incite jealousy in the protagonist. One stormy night, as Lu Jin'an suffers excruciating leg pain, he discovers that his legs have transformed into a tail, realizing at last that he is, in truth, a small fish. In a state of confusion, he understands the military's deep-seated hatred for merfolk and reaches out to Mu Xia for help, unaware that Mu Xia represents yet another abyss. At that time, Mu Xia was still pursuing the protagonist, not out of a profound affection for him, but rather due to an almost pathological obsession with the mermaid form. He delighted in fashioning various mermaids into specimens, and the protagonist undoubtedly possessed the most exquisite physique among them. When Mu Xia heard Lu Jin'an refer to himself as a little fish, he was filled with excitement. He wove a gentle net, coaxing Lu Jin'an to reveal his tail. However, Lu Jin'an was afflicted with a genetic disorder. Not only was his tail diminutive, but it was also marred with scars. The moment Mu Xia beheld it, his interest evaporated, and he severed Lu Jin'an's tail, discarding him into a refuse heap. Desperate, Lu Jin'an crawled into the sea, seeking salvation from his kin. Yet due to his unsightly appearance, he was repelled by them. Ultimately, he was discovered by an enemy of Pei Zhao, who, having seen him by Pei Zhao's side, sought to exact revenge. During this time, the assailant had sent a video to Pei Zhao, attempting to lure him, yet Pei Zhao did not come. Lu Jin'an understood that as a mermaid, he was despised by Pei Zhao, which explained his absence. Though this was understandable, Lu Jin'an resolved not to harbor any further affection for Pei Zhao. Later, after enduring relentless torment, Lu Jin'an was taken by researchers to study his genetic affliction. After a month of being dissected by a madman, he perished upon the cold, sterile operating table. Mermaids communicate through sound waves, but having lived on land, Lu Jin'an had never utilized this ability. In his final moments, driven by the instinct to survive, he instinctively emitted a distress signal. Yet, not a single mermaid responded. Thus, his life came to a desolate end, leaving him with nothing. A tragically sorrowful little figure. This was Lu Jin'an's first experience embodying such a character. Previously, he had portrayed mischievous roles, but this time, the narrative was rather grim. Nevertheless, Lu Jin'an felt no trepidation, for he perceived the world around him as stable. The fan whirred gently, providing a soothing ambience, while the cool breeze caressed the quilt, lulling him into a deep slumber. Outside, the rain fell in torrents. Yet Lu Jin'an nestled comfortably in his blankets, blissfully unaware of the shadow that stealthily approached his window. The silhouette was robust, its golden locks drenched by the rain. Clinging to its back, the mermaid's slightly inward-turned ear fins and piercing cerulean eyes fixated unwaveringly on the sleeping figure on the bed. That was his treasure. The mermaid tapped on the window in an attempt to capture his attention. In response, Lu Jin'an turned over in his dreams, murmuring softly and furrowing his brow, causing the mermaid to freeze in place. It was unwise to disturb someone in slumber. Illness could ensue. The mermaid regarded Lu Jin'an with dissatisfaction, shifting its ear fins in frustration. blaming the vile researchers for hindering their reunion. His treasure had grown so much, and he lamented not having been there by his side. Would his treasure now harbor resentment towards him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the mermaid felt a surge of anxiety. What if he became the first merman to be despised by his treasure? Meanwhile, in the depths of night, amidst the torrential downpour, Musya strolled leisurely down the deserted streets of District C, holding a black umbrella. With one hand in his pocket, his gait was unhurried, reminiscent of a leisurely promenade. At the boundary of Zone C, Musya came to a halt. Several individuals clad in black, wielding umbrellas and firearms, approached him. Boss Musya slightly lifted his gaze. The group appeared somewhat uneasy, nudging one another until the largest among them spoke. Boss, I apologize. A few days ago, a silver female mermaid unexpectedly attacked our port and rescued 2 mermaids. We were unable to recapture them. The largest one, named Yushu, was one of the few underlings capable of conversing with Musya. Upon finishing his report, the others instinctively bowed their heads. After all, mermaids were rare and dwelled in the depths of the sea, making them exceedingly difficult to capture, and Musya harbored a pathological obsession with them. He relished in their suffering and despair, and after satiating his amusement, would cruelly slay them to create specimens. Yushu feared that given their boss's perverse tendencies, they would face unspeakable retribution for losing the captured mermaids. The thought of the mermaid's tragic fate sent a shiver through Yushu's entire being. However, it seemed they had stumbled upon some fortuitous circumstance, for Musya appeared to have forgotten the incident. His expression remained sinister, though devoid of anger. He merely raised his eyes slightly, posing an entirely unrelated question. Where's the medicine? Did you get it? Yes. Yushu hastily produced the medicine and handed it to Musya. He sensed that had he dared to claim it was not obtained, their boss would have twisted his neck. It was the latest version from the Research Institute. Musya's expression flickered as he wiped the moisture from the medicine box and cautiously tucked it into his own garments. Yushu swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by his boss's intention. What of the mermaids was no longer a concern. Musya reveled in the moment of beauty's destruction. Mermaids were inherently favored by the Creator, and he found great pleasure in witnessing their desperate wails. Yet, upon encountering Jin'an, he felt that all the beauty he had previously admired paled in comparison. What has transpired at the port? Upon receiving an accurate answer, Yushu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. For reasons unknown, the mermaids along the coastline had been restless for the past 6 months, and the military had been suppressing them, leaving them too fearful to take any significant action. After a pause, Yushu, not receiving further instructions, cautiously inquired. It seems the military intends to come to Zone C. When do you plan to return? Not in a hurry, Musya said, raising his gun and pointing it at Yushu. The latter, drenched in sweat and unsure of his boss's erratic behavior, dared not flee. With a resounding gunshot, the bullet whizzed past Yushu's cheek, striking a figure in a white uniform squarely between the eyes. Qin Zhao stood at the door for a moment, fearing that his cold aura might chill Jin'an, before hastening to the bedside. Next time you come with a tale, none of you will survive. Scram. Once Yushu and the others departed, Musya approached the body he had just dispatched, turning it over with his foot to examine the individual's badge. Central Research Institute of Zone S. An idea sparked in Musya's mind about where he could take Jin'an. Zone S would suffice. Gradually, the rain subsided, and the sky began to clear. The following morning, Jin'an awoke to a dull ache in his legs, prompting him to hastily retrieve the medication Musya had given him, consuming 2 of the last remaining 4 pills. The sky was bright and clear, the only indication of the previous night's heavy downpour being the dampness on the ground. With the protagonist having fled and the rain having fallen, the main character had evidently enjoyed a night of warmth and comfort. As a mere supporting character, he had no role to play. How perfect! Glancing at the time, Jin'an realized it was 8:55. He had overslept. Grabbing a small bag, he hurried towards the Research Institute. As he descended the staircase, he collided with Musya, who seemed slightly damp, as if he had been outside in the rain. Xia paused momentarily before enveloping Lu Jin'an in his arms to carry him down the stairs. "Where are you off to?" Lu Jin'an pointed in the direction of the research institute. "It's my first day at work. I need to report in quickly." The mere mention of the direction caused Xia's expression to darken, yet his tone remained unchanged. "How long will it take you to run there? Your legs will start hurting again. Allow me to escort you." Lu Jin'an's eyes sparkled with delight. "Is that all right?" "That would be wonderful." They arrived at the research institute just before 9:30, albeit still late. Lu Jin'an rushed to wave goodbye to Xia at the entrance. Perhaps due to the existence of mere folk, the technological landscape of this world was rather peculiar. There were no distinctions between nations, only divisions between humans and mere folk. The military and research institutes effectively dominated human discourse. This resulted in other developments in the world being at a mediocre level, with only military technology and genetic research leading the charge, creating a significant wealth gap. The entirety of Zone C appeared dilapidated, with the Research Institute standing out as an incongruous beacon of sophistication. Lu Jin'an cautiously entered, akin to an observer in a grand estate. "Are you a new researcher as well?" He turned to find a man clad in a blue shirt. Lu Jin'an nodded obediently, a hint of apology in his voice. "I'm sorry for being late." The Research Institute maintained stringent regulations, and the man harbored a disdain for tardiness. Initially, he intended to reprimand Lu Jin'an and dismiss him. However, upon seeing him, the words that had formed on his lips transformed into, "It's all right. You're not too late. Go change into your uniform and wear your badge. Once you've done that, I'll take you to the research room." The Central Research Institute covered a broad spectrum of studies, focusing on the genetic structures of humans and merfolk. Researchers in the branches had little significance, often relegated to menial tasks, with no specific dress code enforced. Only those affiliated with the main institute in Zone S were regarded as important, uniformly clad in white uniforms. Among them, the most pivotal figure was the director of the Central Research Institute, a presence forged in a realm of brilliance. The current director was the most distinguished of all, a true genius among geniuses. Having changed into his uniform, Lu Jin'an followed the lead researcher to the laboratory, where he located his workstation. All eyes turned towards him, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After the leader departed, a few audacious individuals approached. "Are you from Zone C?" "It's surprising, with such striking looks. I've never seen you before. Is there anything you don't understand? Do you need our assistance? I possess a wealth of knowledge. Should you require anything, feel free to call on me." Their enthusiastic chatter overwhelmed Lu Jin'an. "How did you arrive?" "It seems the military has recently dispatched personnel to Zone C. You should exercise caution." The mention of the military piqued Lu Jin'an's interest. What could they possibly want in Zone C? It was likely they were after someone. The speaker appeared to be quite well informed. "You live alone, don't you? I advise you against harboring any strangers during this period. It could lead to unnecessary trouble." "Oh." Lu Jin'an nodded, somewhat oblivious, as he considered his humble abode hardly capable of accommodating anyone. As the afternoon shift concluded, he changed out of his work uniform and exited the research facility alongside several colleagues, who offered to accompany him, but he politely declined. After taking a few steps, he noticed a familiar figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was Xia. Lu Jin'an smiled and waved Xia. With a warm smile, Xia approached, slinging Lu Jin'an's backpack over his own shoulder and ruffling his hair. "Are you tired? Has anyone been unkind to you?" Lu Jin'an, entwining his arm with Xia's, replied, "Not all. They've been quite nice to me." "They?" Xia's fingers grazed the back of Lu Jin'an's hand, a hint of subtle danger laced in his tone. "Are they friends?" Completely oblivious, Lu Jin'an continued, "No, just ordinary colleagues." "Ah, colleagues," Xia said with a slight upward curve of his lips. "As long as they're not friends, that's good." If they were friends. The two made their way back to the neighborhood, where Xia handed Lu Jin'an some medicine before parting ways at the entrance. Exhausted, Lu Jin'an returned to his rental room, and upon opening the door, his gaze met a pair of light blue eyes. Chapter 85. The Tragic Little Mermaid 05. Revised, Lu Jin'an paused for a moment, then abruptly shut the door with a bang. Had he entered the wrong room? He glanced at the perfectly aligned keyhole and key. There was no mistake. It was the person inside who had erred. He reopened the door, intending to gently advise the occupant, only to find himself suddenly yanked inside. Edris was elated. After waiting an entire day, he had finally found his pearl. He had procured a bounty of delightful treats for her, and from this moment onward, he would ensure he was by her side. Jin'an stumbled into the room, and as he regained his composure and beheld the man's face, his eyes widened in shock. The man possessed light blue eyes, golden long hair, and fin-like ears, an exceptionally handsome visage adorned with scales faintly visible behind his ears. Jin'an stood frozen. Could this truly be a mermaid? This was the first time in his life he had encountered one. No wonder people were so enamored with capturing mermaids. Their beauty was simply extraordinary. The man's lips moved, and it could be said that he truly embodied the essence of a mermaid. His voice was deep and melodious, remarkably pleasant to the ear. Yet, Jin'an found it somewhat incomprehensible and tilted his head in confusion. What did you say? Edris was also perplexed. The genetic attributes of merfolk were remarkably superior, as they were born with inherent genetic heritage that allowed them to communicate effortlessly through sound waves. He distinctly sensed the essence of the ocean emanating from his pearl, leading him to believe that his pearl was a mermaid like himself, thus prompting him to converse in the language of the sea. However, to his astonishment, his pearl could not comprehend him. Could it be that his pearl was human? Edris leaned closer to Jin'an, inhaling deeply. Indeed, there was a faint hint of the ocean, albeit barely perceptible. After a moment's hesitation, Edris pondered the possibility that his pearl might indeed be human. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for he was also proficient in the language of the land. Despite his lack of fluency, his capacity to learn was remarkable. Just as Edris contemplated engaging his pearl in conversation using the terrestrial tongue, Jin'an suddenly pushed him away and retreated in terror. In a frantic panic, Jin'an tore off his Research Institute badge and tossed it aside, hastily distancing himself from the merman, his legs trembling in fear. He repeatedly insisted, I just started today. I have never harmed a merfolk. You cannot hurt me. The beauty of merfolk was renowned, but so too was their ferocity. Without advanced weaponry and technology, humanity stood no chance against them. Jin'an could not forget how many lives had been lost at the hands of merfolk. He had been momentarily dazed, failing to flee immediately, until the merfolk bent down to examine the badge on his chest, jolting him back to awareness. He was wearing the Institute's emblem. A wounded merfolk inexplicably appearing in his home could very well be one that had escaped human capture. On land, only 3 entities possessed the means to capture merfolk: the military, the Research Institute, and the black market. Captured merfolk faced immediate execution by the military, while the black market's proximity to the ocean allowed captured merfolk to escape back to the sea. Thus, this merfolk could only be one that had fled from the Institute. The Research Institute was the most despised place among the merfolk, and yet here he was, adorned with its insignia. The more Jin'an contemplated, the more he felt doomed. Fear gripped him, and his voice quivered with desperation as he pleaded, I have not committed any heinous acts. I merely seek to earn a living. You must not harm me. He continued to defend himself with fervor. Edris, too, felt a rising panic. He could not fathom why, mere moments ago, everything had seemed fine. Yet now, upon merely lowering his head to catch a whiff of his pearl's scent, she had begun to fear him. The merfolk king was powerful, yet he would never permit his pearl to feel fear towards him, for such a sentiment could create a chasm between them, and their fragile pearl might even choose to abandon them. Edris could not accept such an outcome. However, before he could devise a solution, a few tears rolled down Jin'an's cheeks. This left Edris utterly at a loss. He hurriedly approached Jin'an, attempting to soothe him. I will not harm you. I will not harm you. Unfortunately, the mingling of terrestrial and oceanic languages rendered Jin'an unable to comprehend, with nowhere to retreat. He fell to the ground and picked up the nearest object to hurl at Edris. Edris stood there, unflinching, as Jin'an struck him. He felt utterly defeated. He had frightened Pearl to tears and caused her to fall before him. He was no worthy companion, and Pearl surely wished to distance herself from him. With a sense of grievance, Edris let out a couple of soft sounds. Pearl and Lu Jin'an froze momentarily. He understood that phrase, yet he doubted his own ears. What was that? Suddenly, Edris recalled the large bag of delicious treats he had pilfered. A glimmer of hope ignited within him, prompting him to rush to Lu Jin'an's bedroom and retrieve a bag of food. Half an hour later, Edris joyfully fed him, while Lu Jin'an stood alone, disheveled in the wind. The good news: he would not be slain by the mermaid. The bad news: the protagonist, this great fool, had mistaken his wife. Lu Jin'an was overwhelmed with confusion. How could this happen? Are you certain? Please take another look. He pointed at himself, incredulous, repeating the question for the 10th time in half an hour. How wonderful! Edris felt elated. With diligent effort, he believed he could bridge the gap between himself and Pearl, ensuring she would not leave him. Lu Jin'an rolled his eyes dramatically, nearly at his wit's end. He shouted at Edris, clutching his head. What about the protagonist? What about your true wife? If you do not warm him, who will? Me. Where's my phone? Edris, please take me to my bedroom to find my phone. Suspended on Edris's shoulder like a towel, Lu Jin'an needed to devise a plan to make Edris understand his mistake in identifying his wife. Once he had the phone, Lu Jin'an sat on the bed, searching for photos of Pei Zhao. Due to Pei Zhao's captivating persona, numerous images circulated online, all of which he had saved. Finding a photo, he lifted his phone before Edris, asking, "Do you recognize this person?" He hoped Edris would recall his true wife through the image. Edris, possessing a keen ability to learn, had grasped Lu Jin'an's intent through their interactions. He leaned closer to the small screen. With eager anticipation, Lu Jin'an pointed at Pei Zhao's face in the photo, exclaiming, "It's him." Edris mimicked Lu Jin'an's gesture, extending his finger toward the screen. Perhaps due to his long nails and excessive strength, a sharp crack echoed as the phone's screen shattered, plunging it into darkness. Ah, my phone. Lu Jin'an quickly snatched it back and pressed a few buttons, only to find it unresponsive. Frustrated, he swatted Edris's hand, exclaiming, "Could you not trim your nails? You've ruined my phone." Edris, having been struck by Pearl, pouted and retracted his nails. "Pearl, I was wrong. What should I do?" Had he once again angered Pearl? Would she come to despise him? Sighing, Lu Jin'an casually tossed his phone onto the bed and leaned against the window, contemplating his strategies. Residing on the 5th floor afforded him a broad view, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to catch sight of several unfamiliar vehicles departing from Zone C, adorned with what appeared to be military insignia. The thought of the military brought a twinge of anxiety to Lu Jin'an. Zone C, being in close proximity to the coastline, was destined for turmoil. Soon, the merfolk of the deep would sense their king and rise in rebellion. At that juncture, Pei Zhao would personally descend upon Zone C to quell the unrest. Historically, Pei Zhao had always operated independently, but perhaps due to the persistent rainy season, or perhaps drawn to the allure of the merfolk, he had, on this occasion, unusually permitted Edris to masquerade as a human and accompany him. It was during this time that Mu Xia had taken a liking to Edris, prompting the merfolk to initiate their plan to rescue their king upon realizing he was with the military. Consequently, Lu Jin'an began pursuing Pei Zhao. Now, however, Lu Jin'an cast a glance at the golden-haired merfolk standing not far away. No, he needed to devise a way to return Edris to Pei Zhao's side. There was still ample time during the rainy season to offer warmth. Otherwise, when Pei Zhao arrived in Zone C, altering the course of events might prove exceedingly difficult. Edris, noticing that his partner was gazing at him, stood up straight. Yet after a moment, he sensed something peculiar in Lu Jin'an's expression, an amalgam of worry, distress, and fear. Why was there concern? Why the distress? Why the fear? Edris was puzzled, and he drew closer to Lu Jin'an, encircling him protectively in his embrace. The merfolk king would not permit negativity to cloud his partner's emotions, as it would signify their inadequacy. "My treasure, what troubles you? I shall resolve it for you. Is it those ominous black squares? Edris, can you retract that?" Lu Jin'an's sweet voice chimed, and before Edris's volatile emotions could manifest, he felt a gentle touch against his sensitive ear fins. Shaking his fins, Edris gradually diminished the visibility of his merfolk traits. "Why retract it? Does my Pearl dislike my merfolk characteristics?" "Splendid," Lu Jin'an exclaimed with delight. This meant he could disguise Edries as an ordinary human to prevent the military from capturing him in Zone C. Stay here while I procure some suitable clothing for you. Seeing Lu Jin'an preparing to leave, Edries quickly grasped his arm. The prolonged separation from his pearl had rendered him somewhat paranoid, and the outside world felt perilous. I shall accompany you. No, it is more dangerous for you to follow me, Lu Jin'an insisted, gently pushing Edries back indoors. Though Edries possessed immense strength, he refrained from resisting. His pearl was delicate, and any defiance could result in her harm. Watching Lu Jin'an's retreating figure, Edries felt a surge of despondency. He must surely be the only merfolk in existence who had not gained his pearl's recognition. Edries cast his gaze upon his legs, admiring the beauty of his tail. He pondered whether revealing it to Pearl might earn her forgiveness. Yet, it seemed that Pearl held a distaste for the mermaid traits he possessed. Lu Jin'an had procured several garments for Edries, and, upon reaching the staircase, glanced back multiple times. Only after confirming that no one was following him did he exhale in relief. Once back in the room, he hastily dressed Edries, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of him, now looking quite presentable. Just as he reveled in his handiwork, a firm knock echoed at the door, startling Lu Jin'an, who turned abruptly. Chapter 87. The Tragic Little Mermaid 07. Revised. Edries sensed the tension radiating from Lu Jin'an, and his previously calm expression morphed into one of fierce intensity. Had Lu Jin'an turned to face him, he would have been frightened by Edris's current demeanor. His innocuous blue eyes resembled ice formed from seawater, harboring a chilling indifference and ferocity that were entirely alien to his amnesiac self. This was the instinctive reaction of the Mermaid King when sensing his partner's distress. Dinner is ready. You may come to eat." The rhythmic knocking and familiar voice sent Lu Jin'an's heart into a state of turmoil. It was Muxia. Previously, when Lu Jin'an lived alone and was incapable of cooking, he would often dine at Muxia's home, and over time, Muxia would come to summon him when a meal was prepared. However, amidst the chaos of the day, he had entirely forgotten this arrangement. Lu Jin'an quickly glanced at Edries, panic setting in. This was a disaster. He absolutely could not allow Muxia and Edries to meet. What if Edries, in his obliviousness, mistook Muxia for a spouse? Moreover, the timing for their encounter was far from appropriate. Feeling Lu Jin'an's agitation, Edries instinctively yearned to burst forth and confront the visitor. But Lu Jin'an restrained him. "Stay put. The person outside is my friend, not your wife. He poses no threat to me, nor shall you harm him. Understood?" The sudden outburst left Edries somewhat bewildered, though he caught two words, which elicited a rumbling sound from deep within his chest. "Do not fear, Pearl. I shall not allow anyone outside to harm you." Lu Jin'an, still somewhat dazed, took a moment to comprehend that Edries had likely spoken to him, albeit in the language of the sea, which he could not decipher. Their communication was akin to a chicken speaking to a duck. The knocking persisted intermittently, and fearing that Muxia might sense something amiss, Lu Jin'an quickly concealed Edries in the bedroom before slipping into his slippers and proceeding to the living room to answer the door. "What are you doing, Jin'an? It's been quite a while." Muxia's gaze pierced through the gap, scrutinizing the interior of Lu Jin'an's quarters. Though his expression was one of mere curiosity, it sent an inexplicable shiver down Lu Jin'an's spine. "Nothing much. Let's go. I'm hungry," Lu Jin'an replied, taking Muxia's hand and guiding him outside. Muxia's attention was instantly captivated by their intertwined hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he tightened his grip ever so slightly. "Muxia, I won't be coming over for dinner tomorrow," Lu Jin'an declared while eating, unceremoniously abandoning their routine. "I wish to try cooking for myself." Indeed, this sentiment had long been brewing within Lu Jin'an. Any reasonable individual would find it intolerable to have someone consistently mooching off their meals, let alone Muxia, the ruthless crime lord of the Dark Harbor. Lu Jin'an harbored a genuine fear that one day, in a fit of anger, Muxia might decide to eliminate him. Given that he needed to conceal the protagonist, it was inconvenient for him to frequently dine at Muxia's residence. Thus he seized the opportunity to broach the subject. Upon hearing his words, the smile that graced Muxia's lips vanished, replaced by a straight line. "Why haven't you come? Is my cooking unpalatable? You didn't allow me to provide assistance yesterday, and now you refuse to dine with me. Even Mu Xia, skilled in the art of deception, felt a crack in his facade. Was it that I no longer cherished our friendship? Or perhaps, if it had found it inconvenient to visit my home, I could prepare meals at his place instead? When Mu Xia suggested visiting his home, alarm bells rang in Lu Jinan's mind, prompting him to hastily decline, insisting, no, that would be too troublesome. The expression on Mu Xia's face darkened, his gaze subtly shifting toward the direction of Lu Jinan's door. What is it that you are concealing at home? Is there something of great value hidden, or perhaps someone? Inside Lu Jinan's bedroom, a solitary merman guarded the food he had managed to procure, his eyes clouded with tears. He had just caught a whiff of a detestable human male. The human had claimed he was going to feed his wife, who then followed him, leaving the merman alone in their home. The pearl he cherished turned its back on his food. Feeling abandoned, the merman curled up in a corner, discreetly wiping away his tears. After finishing his meal, Lu Jinan lingered at Mu Xia's home for a while before bidding farewell. The night had nearly enveloped the world when he returned to his dimly lit rented room. Edris? Lu Jinan rushed into the bedroom and flicked on the light, convinced he had hidden Edris there, yet found the space utterly vacant. A wave of unease washed over him. Surely Edris hasn't ventured outside? As he searched in vain, preparing to step out in search of his companion, he was startled by the sound of muffled sobs emanating from the wardrobe. Stiffening, Lu Jinan opened the door to discover Edris curled up inside, clutching his garments and weeping inconsolably. Surrounding the clothes were an array of pearls, large and small, leaving Lu Jinan utterly astounded. Was this merman king truly a weeping soul? How could he produce so many pearls from his tears? Although Lu Jinan was also a merman, due to a genetic ailment, his tears could not transform into pearls, making this his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Were it not for the obligations of his task, he might have encouraged the merman king to weep daily, collecting the pearls to amass wealth. Embracing Edris, Lu Jinan gently coaxed him from the wardrobe, asking, "Edris, why are you crying?" Upon seeing Lu Jinan, Edris released his grip on the clothes. Given Lu Jinan's petite stature, contrasted with the imposing figure of the merman king, Edris, seated, could easily envelop him. Yet, this grand merman rested his head on Lu Jinan's shoulder, weeping like a small puppy. With a heart heavy with trepidation, he believed that Pearl had forsaken him. Tomorrow, he would return to work, and after soothing Idris, Lu Jinan sought to tidy the wardrobe that Idris had so carelessly disordered. To his dismay, as he pulled a garment from the closet, several pearls cascaded to the floor. Idris, ever faithful, shadowed Lu Jinan closely, causing him a slight hindrance. Thus, Lu Jinan found a vessel for Idris, instructing him to collect the pearls. Idris filled a large bottle with the precious gems, eager to share his triumph with his beloved pearls. Yet, upon turning back, he discovered Lu Jinan had succumbed to slumber, half reclined on the bed, his brow furrowed, suggesting a restless sleep. Idris paused, gently placing the bottle on the nightstand, and emitted a soothing sound akin to the murmurs of the ocean, a customary gesture among merfolk when comforting their young or lulling them to rest. At 3 a.m, thunder roared and rain fell in torrents. Several high-ranking vehicles from the Central Military entered Zone C, their faint rumblings disturbing Idris. He lightly patted Lu Jinan and rose, his emotionless light blue eyes scanning the window, revealing an unmasked chill and disdain. He recalled the ominous black squares that had once instilled fear in his treasure. It was imperative that he eliminate this threat. As Idris prepared to leap from the balcony, a faint sound wave surged into his consciousness, causing his legs to weaken, nearly sending him tumbling from the 5th floor. Pain, sharp and subtle, echoed like a whimper of a young beast. In a flurry, Idris turned back to find that, unbeknownst to him, Lu Jinan had begun to sweat coldly, clutching his legs and crying out in anguish. "Where does it hurt? How can you be in pain?" Idris inquired, drawing closer to Lu Jinan. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he sensed a stronger scent of the ocean enveloping Lu Jinan. Awakened by Idris's commotion, Lu Jinan instinctively wrapped his arms around Idris's neck, tears streaming down his face. "Idris, my legs hurt so much." Idris's heart shattered at the sight of Lu Jin'an's tears. "How can your legs hurt?" In a panic, he examined Lu Jin'an's smooth legs. Finding no wounds, only the sight of Lu Jin'an helplessly clutching them in distress. It seemed Lu Jin'an had unwittingly learned the language of the ocean, the frantic sound waves resonating within his mind. Slowly, he opened his eyes to meet Idris's anxious gaze. "Idris, there's medicine in the drawer." Lu Jin'an felt as if each breath was laced with pain, his voice barely a whisper. With the keen hearing of a merfolk, Idris instantly grasped Lu Jin'an's intent and hurried to retrieve the medicine from the drawer. The genetic affliction of merfolk was exceedingly rare, and only the Central Research Institute's remedies could alleviate Lu Jin'an's excruciating discomfort. After taking the medicine, Lu Jin'an slumped weakly, his complexion pale. Idris gently hummed a tune of the sea to lull him back to sleep. The sudden affliction that befell Lu Jin'an cast a shadow of worry over Idris. The two merfolk clans have been embroiled in conflict since their inception. He is acutely aware of the malevolence and darkness inherent in humanity, as well as their fragility and susceptibility. Yet, it seems his precious pearl finds herself among the weaker of the human ilk. Idris pondered that he ought to take Lu Jin'an to the sea. There, the merfolk king could share his genetic sequence with his partner, transforming them into a merfolk akin to themselves, allowing them to partake in their prolonged existence and the genetic gifts bestowed by the abyss. The merfolk's genetic prowess is formidable. Barring any genetic disorder, they are not subject to the torment of disease under the laws of nature. In human society, Lu Jin'an has reached the age of 19, whereas Idris is 378. The thought of Lu Jin'an departing from him prematurely is unbearable. She is the pearl gifted to him by the abyss, and they ought to be together. Idris resolved that indeed, he must take Lu Jin'an to the sea. Frustration welled within him. Who was it that cried out in pain? The incessant noise hindered his sleep, and once he located the source, he vowed to deliver a stern reprimand. Hundreds of nautical miles away in the depths of Zone C, a pink mermaid leapt from a school of fish, her nearly 3-meter tail crashing against the water surface, sending sprays of foam into the air. The pink mermaid continued to lament, exclaiming it was utterly excessive. Amidst the school, a silver mermaid flicked her tail, sending the pink mermaid tumbling into the sea. "Khan, quiet down. How can I be quiet?" The pink mermaid responded with impatience, shouting at the silver mermaid, "I say, we've lost him. He has been crying out in pain for the past 6 months. He must be tormented by those humans on land. Moreover, is he a fool? All he does is cry out in pain, oblivious to the need to use sonar to relay his precise location for our rescue." A black mermaid also sprang from the surface, striking the pink mermaid with her tail. "Be silent. You know we've lost him. He has never lived among the fish, and perhaps doesn't he even know how to use sonar? How can he indicate his exact position?" They had not failed to attempt communication via sonar with the fish on the other side, but it seemed the other fish were unable to receive the signals sent forth, all their frequencies falling into oblivion. Upon hearing this, the pink mermaid fell silent, swimming sullenly to the side, his voice tinged with sorrow. "I want to see him." His latest sonar transmission was unusually strong, and the black mermaid was deeply concerned. She turned to the silver mermaid. "Yes, did you hear him clearly this time?" His voice sounded like that of a juvenile. Merfolk possess an exceptionally lengthy lifespan, living naturally between 1,300 to 1,500 years, thereby categorizing those under 100 years old as juveniles within their society. Born as a warrior race, merfolk are endowed with hardened scales, sharp tails, and pointed teeth. Yet they reproduce in remarkably low numbers, rendering the soft and tender juveniles treasures among their kin. Khan is but a juvenile, the youngest of the merfolk, barely over 80 years old. However, Khan differs from other juveniles. He was born notably larger and possesses a rather fiery temperament. Despite her delicate pink appearance, she possessed a fierce fighting spirit, earning the affectionate nickname of Pink Battle Fish from the elders of her clan. Thus, even though Kaon was relatively young, he was not lacking in the affection bestowed upon him by the elders. They found no joy in raising him. Rather, they faced the despair of dealing with a mischievous child. Upon hearing that it was a mere cub, Kaon grew anxious, quickly squeezing himself between the two fish, swirling tirelessly in the water. Is it really a cub, Isha? Can you discern his age? Is he perhaps 50 years old? He should be. Otherwise, his tail wouldn't have stabilized, and he would face many hardships in human society. Kaon yearned for a younger brother, a merman. As he was the smallest in his clan, with no one willing to play with him, he thought that if he had a brother, he would surely protect him as he grew. He was quite remarkable, having grown larger than any merman in the same developmental stage he had previously encountered. Isha, did you truly not find him in Black Harbor? Did you perhaps overlook him? Kaon implored eagerly, encircling Isha. Isha was the silver merman who had infiltrated Black Harbor to rescue two others. She shook her head, regret evident in her voice. I cannot be mistaken. He is indeed not there. Despite knowing this, both Kaon and the Black Merman felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing those words again. If he was not in Black Harbor, he could only be at the Research Institute, which was backed by the military, making it exceedingly difficult to search for him. So he is still but a cub. I shall speak no more of him, Kaon murmured, swimming away, turning in circles. He glanced at the sea pearl around his neck and hurriedly approached Isha once more. Isha, should I not prepare a sea pearl for him? What if he returns and fears the dark? This was a tradition among the mermen. When a new cub was born, the youngest merman prepared a shell bed and a sea pearl, symbolizing that they were cherished and had a home to return to. The sea pearl would shine for 100 years, perfectly accompanying them through their infancy. Feeling a sense of urgency, Kaon said, I still need to find him a suitable shell bed, and then, sensing Kaon's unease, Isha swam beside him and gently ruffled his hair. Do not worry. We shall find him. Moreover, let us not forget that the king is also at the Research Institute. It is exceedingly difficult for humans to kill the king. Perhaps he will rescue him. Then why has the king not yet found him? Kaon pouted, flicking his tail in the water in dissatisfaction. It has already been nearly half a year. The king is truly useless. He plunged himself into the sea, resolving that if the king did manage to rescue him, he would certainly require 3 months to forgive him. Isha watched Kaon swim away, shaking her head. Idris had also been taken by the Research Institute during his infancy. Kaon had never encountered Idris, but Isha and the others were well aware of him. He was indeed a remarkably powerful merman. Chapter 89. The tragic little merman. The night in District C was shrouded in darkness. Inside a high-ranking military vehicle, Pei Zhao sat in the passenger seat. Clad in a black military uniform, his eyes closed in a feigned slumber. The sound of raindrops pattering against the window only deepened Pei Zhao's sense of vexation. Suddenly, in a dilapidated apartment on the 5th floor, a warm yellow light illuminated the space, casting its glow through the window. Pei Zhao slightly raised his head, and a beam of light, filtered by the torrential rain, fell upon his face. Commander, what is the matter? The driving officer, startled, mistakenly thought his superior was looking at him. Pei Zhao withdrew his gaze and replied nonchalantly, Nothing. At 8 in the morning, the rain ceased, and the morning sunlight streamed through the window into the bedroom, where Lu Jin'an slowly awakened in Edris's embrace. As soon as Lu Jin'an stirred, Edris abruptly sat up, gently touching him before hastily retracting his hand as if startled by an electric shock. Does it still hurt? Lu Jin'an had readily accepted Edris's manner of address, deciding to let it be for now, thinking that perhaps the plot would naturally unfold differently when Edris encountered Pei Zhao. Indeed, Lu Jin'an still believed that no errors had occurred in the narrative. It was merely Edris who had mistakenly identified his wife. It's fine now. Lu Jin'an smiled at Edris, guessing that Edris must have been quite frightened the previous night. Edris was indeed alarmed. Upon seeing Lu Jin'an attempt to rise from the bed, his pupils dilated, and he quickly jumped down to embrace Lu Jin'an's legs, panicking. What if it hurts? It won't hurt anymore, Lu Jin'an said, playfully nudging Edris in the chest with his foot. Let go. I need to go to work, or I want to have money to support you. Edris, afraid to exert any force, stumbled backward as Lu Jin'an nudged him. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Jin'an, tense as if one word of discomfort from him would prompt Edris to lift him back to bed. Fortunately, Lu Jin'an moved about freely, unaffected by any lingering pain from the night before. On the bedside table lay the pearls Idris had collected, and Lu Jin'an picked them up, shaking them in astonishment. So many? Are you a crybaby? Idris wrapped his arms around Lu Jin'an from behind, taking the bottle from his hands to show him, "I want to carry the pearls. They're heavy. I'll carry them." Lu Jin'an felt somewhat speechless, sensing that Idris seemed to regard him as a fragile porcelain doll, even though he distinctly remembered only complaining about his leg pain, not his hands. As time pressed on to 8:30, he realized that lingering any longer would make him late. Hurriedly gathering his belongings and grabbing his keys, Lu Jin'an prepared to leave for work, with Idris closely trailing behind. "You're not allowed to follow me, nor to wander off," he said, pushing Idris back into the bedroom, baring his teeth in a mock display of ferocity, attempting to assert some semblance of authority. In Lu Jin'an's eyes, Idris was merely a weakened romantic fool at that moment. Lu Jin'an rushed to the research institute, arriving just in time as he dashed to his workstation, unaware that a figure in military attire was descending the stairs from the second floor. Pei Zhao's cold gaze followed Lu Jin'an until his silhouette vanished, at which point he slowly turned away. "Commander, we have traced the whereabouts of the Merfolk King to a residential complex in Area C," after which he vanished without a trace. The lieutenant entered from outside to report to Pei Zhao, speculating that someone among the humans might have concealed the king's trail. At this point, the lieutenant paused, cautiously glancing up at his superior. Although it was merely speculation, the confidence in this report had reached over 90%. The lieutenant was now genuinely curious about who possessed such audacity to harbor the merfolk, particularly the king, right under their commander's nose. Such an act could be tantamount to courting disaster, potentially leading to a death sentence. Indeed, the very next moment, he heard his superior's icy voice. "Investigate this matter. Once apprehended, the individual is to be confined to the military headquarters in Area C, where I shall personally conduct the interrogation." With Pei Zhao's orders, there would be no negligence in Area C. It would not be long before the culprit was captured. As the lieutenant watched Pei Zhao's retreating figure, he silently mourned for the audacious yet unfortunate individual. Under Pei Zhao's scrutiny, one would likely emerge alive but severely diminished, considering Pei Zhao's disdain for merfolk. That individual was bound to suffer gravely in his hands. Meanwhile, in the research facility, Lu Jin'an hurriedly approached his well-informed colleague, querying, "Who said Commander Pei would come to Area C?" His colleague, Kwang Mu, regarded him with skepticism and gestured to his phone, stating, "The leadership notified us last night. This morning, the Central Military's vehicles have already arrived in Area C. Commander Pei is likely at the military headquarters now. Did you not receive this information?" Lu Jin'an's phone was broken and had yet to be repaired. Crouching in a corner, his face contorted in worry, he lamented, "Why is he coming to Area C? I distinctly remember that Commander Pei was meant to arrive to quell the merfolk uprising following the king's escape in about half a month. The coastal line delineates the sea from the land, with the inland areas under military protection deemed safe zones." Although the leadership of Area C had not disclosed the specific reasons, Kwang Mu, being well-informed, leaned closer to Lu Jin'an and whispered conspiratorially, "While things appear calm now, the coastal line in Area C has been chaotic for half a year. Commander Pei has only just found time to come and restore order after being preoccupied for some time. The Research Institute would not inform the public about the merfolk's escape. Everyone believed Commander Pei's visit was solely to suppress the uprising. However, Lu Jin'an suspected the matter was connected to the main character's significant other, who was still at his home. He realized he must devise a plan to swiftly return Idris, this troublesome hot potato, to Pei Zhao's side. With his hands supporting his chin, Lu Jin'an appeared as if he might crush his own face in despair. "System, it seems the plot has gone awry. Had I known, we would have popped open the champagne midway." Seeing Lu Jin'an's discontent, the system hurried to console him. "Oh, don't fret, take your time. This is just the beginning. We can surely turn things around." Indeed, this was merely the commencement. He must not relent. Inspired by this motivation, Lu Jin'an resolved that his immediate priority was to hastily evict Idris from his home. Regardless, Pei Zhao had already arrived at Zone C, and perhaps Idris had left his home to seek out his true wife. The more Lu Jin'an contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. Kwang Mu had initially intended to frighten Lu Jin'an, but upon seeing his furrowed brow and distressed demeanor, he couldn't help but offer gentle reassurances. It's all right. Don't worry. Incidents outside the safe zone won't affect us. Lu Jin'an barely comprehended Kwang Mu's words. With a clap of his hands, he abruptly rose from his workstation. Kwang Mu, I need to head back for a moment. Please excuse me. Kwang Mu was taken aback. Really? You're that frightened? Chapter 90. The Tragic Little Mermaid 10. Revised. In the morning, Mu Xia had driven Lu Jin'an to the research institute, but now, as Lu Jin'an planned to secretly escort Idris away, he could not call upon Mu Xia to pick him up. Thus, Lu Jin'an rented a vehicle on his own. Outside the safe zone, in a secluded room on the second floor of the hidden exchange, a prominent businessman knelt on the ground, bound hand and foot, with a black gun pressing against his forehead. Mu Xia sat casually on the sofa, legs crossed, one hand gripping the gun while the other supported his forehead. The strands of hair cascading down obscured half of his face, giving an air of ominous coldness as though he were a serpent poised to strike. 15 shipments, and each one is missing a box. Did you think that just because I'm not at the Blackport, my men would all perish? The businessman trembled, his voice quaking as he pleaded, I was wrong. Brother Xing, I truly know my mistakes. Please. Suddenly, a jarring phone ring interrupted the tense atmosphere. Mu Xia picked up the phone from the table and glanced at the screen, feeling a pang of disappointment upon realizing it was not Lu Jin'an calling. Hello, what is it? The cautious voice on the other end replied. Boss, someone from the Research Institute has rented one of our vehicles, and it seems to be headed towards your neighborhood. Should we take care of it? If it's a nuisance, eliminate it, Mu Xia said, twirling the gun in his hand and tapping the businessman's head lightly, instinctively inquiring, is he from our department? Yes, quite young. The voice on the other end added after a moment's thought, I believe he just started a couple of days ago. At this, Mu Xia sat upright, a cold sweat breaking out in his palms as he immediately connected the dots to Lu Jin'an. I'm on my way. Don't let him move. After Mu Xia departed, the number of people at the exchange dwindled significantly. The businessman collapsed onto the ground with a thud, exhaling in relief, having thought he was destined for death that day. However, he was perplexed. It was his first encounter with the notorious figure of the Blackport who appeared so flustered. In Lu Jin'an's rental apartment, Idris, oblivious to the impending eviction, was busy preparing a meal for his Pearl. He had simmered a pot of fresh fish and peeled a plate of large shrimp. Pearl's legs must be aching. She probably needs more calcium, he mused, feeling a twinge of guilt for considering Lu Jin'an's admonition against wandering. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Idris reassured himself that searching for food for Pearl was indeed a legitimate endeavor, and he had not strayed far. As the fish soup bubbled invitingly, Idris lifted the lid and inhaled the fragrant aroma, reminiscent of his wife. Idris paused, taken aback. How could it smell like Pearl? He sniffed the shrimp as well, and the same enchanting scent lingered. The entire house was permeated with the scent of pearls. Idris was momentarily stunned before he suddenly realized that the fragrance wafted in from outside. Pearl had returned. Idris hurriedly dashed out of the house and chanced upon Lu Jin'an, who was ascending the stairs. Pearl, I prepared a fragrant pot of fish. Don't hug me indiscriminately outside. Let me down, Lu Jin'an protested. Pearl, I prepared a fragrant pot of fish, Idris reiterated. From behind, a chilling voice interrupted. What did you just call him? Lu Jin'an turned to find Mu Xia standing on the staircase one level below, having approached silently, unbeknownst to him. Idris's expression shifted to one of hostility upon seeing Mu Xia, yet Mu Xia paid him no mind. He continued his ascent, closing the distance between himself and Lu Jin'an. Anin, won't you introduce us? Aren't we friends? Hasn't Anin distanced himself from me these days because of this person? Is he Anin's boyfriend? Lu Jin'an felt as though this dimension bore a grudge against him. But why inquire about his status as a boyfriend? Was Mu Xia perhaps feeling jealous? In the original narrative, Mu Xia had long been dealing with merfolk, and the moment he laid eyes on Idris, he saw through his disguise. He also fell for Idris at first sight. Consequently, Mu Xia had often sought to protect Idris, the destined partner of the protagonist, who found himself in peril. At this thought, Lu Jin'an shrank back. This was disastrous. He lacked the protagonist's prowess. If Mu Xia perceived him as a rival in love, he would be doomed. No, he's someone I found yesterday. I merely took him in. Jin'an quickly disentangled himself from Idris's embrace, eager to clarify the relationship. He raised a hand to touch Xia, but inadvertently brushed against something hard and cold. Lowering his gaze, he discovered it was a gun. Jin'an froze. Xia, how do you possess a gun? Xia, taken aback upon realizing he held a firearm, had always concealed his true identity in front of Jin'an, presenting himself as an ordinary individual. The notorious reputation of the Black Harbor's leader was far from commendable, and he feared that revealing his true self would drive Jin'an away. However, perhaps out of habit or due to his haste, Xia had failed to notice the weapon in his possession. Seeing Jin'an hesitate to approach, Xia's expression darkened. Instinctively, he concealed the gun behind him. It's nothing. Just a toy gun I bought. He waved Jin'an over, and then, come here, there's no need to be afraid. After a moment's hesitation, Jin'an approached Xia. Xia wrapped his arms around Jin'an, gently rubbing his shoulder. He mused that his deception had indeed been prudent. Jin'an was frightened even by the gun and would certainly fear him. He needed to gradually help Jin'an accept his true identity. Yet, if Jin'an could never come to terms with it, there was no need for acceptance. He could masquerade for a lifetime. As Idris witnessed Jin'an departing, he hastily reached out to grasp Jin'an's hand, only to have it deftly evaded. Why do you always cling to me? It's so annoying. Just leave. I don't want to take care of you anymore. The Pearl, Idris, gazed at Jin'an with wide, watery eyes. Why? Why does the Pearl no longer want him? Whenever this human male appears, my wife dismisses me. This time, he understood. The Pearl's disdain was perhaps due to his failure to procure a meal to her liking the previous night. Yet, he had only just arrived and had not intended any offense. Today, he had made amends, preparing a fragrant fish stew and peeling large shrimp, all without extravagance. Having traded his own little Pearl for them, Idris felt unjustly wronged and sought to defend himself. Pearl, I stewed. Jin'an interrupted Idris, forcefully pushing him aside. He could distinctly sense Xia's grip on his arm tightening. It was evident that Xia had taken a liking to Idris. Fearing that Idris might call out to him again, he worried that Xia would resort to violence. All right, and then, let me handle this. Xia led Jin'an into his room, and as Jin'an followed, Xia cast a cold, piercing glance back at Idris. The moment the door closed, Idris's expression shifted from innocence to ferocity. This man had stolen his Pearl. He vowed to eliminate him. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, prompting Idris to whirl around, only to find a red laser aimed at his forehead. Reacting with extraordinary speed, he leaped from the fifth-floor window, swiftly dispatching several uniformed individuals, and made his escape from the compound. The merfolk had emerged, and virtually everyone in the C District military was summoned in an instant. The lieutenant, accompanied by a throng of soldiers, arrived, weapons trained on the direction of the merfolk's flight, commanding, "Pursue." Pei Zhao stood at a distance, raising his gun. The sharp crack of a gunshot resounded as a bullet pierced Idris's shoulder, yet in the next moment, the wound visibly healed. "Commander!" The lieutenant rushed to Pei Zhao's side. Pei Zhao coldly observed Idris's retreating figure. Such remarkable regenerative ability confirmed he was indeed one of those who had escaped from the research facility. Next time we encounter him, shoot to kill. The lieutenant hesitated, but Pei Zhao's resolve was unwavering. That matter falls under the jurisdiction of the research facility. Any merfolk that falls into military hands shall meet their demise. He cast a dismissive glance at the lieutenant. If you have objections, you can voice them to me. The lieutenant, being a military man, complied with Pei Zhao's orders. Understood. Xia, is this really a toy gun? In Xia's room, Jin'an curiously picked up the gun resting on the table, pointing it towards himself. He examined the trigger, remarking on its weight, which felt so authentic. Bang! Chapter 91. The Tragic Little Merfolk 11. Revised. Birds took flight as a gunshot rang out from outside. What are you doing? A ceramic cup shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Xia, returning with water for Jin'an, was chilled by the sight. He immediately knocked the gun from Jin'an's hands and knelt before him, trembling with concern. Are you hurt? Let me see where you're injured. Jin'an, perplexed, replied. I'm not hurt. I didn't fire the gun. It seems to be coming from outside. Mucha raised his crimson eyes to look at Lu Jin'an. The hand gripping Lu Jin'an's wrist as cold as ice. You did not fire the gun, did you? And then, you did not fire, did you? Lu Jin'an nodded in a daze, and Mucha felt as though he had grasped a lifeline in the midst of drowning. And then, do not touch anything carelessly. It is perilous. It is my fault for being reckless, Mucha murmured, holding Lu Jin'an close, his panic palpable. After years of handling firearms, he could certainly discern the distance of a gunshot. Yet upon seeing the gun in Lu Jin'an's hand, fear gripped him. He could not afford to take such a gamble. If anything were to happen to Lu Jin'an due to his lie, he would be utterly lost. Lu Jin'an asked, "Did you not say you had something to tell me?" Mucha replied, "Has your leg been bothering you these past few days? I am planning to take you to Zone S soon. Would you like to come with me?" "That sounds splendid. The route to Zone S remains intact." Mucha is truly reliable. Though the original narrative had him pleading with Mucha to take him to Zone S to meet Pei Zhao, given the circumstances, Lu Jin'an felt immensely satisfied that the opportunity still existed. "Great!" Lu Jin'an exclaimed with joy. Mucha continued, "Anin, have you had any encounters with that person? Did he harm you or do anything inappropriate?" He initially intended to mention the mermaid, but hesitated, fearing that the mere mention of the word would frighten Lu Jin'an. Upon Lu Jin'an shaking his head, Mucha released a breath of relief and continued to persuade. "Anin, do not show mercy to those whose origins are unclear. They are all wicked and may harm you. But I am different. I am your friend and would never hurt you. Therefore, you must not conceal anything from me in the future, all right?" Lu Jin'an, taken aback by Mucha's coaxing, agreed without a second thought. After departing from Mucha, Lu Jin'an returned to his own room. The shrimp had been peeled and placed on the table, while the fish soup bubbled away merrily. The floor seemed to have been mopped, faintly imbued with humidity, and a glass jar filled with pearls was prominently displayed. Idris had indeed made this place feel like home. Lu Jin'an ladled some fish soup and savored a few bites with the shrimp. The flavor was exquisite, which explained Idris's frequent boasting. Yet, with so many pressing matters, he had not found the time to respond to Idris. "It is truly delightful," Lu Jin'an spoke to the air. After satisfying his hunger, he turned on the small fan, stretched languidly, and collapsed onto the bed, dozing off almost instantly. It was not until a sudden knock at the door jolted him awake that he realized what had transpired. Could it be Idris returning once more? "I told you." Lu Jin'an opened the door, ready to shoo the visitor away, only to find an unfamiliar stranger standing outside. The person outside appeared equally surprised to see Lu Jin'an, taking a moment to present identification. "Hello, I am the captain of the 1st Brigade of the Central Military. We have reason to believe you are implicated in the crime of harboring a mermaid. We must take you in for questioning." Chapter 92, The Tragic Little Mermaid in the Military Interrogation Room of Zone C. Harsh lights were cast down from above. Lu Jin'an sat languidly in the chair. After being brought here by a group of men, they left him alone, and no one had visited since. As twilight began to descend, the sound of leisurely footsteps echoed outside. The footsteps halted before the interrogation room, and with a click, the door swung open. The newcomer bore a stern expression, tall and slender, clad in military attire complemented by a black trench coat secured with a silver sash. Elegant silver tassels adorned the shoulders, and a firearm rested at his side, with black leg straps tightly embracing his muscular thighs, exuding an aura of austere discipline. The moment Pei Zhao caught sight of Lu Jin'an, his steps momentarily faltered before he resumed his composure. He approached the interrogation table with steady strides, his demeanor impassive, and in a low voice inquired, "Do you know who I am?" Lu Jin'an, of course, was well aware. His broken phone was filled with Pei Zhao's photographs. "Rendre une ignorance impossible." "It's Commander," he stammered timidly. "Are you afraid of me?" Pei Zhao's hand tapped the table, scrutinizing Lu Jin'an. "Still feeling guilty? Do you understand why you were apprehended? What is your connection to that mermaid? Why did you assist him in concealing his identity? Why not report him to the military?" The barrage of questions struck Lu Jin'an like blows, leaving him gasping for breath. "Speak," Pei Zhao pressed further. He drew his handgun, placing the barrel firmly on the table before Lu Jin'an, producing a sharp sound. "Concealing a mermaid. Do you comprehend the consequences?" Pei Zhao leaned closer, his voice chilling and each word slicing through the air like a razor-sharp blade, instilling a fear so profound that it made one tremble. According to central regulations, I have the authority to execute you on the spot. Jin'an felt a wave of panic wash over him, his body tingling with anxiety. He looked up helplessly, only to be met by Pei Zhao's emotionless gaze, which intensified his fear. I didn't protect him. My phone is broken. I was scared. I drove him away today. There's deception. You're lying. Pei Zhao swiftly discerned these two truths. His disjointed speech and poor psychological resilience suggested that such a person would be easy to interrogate. Historically, within 5 minutes, Pei Zhao could extract everything a person had concealed. However, just as he was about to intensify his pressure, a single tear slipped down Jin'an's cheek. Instinctively, Pei Zhao raised his hand to catch the tear, which formed a small pool in his palm. Suddenly, his heart softened. He spoke again, posing an unexpected question. Why are you crying? Jin'an swallowed hard, gripping his fingers tightly. You speak so harshly. I'm afraid of you. Pei Zhao unconsciously curled the hand that held the gun, turning away to lean against the interrogation table, distancing himself from Jin'an. If you speak the truth, I want to be harsh with you. Cautiously, Jin'an lifted his gaze to Pei Zhao. If I tell the truth, will I still be shot? Pei Zhao was taken aback by Jin'an's question. He raised his head, his gaze steady as he regarded Jin'an for an extended moment before responding slowly, no. Jin'an stumbled as he recounted the events of the past few days, yet he still concealed the truth, failing to disclose to Pei Zhao that Idris had mistaken him for a wife, while omitting several details in the process. Uncertain whether Pei Zhao could see through his fabrications, Jin'an bit his lip anxiously, his heart racing, unaware that he had drawn blood from his own mouth. Pei Zhao, regarding him with a thoughtfulness, mused about his naivety in lying. He lifted his hand. Pei Zhao stared at his fingertips for a while before finding a tissue, slowly cleaning them. What? Huh? What did you just say? He looked up at Jin'an, the confusion in his eyes appearing genuine, suggesting he had truly zoned out and missed Jin'an's words. Jin'an's gaze flickered, his hands trembling with tension, his ears still flushed as he stammered, I'm sorry. Observing him, Pei Zhao felt an inexplicable fondness. How timid he was, one would wonder how he dared to protect the merfolk. He averted his gaze and spoke to Jin'an in a calm tone. Merfolk are inherently fierce. In the future, report any incidents directly to the Research Institute and military. Do not handle matters on your own. Do you understand? Jin'an nodded vigorously. Pei Zhao released the individual from the interrogation chair and led Jin'an out of the room. Jin'an followed, closely behind Pei Zhao. But having sat for too long, his legs had grown numb and weak. Pei Zhao, tall and long-legged, took large strides, and Jin'an soon found himself lagging behind. This was Jin'an's first visit to the military headquarters, and he was unfamiliar with the paths. It was already quite late outside, and he encountered few people along the way, forcing him to navigate alone. The military complex was vast and intricate, and Jin'an struggled to find his way. Growing increasingly anxious, in his flurry, he heard footsteps approaching and looked up to see Pei Zhao walking towards him from afar. Upon noticing him, Pei Zhao's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. How did you get lost? Jin'an was startled and rushed to Pei Zhao's side, gripping his sleeve tightly. I couldn't keep up. The originally neat military uniform was now wrinkled from Jin'an's grip. Pei Zhao glanced down at it briefly before looking away. Next time you fall behind, remember to call for me. I will wait for you. After a pause, he added, do not fear me. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded, drowning out Pei Zhao's voice and bringing with it a chorus of rumbling thunder. It was then that Jin'an realized it had started to rain again. The sea district was in close proximity to the coastline. The temperatures were mild, yet it was prone to prolonged stretches of rainy weather. During these periods, the merfolk outside the coastline became particularly active, necessitating military intervention. Now, with the merfolk king reappearing in the sea district, the situation was bound to be precarious. Pei Zhao's visit should be quite demanding. Yet, Jin'an recalled that Pei Zhao had an aversion to thunderstorms and the boundless ocean, causing him to tighten his grip on the sleeve. He instinctively looked up at Pei Zhao, who seemed to sense something amiss. halting his steps to glance back at Jin'an. His calm eyes revealed no trace of fear. "What is it? Are you afraid of the thunder?" "No." Jin'an pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "I was thinking with the rain falling, there will surely be riots outside the safe zone, and it could be perilous." Pei Zhao assumed that Jin'an was concerned about the safety of Area C and thus offered reassurance. "Do not worry with me here. Area C will not be in danger." However, Jin'an shook his head. "I am not worried about Area C. I am concerned about you." Chapter 93. The Tragic Little Mermaid, 13. Revised. Pei Zhao's steps halted abruptly, and he gazed at Jin'an, perplexed. "Didn't you say I am fierce towards you? Why then are you worried about me?" Jin'an replied earnestly, "Because you are safeguarding human safety, protecting me. Hence, I hope for your safety." The normally unyielding commander, who habitually detached emotions from every action, unusually averted his gaze this time. Jin'an, he murmured softly. "What is it?" Startled by the sudden mention of his name, Jin'an felt a twinge of awkwardness. He feared he had erred once more, but before he could ponder further, a warm trench coat was draped over his shoulders. "It's nothing, let us go. I'll see you home." The rain poured heavily, making the outside chillier than before. Inside the car, Jin'an sat wrapped in Pei Zhao's coat, gazing out at the relentless downpour, drowsiness creeping in. The vehicle soon entered the residential complex where Jin'an resided. Pei Zhao exited first, opening an umbrella and helping Jin'an out from the back seat. The fine raindrops, propelled by the wind, splattered against Jin'an's face, rousing him from his stupor. He tightened the coat around himself and leaned closer to Pei Zhao. "It's so cold." Pei Zhao paused momentarily, then gently placed his hand over Jin'an's shoulder, tilting the umbrella slightly. Jin'an had expected Pei Zhao to escort him to the front of his apartment, but to his surprise, Pei Zhao stopped at the entrance of a building. "You can go up by yourself. I have matters to attend to." His voice remained cool, yet his expression lacked the previous ruthlessness. "Also, it's quite late. Remember to rest well." Jin'an hesitated, tugging at the trench coat on his shoulders. "What about this coat?" Article 7 of the Central Regulation states that individuals with ties to mermaids must undergo thorough examination before release. Article 92 states that those who harbor mermaids must not conceal information during trials, or they will face severe penalties. Article 348 states that the uniform of the Supreme Commander is regarded as a special symbol and cannot be lent to others without cause. Under these numerous regulations, Pei Zhao looked at Jin'an and spoke softly. "Keep it on. It's too cold outside. Return it to me when we meet next." Pei Zhao thought to himself that he would allow himself this one indulgence. Once back at his rental apartment, Jin'an turned on the light and hurried to the window beside his bed. Pei Zhao had not yet left. Several cars had stopped below, transforming the once empty area into a bustling scene. The individuals who exited the vehicles appeared to be reporting to Pei Zhao, clad in military uniforms but stained with blood, suggesting they had encountered some trouble. After listening to their accounts, Pei Zhao issued a few commands before raising the umbrella and moving toward the parked vehicles. While the others promptly got into their cars, Pei Jin'an leaned against the window, his face pressed closely to the glass. He yearned to call out to Pei Zhao, yet hesitated, fearing he might be perceived as bothersome. Just as he lingered in indecision, Pei Zhao stood by the car, holding an umbrella, and turned his head slightly amidst the curtain of rain. Upon witnessing this gesture, Jin'an's face lit up with two charming dimples as he waved to Pei Zhao. However, Pei Zhao neither approached nor acknowledged him. Jin'an vigorously waved his hand again, only to notice a stranger stepping beside Pei Zhao, opening the car door for him. Confused by Pei Zhao's lack of reaction, he tilted his head to follow Pei Zhao's gaze. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Jin'an felt an urge to conceal himself. Yet, as Pei Zhao slightly shifted the umbrella, it shielded him from the stranger's line of sight. When Pei Zhao departed, Jin'an felt a twinge of disappointment. He took a warm shower and lay in bed, curling up in the blankets, instinctively reaching for his phone to glance at Pei Zhao's photos, only to find the device had broken. I'll get it repaired tomorrow." The rain poured heavier, the dark velvet night pierced by streaks of rain, pressing down as if the very sky were about to collapse. Outside the safety zone in District C, the sea roiled like an enraged behemoth, waves crashing upon the shore. Each impact erupting in a spray of stark white foam. Crimson blood stained the ocean, 2 mermaids captured, while the bodies of a dozen military personnel floated nearby. From the surging waves, a massive fishtail leapt out, its sharp fin slashing the throat of a person on the shore before retreating back into the depths. Pei Zhao aimed the Z-70 long rifle, striking the chest of a captured mermaid. The creature let out a piercing wail, gradually dissolving into a milky white pearl as its blood drained away. The Z-70 long rifle was a specialized weapon developed by the Research Institute, specifically designed to target mermaids. Given their remarkable healing abilities, conventional firearms were utterly ineffective against them. However, the Z-70, when aimed at a vital area, could deliver an instant fatal blow. What on earth has caused these mermaids to be so much more active in the past 6 months? Didn't A-001 escape just a few days ago? The lieutenant grumbled while firing. Is not A-001. Pei Zhao's calm voice interjected as he shot another mermaid. Ji Jiusheng is not foolish enough to allow Idris to make contact with his kin over 6 months in advance. Huh? The lieutenant, though not daring to question Pei Zhao, was nonetheless perplexed. So these mermaids are simply going berserk? Pei Zhao furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled by the notion. His deep-set eyes fixed upon the tumultuous waves, and after a moment, he spoke coldly. There is still an undiscovered mermaid hidden in District C. What? Who could that be? The lieutenant was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Under normal circumstances, while mermaids could transform their lower bodies into legs to masquerade as humans, they needed to return to the ocean every fortnight. Otherwise, their legs would revert to tails due to the inability to sustain their form, and in severe cases, they could face dehydration. Within the secure confines of human society, shrouded by layers of impenetrable protection, traversing between land and sea is no simple endeavor. In such a context, the existence of a previously undiscovered mermaid concealed within Zone C is nothing short of terrifying. Pei Zhao remained silent, standing still as the tumultuous waves crashed at his feet and withdrew once more. The continuous gunfire echoed around him, his gaze deep and contemplative. After Idris's escape, he did not immediately return to the ocean, but inexplicably appeared in Zone C. Whether there exists a special method of recognition among mermaids remains unknown. Yet if there truly is a mermaid in Zone C, it is highly probable that she has encountered Idris. Who had Idris met upon arriving in Zone C? As if struck by a sudden realization, Pei Zhao tightened his grip on his weapon and lifted his gaze towards the approaching mermaid. He had seen Lu Jin'an. The following morning, the sun leisurely ascended into the sky, dispersing the clouds that had loomed throughout the night. Lu Jin'an adorned himself handsomely, repaired his phone, purchased a rose, and hurried to the military headquarters, clutching Pei Zhao's clothing. Upon arriving, he spotted Pei Zhao ascending to the upper levels, accompanied by a group. The scent of blood thick upon him. Lu Jin'an, standing in the corner, whispered Pei Zhao's name. He could not ascend to the higher levels, so he needed to intercept Pei Zhao now, though he was uncertain if Pei Zhao had heard him. Pei Zhao halted and turned his gaze toward Lu Jin'an, his face devoid of expression, his eyes cold enough to instill fear in Lu Jin'an. The individuals behind him also paused, looking at Lu Jin'an. Feeling the weight of their stares, Lu Jin'an became flustered, instinctively tightening his grip on the clothes he held. Just as he pondered what to do, Pei Zhao descended the stairs and slowly approached him. What is it? Lu Jin'an's heart settled. He had come to return the clothes. Pei Zhao glanced at the garments but said nothing. Let us go, he replied. Go. Where? Lu Jin'an was momentarily taken aback. Pei Zhao took a couple of steps back and looked at him again. Hurry up, you go ahead, otherwise we'll lose each other. Oh. Realizing the urgency, Lu Jin'an quickly followed suit. As they ascended the stairs, he faintly overheard whispers behind him. Who is that? So good-looking. Of course, the commander's clothes are in his hands. Who else could it be? Wow, the commander is secretly indulging himself. Really? It's not like that. Lu Jin'an shyly scratched his ear, his cheeks slightly flushed. Were they all gossiping? Should he clarify? Had Pei Zhao heard them? Why was he silent? Lu Jin'an clenched his clothes tightly, attempting to sneak a glance at Pei Zhao's expression. However, his nerves got the better of him, and he stumbled, losing his balance and tumbling down the stairs. In the chaos, someone shouted, "Watch out!" A large hand grasped Lu Jin'an's waist, pulling him back. A calm voice, steady as ever, resonated from above. "Where are you in such a hurry to go?" Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Lu Jin'an felt as though Pei Zhao had just laughed at him. He had no desire to engage. Every time Lu Jin'an interacted with Pei Zhao, an inexplicable nervousness enveloped him, prompting him to instinctively justify himself. Only after he spoke did he realize how futile his defense sounded. A soft chuckle resonated above him. And this time Lu Jin'an was certain Pei Zhao was indeed laughing at him. Once Pei Zhao steadied the person in question, he turned back, his gaze casually sweeping over the crowd behind him, searching for the source of the earlier remark. The individuals surrounding him gradually formed a circle, and after scanning left and right, one finally spoke up, "Report, Commander." "It was I." Pei Zhao's voice remained devoid of emotion. "Extra practice tonight." The speaker's face fell, yes. After the others departed, Lu Jin'an followed Pei Zhao to his lounge. Pei Zhao gestured toward the chair. "Place your clothes there. You may leave now." Lu Jin'an set down the garments, which had become wrinkled in his embrace. He attempted to smooth them out, but failed, standing straight to conceal the clothes behind him. "I smell a strong scent of blood. Are you injured?" Pei Zhao observed Lu Jin'an's actions with keen interest before nonchalantly retracting his gaze. "I'm not injured." "Oh," Lu Jin'an said, concealing the rose behind him, struggling to maintain the conversation. "Have you eaten?" Pei Zhao glanced at him, unbuttoning the cuff of his shirt. "What are you hiding behind you?" Reluctantly, Lu Jin'an revealed the flower. His earlier anxiety had slightly crushed the rose, and as he patted it back into shape, he presented it to Pei Zhao. "I bought this for you." Pei Zhao merely offered a cold glance. "Take it back. I have no need for it." Lu Jin'an fell silent, standing there without uttering another word. Typically, Pei Zhao would not squander time on trivial matters, such as attending to someone else's feelings. Yet now, witnessing Lu Jin'an's bowed head and his silence evoked an unfamiliar discomfort within him. "What is wrong?" Lu Jin'an, still avoiding Pei Zhao's gaze, fiddled with the stem of the rose, his tone heavy with melancholy. "You told me not to fear you yesterday, yet you always act this way, and I can't help but be afraid. You often speak harshly to me, and your gaze is equally fierce. When I first arrived, you dismissed me. I even bought flowers for you, yet you refuse them. You treat me poorly." Pei Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Despite the absence of any formal relationship between them, Lu Jin'an's words made him feel like a heartless scoundrel. He sighed, rummaging through drawers until he procured a vase, placing it before Lu Jin'an. "Put it here." Instantly, Lu Jin'an's spirits lifted. He arranged the rose in the vase and set it upon Pei Zhao's desk, exclaiming, "I think it looks lovely here." Pei Zhao expressed no dissent. Crossing his arms while observing Lu Jin'an, "What do you plan to leave?" Lu Jin'an glanced around, showing no inclination to depart. "I wish to stay a little longer, if that's all right." "As you wish," Pei Zhao replied, diverting his gaze and carelessly unbuttoning his shirt. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take a shower." Lu Jin'an turned away, his back to Pei Zhao. "I want to look." Upon hearing Pei Zhao's words, a subtle arch appeared at the corners of his brows, his gaze settling upon Lu Jin'an's mushroom-like silhouette, a hint of amusement gradually blooming in his eyes. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom as Lu Jin'an stealthily circled the room before discreetly pushing open the door and dashing out. Since being dismissed, Idris had not been seen, and it was uncertain whether he was at Pei Zhao's side. Lu Jin'an felt compelled to search for him. Yet, the military compound was vast, and after exploring several locations, he realized that not only was Idris elusive, but he often encountered no one at all. It was said that yesterday, the aide had sought out the commander, being summoned from within. No wonder. Just yesterday, he had spotted the telltale bite marks on the commander's hand. Did he not notice? Goodness, it appeared so delectable and tender. The commander must be reluctant to part with it, as evidenced by his demeanor today. Look at what he has turned our commander into. Indeed, that embrace seemed to bring him joy. He presents a stoic facade to us daily and has scarcely smiled. For a glimpse of his laughter, One might as well visit the Research Institute, where one would likely return with bits and pieces of his merriment in a few days. Stop, stop. Do not lead me astray. Go to the Research Institute is akin to feeding great sharks at sea. The subtle murmur of conversation drifted into Lu Jin'an's ears. Following the sound, he approached, discovering a communal lounge with the door slightly ajar. From the context of their discussion, it seemed that they were referencing the team that had accompanied Pei Zhao today. Were they speaking of him and Pei Zhao? Lu Jin'an tiptoed closer to peer through the gap, but before his face could touch the door, a gentle breeze nudged it open. Who goes there? A buzz-cut individual, sharp-eyed and fierce, swung the door wide, his expression shifting to one of surprise upon seeing Lu Jin'an. What the? Chapter 95. The Tragic Little Mermaid 15. Revised, the others, alerted by the buzz-cut's exclamation, jostled forward, as if prepared for confrontation. Upon spotting Lu Jin'an, they promptly straightened, their eyes gleaming with newfound interest. The buzz-cut, particularly amiable now, squeezed in beside Lu Jin'an, hands clasped in supplication. Please, do not share what we just discussed with the commander, I beg you. Amused by the buzz-cut's antics, Lu Jin'an replied, Rest assured I shall not disclose it. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, Have any new individuals arrived? I mean, those who are here to find Pei Zhao, or perhaps those brought along by him. Absolutely not. The buzz-cut's expression turned serious. So, you're here to investigate? Fear not. The commander is entirely above reproach. He would never entertain anyone in his vicinity. With that, he leaned closer, adding, But if you have doubts about the commander, the others in the military are quite trustworthy as well. Huh? Lu Jin'an felt a twinge of disappointment. Then where has Idris gone? Why hasn't he sought out Pei Zhao? How trustworthy are they? Just then, the door to the communal lounge swung open, revealing Pei Zhao, his countenance cold as ice. Oh no, caught in the act. The buzzcut's face froze, and he chuckled nervously, sensing his imminent demise. Indeed, in the next moment, they heard the commander's voice, chilling enough to freeze one to the bone. Jiang Ping, 6 months of extra training. In the corridor, Lu Jin'an tugged at Pei Zhao's clothing, jogging to keep pace. Why are you walking so fast? You must wait for me. You promised you would. Pei Zhao's footsteps slowed as he inquired. What brings you here? Are you here to watch others bathe? Lu Jin'an, panting and out of breath, replied, I accidentally wandered here. What were you discussing? He asked. Lu Jin'an, suddenly curious, lifted his head mid-sentence. Startled, Lu Jin'an took a few steps back, defending himself. You broke the rules. I hadn't even said start yet. Pei Zhao playfully tapped Lu Jin'an's face, his tone laced with teasing. And what happens if I break the rules? Will I be punished? Lu Jin'an, with a foolish innocence, responded, No, I would forgive you. Such a fool. Pei Zhao straightened up, his gaze intensively fixed on Lu Jin'an, then gently brushed his fingertips across his eyes. After Lu Jin'an departed, the smile in Pei Zhao's eyes began to fade. Returning to his office, he fortuitously encountered his aide delivering documents. Seated in his office chair, Pei Zhao slightly closed his eyes. The aide, holding a stack of materials, leaned forward, saying, This is an overview of the situations in Zones C, D, and S over the past few days. Here are reports from various teams. And this is the information you requested about Lu Jin'an. Pei Zhao opened his eyes and took the document from the aide. Lu Jin'an, male, 19 years old, temporarily resided in Zones C and D. The aide elaborated, following Pei Zhao's gaze. His records in Zone C are limited. I obtained some from Zone D. He previously lived with a foster father who made a living by selling scrap, residing in Zone D. He had visited Zone C but returned quickly due to the high rent. About a year ago, his foster father, seeking better living conditions for him, joined an illegal fishing crew and perished outside the safe zone, which led Lu Jin'an to wander into Zone C. He entered Zone C a year ago and has been unable to find work since. Pei Zhao's grip on those few pages tightened, his fingertips turning pale. The usually composed commander felt an overwhelming surge of empathy this time. So much suffering endured, truly an immense amount of pain. Lu Jin'an, Lu Jin'an, Lu Jin'an. He repeated the name in his mind countless times, as if it were the only remedy for his aching heart. Commander, the aide spoke again. This is Lu Jin'an's genetic screening from a year ago. Pei Zhao accepted the genetic report, glancing through it before dismissively waving his hand. The aide nodded, preparing to leave, but then noticed the wilting roses on the desk. "Commander, if you water these flowers, they can thrive longer. Is that so?" Pei Zhao stared at the drooping flowers, momentarily taken aback. "All right, I understand." After the aide departed, Pei Zhao found a bottle and filled a vase with water, ensuring that 2/3 of the stems were submerged before he opened Lu Jin'an's genetic screening. The report confirmed the individual as human. Pei Zhao massaged his temples and dialed a number. Within seconds, the call connected, and a deep, clear voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, Commander Pei. What is the matter? Did they capture A001? Pei Zhao's fingers tapped the desk, his voice cold and sharp. "Is it possible for merfolk to disguise themselves as humans?" The individual on the other end of the line let out a light chuckle, dismissing the notion. "Do you think the genetic screening at our research institute is merely for show? A001 must be delivered to the institute at once. He poses a significant threat." Although the voice retained a semblance of amusement, an unmistakable undertone of menace crept in. "Pei Zhao, do not act rashly. No one understands mermaids better than I do. You cannot kill him. Are you certain of that?" Pei Zhao pressed on. It seemed the other party sensed something amiss, as the mirth in their tone waned slightly. "Generally speaking, the results provided by the Institute are absolutely authoritative, but only the reports I oversee can guarantee 100% accuracy." After a brief pause, the voice resumed. "Pei Zhao, you have discovered a human suspected to be a mermaid, have you not?" Pei Zhao refrained from responding to the inquiry, abruptly terminating the call. He caressed Lu Jin'an's genetic testing report, his gaze shrouded in uncertainty, and only ceased when the paper became crumpled in his grasp. Generally, it should not go awry. Chapter 96, The Tragic Little Mermaid 16. Revised, Lu Jin'an completed a full day of work, returning to his residential complex accompanied by a stranger. This unfamiliar face was hired by Mu Xia specifically to transport him to and from work. Previously, Mu Xia would escort him, but ever since mentioning a trip to District S, he had become increasingly preoccupied, often absent for days on end. Upon reaching the upper floor, Lu Jin'an knocked on the door across the hall, yet received no reply. With a sigh, he dragged his elongated shadow back to his rented room. Where could Mu Xia have gone? He had intended to discuss their journey to District S with him. In the days that followed, Lu Jin'an found himself visiting the military headquarters to see Pei Zhao every few days, even taking the time to submit a transfer request to the Research Institute, though it remained unapproved. The persistent rainy season gradually faded with the passage of time, and a gentle breeze brought a chill to the air, prompting Lu Jin'an to become increasingly reluctant to venture outdoors. One day, upon awakening, he stumbled upon a notice regarding the imminent withdrawal of the military from District C. Pei Zhao was departing, and a sense of discontent washed over him. He yearned to bid farewell to Pei Zhao. A dozen nautical miles off the coast of District C, a golden mermaid plunged into the sea, the surrounding waters rapidly stained crimson. Idris, battered and bruised, weakly opened his eyes, surfacing to gaze in the direction of Lu Jin'an's residence. He had intended to bring Lu Jin'an here, yet his injuries sustained while escaping the Research Institute had not healed, and the pursuit on land was too relentless. He had killed many in a desperate bid for freedom, ultimately reaching this sanctuary. He could not be captured and returned to that dreadful place. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape and reunite with his beloved. Idris succumbed to exhaustion, sinking to the ocean floor. The weapons developed by the Research Institute, regardless of one's formidable self-healing abilities, inflicted unbearable pain. At that moment, Idris was almost grateful that his pearl was human, not a mermaid, thus spared from the Institute's clutches and the inhumane torment that accompanied it. Yet, he remained uneasy. Just before his departure, Pearl had experienced pain in her legs, so fragile and in need of tender care. Idris fervently shook his tail, yearning for a swift recovery. Yet, no matter how hard he struggled, he found himself increasingly distanced from the shimmering surface of the sea, ultimately engulfed by an infinite darkness. As his consciousness faded, Idris descended into the depths, oblivious to his surroundings. The water was tranquil and silent, devoid of waves. Yet the wounds that would not heal on land began to mend here, as new flesh and blood slowly emerged. This was the abyss, the very place that nurtured him, healing him. In Zone C, Jin'an hurried towards the military headquarters when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of Idris calling out to him. He glanced around skeptically, but saw no sign of Idris. Could it have been a figment of his imagination? He tapped his head lightly and listened intently, only to confirm the absence of any sound. The roar of vehicles jolted Jin'an back to reality. He turned to see his central vehicle departing from the military base. His pupils constricted in alarm as he rushed after it, but he was too slow, and the vehicle sped away, leaving him behind once more. Pei Zhao stood dejectedly in place, tears welling in his eyes. He hadn't even had the chance to bid Pei Zhao a proper farewell. "Did you call for me?" A calm, magnetic voice inquired. Jin'an turned to find Pei Zhao emerging from the gates of the military compound. This time, Pei Zhao donned attire even more formal than when Jin'an first encountered him, his sharp brows and bright eyes accentuated by leather gloves and black military boots. The moment Jin'an laid eyes on Pei Zhao, his lips quirked downward and tears cascaded to the ground. Sniffling, he murmured, "Why haven't you left? Weren't you going to say goodbye?" "I was waiting for you," Pei Zhao replied, approaching Jin'an, removing his gloves to gently wipe away his tears. "Why are you crying again?" "I haven't scolded you this time." Ignoring the question, Jin'an vigorously wiped his tears, reddening his face. "I didn't tell you. How did you know I was coming to say goodbye?" "Be gentle." Pei Zhao grasped Jin'an's hand, using a tissue to dry his face while responding, "I guessed. I suspected you would come." Jin'an retorted, "What if I hadn't?" Pei Zhao was confident. "That wouldn't happen." "Why not? My predictions never miss." A vehicle approached and halted beside Pei Zhao. He pinched Jin'an's cheek and said, "All right, I must take my leave." As Pei Zhao turned, Jin'an raised his hand and tugged at the hem of his garment. "Will you think of me after you leave?" Pei Zhao allowed Jin'an to hold on to him for a moment before slowly replying, "I will think of you." Pei Zhao settled into the car, while Jin'an stood outside. The window gradually closed, and as the vehicle departed, Jin'an took a few steps forward. Whispering into the breeze, "Pei Zhao, I miss you too." The car drove away, and the wind scattered Jin'an's words. He was left uncertain whether he had spoken at all. A notification chimed, and Jin'an opened his phone to find a message from Pei Zhao. "Yes, I heard you." Just a few brief words, yet they inexplicably filled Jin'an with joy. The vehicle from the central military base glided smoothly out of Zone C. Inside, the aide looked at Pei Zhao in confusion. "Commander, didn't you say there was an undiscovered mermaid in Zone C? Are we just leaving without investigating?" Pei Zhao slightly raised his gaze, but did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, he inquired, "Did Idris escape to the sea?" The adjutant, feeling somewhat ashamed, replied, "Yes. Our men were unable to contain him." Pei Zhao's expression remained impassive as he lightly tapped his fingers against the car door, his demeanor frigid as he continued his patrol. Should Idris appear within the safe zone, eliminate him on sight. And what of the situation at Black Harbor? Upon mentioning Black Harbor, the adjutant appeared troubled. "We recently confiscated several vessels engaged in the illegal harvesting of mermaids, but Xia Xing has been acting recklessly, sending waves of our scouts into danger despite the risk of capture. With Xia Xing standing in the way, persuading those merchants to cease their operations proves exceedingly difficult. Black Harbor is synonymous with crime and bloodshed, a place where the reckless can easily amass wealth. Two-thirds of that area lies outside the safe zone, beyond the reach of the military, giving rise to various illicit trades, such as arms trafficking, organ smuggling, and mermaid hunting. The military had largely adopted a laissez-faire approach towards Black Harbor until Pei Zhao assumed command in recent years, at which point governance began to take shape. Then let us extend our reach further, Pei Zhao stated, his brow furrowed as he spoke resolutely. Such trades must be brought to an end. After Pei Zhao departed, Jin'an descended the staircase of his rented accommodation, his phone buzzing with a new message. Upon opening it, he discovered that his transfer request to Zone S had been approved. "Wonderful! It has finally been granted," he exclaimed, having feared that the task would falter at this juncture. "What is you in such high spirits?" Lu Jinan looked up to find Mu Xia had returned. He rushed to her side. Mu Xia, where have you been these past few days? I sought you several times, but you were not home.